Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Hey, did you ever have a nightmare? Did you ever go through a horrible experience that seemed very real? Yes, sometimes reality and unreality seem as one, and you're not so sure anymore. Like the fellow tonight in a mystery playhouse. Yes, tonight we are going to have a nightmare. That is, we are going to hear about somebody else, which is almost as bad. This gentleman had a particularly realistic one. In fact, he didn't know for the life of him whether or not it really happened. But you listen for yourself to the unfolding of William Irish's strange and intriguing story of a man who dreamed he committed murder and woke up to the fact that maybe he actually had. Listen to Nightmare.
Dodge, Homicide Division.
Clip, this is Vince.
Oh, hello, kid. What's on your mind?
Clip, I've got to see you now, as soon as possible.
Look, kid, I'm working. What's so important you can't tell it on the phone?
Cliff, I think I killed a man last night. I don't know whether I dreamed it or it actually happened. That's why I've got to see you.
You killed somebody? I can't believe it. Not you, Vince. Listen, meet me in the office in 15 minutes. Whatever you do, don't tell anybody else about this. Go ahead, Vince. Tell me some more about this dream of yours.
Well, after that, Cliff, all I remember is the white face. The face of a woman. Beautiful, but false somehow. You see, we were in a room with nothing but doors. 8 doors, frame to frame, with no wall space between. Well, I opened one of the doors, and suddenly someone rushed at me. We struggled, and he forced me to the floor. As we fought, he said to the woman, "Hand me that knife." Well, I raised my hand to defend myself, and suddenly I felt the handle of something. I realized the woman had put the knife into my hand by mistake. And then
Then you stabbed him.
Yeah. Then I stabbed him. Well, after that, the woman disappeared, and I felt I had to hide the body. Well, behind one of the 8 doors, there was a closet. I propped the body inside, and I locked the door. Then I went out of the house. It's horrible. I can't get it out of my mind.
But what makes you think any of this actually happened? It's an unpleasant dream, sure, but it's not unusual. Lots of people dream they killed someone.
But when you dream, do you wake up with big scratches on your wrist like this one?
What are you asking me to believe? You got up in your sleep and you killed somebody? A scratch on your wrist proves nothing.
I admit that, but then when I got out of bed this morning, I found this button.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me that button came off in your hand while you were wrestling with that guy in the dream.
That's the way it happened.
That I refuse to believe. It came off your shirt.
I could never afford pearl buttons. You know that. Not real pearl.
Now, listen to me, Vince. I don't want to hear any more of this. If I weren't your brother-in-law, I'd lock you up and call a psychiatrist.
How do you think all this makes me feel? Cliff, if it wasn't for the key, I could forget the whole thing.
Key? What key? I suppose it's something else from your dream. Now, stop it, Vince. I don't want to hear any more.
That's right. Go ahead. Get sore. But no matter how angry you get, it doesn't destroy the reality of this key. Look at it. You never see a key like this these days. It's fretted, it's full of scroll work made of brass, old-fashioned, but nevertheless real. And in the dream, if it was a dream, that's the key I used to lock the body in the closet. What's there left to think? Only this. There's somewhere there's a door that this key belongs to. And behind that door, there's a dead man, and I don't know where. My Lord, I don't know where. Or who he is, nor how and why it happened.
Now, look, kid. It's just one of those cockeyed dreams that happen to people, that's all. But if it'll make you feel any better, you can go in the teletype room and watch the reports, Vince. Every crime committed in this state is reported on those machines. Maybe you can identify yourself with some criminal and get this thing off your chest. I'll join you later. Haven't you given up yet?
Don't be funny, Cliff. There's one here that's possible. A stabbing in a town called Clarksburg.
Clarksburg?
Yeah.
There's no transportation up there. You never did learn how to drive a car. You'd really need supernatural aid to kill somebody up there.
Now, wait a minute, Cliff. Here's some more coming in on that stabbing in Clarksburg. It's a description.
Killer, 5'9", weight 150, brown hair, wearing a yellow and green sweater under a brown suit. Hey, Vince, you wear a yellow and green sweater, don't you?
Don't be coy. You gave me that sweater for Christmas.
Maybe it's only a coincidence, but you're about 5'9", weigh about 150. That couldn't possibly have been you, Vince.
Who are you talking for, yourself? I know I found that key in the button in the pocket of my brown suit. You're not kidding anybody. You want to know just as much as I do. Come on, let's get started for Clarksburg.
That lousy rain must be a cloudburst.
I can't see a thing. This windshield wiper's broken. Cliff, do you know where we are?
We've been lost for the past 5 minutes. I don't even remember how we got on this road.
Well, I'm going to roll down the window. Getting wet's better than crashing into something. Hey, Cliff.
Yeah?
Take the next road to the left. That'll get us to Clarksburg.
How do you know it'll get us to Clarksburg? I thought you said you'd never been out this way before.
Well, I don't know how I know. All of a sudden, everything looks familiar to me, as if I'd been over this same road before. I just know you've got to turn left at the next road. Stop here, Cliff. Stop here.
Hey, what's the big idea? You're trying to kill somebody grabbing the brake that way?
That house, Cliff. There with the big porch. That's the house with the 8-room door.
How do you know that's the house? Thought you said you'd never been out here before.
I've never been here before in my life. Unless
it happened in your dream, is that it? Well, I think this is all crazy. We'll soon know for sure. Come on. We're going in and see whether there's an 8-doored room or not.
Funny, the front door wasn't locked, Cliff.
Never mind that. How do you know the 8-doored room is upstairs?
I just know, that's all. Cliff, I think it's this room right here. This is it. This is the place, all right. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
8 doors. Where's that key?
It's right here in my pocket. You'll have to get it out. I can't. My hands are all wet, perspiration.
Stop acting like a baby. You're sweating all over. There's the key. Now, which door?
That one, I think. There's nothing there.
Not now, there isn't. But there was something there.
What?
Look. There's blood on the wall.
Oh, Lord. Now do you believe me? Now do you understand that I wasn't joking when I told you about my dream?
Sure, I believe you. I believe you dreamed you killed somebody and stuffed them in the closet there. I believe you never saw this place before. That you intuitively knew which road to take and which house to come to. What do you take me for, a dope?
I wasn't lying to you, Cliff. Honest, I wasn't lying.
You came to me for help, didn't you? But you didn't have guts enough to come clean to say, Cliff, I went out to a place last night and killed a guy for such and such a reason. No, you cook up a dream trying to take advantage of me because I'm married to your sister.
No, Cliff.
Abusing my gullibility because I like you. Making a fool out of me.
Cliff, I wasn't lying to you. Everything happened just as I told you it did. How I happen to know this house was here, I don't remember. You've got to believe me.
Shut up.
Cliff.
The dream's over now and baby's awake. You're going to start all over from scratch, you and me. I'm going to get the facts out of you.
Please, Cliff, let go of my shoulder. You're hurting me.
What were you doing here last night?
I never was here before. I never saw it until I came here with
Don't
you.
lie. Every time you lie, you're going to get something like this.
Please, Cliff, I'm half crazy already without you beating me.
Who was the guy you did it to? What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, you gonna answer me, Vince?
I can't. You're asking me things I can't answer.
Who was the guy? Why did you kill him? I've handled close-mouthed guys before. You're gonna tell me if I have to slap it out of you. Right in this spot where you killed somebody else.
Cliff, please don't hit me again.
What was that?
It sounded like a door slam.
There was somebody else in this house. Which door did we come in?
I don't know. One of the 8.
All right, you guys, I've got you covered. Back up against that door there. One false move and I'll drop you.
Haven't you found what you're looking for yet?
Yeah, I guess I've seen enough. The stuff in your wallet identifies you. Cliff Dodge, Homicide Division. Why didn't you say you're a detective?
It's nobody's business.
Okay. Wagner's my name. I'm the sheriff around here. When I see people monkeying around a house where a murder's just been committed...
Murder? You found the body?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there were 2 murders. A man was killed and stuffed in that closet over there. We found the other body outside. A woman. Wasn't dead when she was found, but she was dying. Run over by a car. Deliberately. The car was run back and forth over her body. She said a few things before she died. Told us all about the other body in the closet. And gave us a pretty good description of the killer.
She said the same person murdered the man in the closet and deliberately ran over her body with a car?
No, but what else is there to conclude? Yeah, poor Mrs. Fleming. She owned this house, expected her husband home from South America tonight. She was a flirt, but even so, a very charming woman.
You don't happen to have a picture of this woman, this Mrs. Fleming, do you?
There's one in the next room. That door behind you.
Open the door, Vince.
I can't, Cliff, I can't.
Open the door.
Please, Cliff.
Open the door.
That's her, that big picture on the left. Pretty, wasn't she?
Cliff, that's her.
Well, now what's the matter with him?
He's fainted. Can't stand the sight of people who've been murdered, even if it's only a picture. Give me a hand with him, will you? There. Do you feel any better, kid?
Yeah, I feel all right. Cliff, that picture, it was the same woman. The woman from the dream.
Also, the woman who was run over and over with an automobile.
But I can't drive, Cliff. You know I can't drive.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, I'd have turned you over to Wagner for murder.
Did the sheriff leave?
Yeah, he left. But I still don't believe that stuff about a dream. Are you sure you didn't leave something out, some small detail?
No. I told you everything, Cliff. I was tired. I went to bed early. I fell asleep. That is right after Mr. Berg closed my door.
Berg? You didn't mention any Mr. Berg before.
Well, he moved into our rooming house about a month ago.
Why did he come into your room?
Well, the lights went on a blink. I remember he was carrying a candle.
How was Berg holding that candle?
Oh, the flame was right in front of his eyes. I remember staring at it. I was very tired, Cliff. I don't remember everything.
And Berg, he said you're very tired, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, he did say that.
Good. Now, have you ever seen this picture?
No. No, but the man looks familiar. Say, that looks like Berg. I never saw him so well dressed, but that's Berg, all right.
I found this picture in this room.
Here? In this room? You found Berg's... What are you driving at?
Sense, reason, logic, sanity. The man you identify as Berg also happens to be Mr. Fleming, the husband of the woman who was killed last night.
Berg is Fleming and Fleming is Berg? Now I'm really going out of my mind.
It's simple to a flatfoot. I figure that Fleming pretended he went to South America. He took a room in your rooming house under the name of Berg. And tonight he's pretending to return from South America. At least Wagner said he's expected.
And last night Fleming came back here and murdered his wife? But who killed the other one? The man?
You did. But you didn't know you were doing it.
Oh, I did kill someone after all. I am a murderer. I still don't understand how it happened.
All right, kid, relax. Because we're going to find out tonight.
Find out?
Right. Now, if Fleming comes home, as his wife expected him to do, you're going to be waiting in this room for him. Waiting with a gun.
That won't do any good, Cliff.
It might after you've learned a few answers. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly what to say to Fleming, word for word. You might not understand, but you're going to memorize the things I tell you to say, word for word.
Memorize?
Yeah, because your life depends on it.
Cliff, you're not going to leave me here alone, are you, Cliff?
There'll be nothing I can do to help you, kid. If everything goes right, you'll come out of this scot-free. If anything goes wrong, that's the end. Now, Fleming will probably come up those stairs at the far end of the hall. So you'd better stand over here. The first thing to remember, let him speak first.
How did you get here?
You showed me the way, didn't you?
You remembered coming here? You're lying. Who brought you here? Who came with you?
Just this gun.
That's impossible. You had the look, the typical look. Why did you do everything you were told to do?
I wanted to see where it was all leading. I thought there might be some good in it for me later.
You purposely pretended? You mean you went ahead and consciously killed?
I figured you'd pay off heavy afterwards to keep me quiet. I found your wife and her lover just as you said I would. It was easy.
I should have known my control wasn't perfect when I saw my wife come running out of the house. She saw my car, came toward me. I waited, then gave it the gas.
I killed the man, and you killed your wife. You wanted them both dead, didn't you?
Yes, but I didn't want to have to kill her myself. I loved her, but I hated her. She said I was too old for her.
That's what I wanted to hear.
What?
That's it, to hear you convict yourself.
What did you...
I was lying to you. Your control was perfect. You hypnotized me easily. I guess I've got a weak will or something.
Well, then what did you...
I was lying to you. I was hypnotized, all right. I happened to see your picture here in the house. I recognized you as Berg. And now I can't clear myself before the law ever. And you're going to pay for doing that to me now.
Now, wait a minute. Don't do that. Don't shoot. Now, look. Here, I have a watch. See it? Solid gold inset with diamonds and rubies. It's worth $20,000. It's yours if you'll let me go.
Stop dangling it that way. What are you trying to do?
Now, listen to me. Give me another minute. A minute by the watch.
Stay where you are. Now, don't move.
You don't want to shoot, do you, my friend? You wouldn't want to smash this beautiful, lustrous watch? A golden, shining little timepiece? You can't take your eyes from it, can you?
Please, don't. Take it away. Shining in my eyes.
But you love it. You're fascinated by it, aren't you? And now you're tired. You're very tired. And that gun is much too heavy for you to hold. Just drop the gun to the floor. It won't be so heavy anymore.
Just drop the gun. Drop gun.
My control is perfect. Here, take this notebook and this pencil.
Take notebook, pencil.
Right as I dictate. I am wanted for the murder of 2 people at the Fleming house.
I wanted to murder 2 people, Fleming house.
They are bound to get me, so I take this way out.
They are bound to get me. Take way out.
Sign your name. There. Now give me the notebook and the pencil. Now pick up your gun again. Hurry. That's it. Now put the barrel of the gun in your mouth. Put the barrel of the gun in your mouth. Good. Now pull the trigger. Pull the trigger.
How is he, Sheriff?
He's dead.
We just made it in time. I didn't think he'd try anything like that. Vince. Vince, come out of it, boy.
I'm all right. It's just that everything's hazy.
Fleming really threw a trance on you. You were just going to blow your own head off when I plugged Fleming. Had to. Only way I could break the spell in time to save you.
You shot Fleming? Cliff, did I do it all right? Did I do everything you told me to do all right?
Perfect. I had a hunch it was hypnosis the minute you told me about the candle. But how was I going to prove it? Only by having you come up against Fleming. That's why I left you here. Wagner and I were in the basement with a dictaphone. We put a microphone in the ventilator. I didn't want to make you nervous. That's why I didn't tell you about it.
Then I'm free? I won't be tried for murder?
Not around here, you won't. I'm sheriff here. This crime is solved.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I don't think I could go through a court trial. One nightmare in a lifetime is enough.
That, my friends, was Nightmare. Tonight's performance in a mystery playhouse. And now, for heaven's sake, let's get off that nightmare. Let's walk down to the green room, huh? For a gander at what sweetness and light is in store for you next time. Always sweet, always light. You know what? Our players are rehearsing there, so follow me, please. Come. Come.
It's been hard to convince Anna at first. Easy enough for me to say, we have to get rid of Ole. But Ole was Anna's brother. We talked it over on the cliff near the lab that day. We have to, Anna. We have to go through with it.
Oh, Richard, there must be some other way.
The way things are now, everything's hopeless. You know that. With the paint formula cleared, we can be married.
Richard, I love you so much. I'd do anything for us. But this is...
Murder? Huh. You needn't look at it that way, darling. So far as you're concerned, Ole will just disappear.
But suppose something goes wrong. Suppose you're convicted.
Not a chance. You can't convict a man for murder until you find the body. And they'll never find Ole. We must, Anna, we must.
Very well, Richard. When? When will you...
The moment Ole finishes the formula. It's almost ready now. I'll have to do it that instant to make my alibi hold. Today, tomorrow, soon, anyhow. Everything else is ready.
I love you above everything else in the world, Richard. I love you enough for even...
Have a peanut, friend? No. Oh, snoozing, huh? Traveling on trains makes some people sleepy. Not me. Been on trains all my life. Never get sleepy. Going far?
Satan's Point, Maine.
Satan's Point? Never heard of it. Must be a devil of a small place. What I said. Satan's Point. Devil of a small place. Good, huh? Have a peanut? Devil of a place. Devil of a place. Devil of a place.
Devil of a place it was that day. We went over every detail again and again until our story was perfect. A lot depended on the story we constructed. A lot depended on telling it well. I told it well. To the police in Maine and to the alienists in Boston. I started the story with the morning of October 11th in Ole's laboratory by the sea.
Hold on. This is my last mixture. It will be ready in a few minutes, and I want your eyes to be well rested.
Think you've got it this time, Ole?
No, there's no longer any doubt. When these pigments are mixed, I will paint a square board. It will look like a dirty green to my eyes.
And to mine?
To yours, and those of millions of others who are colorblind. Red. Red that you have only imagined till now. Red of the rose, red of a sunset, red of fire, red of blood.
I put the blindfold on. I could sense Ole's tenseness. He'd worked 15 years to make this moment arrive.
Just from all I can see, a miracle is about to take place. But I confess to one great fear.
What's that, Ole?
I
I'm not afraid the formula is wrong. I'm afraid for you.
For me?
Yes. I have to warn you, Richard. I don't know. No one knows what mental reaction takes place when a person who's never seen color before suddenly does.
You mean that I could be affected?
You could be. You see, red excites even normal people. It vibrates in the brain. With you...
Let's have a look, Odie.
Now, Richard, when you take the blindfold off, look straight ahead of you. The board is right before your eyes. Look, Richard. When you do, start talking right away. I want your immediate reaction.
Okay, here goes.
Look. See, Richard. Look, at red. Look. Say something. Talk, Richard, talk.
Say something I couldn't. It's hard enough to recall the little that I do. I was staring straight ahead of me at a square board. Nothing happened for a brief instant. And then I caught my breath sharply. My eyes dried. They burned. I closed them, but the patch of exquisite color seared my brain. A single hot, flashing stab of pain pierced my head. And then I felt a surging power, a physical power grip me.
Talk.
And Ole's voice reached me, jabbed at me. My whole being seemed to focus on his voice. I had to choke it off. I dazedly recall reaching for him across something and finding his throat. And then nothing more. Nothing but the breaking of glass and a sensation of violent action. Motion and action that lasted long after the voice stopped. Then I felt cold air lashing at me. I was carrying something limp and heavy. There's a point of rock outside the house. It juts over the sea. I stood there for I don't know how long. The first clear thing I recall is identifying Anna's voice coming toward me.
Richard! Richard! Darling, what are you doing? Richard! Your hands.
Something died in me. I sagged to the ground, moaning. Anna, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
What do you suppose all this is, huh? Sounds like somebody got themselves murdered, doesn't it? Well, that was an appetizer for our next mystery entree. And that old master chef, the laughing boy of the inner sanctum, Raymond, is going to serve it up to you. Yes. Raymond's going to be here next time in company with his fellow creeps in another attempt to scare the living daylights out of you. So why not humor the old crip and be around when we open the squeaking door of the inner sanctum? This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Murder at midnight. kind of glass tube was pointing at Matson's body. When the switch went in, there was a whining noise. And then a white light shot out of it. I know you won't believe this. When it hit the body, it went all soft. It was just like the bones had gone out of it. It just went all soft and kind of poured off the chair and onto the floor.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Heavy Death. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story, written by Robert Newman, is a weird and fantastic nightmare called The Heavy Death. A road just outside the small town of Medford. And running up it, his face white and terror-stricken in the moonlight, is a small, slight man. He pauses every once in a while, his breath whistling in his nostrils, listening, then runs on again. Finally, seeing the two green lights of the state police barracks, he moans with relief. Runs in.
Oh, thank God there's somebody here. I was afraid. Look, officer, you gotta get me away from here fast.
Huh? Just a minute, Mac. Take it easy.
No, easy. He'll be here any minute, coming after me. I gotta get away, I tell you.
And I'm telling you to take it easy. Just wait till I get through talking to Dr. Carden here.
Dr. Carden? Are you Dr. Carden lives in the big white house near the river?
Why, yes.
Well, then you can tell him it's true. Otherwise, he won't believe me. Nobody will. It was you who swiped the big glass thing from your laboratory.
My Geiger counter? You stole it?
Well, he made me do it.
Oh, now, whoa. This is getting interesting. That's why Dr. Carden's here. You know anything about his assistant? Young chap named Matson?
Yeah. He's dead. He killed him.
Matson? Matson dead? Hey, maybe you better start from the beginning. Tell us the whole story.
Yeah, but I didn't have any time. He'd be coming after me and... Oh, okay. Like I said, you won't believe it. My name's Sullivan. They call me Shill because I'm a come-on with Bryant's Giant Carnival. Weight guessing is my racket, but I turn my hand at almost anything, you know, shell game, 3-card Monte. Well, we hit town about 10 days ago for a 3-day stand. The first 2 nights was pretty quiet. The third one was when it happened. There was a pretty fair crowd around, and I was warming him up for some weight guessing, with maybe some side bets, when he came up.
Okay, folks, okay. Step up, hurry up. And let Porky Sullivan guess your weight. A Cupid doll if I'm 3 pounds off either way. Now, what do you say, lady? Your weight's not like your age, you know. It always shows.
What about you, sir? Guess your weight?
Do you really think you can?
Do I think?
Listen to him, folks. You bet your sweet life, brother.
Oh, I have already. The question is, will you bet your sweet life?
What? What do you mean? Look, do you want me to guess your weight or not, huh?
On the terms I outlined, why, yes. I'll be glad to have you try.
Try, Sissy. Okay, folks, here we go. Now, let's see. A big man, a solid man. Hefty pair of arms on him. I say, 195 pounds.
195.
And 3 pounds off either way, and you get a Cupid doll. Now, just sit right down here on the scale. There you are.
Hey, what goes on here? You broke my scale.
Yes, it only goes up to 350 pounds.
300... What do you got in your pockets?
Would you like to look?
Nah. No, I don't know how you did it, but more power to you, brother. When I lose, that pay with a smile. Well, here's your Cupid.
Thank you. No, that's not what we bet.
What? What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean. The carnival closes in about an hour. I'll be waiting.
He went walking off, slow and heavy. The crowd stood around for a couple of minutes, gaping at the broken scale and talking. Then they all decided it was some kind of a gag and went on and forgot about it. For me, I couldn't forget about it. Somehow I didn't think it was a gag. There was something about him, way he moved, the way he talked, it scared the pants off me. I hung around for a while, getting my stuff together, and then I looked up Rube Thomas. Rube's a big guy. Used to be a wrestler, and he was just closing up his Wheel of Fortune. Hi, Rube. How are they going?
Not bad for a one-horse town. How's it you?
Oh, not too bad. Till some wise guy busted my scale.
Huh? Busted your scale?
Yeah. Well, Rube, that's why I come over. He was a queer duck. I just couldn't figure his pitch, but he said something about waiting for me when he closed up, so I thought...
So you thought maybe you should have some protection walking down to the station.
Yeah.
That's a hot one.
What is?
You're on your side bets. Well, don't worry about it. Ain't no one gonna lay a finger on you when you're with Rube Thomas.
I helped Rube take down the wheel. But even then, we were about the last to leave the fairgrounds. We went out through the main gate. It was pretty dark, but I wasn't worried anymore. I'd never yet seen anybody Rube couldn't handle. Then I heard footsteps. Slow and heavy ones. And then...
There you are. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah? No kidding?
This the guy?
Yeah,
Okay, Bub. What's the pitch? What's your racket?
Racket? There's no racket. Your friend and I had a bet. I've come to collect.
Yeah? Well, I'll tell you a funny thing about carnivals. When we pull up stakes and get ready to go, all bets is off.
I'm afraid this one can't be called off. You see, I need him.
You need him?
Yes. You bet your life, remember? And you lost.
You mean you... Oh, you're nuts.
People who have thought so, but I'm not. Shall we go?
No, I ain't gonna. Rube!
Take it easy, Shell. I told you all bets was off, mister. Now you're gonna blow 'em, I'm gonna have to get rough with you.
I wouldn't if I were you.
No? Well, here's one just for luck. Oh, no, my hand.
I warned you.
Oh, you... I'll break your bloody neck. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you.
You won't believe this. Like you probably won't believe what happened afterwards. He didn't swing or anything. He just kind of dropped his fist on Rube's head. And he smashed on his skull like it hit him with a lead pipe. Good Lord, you killed him.
Yes. Shall we go?
No, I...
Look at me. Into my eyes. That's right. Now remember this. You're mine. Mine to do it exactly as I wish. And you do exactly what I wish. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, yes.
Good. Then let's go.
Something happened. Happened to me then and there. Something I ain't over yet. It wasn't just that I was scared, more scared than I've ever been in my life. It was something else. When I looked into his eyes, it was like that just plain didn't count. That no one or nothing did. Then I just had to do whatever he wanted, whatever he said. We got in his car and drove to your place, Doc, and we stopped in front of it, and he pointed at a kind of low building behind it.
That is Dr. Carden's laboratory. He has something there I need. A Geiger counter. You're going in and get it for me.
You mean swipe it?
Yes. It would take too much time to make one of my own, and as I said, I need it. Now, it's a long glass tube, about this size, with filaments inside it.
Yeah, but suppose somebody sees me. Suppose somebody comes...
Carden's away in Washington with that childish atomic energy commission of theirs. There's only Matz and his assistant, and he must be sleeping. If he should try and stop you, well, you'll have to take care of him, but remember, I want that Geiger counter.
Like I said, it was like I was numb. Didn't have a mind of my own. I did it. Found an open window. Went in and got what he wanted. Brought it out to him. He didn't say a word. He just put it in the back of the car and we drove away. It was about 11:45 when we got to his place. Big rambling house at the foot of a mountain. He took me around the back to a kind of iron door and... Well, it was like out of Buck Rogers, the 25th century. Big glass tubes, dynamos, wires. He must have noticed me staring because he said...
Go ahead, look around. There's equipment here that doesn't exist anyplace else in the world.
Yeah, but what's it all for?
And if I told you, you'd be even more frightened than you are now. By the way, what's your name?
Sullivan. Shel Sullivan.
I'm Dr. Vance. Dr. Brian Vance.
Doctor?
Of nuclear physics. Without doubt, the greatest scientist in the world today. Do you know anyone else who has been able to convert most of the elements of the human body into the heavy isotopes?
Look, I don't know what you mean, but is that...
Yes. That is why not only my weight, but the entire atomic mass of my body's... What's that?
Sounds like a car.
Yes, but Coop... Oh, Matson. You must have heard you in the laboratory. Followed us.
Well, I was as quiet as I could, be honest.
There's nothing to be worried or excited about. Hello, Matson.
Vance, I should have known it was you.
Should have known what was me.
That stole our Geiger. You've done an awful lot of strange things in your career, Vance, but this time you've gone just a little too far. This time I've got you dead to rights.
I'm afraid it's just the other way around, Matson.
What do you mean? What? Vance.
You don't really think I'd let you or anyone interfere with what I'm doing, do you?
You killed him,
Of course. Drag him over there out of the way. There's a certain experiment I'm just about ready to try, and his body will come in very handy. With Shel Sullivan staring at him in abject horror, Dr. Vance turns away from the body on the floor, lumbers over to one of his instruments, and begins examining it. And far away, in the town's church steeple, the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Heavy Death. It's just a moment later. Sergeant Rowe and Dr. Carden are staring incredulously at Sullivan as he pauses for a moment in his terrifying story. Then the trooper says,
We did find Thomas's body out by the fairground, but it was an accident. Hit by a truck or something. You mean this Vance killed Matson just like that?
Shot him without turning a hair.
Sure sounds to me like... Dr. Carden, what do you think?
I don't know, Sergeant. I do know Vance. I knew that he had a laboratory somewhere near here, and... Well, it's true that he probably knows as much about nuclear physics as anyone in the world. We tried several times to get him to work with us during the war, but he laughed at us, said that what we were doing was childish.
Yes, but this other business, this changing himself, making himself heavy...
Yeah, even his voice was heavy like...
Is that possible, Doctor?
Theoretically, yes, I suppose it is. After all, Professor Urey did it with hydrogen, made heavy water. And we've done it with uranium.
Yes, but why would he want to do it? Why?
There I can only guess. For all his genius, I've always felt Vance was a little mad. It's possible he believes that by changing the atomic weight of his body, he can make it immune to disease.
Yeah, that's right. It's true. He said he was going to live forever.
Well, go on, Sullivan. What happened after that?
He made me help him do things around the laboratory. Wire and stuff like that. Seems he got tired pretty easy, and his hands was too heavy to do work that was delicate-like. Maybe that's why he needed someone else around. Finally, I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, and I fell asleep on a cot in a corner. I don't know if he ever slept or not. If he did, I never seen him. When I woke up, it was around noon, and he had Matson's body propped up in a chair against just a kind of a silver screen.
So you finally got up, eh, Sullivan? I was just going to wake you.
Yes, sir. I'm kind of hungry, sir.
Yes, food. Well, you're going to help me with a little experiment first, and then we can eat.
Yes, sir. What kind of experiment? You mean...
Why, yes. An experiment on our friend Matson's body. He won't mind. Just a little calcium transmutation. First, we switch on our alpha generator here. Then we make a few frequency adjustments.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Over there, stand by that master switch on the converter. When I give the word...
Yes, sir.
Let it climb just a little higher. A little higher. Now!
Oh, good Lord. No. There's a kind of glass tube pointing at Matson's body. When I threw the switch, a white light shot out of it. I know you won't believe this. When it hit the body, it went all soft. It was like the bones had gone out of it. It just went all soft and kind of poured off the chair onto the floor. I must have fainted or something. When I come to, Vance was standing over me, smiling.
Anything the matter, Sullivan? Don't you feel well?
Yes, sir. I'm all right. I was just... That was the most awful, most terrible thing.
Sullivan, if you were a soldier and you saw that happen to the man next to you, would you feel much like fighting after that?
What? You mean you're going to do that?
I'd advise you not to ask too many questions. We'll dispose of the rest of the body later, but now let's eat.
Like I said, it was just about a week ago. I can't really tell you what happened after that because I was in a daze most of the time. We worked, him showing me what to do, wire and solder and stuff. We ate. Sometimes he let me sleep. Then this morning it happened. I woke up at about 10. He was standing looking at this thing we've been making.
Well, Sullivan, it's finished. Just a few adjustments and we were ready to go.
Yes, sir.
I'm profoundly grateful to you for your help. I will show you how grateful in a very concrete fashion.
You mean you're going to let me go? You're going to let me go?
Go? Really, Sullivan? That's a little foolish, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I just thought... Yeah, I guess it is. Well...
Where are you going?
Inside to fix some breakfast.
No, Sullivan, no food for you. Not today.
No food?
No, because tonight you're going to enjoy a tremendous experience. One I experienced myself several months ago. And the process is much simpler when the stomach is empty.
Process? You mean you're going to make me like you? Heavy?
Yes, Sullivan. I told you I was grateful to you and...
Oh, no, Doc. No, please, will you? For heaven's sake...
You're being rather childish. I'm not going to bother detailing what it will mean to you physiologically, the immunities it will give you. I will merely tell you that we'll do it tonight.
Getting changed to become like he was. Heavy as lead. Well, it did something to me. It was like I'd been doped, hypnotized. All that time afraid to do anything to make him mad. Now I was even more scared to stay. I made out like everything was fine, and I waited. I waited and watched. And about an hour ago, I got my chance. He went into the house to get something. He didn't lock the door. I was out like a shot, grabbed his car and started down the driveway. As I went past the house, I heard a window open.
Sullivan, come back! Come back! You'll regret this! You'll regret it!
That's the story. I was so jittery, I went to a ditch just outside of town and had to run the rest of the way. I don't care whether you believe me or not, whether you think I'm nuts, what you do to me. I just want one thing. Get me away from here. Get me far away fast. Because he's going to be coming after me, I know it.
Well, I'm not saying what I think. Not yet. What about you, Dr. Carden?
I wouldn't like to say either. Knowing Vance, I believe he's capable of everything Sullivan told us. And theoretically, everything he described is possible.
I told you, I don't care whether you believe me or not. Just get me away from here.
I can't for an hour or so. Have to call Bridgeton, have them send down some men. Then we can really go into this. In the meantime, I'll put you in one of the detention cells. You'll be okay there.
Are they strong? Really strong?
Plenty strong enough to keep you in and anyone else out. Come on.
Sergeant! Hey, Sarge! Dr. Carden! Ain't it about time? Ain't it? Hey, can't you hear me? Sergeant! Dr. Carden!
Oh, gee, Sarge. I was starting to get a little worried. You.
Yes, Sullivan. You didn't really think you were going to get away, did you?
Oh. What are you going to do? You can't do anything. The cell door is locked.
Is it? Let's see.
Yeah, you see? You can't break it down. You can't. It's steel.
Yes, Sullivan. But steel can be smashed if it has to be.
No.
I told you you'd regret running away, didn't I?
No. Look, I'll come back. I'll do anything you want.
I'm afraid it's too late, Sullivan.
No.
Too late for anything but this.
Dr. Carden. Did you hear it, too?
I'm not sure, but it did sound like...
This way, quick. Good Lord. Look at that cell door. Oh, and Sullivan. His skull.
Smashed like an eggshell. Well, Sergeant?
I guess I must be nuts, too. Look, Doc. He must have just left here. If we wait for the men from Bridgeton, give him time enough to get back to his place or those blasted gray things of his, there's no telling what he'll do, how many lives he'll cost. But if we leave right now, the two of us, maybe we can get there before him, cut him off. What do you say? You game?
I'm game, Sergeant. Let's go.
That must be it. Right ahead.
The laboratory's probably around and back. Sergeant, the lights are on.
Yeah. Maybe he left them on when he came into town and got Sullivan. Or maybe... No, listen. He's back. We're too late. What in heaven's name is that?
An electrostatic generator or cyclotron. He's... Oh, good Lord. Up the mountain there. Look.
Great Scott. Looks like a hole or something. But it's moving.
A neutron beam. Disintegrating. Eating its way into the mountain. He must have found some way of harnessing...
Dr. Gordon, swinging his way. Must have seen us. Come on, run.
No good, Sergeant. Seems to have a range of almost half a mile.
But eating through solid rock that way. If it hits us...
You came to see just what Vance was doing, eh, Carden? Well, take a good look. The last one you'll ever take at anything. Well, you shall be the first to...
Did you think that you were going to get away with it, Vance?
Who's that?
Take a look at the Geiger.
Gentlemen, too much. Gotta cut that down.
And what'll happen when you release the load?
But I've got to cut it down. Besides, you're Sullivan.
Yeah. That's because I'm dead that you joined me. You can't do it alone. Too heavy. Too slow.
Time's getting higher. Good Lord, the generator. I've got to cut that down, too.
Dr. Carden. Dr. Carden, where are you?
Over here, Sergeant.
You all right?
A little shaken up, but yes, I'm all right.
Oh, the laboratory. A whole house. Look.
Yes.
What happened?
Something got out of control. Too much centrifugal force. Or the load released too suddenly, and the whole thing exploded. Now there are things that we'll never know. Except something we knew already. That science can either be man's servant or his master and his doom.
And as I stand there, gazing at the smoking ruins that were once Vance's laboratory, through the blessed silence comes the distant clang of the clock in the town's church steeple, for the second time, striking 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death hovers like a dark cloud and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
part of Shill Sullivan was played by Frank Reddick. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
The public telephone in the all-night drugstore kept ringing. One man called about a jewel robbery. Another spoke of murder. And the third man planned to double-cross them both. His timetable of crime was perfect. His own alibi airtight. Yet 3 men would die. Hello, creeps. This is Sergeant X opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Well, tonight we have another story of the perfect crime as told by the Whistler. That is, it's almost perfect. The motive is furnished by a fortune in jewels, and 3 slick gunmen try to outsmart the others. The tale is called Death Marks the Double Cross, and fast action and unexpected murder marks just about every step. So, let's join the Whistler as he leads us down the pathway of crime and violence.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. To this day, the police records and newspapers of Portland attribute the robbery of the swank Wellington jewelry store to a lone wolf. Perhaps it's because they refuse to admit the possibility that guilty accomplices still remain at large. As a matter of fact, it wasn't a lone wolf. True, Joe Strickland was alone, standing in the shadows at the back of the store when he saw the watchman turn the corner on his 11:15 round, then slunk down the alley to the back window. But at that same time, 2 other members of the corporation were waiting for him in a little black coupe parked near the highway in Tigard, a little town just out of Portland. They'd been there for almost 2 hours when Terry looked at his watch.
Darn it. 2 minutes of 1. It's an hour late. I'm getting uneasy.
I don't want to say I told you so, Mike.
What do you mean? He ain't coming?
You're beginning to get the idea. After all, why should he? He's taking all the risk.
Ah, no. He wouldn't cross me. He knows better.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
Well, maybe he had to wait till the watchman's next round. Maybe a patrol car decided to park across the street. There could be a million things happen to make a guy late.
The watchman hasn't changed his schedule for 2 weeks now. 11:15 and 11:45.
So what?
So maybe he wasn't detained. He said he could pull it in 5 minutes. Remember?
Oh, he was bragging. Punk kid shooting off his mouth.
All right. Have it your way. There ought to be 10 or 15,000 in this, Mike. Almost enough to make a punk kid forget to come home.
Hey, I'd kill him, and he knows it.
Remember what he was saying just the other day? Tired of Portland, going south when the right time came. Maybe this is the right time. with 15 grand in his jeans.
Well?
What?
I got an idea what you're thinking. What is it?
That's what I said.
There's something else.
I can't tell you. I promised him I wouldn't.
What do you mean? Spill it.
Not yet.
I said spill it.
All right. Strickland tried to make a deal with me yesterday.
What?
Yeah. Seems he felt you weren't necessary to the corporation. But it might be a good idea to eliminate
You lie. Let go of it. You asked for it. What do you do now to tell me for, huh?
I promised the kid.
Okay.
I told him he was crazy. Told him you'd kill him. You even knew he was thinking about it.
Okay, go on.
Well, he said he couldn't see why he was taking all the chances for a third of the payoff. A lot of things like that.
A little rat.
And he said he knew a fence named Bush downtown in the Grady Hotel where he could get rid of the jewels. I was supposed to ditch you out here somewhere and meet him tomorrow in Astoria. Then when he saw I wouldn't go for it, he got scared. And I hit him a couple of times and he broke down.
Yeah?
That's all. He said he'd stay in line and made me promise not to tell you. I wasn't going to, but...
I see. The Grady Hotel, huh?
Yes, room 108.
I think I'll take a look.
Still might be wrong. What if he comes out here and we're gone?
I guess Mr. Strickland's got to learn the hard way.
What are you going to do?
I'll call you at the drugstore around the corner if he doesn't show up at the Grady.
Okay. And if he does?
I won't have to call you. Just look at the headline.
No, the robbery of Wellington's jewelry store in Portland wasn't the work of a lone wolf. Joe Strickland did it all by himself, it's true. But there were two silent partners, both of them wondering why Joe was late. One of them determined to kill him if he shows up at Bush's, the fencer's room at the Grady Hotel at the wrong time. Terry Dexter waits on the street corner until Mike's car has disappeared. Then he saunters toward the all-night drugstore on the highway, smiling quietly.
Yes, sir? Yeah, make me a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee, will you?
You bet.
When's the next bus to Portland?
Oh, I'm afraid you got a long wait, brother. Let's see. You just missed the 1:15. Next one's 3:15. They don't run so often this time of night.
2 hours, huh? Well, nothing much I can do about it. I'll be right back. Got a couple of phone calls.
Hello?
Hello, Joe. How did it come out?
Who's this?
Terry.
Where you been?
I'm in Tigard at an all-night drugstore.
What's the idea of sending me up to your apartment? You said you'd be here at 12. I gotta get out of here, I tell you.
Don't worry about it.
What do you mean, don't worry? I'm going nuts.
Take it easy. How did the job go?
I don't know. I can't tell you now. I gotta get out of this apartment right away.
You weren't followed. It wasn't sloppy.
No, I wasn't followed.
Okay. Take the West Highway out of town, and I'll meet you across from the drugstore.
Yeah, I'll be right out.
And listen, lock my apartment and leave by the back way. I don't want anyone to know you've been there, you understand?
But Terry...
But what?
Oh, nothing. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
I see, Terry. You and Mike aren't both wondering what happened to Joe Strickland. Now one more call to prepare for Mike's arrival at the Grady Hotel.
Grady Hotel.
Room 108, please.
One moment. Hello?
Miss Bush?
Yes, sir.
This is Joe Strickland. I called you yesterday.
Oh, yes, Mr. Strickland.
I'll be in to see you in about an hour.
What is it, please?
Jewelry. 15 grand at least.
Oh, very well. I'll have it for you. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Here's your sandwich, sir.
Ah, that's great. Now I'm a little hungry.
You can have more cream if you want.
That's all right.
It's really a tough break.
Hmm?
Missing that 1:15 bus. A 2-hour wait is no joke.
Oh, I don't mind. I'd as soon be here as anywhere else for the next 2 hours.
Yes, Terry. The little drugstore in Tigard is a good place for you during the next 2 hours. A place to sit at the control board and pull switches. Or perhaps you're more like a man with an intricate jigsaw puzzle, fitting the pieces together carefully, each one adding a little to a picture of $15,000. The next piece moves slowly into place as Mike enters the Grady Hotel a few minutes later and walks down the corridor to room 108.
Yes?
Open up.
What do you want?
You know what I want.
Just a moment, please. Oh, I thought you were...
Who'd you think I was?
Well, I don't know.
You was expecting someone?
Now, see here, I haven't time for...
I guess you have, Mr. Bush. We've got plenty of time. Mind if I make myself at home?
Well, I was about to retire, Mr.
Flegel. Mike Flegel. You usually up this late, Mr. Bush? It's 2 o'clock.
Yes, Mr. Flegel. I generally stay up...
Stay up? That bed over there looks like you just got up. Or maybe someone might have telephoned, huh? Someone with a little business for you.
That doesn't concern you, Mr. Flegel. I'll have to ask
but
you...
it does. Fill it, will you? I didn't come here to play games. Who's coming here?
Nobody. Mr. Flegel, nobody.
Wait a minute. Get away from that phone. Give me that note. That's better. Quickly. Sure. $15,000. Well, ain't that a coincidence, Mr. Bush? He's just a boy I'm interested in.
Stay right where you are, Flegel.
Playing a little rough, ain't you? Huh? Now, that kind of artillery wasn't made for little jokers like you.
Stop, I tell you.
Better put it down, Mr. Bush. Now, you wouldn't want a flock of cops up here any more than I would.
Now, look out.
Yeah. Like I was saying, Mr. Bush, punks like you shouldn't play with 45. They're liable to kick right back in your face, eh?
Get out of here.
Oh, really, Mr. Bush? You're in no position to be asking things. Now, when's he coming here?
Well, I don't know.
Okay. I won't press the point. Now, just sit back and relax, Be nice and fresh to greet him when he comes. Outside line. Hello? Hello. I want to put a call through to the payphone in the all-night drugstore in Tiger. Yeah, in Tiger.
Hello.
Who is it?
Terry.
Oh, okay. Look, I'm at the Grady. Bush is expecting our friend any minute.
I was right, huh?
Yeah.
You're going to do it then?
What do you think?
Listen, Mike, I don't want any part of this.
Don't worry.
You'll take him out the other way, huh? The East Highway?
Yeah, the East Highway. But look, stick around that store another hour. I might want to call you again.
Okay.
For you, huh?
Yes. People I was staying with wanted to know if I'd caught the bus yet.
Oh, it's funny they called you on the payphone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll take a walk for a few minutes.
Okay. 3:15, remember?
Dick.
Well, Terry, it's all working out beautifully, isn't it? You figured everything down to the last detail. And the next piece slides into place within a few minutes. You pace up and down in front of the drugstore a few times, and then a cab pulls up to the curb.
Terry? Terry, listen.
Take it easy, Joe. What's the matter?
Look, here it is, all of it. And you take your cut, and I'll take mine, and we'll separate now, huh? Right away.
Nothing went wrong, did it, Joe?
No, Terry. Everything's fine, see? I just want
Give it to me. Not bad. The bracelet ought to bring 1,000 easy.
I want to get going, Terry, right now.
You're sure nothing happened?
No, Terry, honest.
What about the watchman?
Well, what do you mean, the watchman?
It was 11:15, 11:45, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Just like you said, Terry.
Yeah?
I was out of the store by 11:30.
It's just sitting in your apartment and... What, sir? And thinking of Mike. Oh, why did we do it, Terry? I told you it's suicide to cross that guy. He'll kill us both. Oh, that's it. Oh, don't worry about Mike, Terry. I took care of him. He's meeting us in Astoria. Astoria? He believed you? Hook, line, and sinker. We'll be out of the state before he wakes up. Oh, I still don't like crossing him, Terry. Just like I told you. We all agreed. Don't be a jerk all your life. You've been a leak in my throat long enough. I did the casework, you did the job. He's just looking for a free cut. Okay, Terry, anything you say. Just give me my cut and let me... Yeah, not so fast. We're going to fence it tonight. It'll be too hot to handle tomorrow. There's a man named Bush in the Grady Hotel downtown. Here's the address. I want you to go there alone. Alone? Well, what do you mean? I don't trust him. He says he has the 15 grand ready, but I want you to check first. Keep the stuff till you call. I can't go back to town, Terry. You're going. Understand? Listen, you don't know. You don't know why I tell you, Mike is in Astoria. Now beat it before someone wonders what we're doing here. But, Terry, can't we do like I said? Don't argue. The deal's all set. We'll be waiting for you. All you have to do is make the check and call me at the drugstore. All right, Terry, I'll do it. Would you... Oh, another thing. Give me your gun. Huh? Yeah, this fence doesn't like his customers to come in here. I'll keep it and give it back to you later.
Well, the pieces of the puzzle are beginning to make a picture, aren't they, Terry? You can see the 15,000 pretty clearly, right in the center of it. All it needs is a little routine work around the edges. There ought to be a warm reception for poor Joe Strickland when he walks into that room at the Grady. Mike is a pretty hard man to explain things to when he gets in the wrong frame of mind. He has a careless habit of shooting first and thinking afterward. Yes, it's 2:45 now, and things are probably beginning to happen down in Mr. Bush's room.
Hello, Joe. No, you don't. Stay right there, Joe.
How did you...
You ought to know me better than that, Joe. I play for Keats. Right, Mr. Bush?
I'm dreadfully sorry, Mr. Strickland.
You two know each other, I see.
Only by telephone, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I never talked to you. Oh, it's no use, Mr. Strickland. He knows everything. But I...
Okay. Come on, let's go.
Well, what do you mean?
What do you expect? A bronze medal?
Listen, there's something wrong.
Shut up. You don't have to tell me there's something wrong. Come on, we're going. And give me the stuff.
I haven't got it.
You what?
Terry's got it. I left it with him.
Don't give me that. Put up your hands. You haven't got it. Where are you hiding it?
I tell you, Terry...
You lying rat. I ought to let you have it right here. Come on, we're going. Keep both hands on the wheel, Joe.
You got me all wrong, Mike. Honest, it wasn't my idea.
I want to know what you did with the stuff. You going to tell me or ain't you?
Mike, believe me, it's like I told you. I left it with Terry. He told me to meet him at his apartment.
And what was he doing with me and Tiger?
I don't know. He said you were in Astoria or something. I didn't want to. Mike, you gotta believe me.
I don't. And talking ain't gonna do you much good, Joe. This is your last trip.
Look, there's an oil station. Now, why don't you call the drugstore? Yeah, that's it. Terry's gone by now, I'm sure. You said you told him to stay there another hour. Well, if he's gone, will you believe me?
He'll be there.
Give me a chance, Mike. Call him. I tell you, it's a double cross. He's gone with the stuff.
Okay. Pull in. Now, remember, I'll be right behind you.
Yes, sir. How many?
Just want to use the phone.
Okay, right over there.
Come on, Joe. Stay in front of me. One false move.
Yeah, Mike.
Keep your hands down.
I was...
Shut up. Lieutenant's watching us.
All-night drugstore.
I'm looking for a party by the name of Dexter. He's expecting a call.
I don't, Oh, you must mean the man who's been waiting for the bus. Yeah, just a minute.
Looks like you're wrong, Joe.
You mean he's there?
What'd you expect?
Hello.
Hello, Terry?
Yes, Mike.
Mr. Strickland and I have taken a ride, Terry. And he tells me he saw you an hour ago.
Huh? What's he talking about?
That's what I want to know, Terry. Wait a minute, Terry. What's he doing, Joe?
What do you mean?
The attendant.
He's standing over there, what?
You raise your hand again, and I'll plug you right here.
I wasn't...
Shut up. Go on, Terry.
What about Joe?
Well, he tells me he left the stuff with you.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, he's lying to you. I haven't seen him all night.
Thanks. That's all I want to know.
Wait a minute. Terry, you don't know what you're doing. Terry, he's going to kill me. You can't do it. You can't. I can't see he's taking both of us for a ride. Both you and me. Shut up, you're right. Come on. No, you can't. I won't let you. No. Hey, you can't get away with that stuff around here.
Oh, no, watch me. And don't move. That's it. Right there by the pump. They'll take care of the phone. Now, don't try to pull anything, see? One fancy move, you'll be down there next to him. 9S6157. Got it. Smart guy, huh? Smashing my phone. Thinks this is the only phone in the neighborhood.
Sitting in the drugstore in Tigard, you don't see that happen, Terry. But don't worry. You'll know about it soon enough. Everything comes to him who waits. And the pieces are all falling into place now.
You're certainly a popular man tonight, Mr. Dexter. Don't believe I ever saw so many incoming calls on that phone.
My friends never give me a moment's rest, even at 3 a.m.
What kind of business you in?
Oh, a little bit of everything, I guess.
If I was you, I'd plug that phone and... What's the matter?
That police car outside.
Oh, yeah, that's Matt, the night patrolman. Pulls in every night about this time for a cup of coffee.
Oh.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello, Mac. How are things?
Okay. A little busy tonight. How about a cup of coffee, Henry?
All ready for you.
Thanks. That's what I needed. Haven't seen a night like this since I've been on the force.
Pretty, busy. Now, officer?
That one-armed paper hanger ain't it, brother. You got a donut, Henry?
Sure. Here you are.
Good. Yeah, hold-ups, murders. Never seen anything like it. The guy was just bumped off on a service station the other side of town.
Yeah? You, got anything on who did it?
It ain't even going to trial, brother. Radio patrol picked up the guy.
Did he talk at all?
When I say picked him up, that's what I mean. He was going 70 when they drilled his rear tire. There ain't enough of them left to recognize him.
Uh-oh. There's your bus, mister. 3:15, right on the nose.
Well, see you later, Henry. Thanks for the hospitality. It was a very pleasant 2 hours.
That's funny. Huh? The look on that guy's face when I was talking to him then. Almost as if he was ready to bust out laughing. He surely must be happy about something. No wonder Terry Dexter couldn't help grinning as he walked outside and onto the bus to town, and his apartment, and the bag in the closet, packed for a long trip. The jigsaw puzzle was all together now, every piece in place, and it made a picture of $15,000, with no splits to make, no silent partners with grasping hands. No, fate must have been the silent partner in this. He hadn't dared to hope that Mike would be eliminated so easily. He thought perhaps of tipping off the police about the murder, maybe planting the gun you have in your pocket, after making suitable arrangements for the jewels, of course. Mike wasn't much of a worry after all, with a murder rap hanging over his head. Yes, Terry, you'll get the jewels, and all you have to do now is pick up that bag at your apartment. Your double cross worked beautifully, only... Are you sure you didn't double-cross yourself, too?
You must be Mr. Dexter. But who are you? Keep your hands away from that pocket. Lieutenant Walker of the Homicide Squad. What are you doing here? You haven't got anything. Just a minute. Keep those hands up.
Now. Oh. 38, huh?
Well, that isn't mine.
But 2 shells fired. Not very smart, Mr. Dexter. An idiot would know better than to walk around with a rod as hot as this. Oh, keep those hands up, my friend. Now, take another look. Yeah, let's see. Inside coat pocket. Oh, you're a walking brief for the prosecution. A bag of jewelry. Now, what would you be doing with that, Mr. Dexter?
I didn't do it.
I should tell you that anything you say will be held against you. But you couldn't say anything that matters now, not when we add this to that dead watchman in the next room.
What? Dead? Oh, what are you talking about?
What are you trying to pull, Dexter? You ought to be smart enough to know when you're late. You robbed the store at 11:25. Oh, we even know the time. The watchman came back accidentally in time to see you leaving and followed you here. You didn't know it until too late. So you waited for him in the doorway downstairs and plugged it. Well, that was stupid, because you must have known the shot to be heard and investigated. But the prize was pulling him into your own bedroom with a blood trail to lead us right to him.
Victor, that little punk. That's fine.
And then, to top it off, you trot back now with the gun that killed him and the jewels in your coat pocket. Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Dexter, your trial will be one of the shortest in history.
That was Death Marks the Double Cross, one of the Whistler's better yarns. Next time, we're going to meet an old friend of yours, Lamont Cranston, better known as the Shadow. In this episode, he'll investigate the mysterious case of the Flaming Skull. It takes all of the Shadow's old-time ingenuity to crack this one, but perhaps you'll get a better idea of the difficulty of the problem if we step down to the green room to hear a bit of the rehearsal for our next show in the Mystery Playhouse. Follow me, please. Come. Come.
Well, this is a fine thing, Mr. Cranston. A fine thing indeed.
What's eating you, Margot?
What's eating me? The question I've been wanting to ask you. Sit around like a bump on a log all day.
I was thinking. No, worrying about the Flaming Skull.
Suddenly, at 7 o'clock tonight, you announce we're going for a drive. Where?
To visit a friend.
Why?
To pick up a clue on this case.
Who's the friend?
Dr. Neil Harrison. I sent Steve Grant to see him yesterday afternoon. It's just possible that Steve might have said something to Dr. Harrison that would give us a clue.
Then all that worrying, thinking this afternoon didn't help? No inspiration?
It certainly did help, Margot, but right now the fire of inspiration needs a little more coal.
To be shoveled on by Lamont Cranston Stoker.
No. Lamont Cranston, Shadow.
Next patient, please. That's odd. Waiting room's empty. I could have sworn I heard a patient come in. Who's that?
Your patient, Dr. Harrison.
Patient? Where?
An invisible patient, Doctor.
Why, this is absurd. It's some trick. Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow?
You have heard of the Shadow, Dr. Harrison. The Shadow seeks only one thing, the truth.
The truth about what?
The truth about all things. The truth about Steve Grant.
Grant? Oh, yes.
He came to you yesterday?
Yes, Lamont Cranston sent him.
You treated him?
No, I did not.
Why not? The truth, Dr. Harrison.
Yes, I'll tell the truth. I could not treat him. He was...
Dr. Harrison! He's dead. Shot by somebody from outside that window.
Lamont! Where are you, Lamont?
Right here, Margot.
I heard shots while I was waiting in the car.
Someone fired through the window while the Shadow was questioning Dr. Harrison. The doctor's dead. Now, come on. We've got to locate that killer if we can.
But it's pitch dark, Lamont.
Careful. He must have run off this way.
Do you know who killed the doctor?
No, I'm afraid we'll never find out now.
Lamont!
Yes, Margot.
Look, running down the street. Way up there. Oh, Lamont.
Yes, I see it, Margot.
It's a flaming skeleton.
A flaming skeleton is no easy thing to explain. Lamont Cranston is baffled, Margot Lane is puzzled, and the police don't believe the story at all. But something or someone did commit one of the most bizarre of all crimes. So join us next time for the surprising explanation of the weird puzzler, the case of the flaming skull. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The setting on your dial is the passport to a shadowland of mystery and terror. And you can travel as far and as long as your imagination will permit. In ancient times, evil was usually the work of people who were monstrous, grotesque, and psychotic. Today's perpetrators, for the most part, are quite banal. Many of them lead what can only be described as normal lives. Some of them have achieved such heights of respectability that their deeds are no longer considered evil. No, for the good old days when villains were villains and performed with style and flair. Today's faceless scoundrels don't even get any fun out of their own evil. Our mystery drama, Killer of the Year, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and imported Vigna Rosé wine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Evil. What's evil? Since the beginning of the human race, men have speculated on the nature of evil. Saints, philosophers, psychologists, all have deliberated, and still the answer eludes us. In this enlightened century, will science finally solve the problem? Shall we discover that evil is actually a virus, a disease that infects its victims at random? Impossible, you say? Perhaps. But how do you account for the fact that so many people are suddenly stricken? So many of the most unlikely people. People like Harry Johnson.
Turn around, Harry. Let me look at you. Oh, no, dear. The gold cufflink.
Well, that's too formal.
Well, it's a formal occasion.
All right. Who rang the bell before?
Oh, it was a telegram. The president of your own company, Mr. G.G. Gresham himself. Well, what do you think of that?
I don't know. What am I supposed to think of it?
Well, don't you even want to read it?
Oh, you read it.
Oh, all right. Congratulations. You are a credit to the corporation. Signed, G.G. Gresham. Ah. Well?
Well, what?
Do you realize what this means? Mr. Gresham himself, all the way out in Chicago. Mr. Gresham, who personally runs a $500 million corporation, knows about you, knows about the award, and is personal.
Mr. Gresham has a PR department which handles this kind of nonsense.
Oh, why do you call it nonsense?
Because he couldn't care less.
I beg to differ, Harry. When one of his executives...
To him, I'm an employee.
...wins the Man of the Year award...
In a tank town like Danvers Corners.
This happens to be the county seat, and it's the third largest city in the state.
Hey, let's hear it for Danvers Corners.
Oh, don't pretend to be cynical, Harry, because you're not.
My dear, I never set out to win this award. I mean, it wasn't deliberate. I didn't plan it. It wasn't part of a campaign to do myself some good.
Well, it's recognition of the fact that
I'm not after recognition. I like to work on community projects. I think it's the best investment of time I can make.
Darling, When you took me home from our very first date, Mother came upstairs to my room for a chat.
That was another world in those days, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. And Mother said, "Tell me all about him, dear." And I did. And she said, "You know, he sounds too good to be true." And Harry, she was right. And she still is. You are too good to be true.
Oh, come on. I'm the same as everyone else.
No, dear, you're not like everyone else. You have a conscience and you have ideals. And those things are in short supply today.
You know, Jenny, I think I have a headache.
A headache? Why should you have a headache all of a sudden?
I think my halo is on too tight.
Oh.
Come on, we'll be late for the bash.
Hey, man of the year, buddy. This is the first chance I've had to offer my congratulations.
Thank you, Pete.
Great dinner. Great speech. Listen, why didn't you run for Congress?
Now, why should I run for Congress?
Why else have you been knocking yourself out 3 and 4 nights a week?
Because I like it.
You mean it's all going to waste? It's not going to wind up doing you any good?
Well, it makes me feel good.
You know, coming from anyone else, it would sound like a line, but you, I believe.
Hello, Pete.
Jenny, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Pete. Harry, have you met Wilma Sloan?
Wilma Sloan? No, I don't think so.
Oh, are you in for a treat? Although...
Although what?
You're so thoroughly married, you probably couldn't enjoy the sight of another beautiful woman.
I'll introduce you, dear.
Confident Jenny.
Who is she?
Well, she's the new librarian. And she'll be very happy to meet you.
Oh, why?
Well, she can thank you for her job. After all, dear, you're the one who raised the funds for the library campaign.
Come on, you make it sound as if I did it single-handed.
Wilma, I'd like you to meet my husband, Harry Johnson. How do you do?
Wilma. Wilma Sloan? No, that isn't your name. You're not Wilma Sloan. I know you. That is... Well, I know your face. How could I ever forget your face? I stared at it for hours in that courtroom. I know your face from every angle. There were times when your eyes would wander among the rows of spectators. And sometimes they would meet mine. And we would look at each other for a brief moment. Do you recognize me? Do you know my face? How long was it? 5 years ago. The company had sent me way up and out to the northwest, to a place called Centerville. Centerville. It makes Denver's corner seem like Paris. Centerville.
Got to be with us a spell, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, 10 days, 2 weeks, I suppose.
You from the Gresham Company?
Yes, I have to run some sales training sessions. But they'll all be at night. Tell me, what's there to do around here in the daytime?
Well, to tell the truth, there ain't nothing to do around here daytimes outside of hunting season. But you're in luck.
Why?
We got us a murder trial going.
A murder trial?
Yep. It's in all the papers. Well, the papers around here, I guess.
Where's the trial being held?
Wait, in the courthouse. Where else? I'm fixing to go myself. I'll get the wife to take over the front desk. I'll drive you down there. That's her.
She's the defendant?
That's her. Tessie Bonner. She works in the library. Maybe I should say she worked in the library.
Well, she's a very beautiful woman.
Yep. She's good looking. But she's a killer.
Isn't that what the jury's supposed to decide?
The jury's already decided. I know every one of them in that box. I can tell.
But that's not right.
You just listen to the testimony. You'll see. It'll prove she's guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt.
State your full name, please.
Mrs. Edna Coyne. Well, I guess my full name would be Edna Amaryllis Coyne.
Mm-hmm. And you rented an apartment to the defendant, Miss Teresa Bonner.
Yes, sir. A 3-year lease.
And the deceased. Was he a regular visitor?
Oh, yes, indeed. He'd show up there 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a week. I said to my oldest girl, "Looks like we have a little love nest up there in 3G." And she said, "Oh, Ma, get with it. This is the new morality. I mean, so what do you prove if you have a document?" Well, I was going to tell her.
And did you ever hear signs of an altercation?
What?
Arguments. Fight.
Oh, no, I can't say that I did. I didn't hear a word until that night.
Now then, Suppose you tell us just exactly what you heard.
Well, I was surprised.
Surprised? Why?
Well, they was very quiet usually. And all of a sudden, on this particular night, they start yelling at each other.
Yelling?
Well, maybe not yelling, but you could hear them all right. And he was saying, "It's over. It has come to an end." And she kept saying, "No, it's not over. It's just begun." She said, "I can't. I won't let you walk out on me." And he said, "We both knew it would have to end sometime." And she said, "It can only end when one of us is dead." And he said, "Don't be stupid." And she said, "I won't let you go. I can't let you go." And he said, "You knew from the start I was married." And she said, "Yes, and so did you." And...
Yes, Miss Coyne?
Well, she said, "If I can't have you, she can't have you either."
And what did he say to that?
He said, "Be sensible." And she said, "How can a woman in love be sensible?" And then the next thing I heard him say was, "You're crazy. You've gone mad. Put down that knife."
You heard him say those exact words. Put down that knife.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
And then I heard him yell.
And then?
And then I didn't hear anything. Well, I was scared, I didn't know what to think.
What did you do?
Well, I thought for a minute. Then I walked up the stairs, and I went to her door.
Yes.
And I just stood there listening. Finally, I knocked on the door, and I said, "Miss Bonner, are you okay?" There was no answer. Well, I tried to turn the handle. The door wasn't locked. So I opened it, and I walked right into the apartment. And there I saw...
Would you tell us what you saw?
I saw him lying on the floor. He was dead.
You're sure he was dead?
Oh, yes. His chest was covered with blood.
And where was the defendant?
She was standing there near him, right in the middle of the room. And she was holding a big knife in her hand. And you could see blood on the blade.
Would that be that large knife lying on the table marked Exhibit B?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's the knife. And she was holding that knife in her hand. And she was mumbling, "No one else can ever have you. No one else can ever have you."
Mm-hmm. And what you've told us just now is exactly what you saw?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
I have no further questions.
And through it all, she sat quietly at her table, next to her attorney. It was as if someone else were on trial. She hardly seemed to listen to anything that was being said. Occasionally, she would glance at the spectators. Her eyes would slowly sweep the room. From time to time, they would meet mine. And she would look at me. Or was it my imagination? But the trial came to an end finally. The jury left the room at 11:45 and returned promptly at 2. They had lunch between 12 and 1:30. So you can imagine how long they deliberated. But, of course, the verdict was obvious from the very outset. Guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Guilty with no recommendation for mercy. So now, what is she doing here, less than 5 years later? Because this is Tessie Bonner. She may call herself Wilma Sloan, but her name is Tessie Bonner.
Harry, this is Wilma Sloan.
How do you do?
Congratulations, Mr. Johnson.
Wilma, you said I could have the next dance. How are you at keeping promises?
I never broke one yet.
Now, if you good people will excuse us.
They make a handsome couple, don't they, Harry?
Oh, what?
I said Pete and Wilma Sloan make a good-looking couple, don't they?
Oh, yes.
Oh, she's such a beautiful girl, isn't she?
Yes, Jenny. Lovely.
Lovely. If you like a girl who knows how to use a knife. But is she the same one? Harry is absolutely certain. But if she's the same one, What indeed is she doing here? The state where she was tried still has the death penalty. At the very least, she should be in jail for a long, long time. Well, you'll only have to wait a short time till I return with some answers in Act 2. Although Harry Johnson has raised considerable funds for the town library, he rarely goes there himself. However, this afternoon, on an impulse, one that he cannot explain, or can he has stopped at the library. From the doorway, he regards the librarian, a rather beautiful young woman named Wilma Sloan. She's talking to several children. It's hard to believe that she is a woman who, in a fit of passion, or as a result of a cold-blooded resolve, stabbed her lover to death. But she did, some 5 years ago, in a state 1,000 miles away. And she has been tried and convicted for murder. And the question is, what is she doing here? Harry Johnson wants to know the answer, but evidently not now. And so he turns away and walks down the library steps to the street.
Harry, want a lift?
Sure thing. Thanks, Pete.
You know, if anybody were to ask me where they could find Harry Johnson, I'd answer try the library.
Just what's that supposed to mean, Pete?
Don't have an affair with her, Harry.
What?
You heard me.
Don't have an affair with whom?
With Wilma Sloan.
Oh, come on, Pete. What's gotten into you?
The problem is not what's gotten into me, but what's gotten into you.
Pete, you're either crazy or...
Or what?
Well, I don't know. Look, what are you driving at?
What I'm driving at is that man is not naturally monogamous.
Oh, let's not start this nonsense
That's
again.
why I never got married. You may be deeply in love with a woman, but suddenly someone happens along and...
And what?
And you're gone.
I think that's ridiculous.
It probably is. But unfortunately, it happens. And it happened to you last night.
Pete, I wish you would tell me what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Wilma Sloan.
What about Wilma Sloan?
All right, let's do it in steps, huh? Last night you were introduced to her. One look at your face convinced me.
Convinced you of what?
Convinced me I'd better ask her to dance so I could get her away from you.
And have her for yourself, no doubt.
Don't get me wrong. I'd take her if I could get her. But she's not for me. I know. See, I'm an expert in these affairs.
Oh, so modest.
Look, you may disapprove of my attitude toward life and love. But I do have both experience and expertise. So I took her away from where you and Jenny were standing before...
Before what?
Before what you were thinking. Before that look on your face could become obvious to everyone else, including my poor dear sister.
You know, I think that you are crazy.
Yeah. And so now it's the afternoon of the next day, the late afternoon. I'm downtown. I stopped for a traffic light. Idly, I glanced toward the library steps, thinking, of course, of that delectable new librarian. When who do I see walking up the steps? Why, my most faithful brother-in-law, Harry. A man whose rectitude has just earned him the Man of the Year award here in Danvers Corners.
Oh, I can explain that.
But I can explain it better. You walked up the steps. You paused. You're new at this business. You don't quite know how to go about it. So at the last minute, you lost your nerve and beat a hasty retreat.
But, Pete, not one word of what you say is true.
But you'll come back again. There always has to be a first time, Harry. And your first time is waiting in the wings. Or I should say, behind the desk. Harry, don't do it.
I have no intention of...
You think you don't.
Pete, if you don't mind, I insist that we change the subject.
Why? Is it so painful?
No, it's ridiculous.
Then why are you becoming so excited?
I'm not excited.
Well, what are you?
Pete, look, I'm very much in love with my wife.
Your kind of guy needs watching.
Well, don't judge everybody's morality by your own.
What were you doing at the library?
I thought I needed a certain book. And then... Well, then I remembered that I had it in the house.
Sure.
It's true.
Do you know what Nero said about truth? He said the truth is whatever you want it to be.
I must say you choose a strange model.
But that's where you are right now, Harry. And don't say I didn't warn you.
Hello, Centerville Motel.
Yes, this is Mr. Harry Johnson. You wouldn't remember me. I was out there 5 years ago.
I remember you fine, Mr. Johnson. You were with the Gresham Corporation. You spent 15 days here teaching sales seminars. You was in room 112 facing the lake.
Yes, well, I may have to take a trip out there, and I wanted to know if the motel was still around.
Oh, we're bigger and better than ever. Want me to make you a reservation?
Well, my plans aren't firm yet.
Why, sure, just give us a little notice. We always got room for you, Mr. Johnson.
I remember when I was out there, you had some excitement.
Excitement? Here?
Yes, you were having a trial, weren't you?
Trial? Oh, yeah. Tessie Bonner. That's who it was.
Yes. I remember I was in the courtroom when the jury brought in a guilty verdict.
Oh, yes. That they did.
Now, I wasn't there when the judge sentenced her. Tell me, what did she get?
The rope. But then the governor said, oh, come on, you can't hang a woman. So he gave her life instead.
Oh. Well, I guess she's still in jail.
No, she's dead.
Dead?
But I say dead. That's the only way to figure. You see, they had a breakout from the women's penitentiary a couple of years ago. Wilma and a couple of others escaped.
Oh, well, then why do you say that she's dead?
Well, they made it up to the mountains, but they got caught in a snowstorm. And I guarantee you nobody could live through that one. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Mr. Johnson. You come up and see us real soon.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Harry?
Oh, hello, dear.
Oh, I thought I heard someone come in the back door. I wanted to make sure it was you.
Well, I saw a whole line of cars parked in front of the house, and then I remembered it's your women's club afternoon.
Oh, we're just breaking up now.
I didn't want to disturb anyone, so I just sneaked up the rear staircase.
Oh, that's hardly a word you use in your own house. Sneaked. Incidentally, what are you doing home so early?
Jenny, I have a problem. I just want to, sit and think it out.
Oh, sounds grim.
It probably is.
What's it about?
Well, it's concerned with the duties of a citizen.
Aha. Well, let me know how it works out. Oh, darling, would you mind doing something for me?
You name it.
Wilma Sloan is here, and she doesn't have her car, and nobody else is going her way.
Oh, Wilma Sloan?
You remember? You met her the other night at your award dinner. Darling, would you mind giving her a lift home?
Would I mind?
Well, I'd do it myself, except I've got to get dinner started. This is very kind of you, Mr. Johnson.
I'd rather you called me Harry.
I will on one condition. You must call me Wilma.
Well, I'll do better than that. I'll call you Tessie.
Tessie?
Or Teresa. Or Miss Bonner. Which do you prefer?
I see. Well, what do we do now?
I know what I should do.
And what's that?
Head for the police station and turn you over to the authorities.
Why?
Because you're an escaped convict.
I know I'm an escaped convict, but why should you turn me over to the police?
Why? Because it's my duty as a citizen.
Oh. And you always do your duty as a citizen?
I try to, at least to the best of my ability.
And as you see it, it's your duty to return me to the penitentiary?
Yes.
Why? I never did you any harm. I killed a man who needed killing.
You can't kill another human because you want to.
What else was I to do? He used me, and then he tossed me aside as if I were an object of no consequence.
What kind of society would we have if people were free to kill at their own pleasure?
You haven't answered my question, which is, what do we do now?
I should turn you over to the police.
I know you said that. Is this the road to the police station?
No.
Why aren't we headed that way?
Because...
Yes. It's clear. It's very clear to me.
I don't mean it's very clear to you. How could it be very clear when it isn't clear to me? I don't even know what I'm doing or why.
In the interests of clarity, why do you hesitate to do your duty? Would you hesitate for a moment if I were... a man? I don't think so. Again, would you hesitate if I were old, ugly?
Oh, no,
That's what? Why do you hesitate? I heard you speak at the banquet the other night. The fabric of society is woven by each single individual and so forth. I recognized you. I remembered you from the courtroom.
You did?
Oh, yes. And I said to myself, if he remembers me, I'm gone. This is Mr. Pillar of the community himself in the flesh.
Turn you in, I should.
But you won't.
How do you know?
because you want me.
Oh, come on. That's
Of course it is, but you want me. And you're saying to yourself, here's the most attractive woman I ever met.
You have an extremely high opinion of yourself.
I must be the most attractive woman you ever met. Do you know why? Because I'm making you go against the habits of a lifetime.
I haven't done anything yet.
Oh, yes, you have. You're thinking what a waste it would be to send her back to prison. You're not interrupting me now, are you? You're 40 years old. You never stepped out of line in your life. Aren't you bored with Jenny?
I'm afraid you don't know everything. Oh, I admit I was tempted for a moment.
You should be. I made you quite an offer.
Offer? What offer?
Myself.
What? You would sell yourself to buy my silence?
Most women sell themselves for something.
That isn't true.
They sell themselves for security, for advancement, for the illusion of romance. For me right now, there is nothing more valuable in all the world than your silence.
Well, it's not for sale.
Why not?
Not so that I could engage in a tawdry affair.
Oh, I see. It's not that you're opposed to an affair. Just a tawdry affair. Would always be tawdry.
Because...
It's not how these things begin. It's what they become. Both of us are attractive. We're intelligent. In a week, a month, we would love each other.
I love my wife.
Then why aren't we headed toward the police station?
We are.
It's about 3 miles to the station house, and it should take 4 or 5 minutes to get there. An awful lot can take place in 4 or 5 minutes. Will she simply submit quietly and return to a sentence of life in prison? After all, she got in there because she killed one man. Would she kill another man to stay out? From a different perspective, how solid is Harry's resolve to turn her over to the police? Questions, possibilities. We shall weigh them all when I return shortly with Act 3. How does it begin? Where does it begin? Why does it begin? A man spends his years walking what we are pleased to call the straight and narrow, and suddenly he finds himself sorely tempted to break out of the social and religious mold he has formed for himself over the course of a lifetime. There are those who say man is naturally evil, and there are those who say that man is intrinsically good. Well, Harry Johnson can be a test case for either point of view.
Here we are.
Yes, here we are.
At the police station.
Do your duty, Mr. Harry Johnson. Do your duty as an upright, dedicated, concerned citizen.
I will. Let's go.
Oh? Well, sure. Send him in. Mr. Johnson. And Miss Sloan. Well, won't you both sit down? Well, what can I do for you?
Lieutenant Craven.
By the way, I was going to go to that banquet the other night, Mr. Johnson, but I was on the desks. Somebody has to mind the store.
Yeah, that's right.
Congratulations. Everybody says, for once, the Man of the Year committee picked the right guy.
Thank you.
Well, now, what can your police department do for you folks?
Lieutenant, I am here to report...
Yes, sir?
I wish to report that Miss Wilma Sloan...
Well, hold it just a second. I didn't think I'd have to write anything down. Let me get my pad here. Okay. Shoot.
I have to report that Miss Wilma Sloan...
That's Sloan spelled with an E at the end, right?
That's right.
We got some Sloans over to North Gap, but they don't have the E. So you wouldn't be related, I suppose.
I don't suppose so.
You were saying, Mr. Johnson, about Miss Sloan?
I wish to report that I...
Say, you sound like it's something serious.
Well, Look, you see, Miss Sloan here is... Well, she's a...
Yeah?
She's a very shy and timid person, and Well, she happened to be talking to my wife, and she said she couldn't be sure, but she thought she might have noticed some prowlers about the vicinity of her home. Well, I said, why don't you notify the police? And she said she didn't want to bother anyone.
Oh, now, Miss Sloan. Bother us? Please bother us. That's why we're here, to be bothered.
And so I said, nonsense. I'll take it up with my friend, Lieutenant Craig.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Johnson. Miss Sloan, anytime you have the slightest, the vaguest suspicion, you get on that phone. You understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Mr. Johnson, if there were more people like you, how much easier our job would be.
Thanks for the lift. Won't you come in? You know, you haven't said a word since we left the police station.
I know. Good night.
Good night? Just like that?
No, not just like that. I suppose you should know why I did it.
But I do know.
It's not at all what you're thinking.
It isn't?
I thought about it. I kept thinking about what you had done. You killed a man who had behaved badly toward you. After all, he was married, and he had no right. Well, you were sentenced to prison. You had already served 2 years.
Please.
It isn't as if you're a professional killer. You won't do it again. You've been frightened enough, punished enough. In jail, you'd be a burden on society. Here, you're an asset to the community. You're productive.
Harry, you can kiss me.
I'm doing this because I think no useful purpose would be served.
Harry, why don't you kiss me? You wanted to kiss me since you first saw me in that courtroom. Harry, kiss me.
Wilma. Hello, Jenny. Where were you?
Harry, you're home.
Of course I'm home.
Well, I figured the PTA committee meeting should be over by 10:30, so I thought I'd surprise you and stop by. We could go somewhere and have a sandwich. Oh, was I hungry.
I'm sorry.
But the school was dark. I guess the meeting ended early.
Well, no. As a matter of fact, it never began.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, there was no meeting. It was the wrong night.
Oh. Well, what did you do?
Oh, I figured since I was out anyway, I'd pay old Jerry Phelan a visit.
Jerry Phelan?
Yes, you remember Jerry. He ran the newsstand near the railroad station since, I guess it must be the Civil War or something like that.
Oh.
Well, you see, now he's laid up sick. Everybody's forgotten him, and, well, he lives near the school.
Oh, darling, that was very thoughtful and very sweet. Incidentally, dear, are you free Wednesday night?
Well, sure. Why do you ask?
Well, you do have a great many demands on your time.
Do I? Well, yes, I suppose I do. But the way you ask that question.
What do you mean?
Are you free Wednesday night? A woman shouldn't have to talk that way to her own husband.
Oh, Harry, you're the kind of a man who has to keep active working for the community, and, well, I don't mind at all.
You don't?
No, because, darling, it's the thing you need. You have to do it. You need fulfillment. It makes you a better man and a better husband.
You know, Jenny, I never realized what a remarkable woman you are.
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
Why don't we go out now to have a snack somewhere?
No, Harry, it's too late. Wednesday night.
I have to go.
So soon?
It's close to 11.
I suppose so. But I'll see you tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday, isn't it? Well, we can't see each other.
Why not?
Well, because Jenny has something planned.
Jenny?
She's my wife, Wilma.
Then what am I?
Wilma,
Oh, poor Harry. You can never face reality. You are terrified by the facts.
Wilma, I have to go now.
To Jenny?
Of course. As we both know, she is my wife.
Because she has the document. The document. That's how Mrs. Coyne expressed it at the trial. She has the document. Oh, Harry. Who has your heart?
Oh, Wilma. I'll give you a call tomorrow or Thursday.
Harry, won't you answer the question? No, I guess not. Because once you face up to that question, you'll have to accept the next step. You'll have to divorce Jenny.
Divorce Jenny? Well, a man in my position doesn't divorce.
Oh, I see. Your position doesn't divorce. How about you?
Well, I could never do it. I could never.
You're going home to her now. But answer this. Would you rather be alone with her, or would you rather be alone with me?
Well, Pete, it's about time for the dessert, and I always skip mine. So, suppose we stop talking about sports and politics, and you tell me why you wanted to buy my lunch.
A couple of months ago, I warned you, Harry.
About what?
I warned you not to have an affair with Wilma Sloan.
Now, Pete.
Harry, I spoke with Lieutenant Craven of the police department.
Oh, Lieutenant Craven?
Or rather, he spoke with me. I will say he was embarrassed.
What does Lieutenant Craven have to do with...
Some time ago, you brought Wilma in to see him. It seems that she was too bashful to complain about prowlers in her neighborhood.
Oh, yes?
Yes. So, Craven's had a squad car cruising the area, and the patrolman noticed a man who keeps coming and going.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Well, Craven's a good friend of mine, and he's put two and two together.
What right does he have? Come on, Jerry, come on.
Craven worships the ground you walk on. He thinks you should be president. He's afraid if this gets out, and this kind of thing always does, you'll become a laughingstock. A guy like you, Mr. Morality himself. Why, people will eat this up.
Oh, Pete, I don't know what to do.
Okay, let's break it down. You in love with her?
I don't know.
Will you divorce Jenny?
I don't want to.
Harry, break it up now, before it goes too far. Walk away. Because after a while, she won't let you.
What do you mean?
It's in her eyes. Those brilliant eyes. There's something sharp, like steel. To get what she wants, she'll do anything. She's the kind who could kill you.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Harry, you've been married 15 years. Now, I don't say this because she's my sister, but she's a girl in a million, Jenny is, and you know it.
Pete, it's
like an illness. I know. I've been there before. But you can't end every illness by letting it run its course, because that way you take the chance it'll kill you. Harry, cure it.
I don't know how to do that.
You don't know how to, or you don't want to? Look, your life's in a mess right now. Go away for a week.
Go away?
How? Come on, a guy in your position can suddenly realize he has to make a business trip. Get away from both of them and think out your problem. Decide what's important. Make up your mind. What do you really want?
Harry, darling.
Hello, Wilma.
Well, hello. Is that all you can say? It's been over a week. Come on, sit down. Dinner's ready. I'm just carving the roast.
Wilma, it's time we had a serious talk.
I know, darling. We're overdue.
Now, Wilma, you can trust me.
Trust you? Of course I trust you.
No, not really.
What are you saying?
You didn't want to go back to prison. Now, that's true, isn't it?
That's true, but...
No. Now, please listen. So you don't have to pretend any longer.
Pretend what?
Pretend that you love me.
Harry, I'm not pretending.
That first night, you said to me that my silence was the most important thing in the world, and that you were willing to buy it. Now, you said that.
Yes, I said that.
Well, you don't have to buy it any longer. Not that you ever had to buy it in the first place.
So you thought I was buying you.
You admitted it.
You forget what else I told you that same night. I said it's not how these things begin, but what they become. And ours has become love.
I love my wife. Now, look, this is over. It's come to an end.
It's not over. It's just begun. I won't let you walk out on me.
We both knew it would have to end sometime.
It can only end when one of us is dead.
Oh, Wilma, don't be stupid.
My name isn't Wilma. Why do you call me Wilma?
Because... Oh, good Lord. This is the way it happened before. The way...
Yes, it has happened before, hasn't it? Oh, hasn't it, Charlie?
Please, control yourself, Wilma.
You know my name isn't Wilma, it's Tessie. Was that her name? Was that her name, Charlie?
I'm not Charlie Reynolds or Ryan. I'm Harry. Harry Johnson, and you're safe. Your secret is safe with me.
If I can't have you, she can't have you.
Be sensible.
A woman in love is never sensible.
Don't be crazy.
If I can't have you, no one can have you.
You're mad. Put down that knife.
I will kill you.
Oh, Wilma.
My name is Gussie.
Wilma.
I told you no one else can ever have you. No one else can ever have you.
Wilma Sloan, Tessie Bonner, Charlie Reynolds, Harry Johnson. So many times, in so many places, they act and reenact the same roles, over and over again. And it's a mixture of love, deceit, madness, and evil. And to taste it is to risk the arrival of death. But you shall risk nothing if you wait for me to arrive after a few moments. And so, what is it? What is evil? Need it be nurtured carefully before it springs forth from the human breast? Or can it be a sudden thing? An alien thing? Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Joan Shea, Nat Polan, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station. At the time signal, exactly 8 o'clock, here's John Scott with the news.
Dead hands reaching.
Alan. Alan Blaine.
Thought I heard someone.
Listen to me, Alan.
Someone did speak.
I spoke to you, Alan.
Who's that?
Don't be alarmed.
There's no one here. No one in this office but myself.
I am here.
Am I losing my mind? No, there's no one.
Listen to me, Alan.
I hear you, but where are you?
I am here. But you can't see me.
Who are you?
Listen to me, Alan.
Yes?
How much money are you making?
Not much.
How much?
$25 a week.
You're worth more.
I know I am.
Then why haven't you done something about it?
Well, there are hundreds of men who could do my work. I can't afford to lose my job.
You won't lose your job, but you will get a better one.
What do you mean?
Go talk to your employer today, Alan. Today, you hear?
Yes.
There's a position open.
Assistant manager?
Exactly.
That's too big a position for me.
You're capable of handling it. Go in. Ask for it.
Ask for job of assistant manager?
Yes. You'll never get it, Unless you ask for it.
Look here, who are you? Where are you?
You cannot see me, Alan, because I am not of your world.
Are you some devil? Some evil spirit?
I assure you, I am not.
Then why don't you show yourself to me?
I am not permitted to do that. Be thankful that I am able to advise you.
Why do you advise me?
Because there is much I can do for you.
I don't understand. Your voice. Out of nowhere.
That must not worry you, Alan. Do as I say. Go now. Ask for assistant managership. Go, Alan. Ask for it now.
Wait.
Don't wait, Alan.
Wait, I want to talk to you some more.
Don't wait until it's too late. I warn you.
Come back. Come back.
Look here. What's all the commotion about?
Sit down, Mrs. Evans.
What?
I said sit down, ma'am. Here, I have something to talk to you about.
I want to know what the shouting out here was about.
Oh, never mind that, Mrs. Evans. I have something much more important to discuss with you.
And just what's that, Mr. Blaine?
It's about the assistant managership.
Well?
Well, you see, I was just thinking.
Go on.
No, I was just thinking that perhaps
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. Tell her you want the job.
Did you hear something, Mrs. Evans?
I'm waiting to hear who you have in mind for the job that's open.
I'll take that job, Mrs. Evans.
What? What did you say?
I said I'll take that job.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. You might handle the job all right. Yes. Yes, you might. Come on in the office, Blaine. Let's talk this thing over.
Assistant manager's office. Oh, Judith, darling. How are you? Hey, you coming down to see my new office? Oh, I thought you said you'd try to make it today. Well, I've had my new job for 2 weeks now, and All right, dear. Yes. Goodbye. I can't understand Judith lately. Seems like she's avoiding me.
Don't trust her, Alan.
You again.
Don't trust her, Alan. Don't trust her.
What?
Don't trust her. Don't trust her, Alan. I warn you, she's not to be trusted.
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Hello, darling. May I come in?
Yes, I suppose so.
My, you're beautiful tonight.
Am I?
Oh, that dress looks wonderful on you. I'm glad you're all dressed up. Honey, we're going to celebrate.
Alan.
I've just been promoted, darling. Now I'm making enough for us to live on. Come on, let's paint the town. And when we find just the right spot, I'm going to ask you to marry me again. Aren't you going to say something, Judith?
I have an engagement tonight, Alan.
Oh, but you can call it off.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Think what's happened to us. Now I'm making the money you always wanted me to make.
You'll have to go now, Alan.
What?
I've just a few minutes to finish with my makeup. You'll have to go now.
But, Judith...
Please, Alan.
Now, wait a minute.
Alan, really? I've asked you to go. I haven't much time.
Oh. So you haven't much time. Well, let me tell you something, Judith West.
No, Alan.
Yes, Alan? Let you tell me what?
Don't say it, Alan. Don't.
Well, Alan?
Don't say it, Alan. I warn you. There'll be a quarrel. You'll kill her this time if you quarrel.
I'm waiting, Alan.
Never mind. forget it. Good evening, my dear.
Alan, perhaps I should have told you last night. I didn't, so I'm writing to you now. You have made quite a fool of yourself over me for some time now. I've only permitted you to believe I loved you because I've always felt sorry for you. Now you're successful, and so I write you the truth. I'm being married tomorrow to a man from South America. I've never loved you. I know that I never can. And so I'm writing to tell you.
Miss Adams, you please call me at 11:30. I have a 12 o'clock luncheon date. Letter from Judith. It's probably an apology for last night. I wonder what she said. Alan, perhaps I should have told you. Writing to you now, quite a fool of yourself. Always felt sorry for you. Being married tomorrow, I have never loved you. Never loved me. Oh, she can't mean that. Yet she wrote it. Yes, she wrote it. Oh, so she's been playing ball with me all these years. Felt sorry for me, did she? Sorry. Well, I'll make her sorry. I'll show her. I'll kill her.
No, Alan.
Yes, I'll kill her.
Don't go to her, Alan.
I'll show her. I'll show her she can't toss me off like an old glove.
Put that gun back, Alan.
No.
Put it back in the drawer, I say.
No.
I warn you, you'll be sorry if you don't put the gun away and calm yourself.
I won't, and you can't stop me.
No, I can't stop you.
Nothing can stop me. Nobody. Not now. Oh, so she feels sorry for me. Well, I wonder if she'll feel sorry for herself with a bullet in her cheating heart.
All right, darling. I'll meet you at 8. Yes, I've written a note to Alan. I've broken things off completely. All right, dearie. Goodbye. Yes? Who's there? Who's there? Who is it? Alan. What do you want? Alan. Oh, no, Alan!
Alan. Alan, listen to me. Go sober yourself up, Alan.
Oh, go away.
You've lost your job. Spent all your money. This is no way out.
Leave me alone.
I want to help you.
Help me. Why didn't you leave me alone to begin with?
I warned you not to go to her apartment. You're a murderer now, Alan. You're wanted by the police.
Oh, go away. Go away.
You should have listened to me. I was trying to guide you.
Leave me alone. Oh, leave me alone.
I know what you're thinking. You're tired. The spirits aren't enough for you now. You want something else.
Yes.
Don't do it, Alan. Stay away from it.
No. I'm not listening to you anymore. I'm not listening. Do you hear me? Go away. I'm not listening to a thing you say.
Please to come in. A friend of mine sent me. Jake Mullins.
Oh, Honorable Mr. Mullins. So, young C4, glad to help any friend. Honorable Mr. Mullins.
He said I could forget my troubles here.
Trouble? You have trouble, please?
Plenty.
You want maybe sleep?
Anything. Anything to stop this awful burning in my mind.
You smoke, maybe? Me fix pill. You sleep.
Yes, sleep.
You lie here, please. Stretch out. Make comfortable.
Yes.
Here. You smoke this. Take pipe. You sleep.
Yes.
So, you feel better by and by. No. Please to lie down. You smoke. Pretty soon, sleep.
Don't, Alan. I beg you. Don't smoke that.
Go away.
Please, not too sharp.
Tell him to go away.
There is no one.
Don't do it, Alan.
You hear him?
I hear no one. Now, please, to be quiet. Just smoke. Plenty soon, sleep.
It's too late now, Alan. I tried to warn you, but it's too late now.
Where am I? So strange. Quiet. Peaceful. What's this? Book. Old. Rotting. Why, a diary. Aaron Blaine. That was my great-grandfather's name. This was his diary. Where am I? Seems like a cave. Yes, it is a cave. My clothes. So neat and so clean. Yesterday, yes, even today, I was almost ragged. I remember, too, I was tired. Worn. Now I feel refreshed. How did I get here in this cave? That light. From a fire. I can read the book by the fire. Yes. We are now in the midst of a dreadful civil war. I fear everything I own is lost. I have only managed to save my gold. Gold. I figure its value at more than $80,000. I have buried it today beneath the horse stall at the east end of the barn. It will never be found there. Gold. Buried beneath the horse stall in the barn. But what barn? It's daylight. Perhaps if I get out of this cave... Yes. There's the opening. Yes, it is daylight. And there's the farm over there. It's an old farm. Maybe if I go over there, I'll find what I want. You say this farm did belong to old Aaron Blaine.
That's right, boss man. About the time of the Civil War was, I reckon my pappy done worked for him.
Who owns the place now?
I reckon Uncle Sam do now, boss man. I pays the taxes when I can, and they lets me live here. Got myself a horse out there in the barn, yeah. Good old racing horse he is, and that barn about to fall down.
Yeah, I see it is.
Yeah, well, over this way, boss man.
Are you sure this barn's been standing since the Civil War?
Sure has, boss man. I used to prop it up here and there once in a while. Want to go to pieces any day now. Ah, there's old Thunderbolt. Oh, that old Thunderbolt. You was asking about a spade here, mister? Well, there's one right over here.
Yeah. I'll set the lantern down right there. Keep that animal back. I'm going to start digging.
Digging, boss man?
Yes. And if I find what I'm looking for, you and I are going to be rich. There it is.
Lord have mercy, boss man. Something buried there?
Yeah, a metal box. Come on, help me get it out of there.
Okay, boss man.
Did you get a hold of that corner?
I think so. The pull's hard enough. Right. There.
Good work.
Heavy.
Yeah, got a lock on it. You'll fix that. Golly, it's heavy. Ah, there we are.
Lord have mercy, boss man. Look at that gold.
Yeah, gold. $80,000 worth of gold. What's that?
Must be the Pearson boys.
Who?
Pearson boys, boss man.
Who are they?
They've been trying to get this farm, only ain't got enough money to pay the back taxes. Folks around here always said they knowed there was gold buried here someplace. They must have seen you, and now they're trying to scare y'all.
It's a good thing it's night. I was going to come down here this afternoon, but I decided to stay in the cave till dark.
Cave, you say, boss man?
Yeah, over toward the hills.
We better get ourselves over there, boss, if we's going to keep this here gold. Them Pearson boys been looking for it for 10 years. If they catch us with it, they's going to take it away from us. Boss, I reckon I can't stay here much longer.
We've got to stay here.
I was hungry.
And so am I. We can't leave this cave until those murdering thieves out there go away.
Boss, we done been here 2 nights and a day.
They've gone now, Alan.
You again?
Who, boss, me?
It's safe now, Alan.
Boss man, what you looking so funny about? You look like you done heard a spook or something talking.
You can go out now, Alan. They've gone away.
Come along, Sam.
Are we going to leave here, boss man?
Yeah. Help me carry this box.
How come you to change your mind?
I didn't. It was changed for me. Come along. Careful there.
Sure will be good to wrap this old boy around a good thick old steak or maybe a fat old chicken.
Now, easy now. Careful. Let's scout around behind this tall grass.
All right, boss man. Now, you all watch your step out here. There's lots of snakes over here.
Snakes?
Yes, sir. Big ones, too, boss man, and poison.
Now, come on. Over this way. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look. Over there.
Lordy, boss man, that's an old grave.
Yeah, come on. Good Lord. Look.
Boss man, looky over there.
A bony, fleshless hand. Reaching up out of the grave.
Boss man, how come that a hand over there?
Whoever that was, they buried him alive.
Come on, boss man. I don't feel none too comfortable around here.
Now, wait a minute. Something scratched into this tombstone. I can't quite make out what it says. Yeah, that's better.
What does it say, boss? I can't read.
It says, Aaron Blaine.
Aaron Blaine.
Died August 16th, 1861.
August 16, 1861.
My great-grandfather buried alive.
Lord of mercy, your grandpappy?
I didn't die then. I was only unconscious from exhaustion. They thought I was dead, so they brought me here.
Where are you?
I brought you here to show you this.
How did I get here?
The opium removed the spirit from your body. I brought it here.
No, take me back.
You can never return.
Yes, take me back. Yeah, I have the gold now. I'll be rich.
No.
Yes, take me back. Take me back, I say.
Boss man, look at that there snake.
No.
Run, boss man. He done bit you, I tell you.
Poison. Been poisoned by that
snake. I can't. Help me. Help me. I can't get back.
No, Alan. I warned you. Now, you'll never get back.
You have heard Dead Hands Reaching, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. The picturization story of Dead Hands Reaching appears in the May 16th issue of Movie Radio Guide. Ben Morris was heard as Alan Blaine. Eleanor Naylor Corrin played Judith West. Muir Height was Young Si Fu. Georgiana Cook played Mrs. Evans, and Darrell McAllister was Aaron Blaine, the voice from beyond. Next Friday, listen to Dark Fantasy 35 minutes earlier at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, 10:30 Central Wartime. Listen for Rendezvous with Satan, another unusual adventure by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I love a mystery. The $1 Million Curse, a new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. $6 in the evening in an undistinguished hotel on a side street somewhere in San Diego, California. Jack, Doc, and Reggie have too much adventure in their souls to sit quietly. To add zest to their love for excitement, they recently acquired a $25,000 reward. And this is why they're in San Diego. They have determined to buy an airplane. In fact, they have already bought an airplane. But they can't hope for delivery for at least another 2 weeks. That is why, at 6 this evening, Jack and Doc are fussing and fidgeting in their hotel room, talking each other into a fine case of irritability.
So that's all you're doing, just asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing, just asking. When you found out we couldn't get delivery on that plane for 2 weeks, why'd you go ahead and order it?
Because we want an airplane.
But there's other airplanes in the world. Why don't you tell them to go jump in the lake?
Because this is the plane we want.
Just the same, it looks like to me...
Oh, forget it, will you? If we've been over this once, we've been over it a dozen times.
Well, I still would like to know what we're going to do in San Diego for 2 whole weeks.
Sit here and like it. Besides, supposing we had the plane. We haven't any plans. What would we do with it?
Well, I could think of something, I bet you.
Such as what?
Well, how about flying to the Hawaiian Islands?
And what would we do after we got to Hawaii?
You never heard of the hula girls in Hawaii?
Oh, nuts.
They ain't nothing like an activated grass skirt to make a man forget what his mama told him.
I'm fascinated.
Okay, then, how about an island-hopping flight from here to Singapore?
Yeah, or Timbuktu.
Don't like that neither, huh?
No, I don't like that either.
Well, we ain't been to Central America for quite a spell. No?
Well, that's some better.
Kind of like that, huh?
I don't know. What would we do when we got there?
How do we know? There's always something interesting in Central America. Somebody's always organizing the army to get somebody into office or kick somebody out.
Uh-huh. That's not a bad idea.
I'll say it ain't. And there's a lot of hot stuff done yonder besides food, and I don't mean the weather.
I wonder what Reggie'd say.
Oh, what the heck? Reggie don't care. If me and you say Central America, then Reggie says Central America.
We'll have to steer clear of Santiago.
Oh, they probably forgot all about us by this time.
Don't you think they have? And there's one thing I don't want to do, spend the rest of my life in a Central American jail.
Yeah, boy, do they have filthy who's guys down there. Then it's Central America, sure enough, huh?
Well, let's sleep on it, but it sounds good.
Yeah, and here we gotta wait 2 weeks before we can get started.
Don't start that again. Oh, where'd Reggie go anyway?
He said he was going over and sit in the lobby of one of them big hotels and look at the pretty women.
Reggie said that?
Well, I said it, but he didn't deny it.
Well, not Reggie.
No, I reckon he's over at the airplane plant, keeping an eye on our ship.
That's more like it.
Yeah, he was saying this morning he was going to see that every bolt and wire that went into our plane was going to be right.
Well, he's the boy who can tell.
I bet he's about as popular as a mad dog over there.
He won't let that worry him. What's the idea? Where are you calling now?
The same place. Hello, give me room service.
Hey, you're not going to eat again.
Well, what else is there to do?
But that's the fourth time.
Hello, room service? Well, looky, send up a half dozen fried ham and egg sandwiches. Yeah, half a dozen. And a quart of milk? That's... wait a minute. You want any, Jack?
No, I don't want it.
Okay, then, that's all. And don't take all day.
Doc, don't you realize it's 6 o'clock? We'll get down to dinner as soon as Reggie gets here.
What the heck? 6 sandwiches ain't going to spoil nobody's appetite?
Well, not yours, anyway.
Hey, Jack.
No?
You done any thinking about the maestro in Nashville lately?
No? Why?
I don't know. I keep feeling kind of bad. Maestro went and got himself sent up for life.
He was lucky not to get the gas chamber.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I keep seeing his big fat carcass sitting on a stone bench in one of them little old cells. He wasn't made for that sort of thing.
Pretty tough, all right.
It sure was swell of you to get Nash at that job.
Well, why not? She'd have starved to death without the maestro if somebody hadn't done something for her.
Yeah, she sure did depend on him a lot.
Dancing in a nightclub up in Hollywood isn't much of a job.
Just the same, the crowd sure do go for it.
Well, it's a meal ticket anyway. If she's as good as they seem to think she is, maybe she'll get something better.
Poor old Maestro. I wonder if he'll try any of his magic tricks up in the big house. Well, open the door and come on in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Hey, Jack, open the door for the waiter, will you?
Certainly not. They're your sandwiches.
Well, of all the two-tailed stiffy cats.
Hey, you gonna open this door, ain't you?
Well, ain't you got a key?
No, I ain't got no key.
Okay. I'll get up. Just plain accommodating, ain't you?
Not my sandwiches.
Yeah, don't you ask for one, neither.
Don't worry.
Hey, you guys in there.
Oh, I'm a coming. Keep your britches on.
Ah, thanks, pal.
Hey, where's the sandwiches? I said, where's the sandwiches?
What sandwiches?
Well, ain't you the waiter?
No, I ain't the waiter.
Oh, you ain't, huh?
That's right, buddy. I ain't the waiter.
You don't say.
Sure, I say, and don't neither of you boys bat an eye on account of I'm a torpedo and I'm hot.
That's what the man said. A torpedo and very hot. Just a moment, and we'll see how this develops. Now, let's see. What did the man say?
You heard me. I'm a gun, so don't even blink.
You hear that, Jack? This boy says he's got a dangerous weapon.
Yeah.
I don't see no shooting pistol.
What you think this bulge in me coat pocket is, a birthday present?
So you're a torpedo, huh? And you got the drop on. So now what?
You got cash?
What about it, Jack? We got any cash?
A little.
Yeah. We got a little cash, son.
And how about shelling out?
Oh, I get you now.
What you mean is get me?
You're one of these people who advocates the redivision of wealth.
I don't get you. No, just don't move your hands.
I mean, you want half of everything we've got.
Wrong.
Am I?
You bet. I want all of everything you got.
Just a dadgum hog.
All right, come on. Cut the gab. I'm passing the collection plate now. Shell out.
Well, no, fella, when you put it like that, I don't have much...
Hey, who's that?
Probably the waiter with dark sandwiches.
Waiter, huh? All right, now you let me handle this. And the first mug that speaks out of turn gets hot lead in his sandwiches.
You ordered sandwiches?
That's right. Bring 'em in and set 'em down.
Sure.
What kind of sandwiches are they?
Fried ham and egg.
Yeah? The eggs fried soft?
How can you eat a soft egg in a sandwich?
What you standing there for?
I usually get a tip.
Oh, so you want a tip?
Yeah.
Well, take a tip from me, buddy. Do something about that sore throat.
That ain't no sore throat.
It ain't?
No. Had my tonsils cut out and some of my vocal cords come out with them.
Get out. Get out of here.
No tip?
No tip.
Now, I am glad I spilled them sandwiches on the floor.
Spill them on the floor, huh? They don't look spilled to me.
Hey, let them sandwiches alone. They're mine.
Quiet, buddy. Ham and egg sandwiches is my favorite fruit.
Well, bless your ornery hide.
Good, too. Hey, what's that stuff in the bottle?
It's milk, and you leave it be.
You drink it?
Of course I drink it.
I ain't had no cow juice since I cut me milk teeth. Almost forgot how it tastes.
Jack, we're going to just sit here and let him eat my sandwiches and drink my milk? I am. Well, I ain't, Dad, blame it.
Sit down.
Sit down,
Sit
nothing.
down, or would you rather have a hole in your middle?
Doc, don't be a fool.
Well, that makes me just plain mad.
That's better. Hey, that milk ain't such bad stuff. No wonder babies cry for it. Sure goes swell with sandwiches.
Hey, you going to eat them all?
Thanks, pal. Don't mind if I do. And say, how's about ringing downstairs and have them send up some chocolate cake?
I'll be doggone if I will.
You don't like chocolate cake?
No, I don't.
Well, I ain't adverse to a slug of coconut cake. You like coconut cake?
No, and I don't like banana cake.
You don't like banana cake?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, hold it, you guys. I'm going to have me another slug of milk.
Get him, Doc. You. Hey, look out. Get his gun, Jack.
Got it.
Now then, get up on your... Hey, you cut out the rough stuff. Go. My sandwiches, will you?
Hey, you shouldn't have knocked him out, Doc.
Why not?
Because now we got a body on our hands.
Oh, yeah? You just open that door.
Huh? What for?
Just open it. I'll show you. Kind of hefty at that.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with him?
You see that linen closet across the hall?
I see. You want some help?
Nope. Just open that closet door. There. Let him sleep off my sandwiches in there.
I wonder what gave him the idea he could come into our room and hold us up.
Oh, probably just one of them smart operators.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get back into our room and clean up a bit, Reggie ought to be there.
Yeah, come on. I'm hungry.
Hey, Doc. Listen.
Doggone, will you listen to that little old girl cry?
Coming from the room right next to ours.
Yeah, you think we ought to do something?
No.
Oh, Jack, come on. It ain't right to let a girl cry like that.
No, it's none of our business.
Well, it won't hurt just to rap on the door.
Oh, have it your way. But you're asking for it.
You doggone right. Us Texas boys don't never let a little female down. Try the knob.
Oh.
Unlocked?
Yeah.
Open it a crack. Let's see what's going on.
Probably got our heads knocked off with this.
Hey, look. All alone. Just laying there on the bed sobbing her heart out.
The girl's got a right to cry if she wants to.
Why, Jack, that ain't human. I'm ashamed of you.
Doc, shut the door.
I ain't going to do it. Come on in.
Oh, nuts.
Who's there?
Hello, sugar.
Who are you?
From next door. We heard you crying. Is there anything we can do?
Oh, no, go away.
Doc, what'd I tell you?
Hey, we can't leave you here crying like that.
Go away. If you know what's good for you, go away.
All we want to do...
If you know what's good for you, stay away from me.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's true. Something horrible happens to every man who knows me.
Yeah? What sort of something?
Death. Horrible things. I want to die. I want to die.
That's silly.
I'm an enemy of society. Killing the things I love. Bringing death to those who try to help me.
You do all that?
Yes. It's the Richard curse. I'm evil. Don't touch me.
The further developments of the $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Herb Vigran, Paige Gilman, and Mary Lou Harrington. This is the CBS Radio Network. I Love a Mystery. The $1 Million Curse. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. O'clock in the evening in a backstreet hotel somewhere in San Diego. A few minutes ago, Jack Packard and Doc Long, hearing a girl crying in the next room, investigated and found her lying on her bed, head buried in her arms. She wasn't upset by their unexpected appearance, but warned them away from her. She babbled that she was possessed of the Richards curse and that she brought death and disaster to any and all who would help her. Jack and Doc finally have calmed her to some degree of coherence.
No use. This is the end.
You mean you came to this hotel with the intent of taking your own life?
Yes.
But you're young and beautiful.
And evil.
Hey, what kind of talk is that?
There's no other answer. Everywhere I go, I spread death and destruction.
You haven't told us your name yet.
Sonny Richards. Sonia, but they call me Sonny.
Yeah, I like that. Sonny. You wipe them tears away and Sonny fits you like paper on the wall.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're beautifully dressed. That bracelet on your wrist must have cost a lot of money. Everything about you says money. What about your family?
There is no family. Just me.
I see. Then you're wealthy in your own right.
Money. What good is it? What good when...
When what?
When everything I touch turns to dust and ashes under my fingers.
Could we have an explanation of that?
Why should you? Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
Oh, well, I'm Jack Packard. This is Doc Long.
I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here.
Look, Sugar, there's three of us. Reggie's out just at the moment. Three men eager and willing, looking for trouble. So if you got problems...
You mean your confidence men?
Well, not exactly. We just like excitement. When we find something that interests us, we go after it.
And hearing me crying in my room interested you?
Oh, honey, if there's one thing we can't stomach, it's hearing a girl cry.
You can't help me. Nothing will help but to put an end to my miserable life.
Hey, you stop it talking like that.
It's true.
Would you mind letting us decide that?
Letting you decide?
Yes. Tell us what's wrong, and let us decide whether or not we can help you.
But it's hopeless.
Tell us. If we think it's hopeless, we'll walk out of here and let you go ahead with what you intended to do.
You mean that?
I promise. Now then, what is it?
It's the Richards curse.
Now, you said that before. What do you mean?
Every other generation, it falls on some member of the family. 4 generations ago, it was my great aunt 4 times removed. 2 generations ago, it was my grandmother. It always falls on one of the women. This generation, it's me.
Well, what is this Richards curse?
The great aunt caused the death of her husband, and then she caused the death of her 4 children.
You mean she murdered him?
Oh, no. She loved them dearly. It was accidental. She was cleaning her husband's gun. It went off and killed him. The children were burned to death in their home. She locked them in while she was away from the house. They were so little. When she came back, the house was burned down.
Oh, but accidents...
It's the curse. It's been in the family for generations.
What about your grandmother?
Grandmother, she was kind and gentle. She wore a little knitted shawl around her shoulders, and she spent all her spare time reading her Bible. But she was cursed. When she was a girl, the first man she loved was thrown from a horse and killed.
But that wasn't her fault.
Oh, wait. The next man who loved her fell off a cliff to his death.
Was she there at the time?
No.
Well, then, don't you see how
And-
silly that...
And then she married my grandfather. And after my father and my uncle were born, he was drowned. And then when my uncle was 15, she shut him up in a closet to punish him, and he was suffocated.
Hey.
It's always been that way. One of the women in every other generation.
And now, what about you?
I'm worse than any of them.
You are? For sure?
Yes, I am. I killed my own father and mother.
Hey,
My own father and mother.
The rest of Sonny Richards' confession of guilt in just a moment. And as Sonny Richards was saying to Jack and Doc,
Yes, I am. The worst of all the Richards women in all history.
Maybe. Let's hear it.
First it was my mother and father.
you was the cause of their death?
Yes. I wanted to be a flyer. I learned to pilot a plane, and one day I got them to go up with me.
The plane fell.
Yes. They were both killed.
Oh, please, try not to cry.
It's all right. I haven't much cry left in me.
Here, here's my handkerchief.
Thank you.
You were an only child?
Yes. And then a year ago, I became engaged to Phil. We'd only been engaged 3 months when his car went over a cliff and...
Dead, huh?
No. But he was so badly hurt, he'll always be a bedridden cripple.
Oh, that's too bad.
He would have been better off if he had been killed.
But it wasn't your fault.
Wait. About 6 months ago, I began letting Roger come and see me. I was still in love with Phil, but I thought I should go out a little. And one night, just as Roger was leaving my house, he was held up and shot.
Did they catch the gunman?
No.
Any more?
Yes. There was an old friend of Father's. He used to visit me sometimes. About 4 months ago, he fell down the front steps at my house. He was hurt so badly, he never recovered.
Hey, I'm beginning to think you got something with that curse.
I knew you'd believe me.
Oh, rubbish.
But there's no other explanation. Things like that don't happen to other people.
You weren't connected in any way with any of these things. They're unfortunate, but they've nothing to do with you. You've let them prey on your mind until you've become morbid.
Morbid?
Yes, you've developed a guilt complex. If that's all.
It isn't. Yesterday, it happened again.
You mean somebody else died because of you?
Yes. I was to have had lunch yesterday with Freddie. I'd only met him a week ago. He didn't keep the engagement, and I rang up his home. And you know what they told me? You know what had happened?
What?
Suicide. He'd killed himself with a gun in his bathroom.
Stop it.
Funny, isn't it? You struck me.
And get hold of yourself. That's it. Cry. It'll do you lots more good.
Oh, I wish I were dead. I wish I were dead.
Hey, Jack, this is awful.
Now go away. Go away and let me do what I've got to do.
We're not going anywhere.
But you promised.
I said we'd go if there wasn't anything we could do.
But you can't.
We'd like to try.
Oh, you fools, get out of here. Don't you understand it'll happen to you, too?
If we're willing to take the risk, what's it to you?
But I don't want any more blood on my hands. I can't stand it. Don't you understand? I can't stand it.
You can stand it for 2 weeks, can't you?
2 weeks?
You say the Richards curse is on you. All right. Give us 2 weeks to lay that curse.
You can't cure a curse.
I'll bet money we can.
But your lives are in danger.
We'll take that chance.
But you mustn't. I'm nothing to you.
Hey, wait a minute, Sugar. Of course you're something to us.
I am?
Darn right you are. This here world needs all the pretty little old female girls it can get.
I don't understand.
That means you're beautiful. That it's always an unforgivable crime to destroy beauty.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I didn't say it was pretty, but that's the idea.
Well, put it this way. From the beginning of time, men have fought and died for beauty. It's one of the few things in the world worth fighting for. You're a beauty. You're worth saving. We think you're enough worth saving to fight for you. It's our right. You can't stop us.
No one ever said anything like that to me before.
Then you agree?
Yes.
Under no circumstances, no matter what happens, you won't try to harm yourself for 2 weeks.
Yes, I promise.
Good. Now get up and go in the bathroom and wash the tears off your face.
I know I shouldn't hope, but I do.
Go on. Make yourself more beautiful than you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you asked for it, fella.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know as well as I do that you can't cure curses. What do you think you are, a witch doctor?
Curse, huh?
Yeah, a curse.
In the vernacular of Archimedes, nuts.
Now look at Jack. 6 people connected with Sonny's been killed.
5 killed, 1 hurt.
Yeah, but hurt so bad he might as well be dead. What was his name?
Phil.
Yeah, well, you can't tell me all them folks just happened to die and all within a year.
That does sound fishy. Must be a reason for it.
The Richards curse.
Now, look, Doc, I want you to stop mentioning that curse business.
Yeah, but Jack...
Especially in front of her. Never mention it.
What's the idea?
I want her to forget it. Get it out of her mind. It's unhealthy.
Well, son, all I got to say to you is... Well, visitors.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You were looking for something?
Yes, Sonny Richards.
Sonny?
Just a minute, Doc. Who are you?
My name is Marks. Leslie Marks. I'm Miss Richards' attorney.
Attorney, huh?
And the executor of the Richards estate.
I see.
Now then, what right have you to be questioning me? Who are you? What are you doing in Sonny's room?
We're friends of Miss Richards.
Friends?
That's what I said.
Friends. How long has this been going on?
Long enough.
Sonny hasn't been having many friends lately.
Why not?
Apparently you haven't been friends long enough to hear of the Richards curse.
Are you the one who's been filling her mind with that sort of nonsense?
Pretty serious nonsense. 5 people killed, 1 injured for life.
I know all about that. Doc.
Yeah?
Tell Sonny to come out of the bathroom.
Sure. I'll get her.
How long have you known Sonny was in this hotel?
I found out 15 minutes ago. I've had private operatives out looking for her ever since she disappeared from home this morning.
You know why she came here? So you do know.
Well, I suspected. That's why I was so frantic to find her.
Yeah, some fellow named Marks. There. That's him and Jack.
Well, Sonny.
Hello, Leslie.
I've come to take you home.
All right.
We're going with you, you know.
What's that?
Why not? I've got the house all to myself.
But these men, who are they? What right have they...
We're taking the right. We're Sonny's bodyguard.
Ridiculous. Sonny, as your attorney...
As Sonny's attorney, you can go take a jump at yourself.
So, you won't be warned.
About what?
The Richards curse.
Please, Leslie, please.
Listen, you...
Take your hand off
If I ever hear you mention that curse again in the presence of Sonny, I'll tear you limb from limb. Now, get out.
Now, look here.
Get out. Now, get your things together, Sonny. We're going home with you.
You shouldn't have done that. He won't take that.
Oh, shucks, honey, this is only the beginning. Only the beginning.
of The $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Mary Lou Harrington and Emerson Tracy. This is the CBS Radio Network. I Love a Mystery. The $1 Million Curse, a new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. O'clock at night in the stately old home of Sonny Richard, somewhere in San Diego's better residential area. Jack, Doc, and Reggie discovered Sonny, heiress to the Richards' fortune, in a backstreet hotel room on the point of doing away with herself. Her reason? Because she had also inherited the Richards' curse, bringing violent death and disaster to those whom she loved most. Jack persuaded her to give them 2 weeks to lay the curse. She agreed, providing Jack, Doc, and Reggie would stay with her in the old Richards home. And now, at 9 o'clock in the library...
Now then, Sonny, if you're ready, we're going to start taking you apart.
Taking me apart?
Yes, you will meet your clique.
This sounds very desperate.
Pull down that other blind over there, Reggie.
Oh, quite. Joe, what a beautiful old home.
Once it was. It's only evil now.
Never mind that. What I mean is, I want to know everything you can tell us about yourself. And don't skip the intimate details. They may be important.
Important for what?
In finding the source of this unwholesome influence that seems to have surrounded you.
You mean the Richard curse?
Well, I refuse to recognize any such thing as a curse.
Then what do you call it?
Let's leave it at unwholesome influence.
It means the same thing.
Now then, let's get started.
Just a minute before you get too serious.
Well?
I just want to mention that I think Sonny's just about the cutest little old 1954 jet-propelled power-steering female model we ever did know.
Why, Doc.
What is it you got, honey, that other girls just ain't got?
Oh, Doc, you're swell.
No, honestly, when you come downstairs in them lounging pajamas, my heart done a flip-flap.
A flip-flop?
Hmm?
Flip-flop, Doc, not flip-flap.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Sonny, if you ever feel in the mood for some real Southern-type sparking, I'm the red-headed boy that can fix you up and no holds barred.
Thank you, Doc. I'll remember.
You watch out for Doc, Miss Richards. He thinks he's terrific with women.
And I am, too, Dad Bernie.
Okay, Doc, if you've got romance off your chest, let's get down to business. Reggie.
Yes?
I want you to take down names and dates as we count them.
Righto.
All right. Now, first, Sonny, I want the names of all the people in any way associated with you. Is that a big order?
No, not very. I'm pretty much let alone now.
All right. Let's begin right here in your own house. Who takes care of you here?
Jackson.
He's the Negro butler?
Yes, his wife is in the kitchen, and I have a Negro chambermaid for the upstairs work.
They've been with you a long time?
Jackson and his wife have been here ever since I was a little girl. They're very devoted. The upstairs girl's been here about 2 years.
Now then, what about that attorney fellow who came up to your hotel room?
Leslie Mark?
Yes, Mark.
Well, he and my father were close friends. He's been the family attorney as long as I can remember. That's why Father named him executor of his estate until I reached the age of 25.
How old are you now?
24.
You're fond of him?
Well, he's been very kind, but he is dominating. He has a violent temper, and well, lately I'm afraid we've quarreled quite a lot.
About the estate?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was about?
I needed extra money over my regular allowance. Quite a lot of extra money.
Why?
On account of Phil.
Phil? Oh, yes, Phil Terry was the man you were engaged to and was injured in the automobile accident.
Yes. You see, Phil hasn't any money of his own. He was the pro at the golf club. That's how I met him. He taught me to play golf.
I see. So when he was injured, you took it on yourself to pay his hospital expenses.
Yes, everything.
And Leslie Marks objected?
Yes. He said I wasn't obligated to take care of Phil, and that as my trustee, he wasn't in a position to give me the extra money. So we quarreled.
He didn't give you any extra money then?
Yes, some, but mostly I had to skimp on my allowance to take care of Phil.
Hey, but look, Sonny, but what does this Phil fella have to say about you paying his way?
Well, at first he was too ill to realize. And then when he did find out, he made a fuss, but now he just seems to be resigned to it.
Doesn't Phil have any folks?
Only a younger brother, Arthur. He's just past 18. I'm awfully worried about him.
Why?
Well, since Phil's been hurt, Arthur's had no steadying influence. I've tried to do what I could, but he won't have anything to do with me. He blames Phil's accident on me, and, well, of course, he's right.
You mean the boy actually blames the Richards curse for his brother's auto accident?
Yes.
Oh, I'd like very much to talk to Arthur. Where can I find him?
He lives in a boarding house at 69 Jameson Street.
You got that, Reggie?
Yes. Arthur Terry, 69 Jameson Street.
Who pays his room and board?
I do.
Hey, he don't like you, but he'll take money from you.
Yes.
Yeah, well, great kid, little Arthur.
All right. Now then, what other business or social contacts have you?
No one that's close. Acquaintances at the golf club, and that's about all.
But that isn't natural. What about men?
No, not now.
What, a beautiful young woman like you with a fortune in your lap?
The curse has scared them away.
The story of this Richards curse actually is as widespread as that?
Everyone knows.
I say. And everyone believes?
What would you believe under the circumstances? Within 1 year, my mother and father killed. My fiancé crippled for life. One suitor shot outside my door by robbers, and then an old family friend falls down my front steps and dies. And yet still another friend shoots himself to death. Wouldn't that drive you off?
By Jove, and all within 1 year.
The police investigated each of these deaths, of course.
Naturally.
No results?
No.
I think I'll go down and have a look at some of their records tomorrow.
You won't find anything?
Well, maybe not. Now then, Sonny, I'm going to make a peculiar request of you.
Yes?
Are you any sort of an actress?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, could you pretend to be more than a little fond of me?
I don't understand.
Well, you don't have to. But for the next 2 weeks, I want you to show a lot of interest in me when we're around people. I want us to be seen together. I want you happy and smiling. I want you to be very much in love.
Oh, I don't know.
You'll try?
It's important?
Very important. Will you?
Yes. With one exception.
No exceptions.
One exception, and you can take it or leave it, Mr. Packard.
And we'll be back in 1 moment to see just what Jack can take or leave. And now, back to that one exception of Sonny Richards.
Do you mind saying who that one exception is?
Of course not. I can't pretend to be in love in the presence of Phil.
Oh, yes, Phil.
Yes, it would hurt him, and I couldn't bear that.
All right. I'll take care of that. Naturally, you'd be reserved around him, but there's no reason why I can't show my affection.
But that would hurt him, too.
Well, it's only for 2 weeks. After that, you can explain to him that there was nothing behind it.
Well, all right, I'll try.
Good. Now then.
Oh, the phone. Shall I?
No, I'll get it. It's probably Leslie.
The attorney?
Yes. Wondering if I got home all right. Hello? Oh, Phil. Why aren't you asleep? What? Come to the hospital at this time of night? What? Well, yes, of course, if it's important. I see. Hold the wire just a minute. It's Phil at the hospital. He wants me to come right over.
How far is the hospital?
It's just 2 blocks across the park.
All right. Tell him you have company, and you'll have to bring us along.
But
Go ahead and tell him. See what he says, anyway.
Hello, Phil? Listen, dear, I have company. If I come, I'll have to bring them along. No, it's no one you know, but I'd like you to know them. All right, we'll come right away. Bye.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said it was all right.
All right. Go get something on.
I'll just slip on a fur coat. It isn't far.
Hey, Jack.
Well?
What the heck you taking us over to the hospital for?
One reason I don't want to leave Sonny alone. The other, I want to meet all of Sonny's acquaintances as fast as possible. This is a good chance to meet Phil.
Hey, but, Jack, what's this business about making love to Sonny?
Yeah, that there's my department.
Not this time it isn't.
Oh, I get it. When a really pretty girl comes along, me and Reggie's supposed to take a back seat.
Well, it's all right with me.
Well, it sure ain't with me.
All right, I'm ready.
Come on, let's go.
I had Phil put in his hospital because it was so near. Oh, I must remember to give you all the keys to the front door when we get back.
Yes, we may need them. Now, which way?
Here, we can cross the street and right through the park. That's the hospital over there with the lights in the windows.
But it's topless in the fog.
Yes. Another hour or two and the fog will settle down on us like a blanket.
Park's not too well lighted.
Oh, I know the way. Oh, here, this past the shortcut.
Sonny and I'll lead. Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind.
Right up.
Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind. Who's the ladies' man in this outfit anyhow?
Oh, don't let it break your heart, old boy.
Fall in behind. Couple of old cow's tails. Look at Jack up front, hanging on to Sonny's arm like a drowned.
I just remembered I should know something about you three. Phil will be sure to ask me.
All right. We're civilian flyers. We're in San Diego now, waiting for a plane to be put in condition for us.
Is that true?
Yes, I'll give him the name of the airplane factory to check on it if he seems curious. If he wants to know any more, let me do the talking.
This is all so strange. I met you less than 3 hours ago, and here you are closer to me than...
Hey, that was a gunshot. I know it. The bullet knocked my hat off.
Oh, no.
Doc, Reggie, go after him. That way.
Hey, but Jack...
Don't argue. I'm taking Sonny to the hospital.
Come on, Doc. Come on.
Dumb two-tailed sick cat.
You see, it's begun already.
Stop, okay. Come on, run.
But you mustn't. I can't let you.
You can't stop me. Here, cross the street.
If you're killed, I
Save your
don't know...
breath. Now, up the steps. And get inside. There, now, we're all right. Which way's the elevator?
That way.
Come on. Here, now, stop there.
I can't stand anymore.
What floor is still on?
4th floor.
All right. Get in the elevator. 4th floor, please. You all right now?
Yes.
Good.
What about Doc and Reggie?
They can take care of themselves. Out with you. Now, which way?
The room right down there at the end of the hall.
Uh-huh.
Don't say anything about the shooting to Phil.
Why not?
Well, I haven't told him about any of my troubles. It might upset him to know that all that's been going on.
All right. Listen?
Yeah, just walk right in.
Is that you, nurse?
No, Phil, darling. It's me, Sonny.
Sonny, what the deuce are you doing here at this time of night?
But, Phil...
And who's this fellow?
This is Jack Packard. Phil Terry, Jack.
How do you do, Terry?
He's the one I said was with me when you called.
When I called? What are you talking about?
But, Phil, you did call. I talked to you.
You're crazy. I haven't called anybody tonight.
But your voice, I
said
know...
I haven't called anybody tonight.
Then you must have been mistaken, dear.
Dear? What are you calling dear?
Well, Sonny, I'm very fond of her.
Oh, you are? Well, I'll have you know Sonny belongs to me. To me, you hear?
Oh, Phil, don't get so angry.
Trying to steal my girl, are you? Just because I'm a cripple.
I'm sorry, Terry.
Well, did you ever hear of the Richards curse?
Phil.
Well, it got me. It got me, see? And it'll get you just the same way.
Oh, Phil, please.
And if the curse doesn't, I will.
The further developments of the $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Mary Lou Harrington and Sam Edwards. This is the CBS Radio Network.
worn out, dead tired. But I kept on walking through the mist. And suddenly I started hearing footsteps behind me. I turned around, and then I saw him. He was walking along slow, dragging his feet, walking as if he couldn't see. His face was all covered with blood. But I knew who it was. It was Miller, the guy I'd killed.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Dead Come Back.
And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by William Morwood will threaten your sanity. Its title, The Dead Come Back.
About 1 o'clock in the morning, on a dark, deserted street, standing in the doorway of a gloomy brownstone house, a man with a wild expression on his face rings the bell desperately. There is no answer, and he rings again. Then...
Hey, Doc Paget.
Why, yes.
The brain doc knows what goes on inside a guy's head.
Well, yes, I'm a psychiatrist.
I gotta talk to you.
It's very late. If you come back tomorrow during office hours...
Now, Doc. Something's been happening to me. Something that's driving me nuts.
I'm sorry, but...
Get inside.
Be careful with that.
It won't go off until I pull the trigger. Better sit down, Doc.
Very well.
And just to make sure we understand each other, I'll put this gun here on the desk. And my watch. We got just half an hour to get everything cleared up.
And then?
And then, I got a guy to kill.
Suppose we start at the beginning. Your name?
Lefty O'Connor.
O'Connor?
So you heard of me, huh?
I'm not sure, but the Tilson murder case.
That's right.
But as I remember
That's
it...
right. They decided I was nuts, put me away. But get this straight, Doc.
Yes?
I wasn't ever out of my head, and I ain't now.
I see.
Insanity was something that I cooked up to keep from burning. I played it up all right. Good enough to make monkeys out of the doctors and the jury. But when I got to the nut house, it was different. I didn't have to pretend no more. You know, Doc, some of them whacks act just as sane as you and me. Yeah, I was getting along fine. Till 2 nights ago, when I was called in to see the superintendent. He was a white-haired old guy, named Miller.
Sit down, Lefty. Cigarette?
Thanks, Mr. Miller.
Here you are.
What's that?
This? Just a music box. Plays when you open the lid.
That ain't just a... What are you trying to do to me?
Oh, what do you mean, Lefty? I just offered you
That's the box they kept talking about at the trial. The one old Mrs. Tilson kept her jewels in.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Lefty.
In a pig's eye. I know what you're trying to do. But I don't remember nothing. Nothing, you hear?
And why does this tune seem to disturb you, sir?
Never mind why. Turn it off.
Yes, of course. Take it easy, Lefty. I called you in here because I want to help you.
You're trying to trick me into admitting I knew what I was doing when I hit old lady.
Nothing of the kind.
Next you'll be asking me where I hid the jewels. Don't you think I know that routine?
There's no routine here, Lefty.
You're a liar, Mr. Miller. You got me in here to give me the 3rd degree, to try to break me down all over again. Well, you won't do it. Not again. I've had enough.
Lefty, put down that paperweight.
I didn't have no idea of escaping when I hit him, Doc. I was just scared. I was scared of what would happen if he kept after me. When I found a gun in his desk drawer, I began making plans fast. I brought him around. I told him exactly what he had to do. We went out, got into his car, started for the gate. Okay, Miller, it's up to you now.
I understand.
Now remember, I'll be lying back here with this gun against your spine.
Evening, Mr. Miller.
Hello, George.
Going out kind of late, aren't you, sir?
Yes. Something unexpected came up.
You wouldn't be smuggling out anyone under that rug and back, sir, huh?
I might.
Yep, looks suspicious. Just the right shape for a man. But I'll take a chance on you, sir. Okay, Charlie. Open up for the super. Okay, open it up. Good night, Mr. Miller.
Turn the left fork here.
Ah, the Ganville Road. I was afraid of this, Lefty. The Tilson Estate's up this way, isn't it?
You're too smart for your own good, Mr. Miller. You can turn off here.
There's no road.
In under the trees.
All right. What happens now? Do we walk the rest of the way?
One of us does. Get out. You're no use to me anymore.
Let you know. Put that gun away. You can't. You fool. You won't get rid of me this way. You...
I left him there beside his car and started walking. I don't know how long I was at it. Maybe an hour when I hit the outskirts of town. The light was kind of funny. It was different from anything I'd ever seen. It was kind of yellow. Kind of yellow mixed with the mist that was curling up. Maybe I was tired, I don't know. But suddenly I began to hear footsteps behind me. I looked around, and then I saw him. He was walking on the other side of the road, blind, as if he couldn't see where he was going. And his feet were kind of dragging along. His face was covered with blood. But through the blood, I could see that it was him. Miller. I don't know what happened then, Doc. I must have passed out. Because the next thing I knew, people, faces bending over me.
He's coming to, Tom.
Yeah. How you feeling, chum?
Hey.
He's as white as if he'd seen a ghost.
Who are you?
I'm Ruth Mason. This is my brother, Tom.
We live right by. We heard you yell and came running out.
Did you see anyone else?
I know.
On the road?
No. You were lying right in the middle of the road till we pulled you off. What happened? The car hit you?
I don't remember.
Well, take his arm. Help him up, Tom.
Okay, sure.
Here we go, Mo.
The name is Sims. Johnny Sims. I'm all right.
You look kind of bushed to me.
I've been walking all night. Out of a job, see. And broke.
Well, our house is right over there. You come on in and we'll fix
thanks. I gotta keep moving.
What's the rush if you're just looking for a job?
Well, Hey.
Cops coming this way.
Probably looking for that man that escaped from the state hospital.
That's right. They said that...
But, Johnny, what's the matter? You look as if you're going to faint again.
I guess I must be worse than I thought. Look, does that invite still hold?
Oh, of course. Right this way. Something more, Johnny?
No, thanks, Ruth. Couldn't manage another thing. Full up.
Oh, well, then you lie right down on that sofa. That is, if Tom will get off with his paper.
Oh, sure. I was just reading some more about that guy, Lefty O'Connor, that broke out of the asylum. Seems he forced the superintendent to drive him out in a car.
Please, Tom, let's not talk about it. It gives me the creeps to think of anyone like that being loose.
Maybe he ain't so bad.
He's a murderer, Johnny. A homicidal maniac.
How do you know? Maybe the super deserved killing.
The super?
Yeah.
But the paper doesn't say anything about the super being killed.
Well, Ruth said...
I meant the old lady, Mrs. Tilson.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I must have heard. Maybe I just thought...
I'll try the radio. Maybe there's some late news on it. Though you're probably right, Johnny. The super wouldn't stand a chance.
Sure. The way I figured...
What's the matter, Johnny?
Turn that off.
What?
I said turn it off.
Why?
Johnny.
Hey, what gives?
Well, I'm sorry. I don't like radio.
It's all right, Johnny. We understand. Now suppose we show you to your room and you take a good long sleep.
I must have slept like a dead man, Doc. It was dark when I woke up. There was nobody in the house. I switched on the lamp and looked at my watch. A few minutes before midnight. Didn't have much time if I wanted to get the jewels and blow town before morning. So I started for the door, but before I reached it, it opened. And standing there, smiling, kind of sad-like, was Miller.
Hello, Lefty. Did you get the jewels?
You! It can't be you. You're dead.
I told you wouldn't get rid of me so easily.
What do you want with me?
Nothing, Lefty. Just what I wanted before, to help you.
You're lying. You still think you can break me, get me to confess, but I'll show you. I must have hit the lights, Doc, or maybe they were never on, because suddenly the room was all dark. I struck a match. I bent down to look at Miller, make sure that he was really dead this time. And I ain't crazy, Doc. You gotta believe me. But the man lying face up on the floor was Tom Mason.
A dead man who came back. And now, a second victim, as the hands of the clock move inexorably to the witching hour. And yet another.
Murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight. To Lefty O'Connor, sitting in a psychiatrist's office with a gun in front of him, trying to convince the doctor and himself that he is sane.
My hand was shaking so much that the match went out. It was Tom, all right. Tom Mason, dead. But it was better that way than what I'd thought, because it meant that Miller hadn't come back from the grave. I'd probably just imagined I heard him talking to me. I frisked Mason, I got the keys to his car, and went out. It was a little coupe parked in the driveway. I opened the door. I was just getting in when...
Hello, Johnny.
Huh? Ruth.
You look a little better than you did before. How do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's good. You were sleeping so soundly when I left it. Are you going somewhere?
Well, yeah. There was something I had to do, and Tom told me I could borrow his car.
Oh, all right. I'll go inside.
No, you can't go in there.
Oh, what do you mean? Why not?
Well, I mean, such a swell night. How about a little drive, Ruth?
But what about your errand?
Well, that'll just take a minute. It'll be swell having you along.
Well, I don't know. I don't suppose Tom will mind.
I'm sure he won't.
Well, then, all right. I guess that's one of the wonderful things about life. You just never know when something completely unexpected will happen.
That's right, baby. You just never know.
Why so quiet, Johnny?
Huh?
You asked me to come driving with you, and I do. You don't say a thing to me.
What should I be saying?
Well, you might start by telling me something about yourself.
Like I said, I'm just a guy looking for work.
What kind of a job did you have before?
Chauffeur.
Well, that sounds interesting. Did you work around here?
Why?
I just wondered. You seem to know the roads so well.
Listen, baby, let's not talk about me. I'd rather hear about you.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 21, fancy-free, and I work for a living. I'm a nurse in a psychiatrist's office.
A what?
Psychiatrist. A doctor who, well, helps people who are disturbed mentally.
Like people who see things that ain't there?
Oh, yes, he gets a lot of those kind of cases.
What does he do?
Talks to the patients, explains away the hallucination. His name is Dr. Paget, and he's really wonderful. Johnny?
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Why, baby?
We've turned off the main road. This leads past the old Tilson mansion.
What's that?
The house where that terrible murder took place about a year ago. It's all boarded up now, of course.
Yeah, that's the job Lefty O'Connor pulled,
yes.
huh?
Yeah, he was old Mrs. Tilson's chauffeur.
What?
Chauffeur.
Quite a coincidence, ain't it?
Johnny, you're turning in the driveway.
Yeah. See, a couple of nights ago, I broke into this place to sleep. It was just an empty house to me. I didn't know anything about no murder. I left the parcel behind. I want to pick it up.
Oh, I see.
You think I had any other reason for coming here?
No, Johnny.
Sit tight, baby. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Johnny. Well, why are you taking the keys?
Just to make sure the car stays here, and you with it.
But of course I'll stay.
You better, baby. Or it'll be just too bad. I pulled the board loose from one of the windows, climbed into the old house. It was black as pitch inside. That musty, shut-in smell. Felt my way along the wall of the stairs, climbed to the second floor. The old lady's room was at the head of the stairs. It wasn't so dark in there. Windows hadn't been boarded, and the moonlight was coming in. And I saw that marble fireplace with a gargoyle in the middle grinning at me. So I picked up the poker and smashed into it. And there, behind where I pushed it past a loose brick, was a paper bag containing the jewels. I looked inside to make sure that everything was safe. Moonlight sparkled on them shiners. And then, Doc, suddenly out of nowhere it started. That music started. Stop it!
Johnny, where are you?
What? Oh! Ruth! Ruth, get her to stop. Get her to stop.
Get her to stop.
Mrs. Tilton, that tune.
What tune?
You mean you don't hear nothing?
Well, no, Johnny.
But you must. It's gone now.
Johnny, you're shaking all over. Johnny, what's that?
What's what?
Well, they're all over the floor. They look like diamonds, jewels.
Didn't I tell you to stay in the car? What are you doing up here?
I heard noises and you
were
yelled.
spying on me.
No, I wasn't, Lefty.
What did you call me?
Nothing.
So you guessed it, huh? Okay. I am Lefty O'Connor, and I came back for the jewels. But that information ain't traveling far. Not with you, anyway.
What do you mean? No!
Oh, yeah. I was rattled, Doc. The music did it. That and everything else. I left it lying there, and I picked up the jewels and beat it. Started the car fast. Just about hit the main highway when the wheels started acting funny. I stopped and got out to look. It was a flat. My luck had played out. If I took the time to change it, someone might come along, and just then I did hear a car coming. I froze, waiting for it to pass. Instead, it stopped, and...
Hi, Johnny.
Tom, mate!
I got out as soon as I could. Which is the flat?
What? How did you know?
How did I know? Why, you just called me. You told me you couldn't find the tools.
I called you?
Why, yeah. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I couldn't have.
Of course, it's none of my business, Johnny, but... Look, you've been acting awful funny. I'm beginning to think maybe you ought to go see a doctor. Someone like Doc Padgett that Ruth works for.
There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing.
Okay. Get started with this, Jack. The rest of the tools are under the front seat. I'll get them.
No, wait.
Hey, what's this paper bag doing?
Give me that!
You're going in for pebble collecting, huh?
Pebbles?
Yeah, look at them.
Oh, they are pebbles. Yeah? What's happening to me? Oh.
I don't know. But I told you don't look well. Hey, where are you going? Hey, wait a minute. I told you that was a borrowed car.
Get off that ramp, boy. I say get off.
You're nuts, Johnny! You're nuts! You're crazy!
Well, there it is, Doc.
Yeah, huh?
It's a story. kept hearing what he said. Tom. Over and over again. I'm nuts. I'm crazy. But I couldn't stand it anymore. So I looked you up in the phone book and I come over.
Oh, what do you expect me to do, Lefty?
Do? You're a brain doc. I'm not nuts. I know I'm not. Why am I seeing these things? What's happening to me?
Well, it's rather difficult to make a diagnosis this quickly, but I'd say that you were suffering from hallucinations because of a sense of guilt.
Guilt? About what?
Well, it probably started with that first murder, Mrs. Tilson. And it's been preying on your mind ever since. Now, if you could extrovert that, get it out of your system.
But I did.
That's true, but not as a confession, with all that it entails. That's the only way you can achieve a complete catharsis.
Well, that's crazy.
All right. You wanted my advice, but you don't have to take it.
And you think... Okay, I did kill her. I knew all the time what I was doing. I waited for a night when there was only the two of us in the house, and then I beat her brains out with a tire iron. There, I said it, I told you.
Yes, Lefty. And I think that now I can promise you you'll never be troubled by hallucinations again.
You sure, Doc?
Quite sure.
That's good. Because... Remember I said that in half an hour I was going to kill someone?
Yes.
Well, a half hour is up. And you're the man.
Am I, Lefty?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Doc, but you know too much now. You're the only one who does. So...
I wouldn't, Lefty.
Why are you sitting there like that? I shot you.
Yes, Lefty, with blanks in your gun. All right, boy.
Take it easy, Lefty. We got you covered.
No. And Mason.
Did you get it?
Uh-huh. Every
Now,
word.
You're cops.
No kidding.
Then the whole thing, letting me escape and everything that happened afterwards was just a trick.
That's right.
You wanted to show I wasn't nuts, get me to confess.
Smart boy. We made just one mistake, Lefty. Or rather, Ruth did. Following you into the Tilson mansion. She paid for that with her life. But now you're going to pay.
No.
Shut up. Yes, Lefty, for that and for the Tilson murder. And my only regret is that rats like you can only burn once.
Moving forward, the two grim-faced men take hold of Lefty O'Connor. And Lefty knows that he's come to the end of the road. A road that began when he first heard the clock in the old Tilson mansion strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death's face peers out of the darkened windows of deserted houses and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Lefty O'Connor was played by Joseph Julian. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
look in his eyes, like a madman. He wants to kill me. Someone does. Like the other three, lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Almost 12 o'clock. Midnight. Any minute now there'll be a ring. Or a knock.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Creeper. And now, Murder at Midnight. On this program, we bring you the best and most blood-curdling stories ever written. And so now we bring you a tale which you may have heard before. A tale which we consider a classic in terror and suspense. The Creeper, by Joseph Ruskall. In the kitchenette of the New York apartment, a man and his wife listened to the evening news broadcast.
New York. The unknown killer called the Creeper has struck again, adding a third female corpse to his toll. Virginia Peters, a comely waitress, was found strangled to death in her third-floor apartment early this morning while her radio blared. As in the previous murders, a note was found scrawled on the wall with the victim's lipstick, and the plea, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." Police insist...
Now, why'd you turn it off?
Oh, how awful. Awful, and in this very neighborhood.
Let's hear the rest. It's very interesting.
Oh, you... Don't go turning that radio on again, Steve Grant. Heard enough. I'll go out of my mind, for heaven's sake.
That's it. A good, solid clue.
What is?
For heaven's sake. How many men ever use that expression?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, Mrs. Grant. Pass the biscuits, my little pigeon.
Pass the biscuits. Eat, eat, eat. 3 women in 3 days murdered in cold blood by a mad fiend right here in Washington Heights. I'm too sick to go out, too scared to stay in. The lock's broke. He sits there eating. Pass the biscuits.
There's nothing wrong with my appetite, my love.
Of course. That's what cost you your job on the police force. When I even think of
Some men drink to escape. I eat.
Escape what? What?
An ugly tongue, a beautiful face, and a roving eye. In short, a wife.
Oh, so you're starting that again. You and your crazy jealousy.
Yeah, maybe that's the Creeper's way of escaping, too, Georgia. Who knows?
Shut up. Go ahead and get a divorce. Go ahead. Can I help it if men look at me? I don't know why you come home at all. Where do you go? What do you do with yourself? Where were you this morning? Why'd you come back?
To eat. But someday I'll lose my appetite for that, too. Yeah, and when I do, my dear, there'll be no escape. And now I'm off again. Kiss. Still using stage lipstick. Wipe it off. How many times must I tell you? You're married now, remember?
Steve, wait.
Yeah?
At least go buy my medicine.
Sorry, I got no time.
Don't leave me here alone. Stay home this evening. Please, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be silly, pet. Nothing will happen to you. You got a doorman here, an elevator boy, Mrs. Stone across the hall, a phone. You're safe enough.
But the night lock, it doesn't work.
Oh, now you can't lock me out anymore.
It doesn't catch. Something's happened to it since last night. Steve.
Get a new one.
I can't get a locksmith. I've tried all day. Steve, please. If I want to phone you, where will you be?
Out. Goodbye. Take care of your cold.
Steve Grant.
Huh? Well, if it isn't old Pearly Chase, how are you?
Here you got thrown off the force, Steve.
Yeah, I hear you got thrown off the news, Pearly.
You heard wrong. I wasn't fired. I was just warned.
I wasn't fired either, just suspended for 3 days, eating a lamb chop at Casey's when I should have been ringing in from the box of the 162nd with all that trouble up there. On my way to headquarters now for reinstatement. I eat too much, my trouble is.
I drink too much. Here you're living up at the Heights, Steve.
Yeah.
That's funny, me too.
Yeah?
Here you're married now to a beautiful and lovely young... with admiration.
Say it again.
I think I knew her. Wasn't her stage name Georgia Dixon?
Yeah, that's her. I love that wench, but women. How does a guy handle them? You know, maybe the creeper has the right method.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Who's the creeper, Steve? Any angles?
You tell me, and I'll split the reward with you. Say, what do you think of Inspector Bradley's inside job theory?
Nuts. Every janitor's a creeper? And as for that doorman, Jim Ellis, just because he worked at 2 of the 3 murder apartments? Pure coincidence. Anyway, they've released him. One thing, though, and I don't think even Bradley's put it together yet.
Yeah?
In all 3 cases, just before the creeper struck, the door locks had already been tampered with.
You don't say.
You got a theory?
Well, sure. I mean, you take that note on the wall. For heaven's sake, in every case, for heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more.
I cannot control myself.
Right.
Oh.
Now, what man uses an expression like that? You want the lowdown? It's just this. A creeper is a woman.
A gimmick, huh?
Yeah.
Like the height of the message from the floor is a trick, 6 feet. And yet I'll lay odds the creeper's no more than a guy your height, say, or mine. 5'9", just like us, you or me. Only crazy.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
How do I figure lots of things? How do I know where the creeper's gonna strike next?
You do?
Certainly. The creeper's not so smart, he's just crazy. You play along crazy and you're 1 jump ahead of him. That's the trouble with Inspector Bradley. Why, he's up a tree. You expect logical clues from a madman? You play along crazy, make out you're the creeper. And what do you get?
Well, go ahead, let's see.
All right, the victims are all redheads, every one. You've noticed that, of course. 3 in 3 days?
Yeah, now that you mention it.
They all lived in the Heights, right? Agnes Martin, Jane Krutsky, Virginia Peters?
Right.
What was the number of the apartment in each case? Agnes lived in 1A, Jane 2B, Virginia 3C. Don't ask me the why or wherefore. Don't ask me the logic. Just play along crazy. See what I mean? Where's he going to strike next?
Huh? I don't get you.
The next victim of the creeper also lives in the Heights. She's a redhead. Her night lock's been tampered with. She's going to get hers today, and her apartment number's 4D. Well, why are you looking at me? Don't you like my arithmetic?
Pearlie, my wife's a redhead. We live in the Heights, and our apartment number is... You're just a boozy reporter.
Your apartment number?
4D, I told you.
4D, of course. It's pretty late, but I'll have it delivered. I was busy admiring your lipstick, Mrs. Grant. I've nothing like it in stock. 4D, I should have guessed it anyway.
Why?
Well, a face is a number. Believe me, since you've moved into the neighborhood, Mrs. Grant, for me it has a special number, like Double Dandy Delicious Dream. 4 Ds, you see?
Go on. Bet you tell that to every customer. Female.
I'm a ladies' man? Like the creeper? What did I say? What's going on in this block? Raw nerves, you can't joke. The creeper, that's all I hear all day. It's mass hysteria. There ain't such an animal.
You don't think so?
I assure you, Mrs. Grant, it's a fairy tale for circulation of the tabloids. I'll send you a prescription up with the boy.
No, I'll just wait here for it.
Well, it'll take some time. You should go right home and stay there if you're just getting over the flu. I'll tell you what. I'll deliver it myself. It'll be a pleasure.
No. I'll wait. I may not go right back. I don't want to be there alone. I'm afraid.
Very well. Suit yourself. Have a seat. For heaven's sake, stop me before I kill more.
What?
I cannot control myself. Wait! I was only joking, Mrs. Grant. Wait, Mrs. Grant, your prescription.
It's you, Mrs. Stone.
Why, yes. What's your hurry, dear?
I just got such a scare. since these awful murders in this neighborhood.
Yes, isn't it terrible? I'm simply frightened to death myself. You walking home?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I'll go with you. It's good we live in the same house.
At least if I had a double lock, but the night one doesn't work.
Oh, really? Well, I have a chain lock besides, and still
The way it is, I sit and shiver when there's a sound at the door. Can't get a locksmith. Tried all day, but they're all so busy. Mr. Frank on the corner promised to, but didn't know when. Why are they all so busy?
Well, my dear, because every woman in the neighborhood's changing theirs, too. Simply a nightmare. Oh, but don't you worry. We'll stay together this evening. Mr. Stone's out, too. Think of it, we've never visited, though we live right across the hall from each other. Isn't that like a big city, for heaven's sake? Or would you rather I dropped in on you?
Well, I don't know.
Well, make it your place, then. Isn't it horrible, the ghastly things they're saying? The theories, one doesn't know what to think next. You believe the latest?
The latest?
That maybe it's a woman, the creeper?
A woman?
Can you beat it? I just can't imagine how in the world the police figure that, for heaven's sakes. Can you? I say, can you, Miss Grant?
I don't know. I was just thinking of something my husband
Though I
said.
can see where a married woman now, if her husband was faithless, well, I can understand such a theory, because they take my husband now. You've met Mr. Stone, haven't you? Oh, Mrs. Grant, why on earth are you staring at me like that, for heaven's sake?
I don't feel well. I must get home. I feel faint.
But Mrs. Grant, oh, for heaven's sake.
Sobbing with terror, the woman with red hair runs up the dark street, back to her apartment and the door with the broken lock. As the hands of the clock move on towards 12 o'clock and...
Murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Creeper.
Back to Georgia Grant, hurrying hysterically through the dark streets, towards the apartment with the broken lock on the door.
Good evening, ma'am. Out late, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, you're the new doorman?
Just relieving Charlie. Nice night.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Here, let me ring the elevator for you.
No, you don't have to trouble.
No trouble, ma'am. There. Apartment 4D, huh?
Yeah. How did you know?
Doesn't take long.
When will this elevator come?
Coming now. Terrible things, ma'am. The happenings.
What?
The creeper. It's sort of...
Going up?
Yeah.
Up and down, up and down. The ups and downs of life, that's me. I'm a living milkshake, Mrs. Grant. Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Jimmy?
Stuck. Imagine getting stuck between the third and fourth with a production like you.
Get going, Sonny. You want me to report you?
Okay. Can't you take a joke? Maybe I misconstrued that smile you always give me. Maybe you shouldn't ought to smile that way. Fourth floor.
Let me out.
If I drop in later, will you be more receptive?
Oh, home. Oh, thank goodness. Must be going out of my mind. Key. Where's my key? Darn this lock. Darn the lock. Hello. Is the locksmith in yet? Well, I want to know how soon I can get my lock changed. Yes, I know it's late, but he promised. This is Mrs. Grant. Yes, 4D, yes. I know you just explained to me, but I must...
Georgia?
Yes? Yes, so won't you...
I've
please...
been waiting for you.
Don't, you little fool. It's me. Do you want the whole house to... That's better.
What are you doing here?
Oh, don't worry. You haven't got a thing to worry about now.
I've come to protect you. Give me the phone. Hello? Never mind about the lock, thank you. Sit down. Make yourself at home. Been waiting here for you. Long time no see, Georgia.
What do you want, Pearlie?
Me? A headline. Your husband wants, too. He wants I should keep an eye on you.
What's that?
Sure. You didn't think Steve and I were acquainted, did you? Oh, yes. From way back. Just met him at a bar.
I don't believe you. What do you mean, keep an eye on me?
Oh, just in case the creep...
Oh. Oh.
You heard of the character?
You're mad. You've always been mad, Pearlie Chase. Where is Steve? Why should he send you here? Why should he think the creeper will come here? What are you doing here?
Told you. Playing along crazy. Got a drink?
You're drunk now. And you're getting right out of here. You're nothing but a no-good rummy.
And you're nothing but a no-good... You finish it. When I took the drink, it was to drown you out, and you know it. I'm still a rum pot, Angel, which means I haven't got rid of you yet.
Get out.
You little two-timing redhead. You're all the same, you redheads. Even a wedding ring can't change you. Oh, don't play the innocent. My business is snooping. I make a living at it between drinks. So your new motto's love thy neighbor, huh? Mr. Stone across the hall? Poor dumb Steve.
I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the police.
Stay where you are.
Oh, Pearlie, what are you doing with that gun?
I wouldn't pick up that phone if I were you. You see, there's a big reward for the creeper and a heck of an exclusive, and I don't want to share it. I'm riding a hunch. Now, sit down, darling. Just play along with me while I play along crazy. Sit down.
Oh.
That's it. Like we're expecting company. Let's have some music. Don't just sit. Let's have some music. I said turn on the radio. That's it. That's the good girl. Dance music. Let's dance. Give me your arm. Let's dance. Like old times. Around and around like my brain. Why are you trembling? I still love you, you little fool. Ask me why. I love you. I love you, you lovely redhead. I could kill you and you deserve it. With the radio on, you could scream and no one would hear. I could put my hand on your throat like this and I could strangle you. Why are you crying? Stop it. I'm here to protect you. Stop crying. Cut it, I said. Cut it out. I can't stand it. I never could. Okay. You want me to leave? All right, I will. It's your funeral. What am I saving you for anyway? Where's my hat? In a few minutes, there'll be a knock or a ring or the door will just open. And you'll be lying in a pool of blood like the other three. Goodbye, my worthless. Give my regards to the creeper.
What if he comes back? He wants to kill me. Somebody wants to kill me. I must lie down. My head is splitting. Trying to frighten me. Jealous spite, that's it. Like the other three. In a pool of blood. Like the other three. Almost 12 o'clock. Any minute now there'll be a knock. Or a ring. Yes?
This is the doorman, Mrs. Grant.
Yes?
The druggist is here with a medicine. Shall I let him up?
A medicine? Yes, let it... No. Don't let that man up.
Want me to bring it up?
No. I'm perfectly all right. I don't need any... I don't need it, you hear? Don't you dare come up. Don't anyone. Oh, please, I must have it changed right away. My lock, my door lock. Yes, this is Mrs. Grant. Yes, I do want it. Of course, anyone can get in, anyone. They want to murder me, but I don't know who. It's the creeper. Oh, you'll come right away? Thank you. Thank you so much, but hurry. Please hurry or I'll go out of my mind. Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Like the other three in a pool of blood. Any minute now. A knock or a ring. Oh. Who's there?
It's me, dear. Mrs. Stone.
Oh. What do you want?
I've been worried about you. Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, Mrs. Stone. I'm feeling fine.
Open up, dear. Don't you want me to keep you company?
No, thank you. I was just... Oh, stop that.
Do let me in, silly, and we'll...
No, please, go away. I'm going to sleep. Go away. You hear me? Go away. Hello.
Hello, Georgia. You all right?
Oh, Steve. Steve, I've been frantic. So good to hear your voice. Where are you?
At headquarters. I'm coming right home. Sweetheart, is anything wrong? You said
No, not now. Not when I hear you, Steve. I don't know what came over me all day. I've been imagining things so silly. My nerves.
Sorry about supper tonight, honey. I wasn't myself. My job had me down, but now
Oh,
everything's
of course. Forgive me, Steve. I've been bad, wicked. Oh, darling, if you knew what I've gone through tonight, the most dreadful state. And then that... Steve, did you send someone here today?
Pearly Chase?
Then you did?
Yeah, to keep you company. Isn't he still with you?
No, I just got rid of him.
Oh, I wish you hadn't. He's an all right guy. Smart reporter. Lives in the neighborhood, too. Honey, it sounds cockeyed. I mean, Pearlie's theory, but I was kind of worried when I got to thinking, so... Listen, Georgia.
Yes.
Don't let anyone in the house till I get home.
No, I won't, Steve.
Not anyone, do you hear? Not anyone.
Oh, Steve, wait.
What?
Wait, Steve. It's, thank goodness at last now I can breathe easy. Darling, just a minute.
Georgia. Hello, George.
Mr. Frank?
Mr. Frank.
Thank goodness you've come. Please, step in. It's the lock on this door. I want... Just a moment. My husband's on the phone.
Hear me, Georgia.
Steve?
Yeah, what happened? There was something else I wanted to tell you.
It's all right, darling. Everything's all right now, Steve. You needn't worry.
Didn't I just hear you talking to someone? Was that somebody at the door?
No, it's no one, dear. It's just Mr. Frank, the locksmith. What a load.
Georgia, listen, Georgia. That's what I was going to tell you.
What is...
The police are on a new trail. They think maybe a locksmith. Georgia, you listening? They think maybe the creeper's a locksmith. Get him out, quick.
What nice lipstick you
Georgia,
use,
can you hear me?
Mrs. Grant. Yes. Very nice lipstick.
Georgia.
Very nice.
Can you hear me, Georgia? Georgia, Georgia. Hello, Georgia.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Hurry. Catch me before I kill more. For heaven's sake.
Soft footsteps hurrying down the corridor, away from the door with the broken lock, now standing ajar, the body of a red-headed woman. And still, should she not have known that her only visitor would be death? When the clocks struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death knocks at the door, wearing a familiar face, and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Georgia was played by Ann Shepard. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This is Otto Kruger, welcoming you to the Screen Mystery Club.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to become a member of the Screen Mystery Club. Each week, a famous motion picture mystery story will be presented especially for club members. Tonight, we present When Strangers Marry, a superb blend of mystery and suspense. And now, here is your host and narrator of the Screen Mystery Club, the distinguished actor of both stage and screen, Mr. Otto Kruger.
Hello. Well, pull up your chairs and make yourselves comfortable as we unfold the peculiar events in this week's prize screenplay, When Strangers Marry. Our story really begins quite innocently on a streamlined train speeding toward New York City. It is late, past midnight, and standing before the door of a private drawing room is an attractive girl in her early 20s, simply dressed. She seems to be having difficulty making up her mind to knock. But finally...
Pardon me, but the porter is making up the berth in my car, and I wonder if I could sit here for a few minutes.
All right.
Thank you. This is my first trip to New York.
Is that so?
Yes, I'm going to meet my husband.
How nice.
We're newlyweds.
Oh. Well, child, go on. Tell me all about it. What's he like?
Well, he's tall and handsome and has the nicest smile. Strange kind of smile. Just like him. I mean, a smile is kind of strange.
How'd you meet him?
Well, you see, I was working in a little restaurant in Grantsville. That's where I live. And one day he just came in.
Love at first sight?
No, I didn't pay much attention to him, really. I remember our first date. I didn't want to go. But somehow that night I found myself waiting for him. We just walked. He didn't say much.
How long did you know him before you were married?
Well, I only saw him 3 times, but I'm terribly in love with him. And he sent me a telegram to come to New York. Oh, here, I'll read it to you. August 11th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mildred Baxter. That's our name now. Have reserved room at Sherwin Hotel, New York. We'll meet you there tomorrow morning. Paul.
What's his business?
Well, he sells something or other. I really don't know.
Well, it's almost as if you'd married a stranger, isn't it?
Stranger? Well, you see, we...
Sure, Bud, I know. It's really tough to find a room these days. I even have trouble trying to get a room for my friends in this hotel. I meet a bartender here. Imagine.
Gee, I figured with the convention ending today, I'd surely get a room. Well, guess I'll get going.
Hey, wait a minute. One of them convention nights, Mr. Prescott, he ain't checked out yet. He's got a suite.
I'm king of the jungle.
That sounds like him now.
I'm king of the jungle. That's me, and I'm thirsty. Very, very thirsty. Ain't had a drink
In about 20 minutes, Mr. Prescott.
Ah, there you Hauser, old boy. Yes, sir. Hauser the bartender. The best bartender in the Hotel Philadelphia. That's a good one, ain't it? Well, set him up on me.
Yeah, sure, but this man here is the only one in the place. It's past closing time.
Hello, friend. Have a drink?
Thanks.
Hey, that'll be $1.20. Oh, Mr. Prescott, this man ain't got a room to sleep in, and he was wondering...
Sure, he can come up with me. I got lots of room.
Oh, thanks. Here, you drop some of your money.
That doesn't matter. I got lots of money. $10,000 right here. Always carry it with me. I don't believe in banks. Tried them once, see?
Gee, Mr. Prescott, you shouldn't ought to be carrying that much dough around with you. It might be dangerous.
Dangerous? I got my good friend here. What's your name, friend?
Paul.
See? Paul will protect me, won't you, Paul? Paul what?
Just Paul.
Okay, just Paul. Come on with me. We'll find you a bed. Whoa!
Mr. Prescott. Mr. Prescott, I got 26 rooms to clean, and I can't take all day at it. I gotta come in and clean your place. Mr. Prescott.
Them conventions. Oh, my Lance fell asleep right in that chair, and with a woman's silk stocking around his neck. The idea. Come on, Mr. Prescott. You gotta get up. Mr. Prescott, you gotta wake up and... Mr. Prescott...
Front boy, ice water up to 421 and then go to 926 and pick up bags. That old dame's checking out. Hey, Harry, seen the papers? That silk stocking murder over in Philly was sure gruesome. Glad nothing like that ever happens here at the Sherwin.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, ma'am?
I'm Mrs. Baxter.
Mrs. Baxter?
My husband reserved a room.
Let's see. Oh, yes, he phoned in yesterday afternoon. Paul Baxter.
Yes, that's right.
Run. Here, boy. Take Mrs. Baxter's things up to room 1410.
Well, my husband didn't get here yet?
No, not yet.
Well, that's funny. He wired me that...
Millie!
Fred!
What a break! I didn't think you'd come to New York.
Oh, no, Fred, please don't.
What, these people? What, they're just a bunch of tired salesmen. They've seen a kiss before.
No, it's not that, Fred.
Well, then what? You got my letter, didn't you?
What letter?
Well, what are you doing here?
My husband sent for me.
Your husband?
Yes, I'm married, Fred.
Oh. Well, do I know him?
Well, I don't think so. His name's Paul Baxter.
Well, when were you married?
A month ago in Grantsville.
Oh, why are you stopping here at the Sherwin? This is a salesman's hotel.
Paul's a salesman.
Well, so am I, remember? That's the reason you wouldn't marry me.
Well, I guess...
He must have been a better salesman than me, I guess. But that won't keep me from wishing you the best of everything, Millie. And I'll be seeing you around.
Fred?
Yeah?
What did you write in that letter?
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
Desk clerk? This is Mrs. Baxter. Have you heard from Mr. Baxter yet? Oh, you'll let me know, won't you? Yes, I'll be right here waiting. Thank you. Paul!
I'm sorry, Millie. It's only me.
Oh, Fred. I've been waiting and waiting.
I understand, Millie.
Sit down, Fred.
Thanks.
I don't know what to think. Paul was supposed to meet me here this morning, and here it is after 3.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure he's all right.
Oh, it's so awful waiting and not knowing. Well, wondering.
Say, maybe I can help you find him. Who does he work for?
Well, I really don't know.
Well, what does he sell?
Oh, I know it seems strange, but I don't know for certain.
Well, Millie, what can you tell me about him?
Very little, I'm afraid. I only saw him 3 times before we were married.
3 times?
Yes, I know it sounds odd.
Well, what about his family, then? Where do they live?
I don't know that either.
And all you have is a telegram he sent you?
And our marriage license.
May I see the telegram?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Mm-hmm.
You see, he said he'd meet me here this morning.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably show up in a little while, then. Maybe he got delayed by a buyer. I know how that is. But it sure looks like you married a stranger.
A stranger? Yes, doesn't it? Hello, desk clerk. This is Mrs. Baxter in room 1410 again. Have you heard from Mr. Baxter yet? Nothing? Well, yes, I know, but he was supposed to arrive this morning. It's after 10 now. Yes, please remember to put all calls through, no matter how late it is. Yes, thank you.
The weatherman promises some relief for New Yorkers tomorrow. He predicts the thermometer will reach 5 to 6 degrees lower than it did today, with a high of 84 at noon.
Hello?
Over on Capitol Hill, it was announced that the Senate will shortly go into its summer recess.
I can't hear.
Senator Corman of Oklahoma was quoted as saying that he...
Hello? Oh, hello, I can hear you now. I turned the radio off. Hello? Hello? Hello, operator? Hello, this is Mrs. Baxter again. Someone telephoned me just a second ago, and I went to turn my radio off, and when I got back, the line was dead. Well, what? Didn't he give his name? You sure? I see. Thank you.
And the Philadelphia police have flatly stated that the silk stocking killer has left Philadelphia for New York City. The New York police have summoned Jacob Hauser, the bartender at the Hotel Philadelphia, who saw the killer and his victim a short while before the killing. Hauser has stated that the killer's first name is...
Paul? Hello, Paul? Oh, hello, Fred. No, I haven't heard a thing. The what? Missing Persons Bureau in the morning. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I'll be ready at 8. Yes, thank you, Fred. Good night.
You got the wrong department. This is homicide. The Missing Persons Bureau is down the hall.
But can't you help us?
Well, let's see that telegram again. Your husband's name is Paul?
Yes, Paul Baxter.
Okay, I'll take the information.
Oh, thank you.
Your name?
Mildred Baxter.
Address?
The Sherwin Hotel.
What was the last time you saw your husband?
The day we were married. A month and 4 days ago. You see, I met him. That's really all, Lieutenant.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
No, I don't think so.
How about you, Graham? Can you add anything?
Well, I've never seen the man.
You will find him, won't you?
We'll do our best, lady. But you've practically married a stranger.
Well...
thank you, Lieutenant.
Maloney, send up Hauser, that bartender from Philadelphia. I think I've got a lead. I want to talk to him.
No, Mrs. Baxter, no word yet.
Hello? Oh, Fred. No, not yet.
The correct time is 5 seconds before 7:30, courtesy of...
Hello, desk clerk. This is Mr. Baxter. Oh, thank you.
And in the silk stocking murder case, the police tonight have asked everyone to be on the lookout for a man answering this description. 6 feet tall, dark...
Hello? Yes? Paul! Oh, yes, darling. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice. Darling, where are you? What's happened? Yes. Well, come right over. Hurry. But why? Why? Tomorrow? No, I'll come to you. No, just tell me where. Yes. Yes, darling, yes. I'm leaving right now.
And so ends Act 1 of When Strangers Marry, tonight's Screen Mystery Club story. And in just a moment, we'll give you Act 2. But first, a word from the makers of the product who bring you this program.
And now back to Otto Kruger and Act 2 of When Strangers Marry.
Millie has at last heard from Paul. Small, nagging suspicions have been crushed down by the knowledge that Paul has called her. 2 frantic, wearisome days of waiting have been rewarded, and she hurries to meet the man she loves, completely unaware that murder stalks her every footstep.
Who's there?
It's me, Paul. It's me. Paul. Oh, Paul. Paul.
Hello, Millie.
Oh, Paul. Oh, it's so good to find you. Is anything wrong, Paul? You look so...
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm just tired.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so relieved. I waited and I imagined all sorts of things. You didn't phone or wire.
I couldn't. It was impossible.
Well, I don't care what the reason was. We're together now. That's all I care about. Paul,
Yes, dear?
last night someone telephoned me at the hotel. But they hung up before...
Oh, that was me, Millie.
Well, why did you hang up? Why didn't you call back?
Well, I heard someone else in the room. I wanted to talk to you alone.
Oh, it was just the radio. But it doesn't matter now.
That's right.
Oh, I was so worried. On the way over here, I couldn't imagine why you...
Millie, do you love me?
Oh, what a question. If I never knew it before, waiting and worrying the way I have for 2 days has proved it. Forever.
Do you love me enough to...
Do what, Paul?
Oh, nothing. Come here.
I'm here. That's good. Oh, I've waited so long for you to kiss me again. Paul, do you know what I'm going to do first thing in the morning?
What?
I'd like to invite Fred Graham to have dinner with us.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't, Millie.
Oh, but I owe Fred a great deal. He's been so kind the last few days.
Does he know where you are now?
Well, no, dear. You asked me not to tell anyone where I was going.
Oh, good. We've got a lot of time to make up for it, love.
All right, dear, if you want it that way. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
I noticed that you forgot to change the name on the apartment door.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did, silly. The name P.J. Moore. It's still on the door.
Oh, I use that name sometimes.
Why?
Millie, no matter what happens, ever, I love you.
He tried to kill me, Lieutenant. He tried to run me down. If I hadn't have seen his car coming,
Did you get a look at the man who was driving the car?
No, I didn't. But why should anyone want to murder me?
Maybe you know too much, Hauser.
You mean...
You told the Philadelphia police that the killer's name is Paul. Can't you remember his last name?
I tell you, I don't know. Like I said, Mr. Prescott asked the man his name, and this man, the killer, said, Paul, just Paul.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. Now, what is the name of the hotel on the killer's suitcase?
I can't remember. I can't.
Your life may depend on it, Hauser.
Yeah, I know, but I can't. I tried and tried, I tell you. That's it.
What?
Sherwin. Hotel Sherwin. I can see it now. Yeah, that's it. Hotel Sherwin, New York City.
You're sure? Absolutely sure?
Yeah, Hotel Sherwin.
Good.
What should I do now?
Go back to your room and stay there until you hear from me. Look, Graham, I'll have to know everything you know about Paul Baxter.
I've told you everything I know.
Well, we think we know who committed the silk stocking murder. We know that a man by the name of Paul did it. We know that he carried a suitcase with the label of the Hotel Sherwin on it. And we know that on the night of the murder, Paul Baxter sent a wire to his wife to meet him at the Hotel Sherwin. Odd coincidence, isn't it?
I suppose so.
It certainly is. And I'm sure that when we find Paul Baxter, we'll have the killer.
What do you want me to do, Lieutenant?
Where's Mrs. Baxter now?
I don't know. That's what I came to see you about.
What do you mean you don't know? You're a friend of hers, aren't you?
Well, sure. That's why I'm here. She checked out of the hotel late last night and left no forwarding address. I'm afraid something may have happened to her.
Like what? Like what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, okay, Graham. But just remember, a man who has murdered for money once will murder again. So if you're holding out...
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Millie.
Fred, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you. When you left no forwarding address at the hotel,
Oh, yes, I should have left a note for you. I'm sorry.
Well, what are you doing in police headquarters?
I found Paul, Fred. I found him. I'm going to tell Lieutenant Blake he can stop looking for him.
Millie, let's get out of here.
But I've got to tell Lieutenant... What's wrong?
I can't talk here. Come on downstairs. We can talk while I'm driving you home.
But... Oh, all right.
that's the story, Millie. The police seem pretty certain.
But I can't believe it. Paul just isn't like that.
Well, it's possible that a lot of little things that can easily be explained have added up in Lieutenant Blake's mind, just as they're doing in ours. He really has no proof.
Paul changed his name. Why should he do that?
There may be 100 reasons.
You think he's the murderer, don't you?
Well,
I'm going to find out.
Say, let me have your phone number. I'll call in half an hour to see if everything's all right.
It's Parkview 34608. It's the Windsor Apartments on 12th Street, Apartment C.
Millie.
Yes, Fred?
That letter I sent you.
What letter?
The one I mailed to Grantsville. The one I wrote before I knew you were married.
Yes, Fred?
Well, I'll call you in half an hour.
Thank you, Fred. And I understand what you're trying to say.
I'll let you out here. It's only a block or so from your apartment. I don't think it'd be wise if Paul saw me driving you home.
No, thanks so much. I'll never forget your kindness.
Millie.
Yes?
Be careful.
Extra paper, police closing in on silk stocking killer. Paul Baxter suspected. Extra paper, closing in on killer. Paul Baxter.
No, not Paul. Not Paul.
It's almost as though you married a stranger, isn't it?
It certainly looks as if you married a stranger.
No.
But we married a stranger.
Extra paper, take it out for Paul Baxter, killer.
You married a stranger. A killer. A killer.
You don't know anything about him. He's a stranger. A murderer. A murderer. A murderer.
No.
A killer. A killer. A killer.
A stranger. A stranger. A stranger. A killer. A killer. A killer.
Paul!
There you are.
What are you doing?
Packing.
Where are you going? Why don't you answer me?
Where have you been?
I saw Fred. There's an extra out in the streets. Paul, they're looking for you.
Told Fred where we live?
Paul, they're accusing you of murder. Aren't you going to say anything?
I'm leaving.
Did you do it, Paul? Did you kill that man?
What's the use? I should never have got in touch with you.
It's true, then. It's true, is it?
Do you want to hear the story, Millie?
Oh, yes.
You know, it's funny how things work out. How everything can change in a single night. You go along on a job for years, beating your brains out for $50 a week. And that 50 seems the most important thing in the world. And then you meet a man who carries $10,000 with him.
No, Paul.
I was worried about you coming to New York. Worried about how we'd make out together. If we'd have enough to live on. It didn't seem right that a man like that should have all that money.
Paul.
I went with him up to his room. Sure, I wanted his money. But I didn't take it, Millie. I didn't kill him either.
Oh, darling. Then why did you hide? Why didn't you go to the police?
Would they have believed me?
No, they wouldn't. But it was wrong to run away.
No, Millie. It's only wrong to drag you into it. That's why I'm going away now.
Where are you going?
Oh, what difference does it make?
I wouldn't ask you if I didn't care.
You said that like you meant it.
I do. I'm going with you.
Oh, I can't let you in for anything
I'm
like that.
going with you.
No, you...
Who's that?
I don't know. Open up in there. The place is surrounded.
What are we going to do?
Let them in, Millie. Hauser?
Yes, sir?
You can go.
You mean I can go back to Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Thanks.
You can go too, Mrs. Baxter.
Can I see my husband?
Not right now.
Oh, when?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Lieutenant, is there no hope?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Baxter.
Well, what about the money? You haven't found the money, have you? Surely if Paul were guilty, he'd have it.
No, we haven't found it yet, but we will.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter. Maloney, put a tail on that guy Hauser. We've got to find that money. And I've got a little job to do myself. I'll be back later.
Oh, Mrs. Baxter, here's a letter came for you.
A letter?
It was forwarded from Grantsville.
Oh, Fred's letter. Did Mr. Graham in?
He's on the roof garden, Mrs. Baxter. Shall I connect you?
No, I'll go up. Hello, Fred.
Come on over here. On the other side of the chimney. View's perfect here. Does the wind bother you?
No, I don't mind it.
Good girl. Well, how'd it go?
They wouldn't let me see you. Oh, it's like a dream. A bad one, Fred.
Look down there, Millie. 10,000 people. Each one wrapped up in his own little world. Everybody has bad dreams. But we get over them.
They look so tiny down there, don't they?
Sure. After all, we're 22 stories up. Millie, what's that letter in your hand?
What? Oh, it's your letter, Fred. The clerk downstairs just gave it to me.
Millie, don't read it.
Why not?
I'd rather you didn't. Give it to me.
No.
Let me have it.
No, I want to read it. Hotel Philadelphia. Dearest Millie, here goes. I'm popping the question again. You might as well say yes, because Fred Graham never sells himself short. Write me in care of the Sherwin Hotel in New York City. Hopefully, Fred. P.S. I just got hold of that present I promised you.
I'm sorry you read that. It's not right to.
Present? It was a pair of silk stockings. You weren't in New York at all. You were in Philadelphia. This letter was mailed from there, the night of the murder.
Now, Millie, wait a minute.
And it was you. You used those stockings to strangle Prescott, didn't you? Now I understand why you took me to Lieutenant Blake instead of the Missing Persons Bureau. Now I know why you stopped me from telling Blake I found Paul. And why you wanted this letter. Because you had to get hold of it so I wouldn't guess what happened in Philadelphia.
Millie, you don't really believe it.
Oh, yes, I do. Nobody knew where Paul and I were living except you. How did the police find out? How did the police find out? You told them. You took a chance on this letter never reaching me. But you're not going to get away with it.
Okay, Millie. I did kill Prescott. Why shouldn't I? I wanted that 10 grand.
You admit it.
Sure, I admit it. To you. I've got the money right here in my pocket. But you'll never be able to do anything about it, Millie.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm going straight to
Look down, Millie. 22 stories down.
You wouldn't dare.
Why wouldn't I? What have I got to lose? They kill you just as dead for one murder as two. When they find your body on the street, they'll figure you couldn't stand the shame being married to a murderer.
You wouldn't.
It's too perfect to miss. And it'll clinch the case against Paul and leave me completely in the clear. Why, it's perfect.
No, keep away from me.
No use, Millie.
Keep away.
All right, Graham.
Huh?
That's right. Keep your hands up there.
Thanks. You've saved us a lot of trouble. Okay, Mrs. Baxter. There'll be someone waiting to see you.
Yes. It's Paul. And he's not a stranger.
And so ends tonight's story of When Strangers Marry. In just a moment, I'll be back with a word about next week's story. But first... Next week, Screen Mystery Club has selected Universal Pictures' thrilling story titled The Lady in the Morgue. Thank you for being with us this evening. We'll expect you back for the next week. Same time, same station. And until then, this is Otto Kruger wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Tonight's story has been presented through courtesy of Monogram Pictures, makers of Dillinger, and was adapted for radio by Selig Lester and Merwin Gerard. Screen Mystery Club was produced and directed by John Marshall and John Moore, and is presented by Marshall and Moore Incorporated. Howard Rhines speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a murderer who found that justice has an uncanny way of working itself out, as in the tale titled, Murder Must Be Paid For. Here is the tale, Murder Must Be Paid For, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins in the office of Judge Wallace, Lucy Holden's legal advisor. Judge Wallace, an anxious expression on his face, is pleading with the beautiful young woman.
Lucy, listen to me. You mustn't do this. Believe me, you're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so, Judge Wallace. I love Tom, and I'm going to marry him.
Lucy, Tom Barrow murdered your father.
I know a lot of people think he murdered Dad, but I don't believe it.
I wish I didn't. Listen, Lucy, Tom and your father were on a hunting trip. Your father died with a rifle bullet through his heart from his own rifle. Tom said your father dropped the gun accidentally and it went off.
Yes, I know all that.
Do you know that Tom robbed your own father on a business deal and would have gone to jail if your father had lived another week?
I know people say so. But have you any proof?
No. Your father died. There's no case.
Well, Judge, you've done your duty and warned me. So the responsibility is mine.
All right, Lucy. You know, you've grown very pretty since you went away to school. 4 years. I'm sorry we haven't seen anything of you in all that time.
I'm sorry, too, but Dad wanted me to stay east. You know, Judge Wallace, I met my sister when I was in New York last winter.
Your sister?
Mm-hmm.
What sister, Lucy?
Doreen. Don't you know about her?
Doreen? No. I never knew you had a sister.
I didn't either until Dad wrote me and told me about it. But you knew Dad's first wife ran away with an actor a year after she and Dad were married.
Yes, I knew that, but that's all.
Well, Doreen was his first child. Her mother took her along when she ran away. I wondered if Dad had mentioned Doreen in his will.
No, he didn't.
Well, I'm going to send her some money anyway. Will that be all right?
Oh, yes, of course. It's your money now. The whole $1 million.
Thank you, Judge Wallace. Well, I have to go now. Tom's waiting for me. We're going to be married right away.
And Lucy married Tom Barrow, big and blonde and arrogantly self-assured. Tongues wagged over the marriage, but ignoring the gossip, the happy couple settled down at Barrow House, on the edge of high cliffs, looking out over the Pacific. There, Lucy wrote many letters, especially to her half-sister, Doreen.
Dear Doreen, I hope that at last you're going to have a chance to visit Tom and me here at Barrow House. I know you'd like Tom, and he'd like you.
Hello, darling. Oh, more letters to Doreen?
Oh, yes, Tom. I'm trying to persuade her to come visit us, and since her show's going to be in San Francisco all this week.
Oh, good. If she's half as pretty as you are, I'll welcome her with open arms.
Oh, people in New York used to take us for twins. but she's really much more sophisticated than I am. She's an actress.
Sounds more and more interesting. But how about coming for a speedboat ride, hon? Water's just right.
Oh, I can't. This is the day I volunteered to help the sisters at the mission hospital.
Oh, for Pete's sake. That's a 30-mile drive, 20 to town and 10 more beyond. You won't get back till after dark.
I'm sorry, Tom, but I promise.
And so, a short time later, Lucy drove off to her volunteer nursing work. So she was not present to see the dusty taxi that drove up to the house several hours later, leaving a visitor.
I wonder if anyone's home. Ahoy, the house! Is anyone in?
Nobody but me. Who are you? Oh, why, Lucy.
Wrong guess, mister. Try again.
Holy smoke, I thought... No, your hair's done differently, and you're taller. Say, well, you can't be Doreen.
Why not? Is there a law against it?
A mystery sister here at last. And on the day Lucy's away.
You mean I've missed her?
Oh, she'll be back tonight, and you're staying, aren't you?
Can't. I have to get back to town to catch the 7 o'clock train for Frisco.
No, that's too bad, but... Well, there's no reason you and I shouldn't get acquainted before then, is there?
None I can think of offhand.
Oh, then come on in. I'll show you around, and then I'll mix us a couple of drinks. Okay?
Okay.
That tastes good. Well, how do you like our little place, now that you've seen it?
I'd go for it. Imagine sitting out here on the cliffs every evening and watching the sun set into the Pacific.
Pay us a visit, and you can do it.
Maybe I will. How high are these cliffs anyway, Tom?
80 feet, straight down to the Pacific. There's deep water at the foot of them.
Oh, I'd hate to fall off. But as for the visit idea, on second thought, I don't think I will.
Why not? We'd love to have you. I know I would.
That's just the trouble. I might find myself poaching on little Lucy's territory.
You, mean that?
Yes. Now I can understand how little Lucy came to fall for the guy who killed her father.
So you've heard that gossip, eh?
Yes, but not from Lucy. You did kill him, didn't you?
Of course not. It was an accident. A very regrettable accident.
Oh, of course. Now, how about driving me back to town? I'll just have time to catch my train.
All right, but you're going to come again. I know it.
Well, maybe.
Well, you know, I think you and I could understand each other. It's too bad I didn't meet you first, instead of Lucy.
That evening, when Lucy returned, she was upset to learn that she had missed Doreen. But Tom said that Doreen had promised to come again in a few weeks. And then, because Lucy was tired, they retired early. But during the night, Tom awoke to find Lucy shaking him.
Tom!
Huh? What's the matter? What is it?
Tom, you were talking in your sleep.
Talking in my sleep?
Yes. I thought you might be having a nightmare.
No, I'm all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom, but when I heard you talking in your sleep, I thought
what was I saying?
Well, nothing that I could understand. Why?
No reason, just curious, that's all. I've never talked in my sleep before that I know of.
Oh, yes, you have, darling. Several times the last few weeks.
Lucy, are you telling me the truth?
Why, of course. Why should I lie about such a silly little thing?
No, of course you wouldn't. Lucy.
Yes, Tom?
Suppose I sleep in the corner room after this.
In the corner room? Why, Tom, you aren't serious.
I'm perfectly serious. The realization that I might be disturbing you would make me more and more nervous until I wouldn't be able to sleep at all.
Well, if that's really the case...
It is, and anyway, we'll try it for a while, shall we?
After Tom moved to the corner room, there was an atmosphere of strain between him and Lucy. Lucy, however, pretended not to notice it and went about as though everything was just as it had been. She wrote many long letters to her sister Doreen, but Tom noticed that whenever he came close to her, she covered the letters so that he could not see what she was writing. His suspicions aroused, he waited until she left one of them in the mailbox for the rural delivery carrier to pick up. As soon as she was out of sight, he swiftly ripped it open and read it.
Now, Lucy, we'll see what you're so carefully hiding from me. Dear Doreen, I have dreadful news for you. Now I know that Tom did kill my father. Night after night, I've been listening outside his door, becoming more and more certain. Last night he cried out distinctly, I killed him, but they'll never prove it, never. Doreen, what shall I do? If he killed Father, he may kill me. I go in fear of my life. I've taken one of his hunting knives, and I carry it around with me to protect myself in case he attacks me. So, that's how it is. That's what you've been up to, eh? Well, Lucy, I think that you and I must have a little talk.
But when Tom returned to the house, Lucy was not there. At last he located her, standing at her favorite spot on the cliffs near the house, a spot that overhung the sea which beat unceasingly against the rocks beneath, his footsteps muffled by the sound of the surf. Tom came quietly up behind her.
Lucy!
Tom, you frightened me.
Lucy, I want to talk to you.
What about?
I just read the letter you wrote your sister.
You opened it?
Yes. You little fool, you know perfectly well such evidence means nothing in a court, nothing. Now, why not be sensible? Come on, Lucy, let's forget the whole thing. It's over and done with.
No, stay away from me. Don't come near me.
Lucy, put that knife down.
No.
I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just trying to talk sense to you.
No, don't come any closer.
Lucy, be careful. You go over the cliff. Lucy, look out!
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. Tom Barrow, a look of horror on his face, stared over the edge of the cliff from which Lucy had fallen. Lucy was gone, swallowed up in the huge waves 80 feet below. Tom searched desperately for her until darkness fell and forced him to return to the house. He strove to calm his nerves and plan a course of action.
That's better. Now maybe I can think. They'll say I murdered her, but they won't be able to prove it. No matter what they think, they'll be able to prove nothing. Then the joke will be on Lucy. I'll inherit the whole estate her father left her. And that is a laugh. Hello?
Hello, brother-in-law.
Doreen. Where are you?
In town. Lucy there? I thought I'd come out and visit you two.
No, she's not here just now.
Well, when'll she be back? Or don't you want me to come see you?
Yes, but... Doreen, listen.
Yes?
There's something I've got to talk to you about, privately. Where are you now?
At the restaurant across from the railroad station.
Stay there for half an hour. I'll meet you there. I have a proposition for you, and I think you're going to like it. So that's the whole story, Doreen. I just wanted to talk sense to her, and she backed away from me and fell over the cliff.
So you killed her, did you, Tom?
No, I tell you I didn't. It was an accident.
All right, it was an accident. As a matter of fact, I'm inclined to believe you. Now, what did you want to talk to me about?
Look, Doreen, it should have been you and me, not me and Lucy. You and I belong together.
Maybe. Go on, Tom.
Now, here's my idea. You look like Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to take Lucy's place.
Take Lucy's place?
Yes. We'll be married secretly. You'll call yourself Lucy. No one will ever know the difference. And I'll give you half the estate that Lucy inherited from her father, because now that she's dead, I'll inherit it all from her father. Think, Doreen. $500,000.
So you want me to take Lucy's place, Tom? Clever. Yes, very clever. No public outcry, no investigation, no suspicion of you.
No, Doreen, I'm crazy about you. And we'll get along swell together. We'll travel, have fun. You'll be rich.
Yes, I'll be rich, Tom.
Then you'll do it.
No.
What?
I have a better scheme than that.
What do you mean?
If you're convicted of murdering Lucy, Tom, you can't inherit her estate. Then it'll come to me as her next of kin. That way I'll have it all.
Doreen.
So I'm not going to fall in with your plan. Instead, I'm going to work one of my own. I'm going to see you convicted of murdering Lucy.
And so, despite Tom's frantic arguments, Doreen insisted that he go with her to Lucy's old friend, Judge Wallace. Judge Wallace called in the prosecuting attorney, and they heard Tom's story in silence.
It won't wash, Barrow. First the father, then the daughter die in accidents, with you the only witness. It's too much for anyone to believe.
Judge Wallace, I have letters from Lucy proving that she'd heard him admit in his sleep that he killed her father and that she was afraid of him.
How about it, Mr. Roden? Can we hold him for murder?
I'm afraid not, Judge Wallace. The letters would help, but they're not enough legally to win a conviction. Unless Lucy's body can be found with some evidence of murder about it, the law can do nothing.
Lucy's body will be found sooner or later. I'm going to offer a reward for it. And then we'll see whether you can be convicted or not.
But a week went by, and a second week, and Lucy's body was not recovered from the restless waters of the Pacific. A third week, and Tom Barrow began to breathe easily again. Then one morning he received a call from the prosecuting attorney to view the body of a young woman that had been found on the beach by fishermen not far from Barrow House.
Well, here I am. Where's the body?
Is it Lucy, Mr. Roden?
I prefer not to give an opinion until you've both seen her. Attendant, open number 17, please. I'll lift the sheet so you can see the face. I'm afraid it's badly battered, probably by rocks.
Oh, that's not Lucy. I'm positive of it.
Well, Miss Holden, what do you say?
I'm not sure.
Now, I have everything that was on the body here in this envelope. 2 rings and a silver pin. Here they are. Mr. Barrow, do you recognize them?
No. No, I don't.
I can't be sure about the rings, but that pin was Lucy's. I sent it to her for a wedding present. If you look on the back, you will see engraved, "To L from D with love."
That would be to Lucy from Doreen, wouldn't it?
It would.
I think that settles the identification. But there's one more point, as you'll see when I turn back the sheet further.
A knife. A knife through her heart.
No, it can't be.
Your knife, Mr. Barrow, with your name stamped on it. Thomas Barrow, you're under arrest for murder.
Thomas Barrow, you have been found guilty of murder as charged. The sentence of this court, accordingly, is that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of June 3rd, you shall suffer death in the lethal chamber of the state penitentiary. And may God have mercy on your soul.
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. Tom Barrow's lawyer appealed the death verdict, but his appeal was rejected. The evidence was far too overwhelming. Tom kept protesting, but of course no one believed him, except the visitor whom the guard brought to his death cell one afternoon.
Here you are, Miss Doreen.
Thank you, guard.
You can talk to him for 10 minutes, that's all. I'll stand back here where I can keep an eye on him, but I won't be listening.
Hello, Tom.
You devil. You did this. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be here now.
But you are here, where you belong. You ought to be amused at the way things turned out, Tom.
If it hadn't been for you and those letters and that knife. You know how that knife came to be in Lucy's body?
Yes, I do know. Lucy put it there.
Lucy put it there?
Yes, Tom. You killed Lucy's father, but the law couldn't touch you. So Lucy married you, just so she could see you punished.
I don't believe you.
You will. First, Lucy made you think that you talked in your sleep, that you'd admitted the truth that way.
Made me think I'd talked in my sleep.
Yes, because you didn't, ever. But when you got frightened and insisted on having a separate room, she knew definitely you were guilty. Then she carried out the plan she'd made long before, to see you punished.
You're crazy. It was all an accident. She fell off the cliff.
Yes, Tom, that's right. She fell off the cliff, but she's not dead. In college, Lucy was a swimming champion. She'd died from that cliff many times. When she fell, she simply swam underwater until she was out of sight behind some rocks. Then she swam ashore. A few miles down the beach, she had a motorboat hidden in an old boathouse. She reached it, changed her clothes, and got to a fishing village down the coast in the boat. Then she simply took a bus to town. No one paid any attention to her.
The body, her rings.
That wasn't Lucy's body. It was the body of a girl who happened to resemble her in size and coloring.
I knew it.
That girl had been killed in an automobile accident. Lucy was able to secure her body, never mind how, and concealed it in the water in the boathouse only a day or two before she put her plan into operation. After she fell off the cliff, she put her rings and pin on the body and thrust the knife into the heart. And after 3 weeks in the water... Well, you understand.
So that's it. Well, go on. What's the rest of it?
When the time came, I saw to it that the body was taken from the boathouse and put on the beach where it could be found. And then I identified it. And here you are, Tom.
You devils, both of you. But you won't get away with it. I'll get my lawyers to find Lucy.
I'm afraid that's impossible. No one can find Lucy.
What do you mean, if she's alive?
She's alive, but no one will find her, Tom. Because, Tom, I'm Lucy, too. I'm both Doreen and Lucy, you see.
You can't be.
Oh, but I am. Think, Tom. Did you ever see Doreen and Lucy together?
course. That day you went to the mission.
Yes. It was easy to stop in town, change my clothes, fix my hair differently, put on lots of makeup and high-heel shoes, and come back as Doreen, the sister I'd been so carefully making you believe in all along.
I should have guessed. I should have
Why
guessed.
should you? No one else did. There was a real Doreen once who died as a baby. But that gave me the idea. And I made you think Doreen had her own selfish motive for seeing you convicted, so you wouldn't suspect we were both the same girl.
You devil.
Perhaps some people would say what I've done is wrong. But I don't think so. Because you killed my father. And murder must be paid for, Tom. As you're going to pay.
Guard! Guard!
What is it? What do you want?
Call the warden. My wife isn't dead. This is her. Do you hear? It's all a trick.
Oh, I'm afraid his mind is given away under the strain, guard.
Yes, you'd better leave now, miss. We'll look after him.
Yes, thank you. I'm afraid his mind is gone completely.
Don't let her get away. I tell you, she's my wife. She's Lucy, my wife.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. The warden will be here in a minute, and you can talk to him all you like. On your way to the lethal chamber.
No, I'm innocent. I tell you, I've been framed. She's not dead. My wife's not dead. I'm innocent, innocent!
And so ends the tale. Murder must be paid for, as it is written in the sealed book. Tom Barrow paid the supreme penalty, though he protested his innocence to the last. Strange indeed are the ways of justice, from which no mortal can escape. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one. Ah, yes. A tale of an old woman who for 40 years lived alone in a huge old New England mansion. A mansion in which death was the master. A tale titled, To Have and to Hold. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who was down and out and was willing to do anything for money. A tale titled Time on My Hands. Here is a tale, Time on My Hands, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins in one of the cells of the state penitentiary. Joe Martin, his face white and tense, is speaking to Father Dolan.
Father Dolan, I'm not faking insanity. I'm not. Everything I've told him is true. Look, you can make him see why it can't be tonight, why it mustn't be tonight. Oh, even if it's only put off until tomorrow, that'll be all right. Then I'll know that what Mr. Benedict said won't come true. Listen, this is how it happened. It all started late one night last September. It was awful cold. It had been getting darker and darker all afternoon. Then, just about midnight, the storm started.
Can't sleep here in the park, Joe. Not with all this rain coming down.
Yeah. Oh, it's really pouring now, isn't it? They still ain't raised the price of a flop. Oh, I just about sell myself to the devil for the price of a bed. Hey, look.
Hey? What's that you're picking up?
It's a fountain pen, see? I can hock it. Maybe I can get the price of a bed.
It's only a 2-bit pen. You couldn't get a cent for it.
Well, I'm going to have a try. What can I lose?
Okay, and I'm heading downtown. I'll see you later.
Yeah, if I don't keel over first. Oh, coming down so hard you can't see more than a couple of feet ahead. Oh, my feet are so wet. I feel hot and cold. Hot and cold. Oh, here's Rand's pawn shop. Come on. Oh, no. Closed. No luck. Never no luck. Try Morris's place. Right along here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Closed, too. Why does this have to happen to me? Arnold's hawk shop has got to be open. Can't see his window. Coming down so hard, he's got to be open. Nobody's lucking me that bad. Be open, be open, be open. Oh, closed. Oh, he's closed, too. Now what? I gotta keep walking or I'll keel over. No one in sight. I'm all alone. No friends, no place. No... What's that? A hawk shop? Never noticed this place before. Must be a new one. I gotta get in. Gotta get some dough for this pen. I got it. Must be the boss up there in the back of the shop working on his books. Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. You're new on the street, huh?
Why, yes, I am. But I've been in this business quite a number of years. Quite a number. You, have something you desire to pawn?
Huh? Oh, yeah. This here fountain pen.
May I see it, please?
Oh, sure. It's a fine pen. Writes good, too.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be interested in that.
Well, look, mister, couldn't you let me have something on it?
I'm sorry, but this pen is worthless.
Yeah, just my luck.
Possibly you have something else you can pawn.
Something else? Me? Well, I got time on my hands. Time. Nothing to do with it. Nothing but starve and freeze.
Ah, then perhaps we can do business after all.
Huh?
In fact, I can make you a very handsome offer. If you're prepared to sell, say, 5 years of your life.
Sell 5 years of my life? Look, how can you buy 5 years of my life?
Oh, it's very simple. Our firm, shall I say, does it all the time. You merely sign an agreement, and the 5 years are deducted from your lifespan.
You mean I'd die 5 years sooner than I should?
Yes, but then think how unhappy your years are. Well?
Who are you, mister?
Why, do business under a dozen different names. Benedict is as good a name as any. Now, come. Are you willing to sell 5 years of your life? I'm prepared to offer you, shall we say, $1,000 a year.
$1,000 a year?
Yes, $5,000 in all. Think of it. With that money, you can live as you've always wanted to live.
Yeah, I know, but 5 years?
What will they mean to you? Cold, hunger, wet feet.
Yeah, wet feet. Sure would feel good to have a new pair of shoes on my feet. You got the money here, mister?
Yes, I always pay in cash.
$5,000, huh? Sure, why not?
Why not, indeed? I'll have to look your record up in my files. What is your full name, please?
Joseph Henry Martin.
Let me see. Joseph Henry Martin.
You mean you got my name in that file?
Why, yes. We try to keep our records complete. You were born December the 22nd, 1912.
Yeah.
Your father's name was Richard. Your mother's name was Margaret.
Yeah, you're right.
Very well, Mr. Martin. Your record is satisfactory, and we can do business. If you'll just sign this form, please.
Yeah, mister. This line, huh?
Yes, please. Your name in full and the date.
Joseph Henry Martin, October 5th. There. What about the dough?
Of course. If you will just feel in the right-hand pocket of your coat.
Money? A handful of $500 bills.
Please count them to make sure the sum is correct, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's all there. $5,000.
It's been a pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Martin. Good night.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It's mutual. Good night. $5,000. Ah, I'm rich. Oh, am I going to have me a time? Come on, service. How about some service in this hotel? I want a room, see? No. I want a suite. The best suite you got, Mac. With a bed. Never mind how I look. Never mind. I got those, see? $500 bill. Now do I get that suite or don't I? 6 suits, brother. That's what I said. I want 6 suits. Tweed. Like them in the winter. Only with more color in them, see? When a guy's got dough, he wears tweeds. And I got dough, see? Any fur coat you like, baby. Just name it. Go ahead, name it. That one? Okay, mister, wrap it up. Go on, you heard what the lady said.
But one day, a little more than 3 months after Joe had come into his newfound wealth, he was shocked to learn that he was overdrawn at the bank. It seemed the $5,000 was gone. Even more, he owed a hotel bill of $400. Late that night, Joe skipped his hotel and took up residence at a cheap boarding house. One by one, his possessions began to go.
What do you mean, only... What? $10 for these suits? Look, they're worth 60 anyway. Look, Mac, I paid a tailor... $10, huh? Okay, let me have it. Only $1 for my hat. $1? But... Well, I gotta have a bed tonight, so okay. Say, Bud, Can you help a fella that's down and out, huh? Huh? Can you help me out with a little something, mister, huh? Just a little... Hey, you louse. Didn't even look at me. Midnight ain't even get the price of a flop yet. Raining again. Always had rain. 4 months ago, I had $5,000. Now I ain't got a dime. I ain't even got anything left to pawn. Nothing. Not even a... Wait a minute. Yeah, sure I am. Why didn't I think of that before? Benedict's pawn shop. I'm still young. I got plenty of time left. I'm going to see Benedict.
And now to continue the story, Time on My Hands, as it is written in the sealed book. Soaked to the skin, his shoes leaking, Joe Martin trudged through the rain toward Benedict's pawn shop. He peered anxiously ahead as he approached it.
Just a little further and I'll be there. He's got to be open. He just got to. Yeah. There's a light in his window. He is open.
Good evening.
Oh, Mr. Benedict. Remember me?
Certainly. You're Joseph Henry Martin.
Yeah, that's right. Look, how'd you like to buy another 5 years of my life from me, huh?
Just a minute, please, while I get your record from the file.
You can bet this time I ain't going to waste my dough.
Here we are. Joseph Henry Martin.
Yeah. Well, is it a deal for another 5 years, huh?
Yes, we can do business.
Good.
However, Mr. Martin, I can only pay you $500 a year this time. $2,500 in all.
$2,500? Oh, but look, you gave me $5,000 for the first 5 years.
Yes, I know, but we're rather heavily stocked just now.
$2,500? I don't know. I was kind of counting on buying a farm with the $5,000.
Well, perhaps we can do business another time, when conditions are more favorable.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me think it over.
Do so, by all means. It's quite all right.
The clothes are soaked. My feet are wet. $2,500 I could... All right, it's a deal.
If you'll just sign your name and the date on this form, as before.
Okay. Joseph Henry Martin. What's the date?
January the 18th. And put down the time, Joseph. 2 minutes past 2.
2 minutes past 2. Yeah.
Fine.
Hey, I can feel it dough in my pocket again. Yeah, 10, 15, 20, 25, $2,500, yeah. Look, hey, maybe I better sell you another 5 years, huh? I could get a much better farm for $5,000, you know.
Sorry, but I'm afraid we're not interested in any further purchases.
Why not?
You have no more time to sell.
No more? What do you mean?
According to my records, with the sale you've just made, deducted from your lifespan, you have just 2 more hours to live.
2 hours?
Yes. You're now due to die at 3 minutes after 4 o'clock. in exactly 2 hours.
No, that's a mistake. It must be.
No, Mr. Martin. I have your record right here, and our records are never wrong.
Then what did you let me sell you the 5 years for?
My dear Mr. Martin, you asked me to buy them.
Yeah, but what good is a $2,500 now? To take back your dough and give me back my 5 years.
I regret to say that there are no exchanges.
There's got to be one, you hear me? I'm warning you. You're going to give me back my 5 years, or aren't you?
I should like to oblige, but it's against our policy.
Oh, it is it? Maybe this will have you change your mind, huh?
I should put down that knife if I were you, Mr. Martin.
Put it down when I get back my 5 years, or no sooner. Do I get 'em?
I'm sorry to say no.
No, take that! What are you standing there smiling for? I stabbed you. You gotta fall. Fall, do you hear me? You're not even bleeding.
No, Mr. Martin, I'm not even bleeding. You'd better pick up your money and go.
Yeah, but look, don't you see? Look, give me a break, will you, mister?
You have 1 hour and 58 minutes left now. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin.
You can't let me die like this. You can't do it. You gotta give me more time, please.
Well, I think we could arrange for you to have more time if you care to sell your soul.
Huh? Sell my soul?
It's of trifling value, of course, but my firm has a certain use for such things.
My soul? I never thought very much about it. Never had any use for it myself, I guess.
Few people do. It's superfluous at best.
What was that?
Merely the clock striking the quarter hour. It's now 2:15.
2:15. All right, I'll sell. Where do I sign?
Well, unfortunately, in this matter, your signature would not be binding. There's only one way I could be certain of getting my property when the time comes.
What way is that?
You'd have to, shall we say, remove some person from this life.
You mean kill someone?
Exactly. And in return, you shall have the balance of the victim's life. You may be fortunate enough to find someone who has 30 or 40 years to live. Just think, all that time would be yours.
Yeah, but to have to kill somebody...
Oh, you don't have to. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, but if I don't... I'd die in 2 hours.
1 hour and 47 minutes, to be exact.
No, I couldn't kill no one. Even if it means I die tonight. I can't do it, do you hear me? I'm getting out of here. That means 1 hour and 3 minutes to live. 1 hour and 3 minutes. I gotta get out of the storm. There's a bar room. I could use a drink.
What do you have?
Double whiskey. Keep 'em coming. Let me have another.
Say, pal, you already put away a bottle. Don't you think you had enough for one night?
Look, you just keep setting them up. I'm paying for it, ain't I?
Okay, it's your funeral.
Don't say that!
All right. I didn't mean nothing by it.
4 o'clock. Last time I'll ever hear a clock strike. Only 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Did you say something?
No. Listen. Oh, what's that?
What's what?
What's that clock ticking? Where is it?
Clock? There ain't no clock ticking in here.
There is!
Listen, guy, you had a couple too many, I guess.
Look, I can hear it, I tell you. It's ticking. Tell me I've only got 3 minutes left.
Look, fella, it's time you was going. I don't like the way you're talking.
Yeah. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get away from that clock.
And now to continue the story, Time on My Hands, as it is written in the sealed book. His heart pounding in his ears, Joe ran out of the bar and down the street, terror clutching his heart. Try as he would, he couldn't rid himself of one thought. The clock had just struck 4. The end was fast approaching. Breathless, he came to a stop, looked around wildly.
3 minutes to live. 3 minutes. No. Must be only 2 now. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live. I've got to do it. I've got to. Time's going so fast. The street's empty. No. Here comes somebody. Mister, you got a match?
Sure. Hey, why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, no, you're old. You must be over 70.
Well, yes, but
you're no good to me. I want someone with lots of life, man. Lots of life for me to live.
You're mad.
Wait a minute. Here comes somebody else. Somebody young. I can tell by the way he walks. Somebody with years to live yet. It's my last chance. Hey, mister.
You call me?
Yeah, you got the time?
Yeah, sure. Exactly 2.5 minutes after 4.
Means I got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds.
What are you doing with that knife? Oh, don't.
Well, don't. I've done it. I've done what you said. I killed a man. I kill him, do you hear me? I kill a man.
Yes, I know you have.
I'm a murderer.
But you're alive. And as you see, it's 4:15.
Yeah, I'm alive. And his time...
I'm sure you'll put it to excellent use.
Yeah. Took his wallet so as to get his name. Proved I did it. His name is Frank R. Caldwell.
Frank R. Caldwell. I'll look it up in the files.
He's young. He wanted to live, too, but they killed him.
Frank R. Caldwell. Here it is.
How much? How much time I got to live?
Now, let me see. His file expires on August 20th.
August 20th? What year?
This year.
This year?
Yes. You received just 7 months from him.
7 months? No, you must be wrong. He was so young.
I'm sorry, but 7 months was all he had.
Oh, no, he can't.
You'll find our records are quite correct. So your card will be removed from our files at 10 minutes after 11 p.m. on August 20th.
No. August 20th. Oh, that's wonderful. So that's what you've done to me. August 20th. Oh, no. August 20th. August 20th.
That's the man who stopped me.
Oh, you, just a minute there.
Yeah, that's the man, all right. He's the one that killed that poor boy.
Yeah, come along, you. You're under arrest.
August 20th is there. 7 months. Just 7 months. Don't you see, Father Dolan? He said I was going to die on August 20th. Oh, August 20th. So that's why it's got to be put off until tomorrow. Because today is the 20th, and if I go tonight, then he'll 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. No.
Sorry, Father Dolan. This time is up. You ready, Joe?
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Wooden. I'm ready. It's time for me to go, isn't it? Just the time he said I'd go.
And so ends the tale, Time on My Hands, as it is written in the sealed book. As Joe was strapped into the electric chair, there was a look of terror in his eyes. It was not death that terrified him, but the thought of Mr. Benedict Mr. Benedict, who would be waiting for him. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one. Ah, yes. The tale of a man who committed the perfect murder, only to discover that every murder must be paid for. The tale is titled Death Laughs Last. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept a great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who committed the perfect murder, only to discover that every murder must be paid for. A tale titled Death Laughs Last. The tale, Death Laughs Last, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins in the office of Dr. Robert Smith. There is a worried look on the doctor's face as he speaks to Edward Harrison.
Sit down, won't you, Mr. Harrison?
All right, thanks. Now, what is it, Doc? I can see by your face you want to tell me something about Mary, don't you?
Mr. Harrison, your wife is dangerously ill.
Does that mean she's going to die?
I must be frank with you. It does. Unless...
Unless what, Doctor? Tell me. If there's a chance in the world, she's got to have it, see?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate operation. Without it, well, I could only give her 6 months, a year at most.
No, it mustn't be. She's got to have the operation, you hear?
I must tell you, Mr. Harrison, that only one man in this country has the necessary skill for the operation your wife needs. He is Dr. Howard Richards.
I don't care who he is. Get him.
I was going to say, naturally, he's in great demand. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Now, of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the circumstances.
No, I can't afford it. I can afford anything Mary needs.
Then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yes, sure. You make the arrangements right away. I'll get a hold of the money. I'll get it to you by tomorrow, sure. Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thanks. They told me you have to pass on all the real estate loans here at the bank. Have you looked over my application yet?
I have it here. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right, and it's urgent. I got to have the money right away.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
What's wrong with it? It's a swell little house, good section, all in good repair.
Well, that's true, but you already have a first and second mortgage on it, totaling $4,000, and... Well, I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
But I've got to have the money, Mr. Danvers. I've just got to.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you. Nothing we can do.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison?
No, I own a shop. I'm a locksmith.
That means you're never certain of your income. If you had a job now, a regular income you could depend on...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances, I'm sorry, very sorry, but there's nothing I can do to...
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
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 Edward, you aren't eating, and you're so quiet. Is anything wrong?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
Well, no, Mary. I'm just thinking about making some changes at the shop and...
Darling, please, you don't have to lie to me. I know that I'm not well, but I'm going to get better. Really, I am. I promise it.
Of course you are. Dr. Smith said so. You're going to be well in no time.
Of course I am, dear.
No, I got to go out. I have an appointment over the other side of the city with Horace Latimer. We grew up together. He wants to see me about something important.
Edward had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but he went to see Horace anyway, for he and Horace had been boyhood friends. Then their paths had separated. Horace had grown wealthy. But in his desperation, Edward Harrison hoped that Horace would remember the past and would lend him the money he'd been trying to raise all day. Horace could spare it easily, but would he?
$1,500? Well, that's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary. For an operation. I've got to have it.
Well, why didn't you try the bank? You have a house, a business?
I tried the bank and all the personal loan companies in town. They all turned me down. Said the security wasn't good enough.
I see. Well, that's too bad. Now, you can bet I'd lend it to you, Ed, if I had it. Well, that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, and a couple of shaky investments that I had to bolster up lately.
All right, Horace. Never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not gonna lend me the money.
Well, really, Ed, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody else. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. Yes, I'll get it. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Edward stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Sorry. Yeah, you're sorry. In a pig's eye, you're sorry. Oh, what a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine.
Yeah, what's that, buddy? Huh? Was you speaking to me?
Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was thinking out loud.
That's okay. We all do it sometimes. Hey, you got a match?
Match? Well, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, just hold it like that. Make a move and I plug you.
Gun? Why, you're...
Yeah, this is a stick-up. Hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money myself. Now we're both out of luck. I've only got $1 on me. Take it if you want it. Anyway, it's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Anybody who lives in this ritzy suburb has dough on him. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets. A wallet and a leather case of some kind.
You'll find just $1 in that wallet. And I don't live in this neighborhood. I came here to try to borrow some money from a friend.
$1. One measly buck. What a lousy break. But I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
You'll lose your bet. There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah? Well, I'll just see for myself. Hey, this kit's full of skeleton keys and picklocks and stuff. When are you, anyway? A second-story waker?
I'm a locksmith and safe repairman, if it's anything to you.
Oh. Were you on the level just now when you said you was trying to raise dough?
What's it to you?
Yeah, you'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet. Me and you, we're gonna talk business. Because I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter. Well, is the deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes. I know where there's a house with plenty of dough in it.
But burglary? I've never stolen anything in my life.
Now, listen, you said you needed dough bad, didn't you? And so do I, plenty bad.
But
all you gotta do is get the back door open and then the safe. In half an hour, you'll have your $1,500 and more. How else you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know. You sure the money's there, Mike?
Positive. I was casing the joint and looked in the window in time to see the old geezer put a whole roll of bills in a safe that's no stronger than a bread box. Hey, you can open it with your teeth.
Gotta get the money somehow. All right, I'll do it.
And now to continue the story, Death Laughs Last, as it is written in the sealed book. A few minutes later, Edward Harrison and Mike arrived at the large mansion and quietly made their way toward the back door.
Okay, this is it. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. It'll be a cinch.
The lock looks easy. But I shouldn't be doing this. There must be some other way to get the money.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You're gonna take what you want in this world. If you don't, you never get it.
Well...
Come on, get that door open. We gotta get inside before we're spotted.
All right. Only take a second. I think... Yeah. There, it's unlocked.
Okay, get inside. The safe's in the library down this way. Don't make any noise.
You sure there's only two of them in the house?
Yeah, the old guy and his butler. Probably both of them deaf as posts. Here's the library. Come on, the safe's behind the picture on the wall.
This picture?
Yeah, that's it. I'll lift it down. There you are. That safe is just a kid's toy. Go ahead, get it open.
It won't be that easy. I'll have it open inside a half an hour.
Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
It's coming now. There. The safe's open.
About time, too. Now, let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. When'll I open it? There, look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What'd I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy. Come on, we'll count it and divvy it up.
No, never mind. Just give me 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
Are you kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 that I need.
Okay, it's your funeral. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bills.
$1,500?
Yeah, for just an hour's work. Easy money, huh? What do you say we crack a couple of more cribs tonight, huh?
No. I just want to get out of here now.
Someone's coming.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, here, get behind this door. I'll take care of this.
Who's there? Jenkins, is that you? Oh, where's that light switch? Burglars! Jenkins! Jenkins, call the police, quick!
Nobody's calling any cops tonight, chum.
Help, police! Help! Oh!
Yeah, maybe that'll convince you.
You hit him.
What'd you expect me to do, shake his hand?
You killed him. That's murder.
Yeah, and you're in just as deep as me. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Then let's get going. Douse that light. I don't hear nothing. Come on, we'll get out the way we come in.
But suppose we are caught. Murder. They'll hang us.
Hey, we ain't gonna get caught. We haven't left a clue, not even a fingerprint.
Stand still, both of you. I have a gun and I have you covered.
The butler.
If you move, I'll shoot. I can see you perfectly.
Standing on the stairs, he's got a gun. We're caught.
Not yet. We ain't knocked out an old scarecrow with a rusty horse pistol.
Put up your hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something to the master. I heard him call.
Okay. We'll put up our hands like this.
Mike, you shot him.
Come on. We gotta get out of here in a hurry. Them shots will bring the cops, but fast. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
But why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in.
But...
That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
Why did you make me come here to your room?
2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let anything slip. It'll mean a rope around your neck. Get me?
Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me. I won't let anything slip.
If I thought you might, I'd slit your gullet right now.
I won't. I have to live. For my wife's sake.
Okay. And the second reason you're here is so you and me can have a little talk.
Talk? What kind of a talk?
Well, chum, I like the way you got that door and that safe open tonight. You and me got a future together.
What?
As soon as the heat's off, we're going to do another little job together.
No. I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you will.
I won't do it. You can't make me.
Oh, yes, I can. If you don't, I can always send a little note to the cops, telling them it's you they want for them killings tonight.
You wouldn't. They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways away by then. But you can't get away. You got a business here and a sick wife. You couldn't leave them. Well, you're going to do what I say?
You devil. You...
Don't say it. You don't think you can just dip into crime and then back out again without getting your hands dirty, do you? You don't think you can pull a job and then go on as if nothing had happened? You're mixed up in murder, and somebody's always got to pay for murder, one way or another.
I only did it for Mary's sake.
It don't matter why you did it. You're in it now, and you can't get out. Not without paying in some way.
I've got a good mind to go to the police, to confess, to get it off my chest.
No, you don't. You see this gun? I'd plug you in a second if I thought...
No, you don't.
Get away from me. Let go of my hand. Let go.
You got me into this. You're not going to make me go any further with it. I'll take that gun away from you and I'll...
You fool. Let go or I'll plug you out.
Mike. He's dead. I killed him.
In a daze of horror, Edward Harrison found his hat and made his way to the street. His mind in a whirl, he stumbled into a tiny bar a few blocks away. Struggling to control his shaking hands and to keep his voice normal, he ordered a double whiskey and gulped it down. Then, as his senses cleared a little, he heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city. Attention all residents of the city. Attention all residents. The police department is asking you to be on the lookout for the following man, wanted for a brutal double murder committed in the Buxton Park section less than an hour ago. Please make a note of the following description.
No.
The man was...
Hey, buddy, what's the idea? What'd you shut the radio off for?
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not, see? And I got an idea maybe there was some other reason you didn't want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it back on, see?
No, you mustn't.
Well, I'm gonna. If you try to make a break for it, I got a gun right here under the bar, see? So now let's hear what that dirty killer looked like.
I repeat, be on the lookout for a man of medium height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair, wanted for the double murder in Buxton Park earlier this evening. If you see such a man, report at once to headquarters. We now turn you back to our regular night owl program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're heavy-set and black-haired. For a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer, the way you didn't want me to hear the description. Just jumpy, huh? Well, here, have another drink. On the house.
Thanks, but I got to get home. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
And now to continue the story. Death laughs last, as it is written in the sealed book. As Edward Harrison left the bar and hurried home, he was aghast at how close he'd come to giving himself away. It was Mike the police were looking for, not Edward Harrison. It was Mike whose description they had. Edward Harrison was safe. Safe. Hardly able to believe in his own good luck, Edward reached his home and let himself in. Mary was asleep. Quietly he got into bed and at long last fell asleep. When he awoke, it was morning, and Mary was already preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. What time did you get home anyway? I waited up for you until almost 2.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop and did a little work. I forgot to watch the time, I guess.
Oh, and this morning you look terrible. I know you're worrying about me. Oh, but you mustn't, darling. I'm going to be all right. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Smith called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. He said he had some good news for you.
Good news?
Yes, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
I think I know what it is. Yeah, sure. I'll go right over and see him.
But, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right, Edward. But please, hurry back. I want to know, too, what the doctor said.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Edward bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murders the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The butler Mike had shot had given the police Mike's description and then died before he could tell them there was anyone with Mike. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or as an accident and closed the case. Edward Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe. I'm safe. I've got the money. Mary's going to be all right, and the cops aren't looking for me. Mike was wrong. Sometimes you can get away with murder and not have to pay anything, if you're lucky. And I've been lucky. I've been lucky. Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you'd phoned and had some good news.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. I called you last night after I got in touch with Dr. Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
Well, that's swell, Doctor. I got the money right here in my pocket.
The money, yes. I was also going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about it. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted? Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Never mind, Doc. I mean, I've got the money. I want to pay it. He's got to take it right away. Well, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to save Mary's life, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word. You can't, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the operation would save your wife's life. But unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? And I've raised the dough to pay it. So what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards can't perform the operation now.
But you said that...
Yes, I know. But he was tragically murdered last night by a burglar who broke into his home in Buxton Park.
And so ends the tale. Death laughs last, as it is written in the sealed book. In an effort to save his wife's life, Edward Harrison had helped kill the one man who might have saved her. Twisted indeed are the strands of fate in which destiny entangles mere mortals. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one? Ah, yes. The tale of a man who was murdered by his wife and her brother, and the strange way he rose from a watery grave to accuse them of his death. The tale is titled, You Only Die Once. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan.
Dark fantasy. Eating from the darkness. What's that? Oh, the telephone. Confounded, the first chance a man gets sleep in this country, and that blame telephone has to wake me up. I should let it ring till doomsday. Yes? Yes, this is Sand Canyon Airport. Oh, this is Don Thurman speaking. Yeah, there's a plane here. Where? Mantella. Well, I don't care much for that trip across the desert, but if you need the plane, they're willing to pay me for flying it to you. They'll make it $600 and it's a deal. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Yeah, you can expect me in about 7 hours if everything goes all right. Yeah, fine. And have that 600 waiting for me. I'll need it at Mantella. Let's see. Northeast, 13 degrees. And Mantella lies in that direction. I'm going to buck a headwind most of the way, I'm afraid. And those mountains worry me. They're dangerous. Let's see now. Over this way, it's Santia. No, not that way for me. If I ever ended up in Santia, well, I wouldn't want to bet anything on my chances of getting to that place and coming out to tell about it. I can't stay up here much longer. The sandstorm over the desert's getting worse every minute. I can't see a thing down there. Thick as pea soup. Oh, confound it, there goes the motor, choked up with sand. Well, here goes. I can't see where I'm heading, but maybe I can bring her in on her belly. War drums. Trouble. They've been pounding in my ears for hours. Oh, my eyes blinded by that awful sandstorm. I can't see. Don't know whether it's day or night. All I know is that someone found me out there on that desert and brought me here. Is that someone? Someone there.
I have come to take you to the king. You will be placed in the den of the leopards.
Leopards?
It is our custom here to feed uninvited guests as a sacrifice to the leopards of the pit.
What is this?
It nears the time of the full moon. When the moon is full, its rays affect our leopards, maddens them, makes them vicious beyond control. Only the flesh of man will quiet them. And only the king can perform the ceremony of sacrifice.
King? What king?
King of Santia.
Am I at Santia?
You are. Yes, you have come where white man is forbidden.
But my plane was forced down on the desert. I was purposely avoiding Santia. I was trying to reach Mantella.
You were 500 miles from Mantella.
But I can't be. I was only in that storm for a few hours.
The storm has been raging for 3 days.
3 days? Why, I've been only 2 hours on the desert. The storm came up only a few hours ago.
The entire desert has been covered with the storm for 3 days.
But I don't understand.
You were discovered only because Iana has once again displayed her temper towards her father.
Iana?
Daughter of King Genasi. It has been arranged that Iana is to wed within the changing of the moon. And Iana has rebelled. She attempted to flee Santia through the desert storm. She was followed. She was discovered there with you.
Then she found me.
Yes. The two of you were returned here to the village. Now you will come with me.
My eyes. I can't see a thing.
It is the justice of Santia.
What do you mean?
Come.
You will have to guide me.
Then take my arm. Now.
All right. Let's go.
This way.
How far?
Wait. Tanamahasi!
What's the matter?
Tanamahasi!
What in thunder are you talking about?
They're in the sand. Tanamahasi. Big foot.
I told you I can't see.
Big foot, Tanamahasi. Big leopard foot. Followed by man.
Leopard foot?
Yes, they're in the sand. Leopard tracks, followed by man tracks. Come, hurry.
Wait a minute.
We must hurry. Evil spirits set loose again by full moon. Tanamahasi, big leopard. Come, we hurry. I have brought you the prisoner, wise one.
Prisoner? Look here, what is this?
You have come, Mr. Thurman, but you are not welcome.
I tried to tell your flunky here that I didn't come to Santia purposely. I was headed for Mantella.
You are not a very wise man, Mr. Thurman, to make such an unwise statement. Mantella is 1,000 miles from here.
No, I got off my course. I ran into a sandstorm. My plane was forced down.
It's a likely tale.
But it's true. I was blinded by the sand. I'm still blind. If you have a doctor,
You say you are blind?
I am. I need medical attention right away.
Blind? It is the justice of Santia.
What are you talking about?
It is a law that should a white man look upon the countenance of Princess Iana, his eyes shall be blinded.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tanasi. I've never seen your princess.
We found you with her on the desert.
Well, I was unconscious when you found me.
But she was with you.
Then she found the same spot where I took refuge.
We are not fools here, Mr. Thurman.
Fools? I don't understand.
It is so ridiculously evident.
What's so evident?
I have made complete arrangements for my daughter to wed. She has refused to marry as I wish her to. And last night, she fled from Santia. And when we found her, she was with you.
But what you think isn't true.
You had the rendezvous there with her.
No.
How many times you have met, I do not know. But each meeting has been in complete defiance of the laws of Santia. That no white man may look upon the countenance of the prince.
I deny it. I don't know your princess.
The evidence speaks for itself. You are blind.
From the sandstorm.
No. Because the gods are vengeful.
I tell you, the sand blinded me. It's only temporary.
It was written ages ago that whatever white man looks upon the countenance of Santia princess will be doomed forever to eternal blindness.
It's not eternal. It's sand blindness. It happens to lots of men who get caught in sandstorms. All I need is a doctor.
No doctor can cure the blindness sent down by the gods.
Give me a chance. I may be blind permanently if you don't let a doctor look at my eyes.
King Genasi, your daughter approaches.
Come in, my daughter.
My father, have you heard?
Heard what, my child?
Tani Mahasi.
Tani Mahasi?
Yes. He was in the camp again last night. Leopard footprints are near your house, followed by man feet.
Tani Mahasi.
It's the evil spirit again in the full of the moon.
I saw them too. Many tracks. Big.
We must tell the wise ones they will work a charm to protect us.
First, we must dispose of the prisoner.
Look here.
Silence! My daughter, come here.
Yes, father?
He's a white man. Look you at his face and tell me, where have you seen him before? Well, my child?
I do not know him. I have never seen him before.
But my king, I saw them together.
Silence, Ivan! You are most wise, my daughter. You are most wise to deny your foreign lover.
But I'm not her lover. I've never seen her. I can't even see her now.
The American is blind, Diana.
Blind?
Because he has broken the law. Because he has looked upon the face of a princess of Santia. The gods have blinded him.
It's not true. I've never seen her face. Ask her. She'll tell you it's not true.
Take him back to the prison hut. And let him wait there until the body of wise ones sit in judgment of his crime. Silence, Naomi. Silence, my two pretty ones. Tonight is a night of the moon. The night is a night we hunt.
Those drums, still pounding. My eyes burning in my head. Well, if I could only find a little cool water. Yeah. I wonder where I am. The king told Ivan to take me to the prison hut, but instead he brought me here. Here? Where? Somewhere out in the open. Bushes, shrubbery all around it. Wait a minute. What's that? A light. Up there through the trees. A light. Why, it's a star. I can see again. One lonely single little star in a sky of heavy clouds. And there, coming over the ridge, the full moon. What's that? Something there in those bushes. Is someone there?
Be quiet, Americano.
Who is it?
Iana.
Princess Iana?
Do not speak so loudly.
Why are you here?
I came to see you. I went first to the prison, but it was empty. Then I knew there had been trickery. Ivan did not do what my father ordered.
No. He brought me here instead. Where are we?
On the edge of Decano.
Decano? The precipice?
Yes. It is hundreds of feet over the side of Decano. Listen. This rock, I will show you. Ivan knew you were blind. He left you here alone, knowing you would eventually wander over the edge and be crushed on the jagged rocks down there. He could not wait for the sacrifice.
Sacrifice?
Yes. With each fullness of the moon, the leopards in the pit of Santia become madly enraged. The wise men say the moon rays affect them. They must be appeased by the flesh of a human.
And the moon will soon be full again.
Yes, Donaldo.
A pleasant thought.
Oh, but Ivan could not wait. He fears all Americanos. So he brought you here to be a victim of Decano.
Oh, a nice fellow.
I despise him. And my father says I must marry him.
You mean... You don't mean you're supposed to marry him?
Oh, do you blame me for running away?
I certainly don't.
Even death on the desert would have been better than him.
Princess, why have you come here?
Because I would not have you die, as Ivan wishes.
How did you find me?
I have ways.
Tell me, Ivan said the storm on the desert had been blowing for 3 days. Is that true?
Yes, it is true.
But I was only an hour and a half journey from San Filidor. I ran into the storm suddenly.
I cannot say about that. Donaldo, your eyes. You look upon me as though you see me.
I do see you. My sight has come back.
Oh, no.
You're not glad I can see again?
No. I mean, oh, yes, but Donaldo, to look upon my face.
Oh, nonsense. That's all a lot of tripe. Oh, what's that?
Tanemahasi.
What?
Tanemahasi, evil leopard spirit.
Oh, look here. What is this evil spirit business?
Tanemahasi, leopard. Wherever he goes, tracks always followed by those of man. They kill at the full of moon.
A leopard man?
Oh, do not say so.
Why?
Because he is a leopard man.
Have you ever seen him?
Oh, listen.
Come on. That's right over here someplace.
Oh, Donaldo, have care. It is an evil spirit, a spirit that kills.
Do you have any kind of a weapon?
Only a small dagger.
Oh, give it to me.
Oh, no weapon will harm Tanemahasi.
Oh, we'll see. Oh, wait. The clouds are... Oh, there he is. Over there.
It's Ivan. Oh, look at him.
He's been...
He will die. We must take him back to the village.
He's unconscious. Jungle.
No. Do not touch him.
Who's that?
Father.
Diana. Go at once to your hut and remain there. I fear the gods even now hide their faces from you.
Oh, but Father, Ivan is badly hurt.
Go at once. Now, Mr. Darman.
This man needs attention.
Put him down.
What?
I said put him down.
But he's badly wounded.
By the claws of an animal.
Yes. We heard the animal screaming. The princess tells me it's a leopard man.
It is true. Tanemahasi, the evil spirit. A spirit which takes possession of a man and changes him into a leopard.
Yes, but what man? Who?
We have not known up to now.
Up to now?
Look at your hands.
Blood.
Deep beneath your nails.
But
It is an evil disease, Mr. Thurman. To bring it here among us is still more evil.
But I say, look here. Do you think I did this?
I repeat. Look at your hands.
Oh, no, you're wrong. It's Ivan's blood.
So it is.
But I got it on my hands when I tried to help him.
Put him down. Mr. Thurman, do not try to escape. Ivan will be returned to the camp. Our medicine men will heal him. You will go with me. Now.
Where?
Your spirit must be destroyed. You have heard the wisdom of our elders, Mr. Thurman. You are guilty of a most foul sin against us. You must pay the penalty. And you, unfortunate daughter, are equally guilty with him. I cannot plead for you. The law is so written. You have seen too, Iana. Tomorrow night, the two of you shall perish.
This stone stairway leads to the leopard pit. The two of you go first.
Come, Donaldo. Be brave.
I'm thinking of you, Iana.
It is 100 feet into the earth. We are halfway down now. Look up above us.
Good Lord. This pit is immense. Huge and round.
Yes.
And look up there. All the tribespeople of Santia perched around its ridge, peering down.
Yeah, to watch this sacrifice.
But how can they see down here? It's pitch dark. We can hardly make our way in the blackness.
Soon, the full moon will be directly above the pit. It is only when the moon is full that its rays reach here into the depths. And its beams madden the leopards.
Iana, I see the beast now. 2 of them. There's a man down there with them, petting them. Look, your father.
No.
He's a white man.
I, too, am white. But I am not his daughter. He has been king of Santia for many years. He stole me when I was an infant at Mantela because he wanted a white princess.
Iana, the moon.
It's coming over the edge of the pit. The people up there can see us now. You see, the moon rays affect the beasts quickly.
Move on. Down to the pit's bottom.
Come, Donaldo.
Iana, there must be some escape for you.
I am not afraid, Donaldo.
No, isn't there any way to escape?
Only one. An impossible one.
What does he mean?
It has always been the belief that if the prisoners are not truly guilty, the leopards will not harm them.
There. The full moon is directly over the pit.
I remain here. You two through this iron gate.
Come, Donaldo. There is only one more gate now. The one that separates us from the animals. Come.
Look how that man controls those animals.
It is the power of the full moon.
Then there is another way out. If we can keep away from the animals until the moon has crossed the pit.
No, that would be ours. The leopards will be released upon us any moment. This is as far as we go.
Iana, if I could only save you.
There is no way. Courage, Donaldo.
No, I'm not afraid for myself.
Now, you die. Now I offer you to the gods. Open the gate.
No. Wait, Iana. Look, the moon.
Donaldo, it is gone.
Dark. Has the moon crossed the pit?
Oh, no, it did not have time.
It's behind a cloud.
Oh, Donaldo, the leopards. My father, they'll kill him.
No, Sheeta. No. Down. Get back. Get away from me. No.
You have heard The Thing from the Darkness, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Donald Thurman. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Princess Iana. Fred Wayne played King Tanasi. And Muir Height was Yvonne. Next Friday night at this same time, listen to the 21st tale in this series of weird and unusual dark fantasy adventures, created for you by Scott Bishop. Next week's story is called The Edge of the Shadow, which tells of a dairy farmer in Vermont, of a strange dream that is all too real, and of what this dream finally means in the scheme of his destiny. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking. Are you ready? All ready. What are my instructions? Now. Now. Check.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Dr. Lee's office, we find Ellen Norris, the doctor's nurse and the only other person besides the doctor who knows of Phil's dual identity, watching anxiously as Phil, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, makes his report to a superior in the syndicate.
New York. Slade, given instructions. Will report progress.
Now?
That's right, Ellen. Now.
What does it mean, Phil?
You mean specifically? I don't know. It's designed to set something in motion right now.
Someone's murder.
When the syndicate gives that kind of an order, it usually means at least one murder.
And you had to pass the instructions on.
Just another indication how the syndicate works, Ellen. One hand never knows what the other hand is doing. This Slade is probably from out of town. He has his instructions already. All he was waiting for was the word to start. I had to give it to him.
Every other time, Phil, you had a lead of some kind to help. You knew who the victim was, you knew what was going to happen, and you could do something about it. But now...
Yes.
What are you doing, Phil?
The only lead I have is the telephone number where I reached Slade.
But how are you...
The phone company won't give it to me, but the police can get the address.
Lieutenant Denver?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, honey. Homicide, please.
I have an idea the lieutenant's already suspicious of your extra-legal activities, Phil. How long...
Hi, Lieutenant. Need a favor. Uh-huh. I've got a phone number. I need the address. Cheshire, 1789. That's right. No, it's just a little checking on a client. Yeah, I'm at Ellen's office. Thanks.
He must be in a good mood.
The lieutenant's plenty smart, Ellen. He knows I wouldn't want the address for any reason that might kick back.
Little does he know.
In this case, what he doesn't know might save him some grief.
If you can stop whatever it is from happening.
Yes, if. Sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of late, and I'm going to be on the move pretty soon. How's about meeting you later for supper? You can get a sandwich now, maybe take a show or something, and then I'll join you.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's past dinner time already, and you haven't had anything to eat since lunch.
I know. I'm starving.
Well, then.
And every time I have an appointment with you for dinner, it's always delayed anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
You see what I mean? The best thing right now is for you to grab a bite and meet me later.
Consequently, since I'm a creature of habit, I've got myself into the habit of irregular dinner hours.
Well, now's your chance to get regular.
I'm staying with you.
But don't you...
No buts. I'd be wondering about what was happening all the time. Ruin my digestion. I'm with you, lover.
No, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Yes, I know where that is. Uh-huh. Well, thanks. I'll split my fee with you on this case.
Got the address?
Yes.
You're not very happy about it.
Well, it isn't a house. It isn't listed under any name. It's the Lyceum Theater. A pay station, backstage.
Oh?
Coming?
With you, lover. Oh, look what's playing, Phil. Romeo and Juliet.
Well, that ought to be a nice way to spend an evening. In a theater.
Maybe it'll be more entertaining backstage.
Not that I don't think you're brilliant, darling, but just how are you going to get any information if that phone was a pay station? Seems to me this job's just about hopeless.
Just about hopeless for the somebody on the other end, too, Ellen. We've got to try. Here we are. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
What can I do for you?
Hello, old-timer. We're looking for someone.
Figured that. Who?
Fellow by the name of Slade.
Slade?
That's right.
Don't know any Slade.
Not connected with the company?
Nope.
Can anybody come off the street and use that payphone on the wall over there?
Nope.
Anybody use it in the last half hour?
Nope. Oh, say, wait a minute. Yeah, there was somebody come along with Judy. Hung around the phone right around 7:30. When it rang, he answered it. Guess it was for him, all right.
I see.
You say he came in with Judy?
Uh-huh.
Can we speak to her?
Well, if you want to wait around, you probably can. She went out about 5 minutes ago.
Went out?
With the man who answered the phone?
A minute after. She asked me which way he went, and she went out. Kind of in a hurry, too. And she's due on the stage in about 15 minutes. If she don't get back quick, they'll probably have to use her understudy.
I see. You don't know where she went, do you, old-timer?
Well, she lives across the street and down the block. Hathaway's.
Hathaway's?
Second-hand furniture store. Her uncle owns it. Living quarters upstairs. She lives there now to be near the theater.
Thanks.
But she ain't there.
Oh?
Leastways, she's not answering the phone there. Deauville, the director, called and got no answer.
Well, thanks. Let's go, Ellen. Hathaway's. Oh, here it is.
How do you do?
Mr. Hathaway?
Vladimir Hathaway, at your service.
We're looking for a young lady by the name of Judy.
Oh, why, Judy is at the theater down the street. She's appearing in Romeo and Juliet. But I don't think you'll be able to speak to her, not until she's off stage.
Well, she's not there. She came home. She does live here.
Why, of course. Judy's my niece. Of course she lives here, upstairs. But she isn't home. I'd know if she were. She left here almost an hour ago.
And didn't come back?
No, of course not.
Oh. Quite a shop you have here.
Thank you. Could I interest you in some furniture? I have a dining room set that's almost new right over here.
No, thanks.
A lounge chair, most comfortable thing in the world.
We'll think of you when we set up housekeeping.
Oh, I thought you were...
Married? Not yet.
Judy has a friend by the name of Slade, hasn't she?
Slade? Why, not that I know of.
You know anybody by that name?
Slade? No,
Well, I don't think we can do any good here, Ellen.
Is something wrong with Judy?
For a loving uncle, you finally came around to getting concerned. I don't know if anything's wrong.
But if anything is wrong, I would like to know.
We're trying to reach a fellow by the name of Slade, and Judy apparently knows him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps one of her actor friends. I don't know them all. It's hard to keep track.
Phil.
I heard it.
I beg pardon?
That was a shot. Where's the stairway to the upstairs?
A shot?
That's right. Where is it?
I am a little hard of hearing. But what kind of shot, you?
Pistol, if I'm not hard of hearing. Where's the stairs?
But if it's a shot...
Stop stalling, Hathaway. Ellen, try that door.
Here, Phil.
Yes, through that door and up the stairs to the right.
It was a shot, Phil.
I know. Through here, Ellen.
I did it. Phil, on the floor.
I see him.
Phil?
He's dead.
I shot him. Better let me have the gun, Judy.
I shot him.
Slade?
I shot him.
All right, you shot him. Is his name Slade?
Yes.
Better give me the gun, Judy.
No.
Come on, Judy.
No.
What's happened? Judy, where's David?
Stay away. All of you get back.
You can't run away.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Quick, after her. Locked. Come on, Hathaway, a little help here. Come on, let's go. Now, let's try this one. It's locked, too. Any other way out, Hathaway?
What?
Any other way out?
Yes, through that back door, but it opens on an alleyway.
No, it doesn't matter. She's gone by this time.
What's this room? What do you do here, behind the showroom?
I do stone cutting, a hobby. Hey, they're gone.
Gone? What's gone?
My diamonds.
You cut diamonds for a hobby?
David. David took them.
Whoa, that's the second time David's cropped up. Who's David?
He must have taken them.
All right, now, who is David?
They were going to get married. David and Judy. All arranged. When the show closed, get married.
Was he here when we came in?
Yes. Upstairs with Judy.
And Slade?
Yes.
You lied to us then.
Yes. I was afraid. Slade came in and started talking to me about buying some furniture. Just waiting. And then Judy came running in and they both went upstairs. And David was there.
Not when we got there.
How did he get out?
Probably hiding right in this room here when we went upstairs.
All right, Mr. Hathaway. You better call the police.
Police? Oh, yes. The diamonds.
No, Hathaway. The dead man. Homicide.
Yes. Yes, Judy shot him.
That's right. But he had a gun in his hand, Hathaway. It was probably self-defense.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Our man Slade has been killed. We will put Operation X-22 into effect. Rocco, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the north side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Nick, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the east side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the south and west sides of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you
Come on, sit down, Phil.
No, thanks.
What's wrong, Phil? You look at this.
Operation X-22.
What's that?
A dragnet. A syndicate dragnet.
For Judy?
Uh-huh. Poor frightened kid.
To kill her?
Her and David Clark.
Why?
If I knew that, I'd probably understand a lot of things, Ellen. Like why Hathaway is such a confounded liar.
What chance does she have, Phil?
None.
What are we going to do?
Try to find her before the syndicate does. Try to find her.
All right, Phil.
Finish your sandwich.
Mm-mm. I've just lost my appetite.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Dragnet, not a police dragnet, but a syndicate dragnet, more deadly, more vicious, with orders to shoot on sight. Philip Galt, in his guise as the Whisperer, has passed along the syndicate's orders, and now, without knowing where Judy Forrest is, he must protect her from the dragnet he himself set in motion.
Seems like such a hopeless task, Phil, finding Judy.
We have one lead, Hathaway.
Seems like such a bewildered kind of man, Phil.
Much too bewildered.
What do you mean?
Those diamonds of his, for one thing.
What about them?
Diamonds in a broken-down place like that? And first he said they were his stones, a hobby. Then he said it was part of a job and they belonged to someone else. No, Ellen, something's wrong there.
You didn't have to take the car if you wanted to go back to his store, Phil. You're going past it now.
Uh-huh.
Why?
In case the store is being watched.
By whom?
The syndicate, Ellen. This is a logical place for them to pick up a lead, too. We just walk in off the street, we look like customers. We drive up, they take special notice of us and the car.
Oh.
We'll park down here and walk back.
Phil, any ideas why Judy shot that Slade fellow?
None.
Or how David is mixed up in it?
No. But I can take a guess.
Okay. What's your guess?
My instructions to Slade were now.
That's right.
We find Slade in Judy's apartment. Therefore, whatever Slade was going to do, it had something to do with Judy or...
David.
Yes.
And Hathaway said David and Judy were going to be married.
Mm-hmm. And Slade was probably going to kill one of them.
Maybe both. Oh, all right so far. Now what about the diamonds? What about David taking them?
That's something I can't even guess about. Here we are.
Yes. Can I help you?
I thought the police would be here by now, Hathaway.
Police?
You know, the body upstairs.
Body? Upstairs? I don't understand.
Oh, so that's the way you want to play. Ellen.
Yes, Phil?
Take a look up there, huh?
All right.
You must be mistaken. There is no body upstairs. I can't understand what you mean.
Who took it away?
You must excuse me. I'm very busy.
And what about the diamonds that were stolen? Reported that yet?
Diamonds? Stolen? I have no diamonds. Now, please, I don't know what that young woman is looking for in...
Don't you, Hathaway?
My eye, you're choking.
The woman's life is at stake, Hathaway.
Phil, he's not there. There's nobody upstairs.
I know. Well, Hathaway?
What do you want?
Where's Judy?
I don't know.
What do you know, Hathaway? Do you know the syndicate has a dragnet out for her?
No, I don't.
Oh, yes.
I don't know where she is. They will kill me. They will.
Who will?
The syndicate.
The diamonds. Cutting them up and passing them along. Part of the syndicate. A small link in the chain.
David.
What about him?
He stole them from me. I'm responsible for them. I don't know what they'll do to me now.
What about Slade?
I don't know about him. David, part of the syndicate, wanted to quit. Judy wanted him to quit so they could get married. She didn't want him involved in...
So Slade came around to kill David.
Yes.
And Judy shot Slade to prevent him from killing David.
Yes, please. Please, you got to protect me. They came and took Slade away. They must be watching this place. Maybe even now, they know you are here. They know I've talked to you.
Where's Judy?
I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know.
And David?
You are not with the syndicate.
I'm trying to help Judy.
Yes. I don't know where he is, but I can tell you where he lives.
Where?
1677 Cedar Lake Drive.
Have you told anybody else?
No.
Didn't they ask you?
I told them I did not know. David is a good boy, really. I don't want his life on my conscience.
And Judy?
Maybe she's there with him. She's my niece. Really, she is. I love her. I love her like she was my own child.
Comes out in the night, out of all the dirty, rotten cesspools. The slimy things, arms and tentacles of the octopus syndicate. Touching a good kid, touching a girl whose only sin is to love someone caught in their web.
Please, you can't do anything. You can't stop them. You don't know them. When they start out to do something, they finish it.
Yeah. What about those stones? Why'd David take them?
I don't know. Maybe because he wanted to hit back at them.
Phil, let's hurry.
They will be following.
We'll go out the back way. Our car is parked in the next street. We'll go through the alley. After I give the police an anonymous tip. Well, is it clear, Ellen? Does it begin to make sense?
Yes, Phil.
David wanted out. He wanted to quit the syndicate, and they wouldn't let him. Afraid he might inform on them. So they had Slade waiting and ready. And the whisperer said now. And Slade went after David at Judy's place, only Judy shot Slade first. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense another way, too.
How?
What happens when the whisperer quits?
He won't.
I got a dragnet out for him, too.
He won't quit. Not until the whole organization is exposed and destroyed.
And what happens when they find out the whisperer is really Phil Galt?
They won't find out.
You're always so positive. You're always so sure. But one day you'll make a slip, or they'll begin to suspect. All they have to do, Phil, just suspect that Phil Galt is a whisperer.
This is Cedar Lake Drive. Can you spot some of the numbers?
You haven't even been listening.
Yes, I have, Ellen. Where are we?
1400 block.
And it's 2 streets down. Reach around behind you, sweetheart, and take out that package, will you? Yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Open it. That's right. I'm going to pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way back.
But what is this, Phil? Strings, rubber bands, elastic? Attached.
Cute, isn't it?
There's nothing cute about a gun.
That's a 25, a toy.
A toy that can kill.
Here. I'm going to put it on under my jacket.
But what are all those rubber bands and things?
Well, that was originally designed for a card shop, Ellen. You know, to drop aces out of a sleeve at the propitious moment.
Oh? But the gun?
That's my refinement. Instead of having an ace up my sleeve, I've got a 25. All I have to do is drop my hand fast and the gun falls into my palm. An ace, too. An ace of spades.
Phil.
I want you to stay here.
No.
This might be dangerous. I want you to stay here.
No.
Now, please, honey.
No.
All right. We got to hurry. I don't think we've been followed over here. They'd have shown up by now. Maybe we can get there before the shooting starts.
That's why you've strapped on that contraption.
Just precaution.
Uh-huh. That's how certain you are you'll be able to get out of this without shooting. These old buildings are fire traps, Phil.
Converted to rooming houses.
Yes?
Oh, David Clark in.
How am I supposed to know? You think I keep track of all the people who go in here day in and day out? I'll never get any of my work done.
If you'll just tell us what apartment he's in.
Apartment. Upstairs. When you get to the top floor, there's a stairway to the attic. That's his apartment.
Thank you.
Thank me for nothing. Just keep the place decent. No hijinks, parties, and loud music. I got my other rumors to think about. I can't allow
Yes,
these.
of course. Thank you. So far, so good. If he's up there, if they haven't found out.
And Judy?
She's probably with him. That's why I think they're here. Hold up.
Dead.
Good to work off a heavy dinner.
What dinner? Shall I knock? Well, what do we do?
Just go in.
Nobody home.
Oh, it appears the birds have flown.
Hold it. Don't turn around. I've got a gun.
Oh. It's quite a trick, hiding behind the door so when it's open it conceals you. That's the second time you've done that, Clark.
Judy, see if they're on.
All right, Jane.
Look for shoulder holsters, jacket pockets, hip pockets.
No, he isn't.
All right, go through her purse.
Excuse me. It's perfectly all right.
You don't have to be polite, Judy, just thorough.
Yes. There's nothing here.
All right. Back across the room, both of you.
What are you trying to do, David?
Who are you?
My name is Galt.
What do you want? How do you fit in this?
I happen to be following a man by the name of Slade. Knew him a long time ago. A hoodlum, murderer, part of the syndicate.
What do you know about the syndicate?
Enough, David. Enough to know that anyone who gets wound up with the syndicate has taken a step he can't take back. Enough to know that if they mark someone for death, there's usually no escape.
There'll be an escape this time.
Not if you go about it this way. I'm here to try to help you.
I don't need any help.
Now, that's silly.
Yes. Please, can you help?
Tell him to put that gun away.
Dave, please.
No, Judy, no. This might be just con on his part. I'm not taking any chances.
You took all your chances when you worked for the syndicate.
Well, I'm not working for them now.
No, you're not. Where are the diamonds, David?
You know an awful lot about me and the syndicate and the diamonds. Now, what else do you know?
Just one thing that makes any sense.
Phil.
Take it easy, lady.
Outside in the street, a car.
It's them. You brought the whole mob.
They didn't follow me.
How else could they get here?
I found out from Hathaway. Don't you think they might have found out, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, David, what are you going to do?
Oh, they wouldn't let me quit. Well, I'll see they don't get their lousy diamonds. I'll see to that. The dirty, rotten murders, I'll make them pay.
And Judy?
What about Judy?
Will she pay, too?
Oh, Judy.
Dave, it's my fault.
No,
I'm
Judy.
coming into the house.
Judy. Darling, this whole rotten mess, it's my fault, but I can't get away.
Quick, David, what are you going to do? They're coming up the stairs.
I'll show you what I'm going to do. You.
Me?
What do you want with Ellen?
She's coming out with me.
Oh, sure, I'm going to get it, but I'll get a few of them first, and you're going to help. You're going to be my shield.
No, David. Hold on, David.
You hold on. All right, sister, come on.
That's your syndicate training coming through, David, but you're not taking Ellen with you.
No, who's going to stop me? Look, it doesn't mean anything to me not to plug you now, too. Now, up you the hands. Up.
All right, David.
Well, where'd you get that gun? Judy, get back. Here, Judy, the diamonds. Keep them.
David!
Get back. Okay, suckers.
David!
Wait. Judy, I made him pay.
David's dead.
Easy, Judy, easy. Would have been a miracle. You can't run away from the syndicate. And you can't run away from the police.
Still a police car.
I guess they took that anonymous tip.
What's going on up here? Now, who are these dead men? They're blocking my doorway. I told you I run a respectable place, and I don't want any trouble with the police.
I'm afraid you're going to have some.
Well, I'm going to call them. I don't want a bad name on my place.
You're too late on both counts.
Killing, shooting. It'll take a week to get this place cleaned up.
Phil, what about Judy?
The syndicate won't bother her anymore, but the police will want to question her.
But the instructions to find Judy.
To lead them to David.
Oh,
Judy,
he was a good boy. He was. Got mixed up with him. He wanted to quit.
once you're in, there's only one way out.
They took Hathaway in for questioning?
Yes, in a prison term. And the two syndicate mugs that ran off in the car were killed in a gunfight with the police. You know, Denver's added it all up pretty good for someone who wasn't in on the thing. Slade and 4 other members of the syndicate, dead. David, dead. Hathaway, a fence for stolen diamonds.
And where does that leave Judy?
Well, the police have the diamonds, so the syndicate won't be interested in her anymore. I had a little talk with her.
Oh?
While your back was turned. You know, sweetheart, she's a real trooper.
Yes, I think she'll get over this.
I'm sure she will. I've got her out on bail.
You've got her out.
Uh-huh. I'm going to be handling her case. You know, being an attorney comes in handy at times.
Especially when you can have such attractive clients. Hmm?
Oh? Is she attractive? I didn't notice.
Why, Phil Gault. You may have been busy tonight, but you weren't blind.
You sound jealous, Ellen. Worried about my conferences with my new clients?
As long as you keep them during business hours, no.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow night.
Oh?
Backstage at the Lyceum Theater, after the performance of Romeo and Juliet. Thought you might like to see it.
Why not? 'Tis better to have seen Romeo and Juliet than never to have loved at all.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Mission accomplished. David Clark killed, but at great cost to the syndicate. I will check for further instructions with Nashville at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Stacey Harris, Ralph Moody, and Michael Ann Barrett. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Escape to Danger.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadow. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. To Frederick Pontiac, an American citizen caught in Germany by the war, death came slowly and painfully, of starvation and torture, in the cellar of a Nazi prison camp. But death was not the end for Frederick Pontiac. It was the beginning of a new and bizarre chapter, for he died only a few days too early, and his body was hardly cold before his captors saw the handwriting on the wall, put there by Allied shells. Yes, the Nazis' hours were numbered, and they all knew it. And that was when a plan was hatched in the brain of Commander Ernst von Muller, commandant of the prison, a man high on the list of war criminals.
Where is the man, Doctor? In the cellar. He died last night. I think he'll do. I must look at him first. We will have to hurry. The American swine will be here soon. They are storming the hill now. Yeah. You have the dossier on, what's the man's name, Doctor? Pontiac. Friedrich Pontiac. Yeah, I have it. Friedrich Pontiac. Yeah. Friedrich Pontiac. This one is Friedrich Pontiac. See? Nine. He was an old man. But see, Commander, the bone structure, the hair and eyes. Of course, he is very thin now, and he has aged. But you will see by the dossier he is but 40, your age. And you will see by the photograph in the dossier there is a striking resemblance to yourself. You won't need to change your face, Herr Commandant. Let me see the dossier, Doctor. Here. Thank you. Friedrich Pontiac, born Zurich, Switzerland, 1905. Attended school in Geneva, 1911 to 1918. Emigrated to America in 1918 with his parents and attended school in New York in 1918 to 1924. In 1926, he became a United States citizen. He went to work in his father's drugstore until 1928. When his father died and the business was sold from 1928 to 1932, he did various odd jobs. In 1933, he entered Germany. He spoke German well. That's good. And English with an accent. Good. The Fatherland made use of him in the chemical factory in Berlin, where his work was unsatisfactory. He drank too much. And had fits of melancholia. This became worse until in 1941 he was of no further use to us. And so was sentenced for inefficiency to hard labor here at this camp. Excellent, Herr Doctor, excellent. I think it will work. I will have to attend to the fingerprints, Herr Commandant. It may be rather painful for you. I understand, Herr Doctor. It does not matter. From now on, I shall be Frederick Pontiac, American citizen.
Question. How many times do you have to see a thing before you remember it? Well, here's an interesting test for you Whistler fans to check up on your alertness and memory. Time and again, probably right in your own neighborhood, you've seen and read the big trademark that identifies Signal gasoline dealers who bring you the Whistler. But test yourself. Can you remember that trademark well enough to describe it now? Well, think a moment. Do you visualize a big black circle sign with yellow letters spelling Signal gasoline? And in the center, a traffic signal reading Go, reminding you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. That yellow and black circle sign is a mighty good sign to keep in mind these days, because with gasoline mileage still an important factor in today's driving, Signal Go Farther gasoline offers your best way to get most miles per ration coupon. So next time you invest one of your gas stamps, try Signal gasoline. Prove in your own car what more and more wise Western drivers are discovering. That you do go farther with Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so Frederick Pontiac, dead in a Nazi prison, is born again. And Commander Ernst von Muller, Nazi war criminal, is no more. He commands the last desperate defense of the prison, just long enough for the mutilation of his fingerprints. It's a painful operation, but it's worth it, von Muller, or should I say Pontiac, because now, when the Americans arrive and find you lying among all your dead companions, your mutilated fingers make the picture all the more convincing. And in an almost unbelievably short time, you're standing on the dock in New York. Everything's been perfect so far. No one suspected you. They hardly even questioned you back in Germany. If you can just get through the customs men.
Frederick Pontiac?
Yes, sir, I'm Frederick Pontiac.
Relax. There's no need to click your heels here. You're in America now, back home.
Silly of me. Forgive me. It's been a long time.
You look very pale. What's the matter? Are you frightened?
Sea voyagers disagree with me. I think it's perhaps seasickness.
Take it easy. We all know how much you've been through. We want to make things as easy as possible for you.
Thank you. Why do you want me?
It's only that your passport has expired. You'll have to fill out this form. I see you can't. Your hands are injured. Very well, just answer the questions. I'll write them in. Frederick Pontiac, age?
Frederick Pontiac, born 1905, May 16th. Attended school in Switzerland, 1911 to 1918. Came to America...
Oh, wait a minute, one at a time. First, where were you born?
Zurich, 1905, May 16th.
16. Your father's name, nationality?
Franklin Pontiac, American.
Mother's name and nationality, maiden name?
Sarah Smith, Swiss.
Where'd you attend school?
Geneva and New York.
The name of the schools and how many years in high school and what grades, please?
What grades? I don't remember now. You will have to excuse me. I have a severe migraine headache.
All right, then. You just sign it or just make a mark. It'll be all right. Just sign here.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Take it and best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, just a minute. Where's your luggage? You've got to have it inspected for the customs.
I don't have any. Just the clothes on my back.
Oh, all right. I'll fill out your papers. Make a cross here where it says to sign.
Yes, thank you very
Oh,
much.
it's nothing. Glad to help. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, sir. Aren't you Frederick Pontiac?
Oh, yes?
My name is Mitchell, Mr. Pontiac.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, at last.
Yes?
I'm sorry to have to give you this after all you've been through, but can't be helped.
What is it? I can't open it.
Oh, well, suppose we step over here a moment?
My hands.
It's a court order, Mr. Pontiac. I'm Mrs. Pontiac's lawyer. When you deserted her in 1933, she got a divorce. You owe $12,000 back alimony to my client. Like I say, I'm sorry about greeting you back home with this, but that's my business.
$12,000? That's impossible for me to pay.
Oh, come, Mr. Pontiac, don't let's have trouble. We've been nice about this. We never slapped a lien on your bank like Mrs. Pontiac wrote you we had. We want to do things right by you. So, what do you say? We get in my car and run over to the bank, get that safe deposit box out, and you pay off like a gentleman.
Safe deposit box at my bank?
Yes, I know your little secret. You can't fool me, Pontiac. I know about the money you have in the State and County Bank on 84th Street. Yes, Mr. Pontiac, I found out about that.
Oh, my wife told you.
Shall we say trade secrets, and that a little birdie whispered it to me? But you don't have to worry about me. No, just so long as I get my fee and the money for my client. Now, what do you say? We run over to 84th Street right now.
Very well.
For a minute you thought you were found out. But no, Mitchell thinks you are Pontiac. So you enter the lawyer's long, sleek black sedan and settle back in the soft upholstery. You ought to be happy, Von Muller. This man you have so cunningly changed places with has money in the bank that he kept secret. Isn't that fortunate? Why are you so worried as you drive to 84th Street? Could it be the wife you didn't know about? And as you stand in the magnificent, opulent interior of the bank manager's office, why do you feel the butterflies fluttering in your stomach and a panicky urge to escape?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is Mr. Frederick Pontiac, Mr. Crane. How do you do? How do you do, Mr. Pontiac? Mr. Pontiac has a safe deposit box here. Been here since 1933. Been in Europe since that date. Had quite an ordeal. Was in a German concentration camp.
How dreadful for you, Mr. Pontiac. I've read about these places. Glad you got out all right.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Now that he's back, Mr. Pontiac would like to open his safe deposit box.
Oh, certainly. You have the key, Mr. Pontiac?
The key? Oh, no. They took everything from me.
Well, do you remember the number?
Yes, the number,
You haven't forgotten the number, have you?
I'm trying to remember my memories and what it was since...
Of course. Well, I can look it up in my file here. In the meantime, perhaps you'll sign this form?
Yes. You see, my hands have been injured, but I'll do the best I can.
Oh, yes, I see. Have you some other means of identification? You see, I wasn't manager here in 33. I suppose I could get Miller over. He was manager here in 33. He'd remember you. Remarkable memory that man has. Never forgets a face. Nobody could fool him. Just a formality.
You have your passport, haven't you, Mr. Pontiac?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, that's enough, isn't it, Mr. Crane? You can check on that.
Yes, I think in this case we can make an exception.
Here it is.
Yes. You've aged since this photo was taken, haven't you?
It's an old photo, yes.
Well, that seems all in order. I think you can have your deposit box, Mr. Pontiac. It's number 173. Will you step this way, please?
Thank you.
Here it is. 173. There you are. Let me know when you're finished.
Thank you.
$150,000. All in $1,000 bills. Suppose I take the $12,000 while you have it handy?
Very well. Here's $12,000.
Mm-hmm. And the matter of my fee, Mr. Pontiac?
How much?
$5,000.
$5,000?
Yeah, $5,000. I know it's expensive, but I'm a good man. You know, I can keep my mouth shut.
Count it yourself. My hands hurt.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 for luck. Thank you, Mr. Pontiac. Now, can I drive you anywhere? Where are you staying?
Thank you, yes. Any good hotel will do. I've had a rather trying day.
Well, how about the Continental Plaza? Nice view of the park, swell bar, good restaurant.
Yes. That will do satisfactorily, I'm sure. It has been a very hard day. It will be good to rest. Very good.
Look, Mr. Pontiac, I'll give you a tip.
Yes?
Don't stay in town too long. It might be unhealthy for you.
What do you mean, unhealthy?
You haven't forgotten Lucky Chandler, have you? Huh?
Lucky Chandler? Oh, yes, Chandler.
Yeah, Lucky Chandler. LaHiff hasn't forgotten. As soon as he hears you're in town, he'll pay you a visit, if you get me.
Yes, LaHiff.
Your arrival, it was in the papers this evening.
How do you mean, pay me a visit? Unhealthy for me?
Forget it, chum. It was just a hint. You know me. I can keep my mouth shut. I don't want any trouble.
Yes, I see.
But you don't see, do you, Herr von Muller? You don't know who these men are, LaHiff and Lucky Chandler. What does Mitchell mean, unhealthy? You don't know, do you? But you're too tired to worry now. So you go to your hotel suite and fall into a fitful sleep. And in the morning?
How can that be? Yes? What is it?
Good morning, Mr. Pontiac. I was calling to let you know your wife is on her way up to your room.
My wife?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Pontiac is on her way up.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Gloria, your ex-wife. Remember me?
You can't come in.
Oh, Freddie, don't be silly. I only wanted to say hello and take a look at you.
Get away. I order you out.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry about the Mitchell greeting you with the court order. It wasn't my idea.
Out, I say. Get out. I don't want to speak with you. I don't want to see you. Get out.
Now, look, Freddie, don't push me.
I said
don't
get out. And stay away from me.
Well, what's the matter with you? Are you sick? Changed.
Go away.
All right. I'll be back, Freddie. I'm worried about you.
Himmel, was ist denn das? Yes, what is it, please?
That you, Pontiac?
Yes.
This is LaHiff. Your pal, LaHiff.
Hello. How are you?
What the devil do you care how I feel, you double-crossing rat? You gonna come across with the dough? Or do you want me to take it out of your hide and then refresh the cop's memory about Chandler's death?
About Chandler's death?
Yeah, you don't think they've forgotten, do you? Sure, 12 years is a long time, but not long enough.
What do you want from me?
My cut. 75,000 leaves of best lettuce. I'll be around for it at noon. You see you have it there.
Hello. 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 Refresh the cop's memory about Chandler's death. Gott im Himmel. Pontiac killed him. Yeah, that's it. Pontiac was a murderer. Now, I'm Pontiac.
Well, what are you going to do now, Von Muller? In America, murder carries a death penalty, and you just escaped from that. You were rather clumsy the way you got rid of Pontiac's wife. You must be more careful how you deal with LaHiff. He must be gotten rid of also. He is a very real danger to you, Von Muller. So you work out a plan quickly. You go out to the drugstore, purchase some rat poison and some liquor. When you get back, you mix a drink and wait for LaHiff. It's noon now. And you look from the window across Central Park and watch the traffic creeping below and wait. You know it won't be long now.
Come in. Good morning, Mr. LaHiff.
Never mind the formalities, Pontiac. What's the idea of having the blinds drawn?
Oh, you'll excuse it, I'm sure. I have a severe headache.
I can imagine.
Will you join me in a little drink? It's a long time since we met.
Quit stalling, Pontiac. I came for my money. Hand it over.
Oh, of course. Here you are. I have it ready for you. Count it.
I won't bother to count it. It better be right. There's $1 missing.
Oh, I wouldn't take that chance. Hey, here's a brandy and soda. Come, let's drink to the future and let bygones be bygones.
I wouldn't drink with you. All I want from you is what I have coming, nothing else. Goodbye, Mr. Double-Cross Pontiac.
But wait, please.
Well, you're slipping, Ernst. Things aren't going exactly right, are they? You had him right in your net, and then he walked out with the bait. And now what? Pontiac double-crossed him. Maybe now he'll double-cross Pontiac. You. He didn't go to the police before because he wanted the money. But now, he may be on his way there now. You've got to do something. Quick, Ernst von Muller. Hurry. Look in the phone book. Then call.
Worldwide Travel Agency. Good afternoon.
My name is Pontiac, Frederick Pontiac. I want a seat on the plane to Argentina as soon as possible. I have to get there at once. It's very urgent.
Yes, sir. Travel's pretty heavy, but I think we can arrange that. Do you have your visa?
Visa? No. Get me one.
That takes about 1 month, sir.
Well, Mexico. Do I need a visa for Mexico?
No, sir. Not if you're a citizen of the United States. Are you?
Of course I'm a citizen.
Well, we can arrange that if your passport is in order.
It's run out. They are sending me a new one.
You should wait until you receive the new one.
How long will it be before they send it to me?
About a month as a rule.
Can't I go without and they send it on to me?
Yes, that could be arranged, I think. I'll call you back when I've made inquiries, Mr. Pontiac.
The wait is not long, but you fidget nervously through it. Then suddenly everything's all right again. They've reserved you a place on the Mexico plane. You'll have plenty of time to make it to the airport. And still the police haven't arrived. You hurry downstairs. Step up to pay your bill.
Here, miss, I telephoned. You have my bill ready?
Yes, Mr. Pontiac. $27.55.
You keep the change, miss.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pontiac. Those two men by the door, they're detectives. They were just asking about you.
Detectives? Asking about me?
Yes, sir.
Is my taxi here yet?
No, sir. Good evening, sir.
Lahip has told the police. Yes, he's told them about Pontiac. But they won't stop you now. You've come too far to be caught. You only have to lose those detectives. And then Mexico City. You'll be free, able to start all over again without Pontiac's stupid involvements. Shouldn't be hard. There must be a way. You can't stay here to die for Pontiac's crime. Hurry, Ernst. Hurry. But these men are worse than your Gestapo, aren't they, Ernst? You try everything you can think of. Taking a taxi cab, switching cabs, doubling back, ducking into a movie theater and out a back entrance. But they're still there. You go down into the subway, try to lose them in the crowd. They're still following you. You can't get rid of them. And suddenly the panic begins to grow. It's almost time for the plane to leave. You've got to get to the airport. Maybe you can lose them there. Maybe.
Frederick Pontiac?
Yes, that's my name.
All right, sir. Your reservation is in order. Now, if you'll leave your bag here, we'll check it.
I'll just carry it with me.
Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to weigh it anyway. You may as well leave it here. There'll be a short wait before you can board the plane.
A wait?
Yes, sir. We'll call you when it's ready.
Wait. But you don't want to wait, do you, Ernst? There are those two men over there. You have to get on the plane and get away. But you know down in your heart that you never will. They're just waiting for that. As you step up to board the plane, they'll arrest you, Ernst. You know that. You're trapped, Ernst. You walk down to the washroom trying to think of something to do, but you can't. You know you're trapped. You escaped from Germany in trial as a war criminal, and now you're going to have to stand trial as a murderer. Might have been a lot easier the other way. You know what they do to murderers here. You might have escaped that over there. Yes, that's it. Of course. And so, as you look up into the mirror and see the two men enter the washroom, you know, finally, what to do.
Look, you. You men are following me.
Yeah?
What about it? And I know why. But you're wrong. You'll never hang me for that murder.
Murder?
What's he talking
about?
No, you don't trick me that way. You know what I'm talking about. But you will never convict me of a murder. Because you're after the wrong man. I am not Frederick Pontiac.
No?
No, you must believe me. I'm not Frederick Pontiac.
Then who are you?
I'm Ernst von Müller. Commander Ernst von Müller of the German Navy. I escaped from Germany as Frederick Pontiac. But Frederick Pontiac is dead. You don't believe me. But you must. Take me to the military authorities, the federal police. But not for murder. I'm only an escaped prisoner of war. I can prove it, I'm sure.
Yeah? Okay, brother. You just might be telling the truth. Maybe you'd better come along with us.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, if your car is beginning to look and feel its age, did you know that down at your neighborhood signal station there's a veritable fountain of youthful ideas, a line of products for bringing back your car's sparkle and pep? For instance, Whiz Motor Rhythm actually dissolves carbon binder, thus freeing sticky valves and rings and giving you a cleaner motor that runs smoother and quieter and uses less gas. Then there's Radiator Cleaner and Conditioner that removes clogging sludge, rust, and scale from your radiator, putting your cooling system in shape for hottest summer driving. And your signal dealer's famous Venus Auto Polish cleans and waxes in one easy operation, bringing back new car luster and color while it protects the finish. But these are just 3 of your signal dealer's many car pepper-uppers. Next time you stop at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign, why not look over the rest of his fine quality automotive accessories? Each plays a part in your Signal gasoline dealer's complete service to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Ernst von Muller, you gave yourself up. Yes, you'll go back to Germany to stand trial as a war criminal. And when you read the newspapers about the fate of other commandants of German prison camps, you wonder if perhaps you didn't make the wrong choice. You might have been even more sure of it if you could have heard a certain telephone conversation the day you were captured.
Miss Reagan, Mrs. Pontiac, this is Reagan.
Oh, the private detective I hired.
Yes. I've got plenty to report, Mrs. Reagan. We tailed your husband like you asked us to. You were right.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, there was something screwy about him. He wasn't your husband at all.
What?
And we tailed him to the airport. He was just about to leave for Mexico.
What?
I'll never know why he didn't. That would have been the end of our case. But just before the plane was to leave, he surrendered himself to us.
Who could it have been?
He was some German Navy officer, escaped and masquerading as your husband.
Did he say anything about my husband?
Yes, he said Mr. Pontiac died in his prison camp.
So that's it.
Yeah. Another thing I'll never be able to figure out was he kept talking about a murder. Said we wouldn't pin a murder rap on him because he wasn't Pontiac. You know what he was talking about?
I have no idea.
I haven't either. I thought the only thing Pontiac was mixed up in was that racetrack scandal back in 1933 when Lehef went to prison for poisoning a horse. The odds-on Derby favorite, Lucky Chandler.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil and fine-quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by James Sussex, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Can the dead return to life? Listen to the Weird Circle. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the fall of the House of Usher.
This is the history of the House of Usher. I am leaving it as my last will and testament. Because before this year is over, the cavernous tarn will close over the gables of our decadent home. It was written by our ancestors many years ago that when the rains are blood red, the house of Usher will crumble to the earth. There are 3 members of the Usher family living, 2 in direct descent, the Lady Madeline and her twin brother Roderick. I was engaged to marry Roderick long before I knew my cousin. It is the custom for the Usher family to intermarry. The Lady Madeline has been confined to bed these many weeks, waiting for death, waiting for the last days of her life to pass quietly.
I've so little time left, Roderick. I must see Charles before I die.
Charles Wilson is tied up in London on business. He can't come down here every time you've a whim to see him.
Oh, this is no whim. It's just a matter of days before I... Don't be impatient with me.
Sister, please.
Oh, afraid of the truth, Roderick? You've always been afraid of me. I can read your mind so easily. Look at me, brother.
Let's not argue again.
You've always wanted me to die. You've waited for it year after year, praying and hoping that I die, leaving you free to inherit the house and the fortune. But you'll be fooled. Look. Look at the rain.
This isn't you speaking, it's the fever.
Fever or not, the rain is turning red, isn't it?
Yes, it seems that way at times.
Each day it will be redder and redder and darker and...
Madeline.
Afraid, brother? Are you afraid of blood-red rains?
The doctor said you should have rest and quiet. You weaken yourself when you're excited.
Where's Dina?
I don't know. I'm not her keeper. She's downstairs, probably, buried in that romantic nonsense that she reads.
Every girl likes to read romantic stories, Rod. Heaven help her when she becomes your wife. Call her for me, will you?
The doctor's orders were that you're not to be disturbed.
Call her, Rod. Do as I say.
For your own good, I'll
get even with you someday. Dina. Dina. Dina.
Madeline.
Dina.
Did you call me Lady Madeline?
Yes, Dina, child. Come here, my dear.
Is there something I can do for you?
Yes. I want to see Charles Wilson before I die.
I told you he was busy, Maddie.
Tell Talbot to hitch up the coach and four, Dina. Go to London tonight. Tell Charles I must see him right away. Bring him back with you.
I'll not have Dina go out in this weather.
But Roderick...
Dina, please go. Don't listen to Rod. Do this for me.
I will not have strangers dragged into our family secrets.
Charles Wilson is no stranger. He's the only one who knows the secret of the house of Usher.
I don't like leaving you, cousin.
The doctor will be here shortly. Hurry, my dear, and bring Charles back.
I forbid it, Dina.
If I don't see Charles tonight, I'll be buried alive. Not able to live. Not able to die.
Whoa. Here, we'll never get through to London tonight, Mum. Not in this weather. Not in a million years. It ain't a night for humans to be a bat.
The Lady Madeline is dying. The least we can do is grant her last wish.
Dina!
Quickly, Talbot, before Lord Rick tries to catch up with us.
Dina, did you hear me call you?
Yes, I heard you, cousin.
Tried to protect you, child, because I love you. I don't want any harm to come to my future wife.
Please, Roderick.
Why do you turn from me when I touch you?
I don't know.
Afraid of me?
I...
Answer me, Dina. Are you afraid of me?
Yes.
But you loved me once.
That was before we returned to the house of Usher.
And you're going anyway?
Yes, Roderick. For Madeline's sake.
Are you ready, Mum?
Yes. Yes, Talbot, ready. We'll be back by midnight, Roderick.
Hurry, cousin. Or else the Lady Madeline might not live long enough to get her last wish.
Did she leave, Roderick?
Yes. Madeline, why don't you confide in me? Why must you call in strangers when you know how it humiliates me?
I can't trust you, Roderick.
Ever since we were children, you've kept one secret from me. What is that secret, Madeline?
That's one thing you'll never wheedle out of me.
What is that secret, Maddie?
Leave me alone, brother. I'm ill.
You're dying, Madeline. You know you're dying. A secret won't do you any good. Now, what is it?
Please, Roderick.
Tell me, Madeline, or you won't live to die the way you think you will.
Oh, have pity.
Tell me, or by heaven, I'll force it out of you.
Oh, whoa there, whoa, boy. This is his house, Mum.
Thank you, Talbot. Mr. Wilson, is he here?
Yes, Why, Dina Usher, what are you doing in London at this hour of the night? Come in, my dear.
The Lady Madeline sent me.
Great heavens, child, your clothes are drenched. Come on in. I'll fix you some hot tea.
Oh, we haven't time, Charles. Madeline wants to see you at once. Please come with me, right away. The doctor doesn't think she'll live through the night.
Madeline? Dying?
Oh, she's been ill for months. Charles, you wouldn't know her anymore.
Why didn't you let me know before this?
Roderick wouldn't let me.
Roderick? But why?
I can't explain now, Charles. Believe me when I say it's important that you come at once. Talbot's waiting outside. I'm frightened for Madeline. We've got to be back by midnight.
You came in time, Doctor.
Lady Usher, you shouldn't allow your brother to excite you.
There's a cruel streak in him at times. Surprisingly like my grandfather. What time is it?
Midnight. Here, drink this. It will give you strength.
I can't move.
Lean against me. There.
Dr. Bain, you've attended all my family, haven't you?
Yes, Lady Usher.
You've been closer to us than almost anyone. If I ask you for an honest answer, would you give it to me?
That depends on the question.
How much longer have I to live?
Years, my dear.
No, Doctor. I want an honest answer, please. It's imperative that I know.
I don't know, really, my dear.
Hurry, Talbot. Please hurry.
I'm going as fast as the horses can go, Mum. Giddy up. Giddy up.
Faster, Talbot.
We won't accomplish anything at all if you lose self-control, Dina.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles, but I've the most dreadful foreboding.
Foreboding? Why, I thought Madeline and Roderick were as close as brother and sister could possibly be.
They were until about a year ago.
What caused the change?
Well, I'd been living at the house of Usher for about 4 months when Roderick suddenly became, nervous, jumpy. He'd lock himself up in his room for days. He was morbid, frightfully morbid.
Sounds like a depression of spirit.
Oh, it went deeper than that. Madeline fell ill at the same time. And then, the horrible reddish rains began to fall.
Red rain? Dina, really?
Oh, you'll see. The first day those rains began to fall, the rift between Madeline and Roderick widened. Until now, their hate is a living thing. It fills the house. They seem to be battling constantly for possession of each other's soul. Charles, look. Look ahead. There's the house. And the rain. Look at the rain.
Yes. Red rain.
Well, Charles, do come in. We've been waiting for you.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Roderick.
Come in, Dina. Don't stand there staring at me.
It's been a long time since I've last seen you, Rod.
Yes, a long time.
Let me take your coat, Charles. I'll hang it up.
Thank you, dear.
My sister's waiting, Charles. You'd better go right up.
Yes, of course.
I'd better warn you. Madeline's delirious. She doesn't quite know what she's saying sometime.
Rod, why don't you come up with me?
She expressed a desire to see you alone.
glad you came. I had to see you alone.
Madeline, don't try to sit up. You'll only weaken
Sit
yourself.
over here, Charles, next to me. You're the only person I can trust, and you must promise to do exactly as I say.
Of course, of course.
Remember what I told you years ago. Remember about Roderick and me. I told you then that he and I were more than twins.
Well, that was just childish fancy.
Oh, I wish to God it were. But those suspicions have all been proven these last few months. Roderick and I are only one person, not two. We have two earthly bodies, but we share one soul. When Charles and I were born, our shoulders were attached. The day of our birth, we were separated.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean you share one soul.
I've never been able to feel anything for myself. His thoughts are my thoughts. His tears are my tears. His weaknesses are mine. Don't you understand, Charles?
Are you sure of this, Madeline?
Positive. His mind has the initiative. He doesn't respond to my emotions. Because I had none. None. I'm cold without him. Don't you see, my earthly body is wasting away. But my soul is not my own. As long as he's alive, Charles, the power of his life will keep me living.
Madeline, Lady Madeline, you mustn't even think of it.
Oh, it's true, though. I'll have a living death. I'll be buried alive. Unable to live. Unable to die.
Madeline.
That's why I called you here. Promise me now, Charles. You'll never allow my coffin to be sealed. Keep my body in this house.
You must rest, Madeline. Stop talking
Do you
of death.
promise, Charles? Promise.
Yes, of course I do.
Don't tell Roderick, Charles, ever. He'll seal me in my tomb alive.
Madeline, my dear.
Every mortal is entitled to his own soul. If I can't rest in death... If I can't rest in death, I'll return from the grave and take him with me. You've given me your promise, Charles. You won't forget it.
My promise is my word.
What are you doing standing outside this door, Roderick?
Tina.
Not enough to see Charles in privacy. Why do you insist on spying on your own sister?
Shut up.
I can't understand you, Roderick.
There are many things you can't understand, Tina. Come with me downstairs.
Let me go.
Come along to the living room.
I'd like to go in and tell Madeline that you were spying on her again.
Tell her if you wish. She's a poor, sick thing, unable to lift her arm against me.
I don't know how I ever loved you.
You'll learn to again after we're married.
I hate you, Roderick Usher. I'll never marry you.
In heaven's name!
Roderick, what's the matter?
Pain inside me, crawling like vermin. Help me, Dina.
Oh, of course.
Help me.
Roderick! Dina! It's Madeline! She's dead!
Here I am, Madeline, beside your bed. And you're dead, Madeline. Dead. Two people fought for the possession of one soul, and you've lost. You'd try to drag me to the grave with you, but you're weaker than I, Madeline. You'll never return. Never.
And that was her last request, Doctor.
It's a peculiar request, Mr. Wilson.
I know it is, Doctor, but it was the Lady Madeline's last wish. Oh, Roderick. What are you doing here?
Taking a last look at my beloved sister's face.
Oh. Doctor, I'm not quite sure that the Lady Madeline is dead. Look at the flush of life in her cheeks.
Stop speaking like a fool, Charles.
Look for yourself, Roderick.
What are you trying to do, frighten me?
No. I've asked the doctor to verify her death.
In cases of this kind, Mr. Wilson, death from catalepsy, the deceased often retains a lifelike flush. But it's merely symptomatic. Nothing supernatural about it.
Of course she's dead. Isn't she, Doctor?
However, if you feel the slightest doubt...
No doubt at all.
I'd suggest delaying the burial for a week or two.
As her nearest of kin, I want the funeral held at once. She'll be laid to rest in the family catacombs beneath the house.
Roderick, I gave her my word.
Your word isn't valid. You're not one of the family.
But it was my word of honor.
Don't mix in family affairs, Charles.
But the least you can do is grant her last wish, Roderick.
This is nonsense. The dead are best buried.
But, Rod, your own sister.
No.
As the doctor in the case, I don't feel justified in making out a death certificate for 2 weeks. The Lady Madeline will lie in state in her coffin in the catacombs. The coffin will remain open.
For 30 years, these catacombs have been unused. Look at the walls, Dina. Time has encrusted them with niter.
It's cold in here. Cold and damp.
Let's take the coffin this way, Talbot. Watch out, Charles. Don't fall. Be careful. The catacombs have always been soft with slime and niter. Hard to breathe in here at times, isn't it?
Where's the room, Roderick?
Ahead. At the end of the corridor.
Are you positive we can keep a fire burning in there?
Yes, Charles. Talbot.
Yes, sir?
Did you start fire?
Oh, yes, sir. I did that early this morning. The room ought to be warm by now, sir.
Talbot's a dependable man. He starts warm fires to bring life to death.
Roderick, how can you act like that? Your own sister.
Yes, my own dear, beloved sister. There, Charles. Look ahead of you. A tiny room at the end of a corridor. The fire is blazing.
Careful. Careful with the casket. We'll place it on the table.
Center of the room. All right, sir. We can place it down. Yes. Yes, top. Down there.
I know that my Redeemer liveth.
Rest in peace.
And that we shall stand at the latter day upon the earth. And though this body be destroyed, yet shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and mine eyes shall behold, and not as a stranger. We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. The Lord giveth, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Talbot?
Yes, ma'am? Why, Mum, what are you doing up at this hour of the night?
I can't sleep. I keep dreaming the Lady Madeline is crying for help. Where's Lord Roderick?
Well, he couldn't sleep either, Mum. He said he was worried that his sister was cold, Mum. Whatever does he mean by that?
Did he go down to the catacombs?
Just, Mum, that he did. He said he wanted to stir the fires a bit.
Down there?
Wait a minute, Mum.
Later, Talbot. I must stop him. I must.
I wouldn't go down there, Mum. It's ever so cold at night and damp. I wouldn't go down there myself. I advised Lord Roderick against it, Mum. I did.
Roderick! 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 The door slammed shut. It's so dark in here. Cold and dark. Roderick! Roderick! Roderick, where are you? Rod! Rod, answer me! Rod! Roderick! Roderick, I can't see. Please help me. I'll get lost in the catacombs. Roderick! Roderick, please!
I don't like these goings-on at all, I don't. People dying and not getting themselves properly buried. It ain't normal. No, that it ain't.
Talbot.
What are you up to, Mr. Wilson? Don't nobody sleep proper in this here house?
Where are Miss Dina and Lord Roderick, Talbot?
Well, I was sitting here as nice as you please, sir.
But where is Miss Dina, Talbot?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting to. I was drinking this here cup of tea when Lord Roderick comes in a little past midnight. Or was it a little before midnight?
Where is he?
Well, I'm getting to that. He comes in and he says he does. He wants a flame.
Yes?
Yeah. He says as calm as you please. He wants to go down and keep his sister from getting cold.
And Miss Dina?
Well, as for her, she came down a little later and said she dreamt that the Lady Madeline was calling to her. So she follows Lord Roderick to the catacombs. It ain't proper, sir. It ain't proper.
Roderick! Roderick! Oh, there's the light. There.
Are you calling me, cousin?
Oh, Roderick. Roderick, I was so frightened. I thought I was lost.
Why did you come down here?
I dreamt Madeline needed me. Well, what did you do, Rod?
Be quiet, Dina.
You closed the coffin. Oh, how could you?
Don't you approve?
We were going to drive a stake through her coffin.
She was a witch, Dina. A witch. Isn't it the custom to drive a stake through the heart of a witch? Watch, Dina. Watch.
No.
Watch me drive the hammer through her heart. What?
Stop, Rod. Stop that. Roderick, put that stake down in heaven's name. Don't. Leave it alone.
Take your hands off.
Oh, please, Roderick. Please. It's so horrible. Don't you understand? It's your own sister. Your own sister.
You'll pay for this, Dina. You and Madeline together.
Oh, Roderick.
Calvin, help me with him.
Yes, sir. Pardon me, Lord Roderick, but...
Oh, Charles, darling. You came just in time.
He looks like he was dead, sir. Lying there on the sofa.
No, he's beginning to stir.
Keep bathing his face in cool water, dear. He'll be all right. I'm afraid the shock of Madeline's death is too much for him.
The shock of her death, the constant fall of the rain. It's getting redder all the time, Charles.
Yes, it is. That's just an electric phenomenon.
Don't try to move, Roderick.
It's you, Dina. You again.
Lie still, cousin. You'll feel better in a little while.
You're both fools. You shouldn't have stopped me. She's a witch. Don't you understand?
No, Roderick.
Listen, Charles.
What?
Can't you hear it?
What are you talking about?
Listen. I told you once my hearing was super acute. I can hear a heart beating.
You're overwrought. Suppose I go for the doctor, Rod. He'll give you a sedative.
No, don't leave me.
But you need your sleep.
Of course you do. All this horror tonight will pass over when the morning comes and those infernal rains clear.
It's not in my mind. She's coming. She's coming for me. I can hear her in the catacombs. Listen, Charles, listen.
Roderick, please believe me that you're simply overwrought and emotional.
I've got to get out of here. I must leave at once. She's coming for me. Coming. She swore she would. I know she did. I overheard her talk with you, Charles.
Roderick.
Cousin, no, you're hearing things.
Now, listen.
I can't hear anything.
She's leaving the catacombs now. Listen, Charles, don't you hear her breathing? Can't you hear her footsteps? Her sighs? She's in the hallway, Charles. In the hall. Help me, Justin. Help me, Charles.
Roderick.
She's coming closer. Faster. Her feet are on the stairs. One by one, she's coming up those stairs. Listen, you can hear her now, can't you? You can hear her now.
Charles, look out the window. The rains are blood red.
She's outside the door. Listen. Listen, cousin, listen.
Madeline!
No, sister. No.
Leave the house of Usher, Charles. You and Dina, leave this cursed house at once. The rains are blood red, and I've come to reclaim my soul.
Madeline. No.
And you, Roderick, you will be soulless forever.
From that chamber and from that mansion, Charles and I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as we crossed the park to the highway. The moon above the house of Usher was blood red. And Charles held me close as we walked on and on into the night.
Dina, my darling, don't look back. The house has crumbled to the ground. Crumbled into the cavernous time.
Charles.
Little Dina. You'll always be safe with me.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have recalled the fall of the House of Usher. Bell keeper, toll the bell. are met in this cave by the restless sea to reveal the horror in man's mind. Listen to the weird circle. Listen to the waves. Listen closely, for you will hear the crying of lost souls. Our story discloses the horror in man's mind. This is a tale of the house and the brain. Come with me to London, through the heavy fog of the city to a large house in the suburbs. A young couple enter the portals of that house to attend an art auction.
Strange. Seems very wonderful.
Well, hello, Jim. We've been looking all over for you. We've got quite a crowd here today.
Paul Whitney, Sandra, I'm glad you've come. I thought you two were refugees from this sort of thing.
Well, frankly, Jim, I've suddenly conceived a passion for good oil paintings, and I'm going to buy this fabulous painting of the ancient cutthroat.
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, she suddenly conceived a passion for cutthroats, ancient or otherwise.
Oh, my husband abuses me.
I'm too nice to her, or she'd never be interested in any other man.
But, darling, the man in the portrait's been dead 400 years.
Dead or living, he's not beyond your charms.
Oh, but my husband loves me, Jim. Must be my fatal fascination.
Yeah.
But I didn't come here to talk with you, even if it is fun. I came here to see that oil painting.
Oh, it's quite a painting.
Yes, so we've heard.
It's in my study. Come and take a look before the auction starts.
Now, don't fall in love with it, Sandy. No matter how you feel about 15th century reprobates, I'm not going to spend a fortune buying useless pictures.
Well, there's the picture. What do you think?
He has a face you'll never forget.
And a reputation. Yes, sir. He lived a full life. You know, he was supposed to have been fabulously wealthy. But when he died, his fortune disappeared.
Oh, my dumpling aunt. He looks like the kind of man who sticks pins in people for the devil of it.
Sandra.
The strangest thing about the picture is the man's eyes. You get the feeling that the eyes are alive.
Yes, very definitely. Clever work.
Paul.
What's the matter with you, Sandra?
I could have sworn I've seen that man in London recently.
What man?
The one in the picture.
What? He's been dead 400 years.
Stop snickering at me, Jim. I know what I've seen.
Impossible. The only thing left of the Honorable Cutthroat Richards is the house on Orchard Street. He built it 450 years ago, and it's never been really habitable since.
Why?
Well, this is your chance to laugh at me. It's haunted.
Haunted?
Oh, not really.
Really?
Oh, Jim, I've never met a ghost.
And you never will, Sandra.
Jim, oh, Jim, please, oh, please. Imagine a really, truly ghost.
Wonderful, Jim. Take us over. Or, better yet, I'll rent the place for a week. I've heard a lot about ghosts, but I've never been able to pin one down. You know, I've been a student of the occult for a long time.
Jim, please.
Oh, Sandra, I'm serious. It's dangerous business, this ghost hunting.
Please, fella, anything to get Sandra's mind off buying that picture.
Very well, but you'll find some very real ghosts over there. The housekeeper, Mrs. Browning, will rent you a room if you want one. But she's the only person who's ever been able to stay in the old house.
Thanks, old man. Come along, Sandra.
But the picture.
Hang the picture, my sweet. I've got a genuine ghost for you. The door's open all by itself.
There's no one there. Doors aren't supposed to open by themselves, Paul.
Well, what do you expect? The house is haunted, isn't it? Door slammed by himself, too.
Woo, tricky place, isn't it?
You frightened?
Not in the least. And it isn't my knees that are shaking, Pet. It's yours. Wonder where the housekeeper is. Her name's Mrs. Browning. Call her and see what happens.
All right. Mrs. Browning.
Don't poke me, Paul.
I didn't poke you.
Well, I didn't poke myself. Oh, hey. I wonder if we're alone. Look behind me, Paul. If it's a ghost, I don't want to meet it quite yet.
Silly, it's broad daylight. Anybody knows ghosts never appear until nightfall.
Paul, look. It's a child's footprint right there in front of me, a wet footprint.
Great heavens.
No, another one. Looks like the footprint of a child who's taken a bath. Oh, my chubby, yeah.
Listen.
The footprints lead upstairs.
Shall we follow?
Well, it's the obvious thing to do.
Ghastly cold in here, Sandy, isn't it?
Ghostly cold, at any rate.
You're not quite up to form, old girl. You sure you want to go through with this?
No, I'm positive. Almost, anyway.
Sandy, the footprints. They disappeared.
Oh, maybe it's all done with mirrors.
Good afternoon. Do come in the sitting room.
Oh, you must be Mrs. Browning. I'm Sandra Whitney, and this is my husband.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Danvers told me you were coming. Won't you be seated?
Thank you, Mrs. Browning.
I hope my stepdaughter didn't frighten you.
Your stepdaughter? Well, I didn't see anyone.
Naturally. She's dead.
You mean the footprints we saw?
Yes, of course. You didn't see or hear anything else?
No.
Expecting anyone?
Yes. They're coming for me shortly. My time is up, and I must die in the way they've planned it.
They?
Those who live in this house, Mrs. Whitney.
Oh, come, Mrs. Browning, you don't really believe ghosts actually live here.
Believe it? I know it. You see, Mr. Whitney, when I was first married 40 years ago, my husband, my stepdaughter, and myself moved into this house. They were here then.
Why didn't you move out?
Oh, we became used to them. Then my stepdaughter died. My husband had an unfortunate accident, and I was left alone.
You've lived here alone ever since?
Yes. Waiting for them to take me.
Mrs. Browning, how much will you charge my wife and myself for an apartment here by the week?
Charge? Nothing. Nothing at all. Anybody who has the courage to stay here is most welcome. But I advise you against it. Listen.
What is it?
Souls crying for release. Release from him.
Oh, come, Mrs. Browning.
You don't believe me? You will when you move in. When can I expect you?
Tonight at 8. How about it, Paul?
That sounds jolly.
You'll use the east wing. I'll have a fire lit for you. But let me warn you once again. They'll be waiting for you. Day and night.
Sandra, call back.
Of course, Paul. Down, Blackie. Down, I say. Oh, if you keep squirming, I'll never get you on a leash.
I'd better take some pistols along with us.
Well, I'm not at all sure you can shoot a ghost, Paul.
I'm not at all sure it is a ghost. Something awfully phony about all that.
Oh, no. My intuition says there were ghosts in that house, darling, and I've a very perceptive intuition.
Sandra, you're not going to take Blackie with you.
Well, of course I am. He's a watchdog, isn't he?
But a dog.
Now, darling, remember how nicely he caught pheasant last year.
But pheasant aren't the same thing as ghosts at all.
Stuff and nonsense. You ready?
All ready. Here's your coat, dear.
Oh, look out the window, Paul. So peaceful out there.
You've always been partial to twilight.
Oh, reminds me of the time you courted me. It was such a nice time. Paul, that man, the one on the street.
What man?
The one standing right out there. Look at him. That's the same man whose portrait we saw at Jim Danvers' house today.
Sandra, where are you going?
To talk to him, Pat, of course. Miss Richards. Oh, my chubby Anne. It is him. Oh, excuse me, sir. I couldn't help noticing you, and...
You noticed me?
You are Mr. Richards, aren't you?
I've been known to many, by many names.
Oh, dear, please pardon me if I'm rude, but... Well, how in the devil did you manage to stay alive for 400 years?
You will notice my eyes. Look deep. Deep.
Oh, let me go. Let me go.
Deeply into my eyes. You've never seen me before. You don't know me. You can never remember me again.
talking, Sandra. I hope you're properly ashamed of yourself, approaching strange men and asking them silly questions.
Well, I'm sorry, Paul. It was stupid of me, but anybody can be wrong.
Of course they can, but on the face of it was silly. Expecting a man who was alive 400 years ago to be roaming around loose.
It wasn't a matter of looseness, Pet. It was a matter of liveness. Now, come on, stop being a husband and hold my arm.
I ought to tear it off and beat you over the head with it.
He's so virile. But I love him.
Well, come along, Sandy. There's your haunted house ahead. We don't want to keep Mrs. Browning waiting.
Or the ghost.
That door again.
Insidious feeling, doors opening and slamming.
Mrs. Browning! Mrs. Browning!
I'm in the east wing, Mr. Whitney, just lighting the fire.
You better go on up. This hall's drafty.
Hey, Paul, more than cold in here. It's almost as if something or somebody is draining your body of all warmth.
That's a pleasant thought, Sandy. Now that you've scared yourself stiff, move.
Well, I was just getting in the mood for ghosts. Where's the east wing?
This way, Mrs. Whitney.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Browning. Well, this room looks cheerful.
It's as gay as my mood. Nice fire, nice candles. Quiet, Blackie. You'll scare somebody.
A dog scare somebody? Not tonight. They came tonight.
What came tonight?
You'll see. Better make yourselves at home while you can.
Blackie, sit down. Over here, Blackie. Look at him, Paul. The hairs on his head are standing on end.
Be quiet, Blackie.
Blackie!
Look, I told you they were here.
A luminous mass. A blue mass. Sandy, be careful.
It's materializing.
Coming for me. I knew it. Coming for me.
Oh, Mrs. Browning, Paul. Fingers are choking her. Good heavens.
Mrs. Browning.
Paul, stop this horrible thing.
Sandy.
It's horrible.
It's all right, Sandra. All right, darling.
Oh, it's gone, hasn't it?
Yes. It's gone. But Mrs. Browning, she's dead.
Mr. Danvers, I'm going to reconstruct the scene of the crime. Nobody tells Detective Hodges that a flesh-and-blood woman gets bumped off by a ghost.
But I saw it myself. Oh, be quiet, Blackie. If you'd only relax, Detective Hodges, and go away, we'd catch the ghost for you.
Quiet!
I'm only trying to help, but Blackie, stop.
Sandra, you're only confusing the issue.
Paul's right, Sandra. Sit down over here.
Jim Danvers, if you side with Paul, I'll never speak to you.
Now, Mr. Whitney, if you don't mind, we'll go over the details again. What happened?
Well, Mrs. Whitney and I were here in this room with Mrs. Browning when a blue mass suddenly floated in the door. The lights in the fireplace dimmed, the candles were extinguished, and Mrs. Browning began to scream.
Why?
Because she saw a ghost. It's really all so simple.
Sandra, my dear.
And then what happened?
The mass suddenly materialized, at least sufficiently for us to see two hands.
Two hands without a body.
The hands reached out, grasped Mrs. Browning by the throat, and...
That was that.
Thank you, Mrs. Whitney. I suppose you expect me to believe that story?
There's no reason for you to doubt Mr. Whitney's word, Detective Hodge.
I'm not saying there is. But there was only 3 people in this room, and one of them is dead. Everybody's under arrest. Everybody, do you hear?
Oh, Paul, it's here again.
Look, Detective Hodge.
Huh?
Paul, Sandra.
Oh, Paul, for heaven's sake.
What is it?
An axe murderer in ectoplasm.
Sandra, don't be funny.
Let's get out of this house before it gets all of us.
It's gone.
Yes, it's gone. Now do you believe us, Detective Hodge?
Yes. Yes, I believe you. I'll have Mrs. Browning's body removed to the morgue right away.
Paul, if you insist on staying in this house overnight, I'll not be responsible for what happens.
But, Jim, I'm convinced that there are no such things as ghosts. Now, please, Jim, take Sandra back home and leave me.
I'm not budging without you, Pet.
Sandra, don't be foolish.
Well, no matter what you two do, I'm not staying here.
Oh, go, old fuzzy beard. Take thy tired body and deliver it to a safe, warm bed. Poor Jim. Scared of a little ghost. It's 11 p.m. already.
Well, good night, Paul, Sandra.
Nighty-night, Jim.
What was that?
You mean the footfalls?
Yes, what is it?
The housekeeper's dead stepdaughter.
You see? It's all so simple.
Good grief. Good night.
Oh, we've been all through the house, Paul, and I'm dead tired. Come on, let's go to bed.
You go to bed. I'll sit up and read these letters we found in the attic.
Here, Blackie, come here, come here. Now lie down next to me. There, poor Blackie, poor doggy. You don't like the ghosties, do you, Pet? Poor Blackie.
Hey, this letter's interesting.
What is it?
Evidently a letter from the housekeeper to her husband. A love letter. She talks about her brother's child. It seems her brother left his money to his daughter, and she handled the estate for the child.
That's jolly. Maybe that's the child she calls her stepdaughter.
Let's see what it says. Listen. Since we have managed the child's end, you and I are more than lovers. We are partners in many things.
Sounds as if they murdered the child.
Yes, it does. Sandra, I wonder if my theory's right. If people felt strong passions, and if those passions linger in a house after the people have gone, couldn't that create a heavy psychic atmosphere?
Well, those fingers that murdered Mrs. Browning were more than heavily psychic. Unhook the collar of my dress, Paul.
Where'll I put the letters down on the dressing table here?
Just a top hook.
Better keep these pistols handy just in case. Something about a gun that gives me courage. Funny.
Oh, it's midnight. I'm tired and nothing's funny.
You know Mrs. Browning's sitting room? It seems to be an extra addition to this house. It juts out from the rest of the building like a sleeping porch.
What's funny about that?
Well, that horrible cold and the footfalls all seem to emanate from that room.
Oh, you and your logical mind. Oh.
What's the matter, Sandy?
Oh, look. The fire's dimming. Just like a great black shadow standing in front of it.
Give me my gun.
Here, dear. Shh, Blackie, shh.
Look, Sandy. A hand reaching out from the wall.
The letters. It's got the letters.
Great Scott.
Oh, my chubby hand.
Watch it.
It's the hand of the housekeeper.
How do you know?
It's got the same ring on she had on this afternoon. If that's not a ghost, I've never seen one.
The fire's going out, Sandra.
Ah! Sandra! It's all around us!
Sandra! Sandra!
You can't get your will against mine. My will is greater.
No.
Succumb. My will is greater.
No, you're a shadow.
And you are a mere mortal who knows no secrets beyond the veil. I control the world of shadows. Succumb, fool, succumb.
No, go away. You're nothing but an image.
You will die by my command in this house. You will die before morning. Admit my will.
No, I will not admit your will. Sandra, you're safe now on your own home. Just lie still, darling, and drink this.
Oh, Paul.
I was a fool to allow you to stay in that accursed place last night. I ought to have my head examined.
I came over as soon as I got your message, Paul.
Oh, come on in, Jim. Sandra's recovering from a bit of a shock.
Yes, I heard about it. I warned you, Paul. That house is definitely haunted. I'm going to board it up. It's completely useless.
No, that's not the answer, Jim. It isn't ghosts. At least, not in the real sense of the word.
Why, Paul, after what you went through, you say that?
It's too malignant for a ghost. Do you believe in the power of hypnotism?
Well, I've heard some amazing theories about it anyway.
Well, I believe some power controls that house.
Well, that's still ghosts.
No, because the brain that controls the house is still alive. I'm convinced of it.
Well, where do you think this man who controls the house is?
He might be thousands of miles away. Remember you said that the eyes in the picture of the fabulous Richards seems alive?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Not at all. In some crazy, mad manner, Richards has kept himself alive all these 400 years. In some hypnotic way, he controls that house.
Well, if your theory is right, how can we break his control?
Well, I'm certain that his control emanates from the little sitting room which once belonged to Mrs. Browning.
Yes?
Now, if you'll let me, I'd like to hire workmen and tear that room off the rest of the house.
Oh, but Paul,
the room is only an extra addition, Jim. It can't do any harm to try.
Okay, pull up more of that flooring.
Did you hurt yourself climbing that partition, Sandra?
No. Oh, imagine a secret room down here, Paul, right beneath the sitting room. You see, Jim, Paul was right. Why, it's like finding a box with a false bottom.
That's all for now, boys.
Careful of your head, Sandra. This room isn't very big.
But it's as cold storage.
Well, now you know how a hunk of beef feels in an icebox.
That's gay.
A musty old room. Bed and 4 walls.
And 2 drawers built into the wall over there.
All modern conveniences.
Try to open them. They look rusty. Just pull.
All right. There. The drawer's open.
Oh, nothing but a lot of musty old clothes.
Listen, Paul.
Nothing unusual, Jim. Just the same footfalls we've been hearing all along.
I'm beginning to become quite fond of them.
Look, here.
Why, it's a miniature painting.
Yes, a painting of Mr. Richards. Look at it. The same face as that painting in my house.
Look at the eyes in the miniature. Paul, they're alive.
Great heavens.
They're moving. You better put that portrait down, Paul.
Yes, they are alive. Living matter in a painting.
Oh, Paul, it's getting colder in here all the time. I feel faint, and as if something unearthly's moving around.
Open the next drawer, Paul. Hurry, I don't like this growing cold at all.
It won't budge. The blasted thing. Oh, there it is.
Why, Paul, there's a thin china saucer full of crystal liquid with a compass floating on it.
That's a strange thing. There's an inscription written in the drawer.
What's it say?
As this compass moves, so my will dominates everything within these 4 walls. Everything dead or alive. Accursed be the house, and restless the dwellers therein.
What's it mean?
This is the brain, Sandra.
Oh.
Richards controls this instrument through hypnotism. He can control a piece of paper or a chair or even the souls of the dead.
Then this house is haunted.
Yes, haunted by a malicious, malignant will. It keeps a man's spirit roving restlessly after death.
Paul, look in that corner.
Mr. Richards, you are alive.
Yes, alive, quite alive, because I will to live. Very clever deduction, Mr. Whitney.
Deduction?
Yes, I heard your keen analysis of my activities.
You are a hypnotist, then?
I have been powerful for 400 years. Your blind stumbling onto my secret will not stop me now. I can will anything. I will the specters of the past to re-enter this room.
In heaven's name, man, stop this.
Oh, that black shadow. It's here with us, closing in.
Yes, closing in. All those who have died in this house are my slaves, as you will be my slaves in a very few brief seconds.
You are not the brain controlling this house. You gave that power to this compass. You transferred your power to this moving needle. Am I right, Mr. Richards?
Put that compass down!
Oh, no, I'll destroy it, Mr. Richards! No, you're completely powerless to harm us.
Watch out, Paul. This partition's going to crumble.
Paul!
Sandra!
Gosh, Paul, it's good to be back in our own home.
What happened to Mr. Richards when the partition collapsed, Jim?
Well, the workmen searched the debris around the house for Mr. Richards' body, but no trace of him was found. I'm afraid that he escaped.
Oh, no.
You mean he's still alive and free, Jim?
Yes, indeed. That's just what I mean.
Well, he won't be for long, Sandra. People everywhere will be warned, and every corner of this earth will be looking for him. Even his will can't defy the world, Sandra. No one man can ever fight the world.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have recalled the house and the brain. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, declared insane.
This is the church she comes to. There she is, Renee. Kneeling in the pew. Third row from the left. What do you think of your rival for your husband's affections?
Are you positive that's the same Madame Jean Renaud?
I'd stake my honor upon it.
Cecil, you've staked your honor so often there's nothing left to it.
Madame.
Amazing. I wonder how a woman like that could extract such huge sums of money from my husband.
She might have certain charms you don't understand.
But she's fat and pockmarked.
True, Renee. But powerful enough to make you and your children penniless within 10 years.
How can we break her hold on Pierre?
I've tried. Pierre won't listen to me, either as his brother or his lawyer. So there's only one thing left.
What's that?
Simply that you ask for a commission for lunacy against him. Imply that he's insane and have him locked away.
But Pierre is
With your political
as...
prestige at Louis XV's court, I'm sure we can convince a young, ambitious judge to the contrary. Pierre's many eccentricities can bear fruit. His monomania on Chinese customs could easily be misinterpreted. Do you understand?
But, Cecil,
Now listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I want you to pay an unexpected visit on your husband. Drive out to that country hovel and...
Is your master in, Roger?
Madame la Marquise, we weren't expecting you. Do come in. Monsieur's in the study. If you follow me, he'd be pleased to see you, madame. It's been such a long time.
Thank you, Roger.
Monsieur, Madame la Marquise?
Renee.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Pierre, but you know what the court says. This separation of ours does not do my reputation any good.
Your reputation? Naturally.
What are you doing dressed up in that silly outfit?
I am writing a history of China, Renee. One can't understand the Chinese mind without trying to feel the tempo of their mode of life.
Oh, that's neither here nor there. I've been hearing about the way you're handling the children.
The children are well and healthy.
I don't feel comfortable about them out here. So I'd like to change nurses. The woman you have now is too old for the job. I've brought an Englishwoman out here with me today. Her name is Maggie Campbell. I think you'll find Maggie a gem in many ways. Your absent-mindedness endangers our children's very existence.
What are you hinting at?
Hinting? You know very well what I mean. That woman, Madame Jean Renaud.
She's no concern of yours.
My son's future inheritance, however, is my concern. I can't prevent you from throwing it away on a swine-headed woman.
Oh, Renee,
but
really?
Really what? Who is this Jean Renaud? What power has she got over you? Why do you insist on living in the country and giving her the major part of your income?
That's one question you'll never have answered. You wouldn't understand.
That's why I've hired Maggie Campbell to act as nursemaid. The children are never to be in that woman's company. And Miss Campbell will follow those instructions to the letter.
Well, Renee, I didn't expect you to come back so soon.
It didn't take me long to sell Pierre on the idea of hiring your fatuous Miss Campbell, Cecil.
What did he think of her?
Nothing much. My story was completely believable.
We can depend on Maggie Campbell to weave an interesting web for Pierre to stumble into. In the meantime, you've work to do.
Work?
I've invited young Bianchon for a party at your house this evening.
Aren't you presumptuous?
Not at all. That fool has always been in love with you. His uncle is a judge of the inferior court, Monsieur Popinot. If you can convince Bianchon to bring his uncle into our camp, our commission for lunacy against Paupier is won. You're in a position to do both of them a great deal of political good. It might be wise to remind them of it, gently. The party is to start at 9.
Bianchon, I'm so glad you could come to my little party.
Oh, you're playing with my heart, madame.
Ah. If only I were a free woman. Free to play with a man's heart.
Oh.
But my husband being ill...
Oh, Pierre's ill?
Didn't you know?
No. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
It's a mental condition. I thought you knew.
Oh. Is there anything that I can do?
I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do. He insists now upon throwing his money away on a woman, known as Jean Renaud, whom he favors now.
Oh, a woman.
A fat, ugly, pockmarked woman who is closer to 60 years of age than anything else. He's given her almost 1 million francs.
Oh, this is serious, madame.
But what can I do? He controls all the money in the family except my own small income.
Well, have you ever thought of securing a commission for lunacy against him?
My own husband, Monsieur Bianchon?
But it's necessary, madame. My uncle is judge of the inferior courts. He could get it for you quite easily. If you'd consent to visit with him, I'm sure...
Bianchon.
Yes?
Could you persuade your uncle to visit me here in my home? I would repay him for his trouble. A close friend of mine, Philippe Brett, is head of the civil courts. He could do your uncle much good if I suggested it.
Oh, but of course, Renee. I shall pay my Uncle Popinot a visit this evening. Would tomorrow night be a convenient night for you?
So convenient. And if Monsieur Popinot is interested in verifying my case, he might ask Maggie Campbell, my children's nurse, about Pierre's strange actions.
Roger, if you're the butler in this loony house, come over here and bottle.
Yes, Maggie. What is it now, nurse?
Listen to them, will you? A father playing with his sons, twisting their arms till they scream in agony. Look at them there in the garden.
He's teaching the boys how to wrestle, Maggie. Wrestling's a fine art in China.
Wrestling, is it? It's a fine kind of wrestling. Trying to pull the boys' arms out by the sockets. A laughing and a screaming. A maniac's mind. A maniac, I tell you. Heaven help us. What will the madmen do next?
Thank you, driver. Uncle Popinot? Uncle Popinot?
Well, if it isn't my nephew. Well, Bianchon, come in.
Oh, how can you live in this rat trap?
And if this is a rat trap, Bianchon, then you should throw your old uncle a piece of cheese. What brings you down here on the banks on this hot day?
Oh, a matter of urgency. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Trouble. Life was ever thus.
Her husband is stark staring mad. And the poor woman hasn't the faintest notion how to go about getting a commission for lunacy.
Who is the lady?
Madame la Marquise d'Espard.
Madame de la Marquise?
Yes.
She probably knows more about these things than you do, nephew. Nevertheless, I'll see her when she arrives.
She's not well, Uncle. You can't expect her to visit you in a place like this. Besides, she's a close friend of Philippe Brett, and he's the head of the civil courts and can do you a lot of good.
That crook?
Oh, Popinot. Madame le Marquise had the kindness to invite us to dinner at her house tomorrow night.
Bianchon, I'm surprised at you. You know very well that I'll be the examining judge on the case, and our courts forbid a judge to dine in a petitioner's home. It's against the law.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. After dinner, then, Uncle?
Well, she can see me here.
In all fairness to her, she's ill, Uncle. drop in at her house.
Was it a request or a demand from Bianchon?
Both, I imagine, Uncle.
Even a judge is afraid not to grant her demands. A woman like that is a powerful factor at court.
Then you will drop in and see her?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon at 3. But warn her not to serve any food or drink to me at all.
Oh, yes, Uncle. She will be well warned.
Maggie, what are you doing, prowling about the master's bedroom?
I was looking for a good tonic for the children. The master keeps all the medicines locked up here. While I'm about it, you ought to take the tonic, Roger. You don't look so well lately.
I never felt better.
Spring's coming, Roger. Everybody should take a tonic. Yeah, drink this. You'll feel like a new man in a few seconds. I'll fix another drawer for the children.
I can't figure you out, Maggie. One moment you shout, and the next you worry about my health.
That's just my way, Roger. Go ahead. Drink it. I'm a nurse. I ought to know what's good. Go ahead. Drink it.
Well, this will make us better friends, Maggie. I'll take it. Tastes like poison.
Roger. Roger.
The master's calling, Roger. See what he wants.
I'm coming, Monsieur le Marquis.
Better come along to the study, Roger. I'm expecting a visitor, and I'd better have the place looking spick and span.
Visitor, monsieur?
Madame Jean Renaud will be here soon. Then the business between Madame and I will be over, finally.
I'm glad. Monsieur, look at the study. More Chinese books than all of China.
I need them. What's the matter, Roger?
I feel so ill, Monsieur le Marquis. In heaven's name,
Here,
I
better
don't
sit down
know.
over here, Roger.
Help.
Roger. Maggie.
What's the matter, monsieur?
Roger, old fellow. Roger. He's dead.
Dead? His skin is turning black, monsieur. Black?
As if he had drunk.
Yes. Just as if he drunk a strong draught of Chinese poison.
How do you know the effect?
I'm a nurse, sir. Now your madness is no longer innocent. You're a murderer, too. Poisoning a poor, helpless man just because he disagreed with you.
What are you talking about, Maggie?
You know what I'm talking about, monsieur. You're a murderer. A murderer. I'll get the police for you, poisonous all in the middle of the night.
Madame la Marquise, may I present my uncle, Judge of the Inferior Courts, Monsieur Popinel.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
How do you do?
This is my brother-in-law, the Chevalier d'Espargne. Say so.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you be seated, Monsieur Popinel?
My uncle will do everything in his power to help you, Renee.
I'm sure he will, Bianchon.
Tell me, madame, when you and the Marquis separated originally, how much money were you allowed?
Just my original income of 26,000 francs a year.
You say that the Marquis had given a certain Madame Jean Renaud considerable sums of money?
Almost 1 million francs.
Was there any reason for him to give her money?
None. None but an imaginary one dictated to him by his twisted mind.
Does Madame Jean Renaud live well?
Live well? In a mansion?
I'm a poor man myself, madame. How much does Madame Jean Renaud spend on her house?
Oh, the stables alone cost 16,000 francs.
Judges are apt to be incredulous. If the stables alone cost 16,000, then how much for the entire establishment?
Between 50 and 60,000 francs.
So much? You don't say. How much do you spend for this lovely place?
About the same, 50 or 60,000.
Renee!
Huh? Oh,
I thought you said your income was only 26,000 francs. You must be badly in debt. Obviously.
but, monsieur...
If you're in debt, the court might not feel justified in allowing you to handle your husband's money. They might think you have a different motive for trying to secure control of your husband's money. Not that I have. A selfish one.
Do you serve, madame?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madame la Marquise. It's against the law for me to eat or drink at a petitioner's home. I thought you knew.
Madame la Marquise! Madame la Marquise!
Maggie, what are you doing here?
I've been trying to get her all day, I have. Monsieur le Marquis has murdered his butler. Poisoned him. I saw it with my own eyes. The police came. They've got him away in the jail. He's stark, staring, raving mad, he is.
Murder now. Well, Monsieur Popinot, is murder a part of a sane man's mind?
Such a place for a judge to live. Oh, if I lived here, I'd never make old bones. Monsieur Popinot.
Yes?
I got your summons to come and see you in your house. Well, here I am.
Yes, here you are. But who are you?
Madame Jean Renaud. Kind of a judge are you, anyway, living here? Huh? You must be an honest one. Well, what do you want to see me about?
I've learned that you've been receiving extraordinary amounts of money from Monsieur le Marquis d'Espard.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I have.
What seducer's arts have you been using on Monsieur le Marquis?
Oh, seducer's art? Look at me, monsieur. Fat, ugly, hideous. What kind of a vamp would I make?
Well, that's a question I can't answer. But you will have to.
Monsieur, I'm sorry, but I am under oath. I can never divulge the reason that monsieur gives me the money.
Madame, if you have any pity for your benefactor, you'll tell me. A commission for lunacy has been taken out against him.
Huh?
You're named as having some strange power over him. Power which is supposed to have driven him mad.
Oh, great heavens. I am as good as Monsieur le Marquis and warned him. He's a saint, that man. A saint, monsieur.
Yes, but he isn't at home. He's at jail. Madame Jean Renaud. Monsieur le Marquis, I'm Judge Popinot of the inferior courts.
You're most welcome to come in and share my prison cell. Are you here to accuse me of murdering a man, too?
No, monsieur. But your wife has taken out a commission for lunacy against you.
Monsieur, you're joking.
I wish I were. Your passion for Chinese customs has led them to believe you live in a dream world.
I was commissioned to write a book about China by the most respectable firm in all Paris.
Have you a contract from them?
In my desk drawer at home.
Are there any duplicate copies in case your copy is stolen?
Certainly. Here's the address of the firm. They have the duplicate.
The second count is, of course, there's murder. You were accused of murdering your butler just to try out a potency of a new Chinese drug you've discovered.
I've never toyed with Chinese drugs or poisons.
How about this business of giving all your money to Madame Jean Renaud?
Monsieur, I never thought I'd tell anyone that secret.
Your life depends on it.
Madame Jean Renaud is the descendant of the Jean Renaud family who owned a large estate in Saxony in the 13th century. My ancestors murdered her ancestors and stole that property.
What has that to do with you?
The entire Despard fortune was founded on that property. I'm trying to pay back a debt. The amount of money which should have been paid to the Jean Renaud when the property was taken over.
You're too conscientious, Monsieur le Marquis.
I don't want my children to be ashamed of their family as I'm ashamed of mine. They'll always be proud of the Despard name.
I don't think we'll have any trouble clearing you of this charge. Tell me this. Is there any place in France where the black Chinese poison can be ordered?
One place might have it. It's a small pharmacy called Lincoln.
Don't usually carry that particular mixing drug in our pharmacy, Monsieur Popinot. It's too dangerous. But I did have a special order for it from a Cockney woman named Maggie Campbell just the other day. She had a note authorizing her to buy it.
Who was the note from?
From the head of the medical research department, through the Chevalier Despard.
Thank you very much. Clerk. Has Monsieur le Marquis d'Espard's contract arrived from Paris?
Yes, Monsieur Popinot, this morning.
Where's Madame Jean Renaud?
She's waiting for you now, Monsieur Popinot.
Just have her sign this legal bill of sale for the Saxon property and ask her to appear in court tomorrow morning.
Yes, Monsieur.
And the clerk.
Yes.
Send this letter to the Marquise d'Espard. After this note, I don't think she'll appear to press charges.
Come along, Renee. We'd better go inside the courtroom. It's almost time for the sessions to start.
You go ahead, Cecil. I'd like to see Monsieur Philippe Brett before court starts.
See you later, then.
Oh, my dear Renee, you look charming. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not at all. Here's the letter Monsieur Popinot sent me last night and the affidavits you asked for.
Mm-hmm.
This letter from Popinot places you in a very ugly position. It threatens the entire civil courts, besides naming the head of the medical association, Monsieur Brett.
Yes, I know, Renee. Leave everything to me. I'll see you in court in a few minutes.
Order in the court. The Fifth Court of Inferior Appeals is in session. The first case is a commission for lunacy. The case of Madame de la Marquise d'Espard against Monsieur la Marquise d'Espard.
Popin.
Yes, Monsieur Brett.
As head of the civil courts, I cannot allow you to preside on the bench during this case.
Cannot allow me?
Do you realize, man, you violated the most important law in all France? I have 3 sworn affidavits that you partook of tea and cake at the household of René d'Espard at 5 p.m. 4 days ago. Now, since Madame is the plaintiff in this case, that renders any decision you might give as invalid.
But, Monsieur Brett, they are lying.
Your own nephew swears it's the truth. Will you relinquish the bench?
Who is to take over in my place?
Monsieur Devereux.
Devereux?
Yes.
A man who spends his time currying favor from their majesties?
Monsieur, will you give up the bench?
I have no option. But if I can't work as judge on this case, I will represent Monsieur de la Marquise d'Espard as his barrister.
Will you ascend the bench, Monsieur Devereux?
Naturally, Monsieur Brett. The barrister in charge of proceedings will start. That is you, Chevalier d'Espard. Is it not, Cecil?
Yes, thank you, Monsieur Devereux.
In behalf of my client, Madame la Marquise, a poor innocent woman who has been robbed of her children, her income, and her home by a lunatic husband who is guilty of murder.
You only presume he's guilty of murder.
I presume nothing, Popinot. He has already been tried and convicted.
When?
10 minutes before court started.
I signed the papers, Monsieur Popinot.
You did, Brett?
Yes.
You haven't the foggiest notion of what this case concerns. I have definite proof that Maggie Campbell was hired to murder the butler. Here it is. My proof that Monsieur le Marquis is innocent. Judge Devereux, you can set aside this conviction.
Chevalier, let us proceed.
A woman named Madame Jean Renaud has forced Monsieur le Marquis to give her over 1 million francs. We all know that Monsieur Popinot made up that story about the Saxon property to fool the court.
But these are lies, Monsieur Devereux.
Continue, Chevalier.
And last but not least, we base our claim on the fact that Monsieur le Marquis thinks he lives in China. Ha! Is that a thought for a sane man?
Monsieur le Marquis is writing a book on China. He has a contract for that book.
We investigated the contract, Monsieur Popinot. The Paris firm swears they never drew it up.
You've done well, gentlemen, to make a mockery of the courts of France. This trial is a farce, a plain farce. Of course, you grant the commission for lunacy, you will be heaped with honors by these weakling fools.
That is only your opinion, Popinot.
Judge Devereux, remember, your conscience will weigh heavily on your soul. If you send this man away, you will have only yourself to answer to. You wake up in the middle of the night screaming for forgiveness to your Maker. Think on it carefully, Judge Devereux. Think before you make the decision.
There is no need for thought. I demand an immediate decision.
There's only one decision I can possibly make. An honest one. A decision dictated to me by my conscience and the evidence on hand. The commission for lunacy is granted.
Monsieur Devereux, I'm as sane as you are. You can't lock me up. Popinot, tell them. In heaven's name, stop them. Don't let them.
Guards,
Take that man out of court and put him in a straitjacket before he loses his mind completely.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the story declared insane. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. A terribly strange bed.
Jack Westcott was the best friend I ever had. He was the gayest of people. That was until we left America. I was writing a book about historic murder cases and had come to Paris to do some research work. Jack was fascinated with my work. Strangely fascinated. Almost horribly so. He enjoyed finding twisted minds and probing them. His hunger for crime was bound to end in tragedy. On the last evening of our visit in Paris, we were walking on the left bank of the Seine River when Jack noticed a crowd gathered about our old friend, the head of the Paris police force, Inspector Duval. I was in a hurry to return to the hotel to finish writing my murder manuscript. The deadline was in the morning. But Jack insisted on stopping.
Stand back, please.
What's the excitement all about, Duval?
Well, hello, Mr. Westcott. Still looking for ancient murders, Mr. Manning?
Not tonight, Duval. Ancient or otherwise.
Stick around, Mr. Manning. I'll show you a murder the likes of which you've never seen before. Okay, boys. Drag it out of the river.
What is it, Inspector?
A corpse, Monsieur Westcott. A corpse that's been squashed thin as a piece of paper.
Oh, let's see it.
Oh, what do you mean, thin as a piece of paper?
Hey, bring it over here, boys. Right under the gaslight.
Horrible-looking thing, isn't it?
Horrible and fascinating. Why, it looks like it got squeezed in a giant press.
We've had an epidemic of these corpses lately.
Any idea who's doing it?
Not even a vague notion, Mr. Hey, you. You, the fat man.
You mean me, Inspector?
Yes, I mean you, fat man. How come you're always around when we pull a corpse out of the river?
Why? I enjoy murder.
You enjoy it? You enjoy murder?
It appeals to my sense of the artistic.
Oh, it does.
Well, there's something fascinating about these bodies. Something for a connoisseur alone to appreciate. The symmetry of the remains. The beautifully flawless flatness of the corpse. The hollow in the stomach. Lying in this puddle of gaslight, this mass of flesh and bones makes a nice picture. I should enjoy painting this, if I could paint.
I know what you mean, fat man, but wouldn't you prefer probing the mind of a man who conceived this crime?
A man's mind is his secret self. Well, enjoy the ghastly spectacle, my friend. Enjoy it. Good evening, gentlemen.
All right, men. Take the body down to the morgue and try and find out who it is.
Come on, Burke. I'd like to follow that fat man.
In heaven's name, why? He's nothing but a psychopathic case.
I want to satisfy a hunch.
Well, if you're such a good detective, why don't you join Scotland Yard?
Why, I might, Burke. I might at that. Where the devil has that gross piece of flesh disappeared to now? He was right in front of us until we turned this corner.
Well, we've lost him, Jack. And I don't wonder. We've passed through every side street in the whole city. If you ask me, he knows he was being followed.
Good. If he knows, he'll show his hand sooner. Now, the only place he could have gone around here is into the back door of this house. I wonder what house this is.
It's a gloomy dump. Let's go back to the hotel, Jack. I've got to finish that manuscript tonight.
Looks like a public bar to me. The La Belle Tavern. Are you coming with me, Burke, or are you going home?
I'm with you, old boy. I brought you to Paris, and by heaven, I'm going to return you to America.
This must be the doorbell. Here goes. And Burke, no matter what I do tonight, don't worry.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
You were perfectly right, fat man. Those two Americans did follow you. They're sitting at the bar inside.
The Americans value their lives so slightly. Amazing, isn't it, Cecilia?
Their lives. Our lives. They might be cops. I don't want to get my neck in a noose.
To be quite candid, I am not interested in your neck. You are so impatient, and impatience is an evil ascribed to the very young. It might be a pity if you are not allowed time to cure yourself of that evil.
Don't threaten me, you fat pig. You pig.
I'd hoped to slap some sense into that lovely but empty head. Obviously, my stupid pigeon, those two Americans are wealthy. They would enjoy our roulette table. If you would show them to it. Remember, I'll talk to the croupier, and he will take care of the wheel of fate. If you don't do your part well, you face a lifetime in jail.
What happens if they get wise? Room 16?
But, of course.
Let me go.
I knew you'd understand.
Yeah, I understand. There's something so gay about Americans, I always say. I hope you boys don't mind if I stick around.
Well, miss,
Not at all, miss. Not at all.
You can call me Cecilia. How about another drink?
That's fine.
3 more of the same, bartender.
What do you do for a living, Cecilia?
Oh, I model in a dress shop.
I don't believe you, Cecilia.
Jack, stop ribbing the girl. She's a good kid.
I'm on the level. I'm interested in it.
Here's the drinks.
Thanks.
Why do I interest you?
Well, because you're fairly easy to figure out.
Am I? Why?
You really want me to tell you?
Sure I do. Well, here's mud in your eye.
Touche.
Oh.
Potent stuff, Jack. Potent stuff tastes like cyanide.
Well, Cecilia, I'd say you're a poor girl who lives in the slums. But you're pretty. Prettier than anybody in your entire neighborhood. Well, let's see. Then you must have met a man.
What of it? I'm no saint.
He promised you a lot of doodads, and suddenly you found you'd committed your first crime. Let's say murder.
What'd she do? Set her mother on fire?
Oh, well, for that, let's have 3 more drinks. Bartender, 3 more. Well, now, let's say it really was murder. The second murder wasn't so hard. And the third was easy, wasn't it?
I never had nothing to do with a murder.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's say you have. But inside of you, all the time, is this wanting to be liked, wanting to be on the level. But your so-called friends, they don't trust you, Cecilia. Someday they'll double-cross you.
Here are the drinks.
Thank you.
Nobody'll ever double-cross me. Well, here's mud in your eye. Drink up, boys.
Is there anything else to do around here?
You seen the gambling rooms?
Gambling rooms? Ah, that's me. Who runs those gambling rooms, Cecilia?
I don't know.
One of your friends? A fat man, perhaps, with a long nose?
I don't know the owner. Gosh, you're real nice.
Is the fat man in the back room now?
Probably. Gambles here a lot. Do you replay?
Sure. Well, come on, Jack. We'll see who's right, my books or your instincts.
Number 21 wins.
Jack, the fat man's in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I saw him, Burke.
And he saw you, old boy. Don't think he didn't.
Come on, boys, let's play.
Money, money, money. Place your bets, gentlemen.
They'll make some room for us over here. Come on.
25 here.
Hello, Cecilia.
Hello, Monty Laureate. You playing again? I thought you lost every cent you owned last night.
A desperate man finds desperate ways to raise money.
Even murder, eh? You heard about it.
Perhaps. And perhaps not.
I'd like you to meet some new friends of mine, Monty. This is Jack Westcott and Burke Manning. Monty Lauriard.
How do you do?
Money, gentlemen. Place your bets.
I bet 30 francs on odd.
How about 100 francs on number 13?
Good boy, Jack.
The play is dead. Round and round the little ball goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Hey, Burke, I feel a little dizzy.
You had too much to drink, pal, and those drinks were strong.
Number 13 wins.
What? I
Good for you, American. Lucky for you. I won the first time I ever played here, but never again.
Money.
That was the first time Jack won in that incredible evening. But as the ball spun, his winnings increased. The table seemed to have gone crazy. Jack became gambling drunk. The croupier seemed desperate as that wheel spun round and round, each time increasing Jack's winnings. The room was tense with excitement, and even the little thin loser Lauriard seemed surprised.
Monsieur Westcott, your luck is phenomenal. You've won 30 times. 30 times.
Jack, you've won a fortune, man. Stop now before it's too late.
Leave him alone, Burke. Let him play if he wants to.
Sure, let me play if I want to. I want to break the bank.
Careful, monsieur. Let me warn you. Careful.
Jack, it's almost midnight, and I've got a lot of work to do tonight. Please, let's go. And remember the fat man.
The fat man be hanged.
Here, Jack. Have another drink.
Thanks, Cecilia.
Jack, be sensible.
Stop being an old auntie, Burke. I'll see you later at the hotel. Make the book have a bloody ending. I'm in the mood for a good murder tonight.
Remember, Jack, I warned you. Goodbye.
Money, gentlemen. Place your bets.
I told the croupier you wanted to see him back here, fat man, but it wasn't the croupier's fault the American broke the bank.
That is for me to decide. Where is the American now?
Outside. Buying drinks for the house.
Good. That ought to keep him busy.
You called for me, monsieur?
Yes, I did. I'll need you too, Cecilia. Shut the door. I don't like to frighten our patrons.
I'm sorry about the wheel, monsieur, but it was broken and I couldn't control it.
That is unfortunate for you.
What are you going to do, monsieur?
Come here.
Don't put your fat hands on me, fat man. Let me...
Don't fight the fat man. You can't move, can you, croupier? Because if you move, my arm will break your neck. Call my men, Cecilia. I might need a little aid with this stupid fool.
What are you going to do, fat man?
Have his brains pressed out of his body in room 16. His mind is no good where it is now.
No, monsieur. Please, monsieur. Not room 16.
What's that? What was that, Monsieur Lauriard?
We'll probably be luckier if we don't ask questions.
I want another drink.
Jack, listen to me. Put on your hat and coat and leave this place. You're being watched all the time.
Who's watching me?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, have a drink.
No, Jack. You've had enough to drink. Leave this place right away.
She's right, Jack. You must leave. I'll see you home personally. Come on, then.
No, no, you don't, Monty Lauriard. I know your tricks. The last man you saw home was found with a dagger in his breast.
How come you're so interested in me, Cecilia?
Because you're the first person who ever treated me decent. Oh, please go home.
All right. Sooner or later, every woman develops some mother complex over me. Now, I don't want to be mothered.
Who is trying to mother you, my friend?
Oh, hello, fat man. Cecilia is.
Ah, she has developed a rather latent maternal instinct. I think a maternal instinct is out of place tonight. After all, tonight's a night for celebration.
Yeah, the fat man's right. Celebration. Bartender, open a bottle of champagne.
Bartender, champagne. Champagne for Monsieur Westcott.
Won't you join us, Cecilia?
Yeah. Of course I will.
Here is the champagne, monsieur.
Won't you drink with us, Monsieur Lauriard?
No, thank you, fat man. I don't think so. I never enjoyed toasting to death.
Death? Open the bottle, bartender.
Good night, Jack. And good luck.
Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.
Here's the handkerchief, fat man.
Oh, Jack, your money is all tied safely in your handkerchief.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Oh, where'll I put the handkerchief?
It would be wisest to tie it to your belt.
I feel dizzy, fat man.
Oh, you need a cup of good hot coffee. That will straighten you right out. Cecilia, go in the kitchen and fix our friend a cup of coffee.
But I really...
Don't tell me, my little pigeon, that your hearing is failing you.
I'll get it right away.
I'm glad we're alone, fat man. I want a chance to talk to you.
Talk away, Jack.
Tell me confidentially. Why do you enjoy seeing a mutilated body dragged out of the river?
There's beauty in death.
In the act of death? Or in the recovery of a body after life is left it?
In both.
Then do you enjoy committing a crime?
Perhaps. Perhaps it would be pleasant to watch a man die. Slowly. Very slowly. In order to see life leave the body. Say that you and I watched a murder by pressure. What would happen?
I'm interested, fat man. What would happen?
The face is the first part affected. It would turn red, and the victim would probably feel hot blood pounding in his brain, pounding like steel hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Then his eyes would feel sore, as if the fluid creating sight were ebbing slowly away.
That would be painful?
Painful but glorious. His face would discolor. The pressure on his chest would be so great he'd try to scream, cry out, but he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to move, not a limb, not a muscle. He'd be paralyzed. I'd see to that. And in that moment, all the horror that is in man's mind would be indelibly imprinted on the brain until a sudden crushing noise would blot out thought.
And what would that crushing noise be?
The pulverizing of the human bone.
Here's the coffee, fat man.
Ah, let me see it. Tastes all right. Here you are, Jack. This will fix you.
No, I don't think I want any. If you'll pardon me, I'm so dizzy. So frightfully dizzy.
Oh, of course you are. Here, Jack, drink it. Drink it, my friend. My good friend.
If you don't want to drink it, Jack, don't.
Open your mouth, my friend. It will sober you very quickly.
No,
Open your mouth. There. Now, how do you feel?
I'm sick. I'm sick. It's dope, isn't it? It's dope. Let me...
Oh, our friend Jack is asleep, Cecilia. Call the bartender. I think our friend will spend the night with us in room 16.
Monsieur Manning! Monsieur Manning! I've been looking all over Paris for you, monsieur.
You've been looking for me?
Yes, I've called every hotel in the city trying to find you. I know you don't remember me, but I met you earlier this evening at the La Belle Tavern. My name's Loriot of the Paris Police Force.
Yes, of course. Won't you come in? Where's Mr. Westcott?
I had to leave him at the tavern. He wouldn't listen to me. You see, monsieur, I've been assigned to watch that tavern. It's been under suspicion for several weeks.
Oh, great Scott, man. Where's Jack now?
At the tavern. He's carrying an enormous amount of money on his person. I know the fat man will never allow him to leave with that money.
Why don't you raid the den?
Unfortunately, we can't. We have no proof. As a matter of fact, they might not harm him at all. But just in case, I thought it might be a wise idea for you to go down there. You can go to the door and ask for...
Yes? What do you want?
You're the bartender, aren't you?
I am not Napoleon's grandma. What do you want?
My friend Jack Westcott hasn't come back to the hotel as yet. We've been waiting for him, and I thought that he probably decided to spend the night here at your place, and
Your friend is not here. Go home, American, before you get yourself in more trouble than you can handle.
Who was it?
The other American asking about his friend. Where are you going?
Upstairs. To take Monsieur Westcott a candle. like the fat man told me.
Be sure the fat man told you, or else...
I'm sure. Very sure.
Jack. Jack, I brought you a candle. Are you asleep? Wake up, Jack. Please wake up. Please. Maybe if I shake him. Wake up. Oh, I hate to slap you, but your life depends on it.
What is it?
Oh, wake up, wake up.
Cecilia, my dear. Jack. Jack. Luckily, he's still asleep. Come, Cecilia. Let our friend sleep.
I'm so sick. So dizzy and sick. Why didn't she let me sleep? Oh, I feel paralyzed. I can't move at all. Just as if I'm drugged. Maybe if I concentrate on the room, I'll go to sleep. Funny. Funny that a French gambling house should have a bedroom. What is an old English four-poster bed doing in a French room anyway? What a heavy canopy over my head. So solid looking. Almost as if it were made of steel. The mattress is so hard. I must concentrate on something. The picture above my head is just even with the canopy. Oh, an evil-looking Spaniard with 5 feathers in his head. The eyes moved. I'm certain of it. The eyes moved. Oh, I wonder if I dare look up again. I was sure there were 5 feathers. Now there are only 4. 4 feathers. 4 feathers. Now 3 feathers. I wonder who's outside my door. Try to sleep. No, look at the picture. What? The feathers have disappeared. I can barely even see the face. God in heaven. The canopy is being lowered on me. That's what it is. The canopy. I can't move. The paper-thin corpse. Oh, I gotta move. It's coming closer. 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 Oh, they squashed me. Oh, I must move. I can't. Oh, it's almost down. Halfway down. Oh, I move. Oh, just to crawl out of bed. Oh, if I get a crawl, I'll crawl out of here. I'm safe. Safe from that horrible contraction. Now to get out of here. The window. Open the window slowly. I'll crawl to the window. Now, I can push the window open slowly. Very slowly.
The bed must have clamped down on him by now. Listen to me, men.
Push the window open. Oh, it's stuck.
Be sure and deliver the money back to me.
There. Now to open it wide enough to crawl through.
You can raise the canopy now. Let's go in, gentlemen.
Help! Help somebody!
Get that man before he jumps out the window.
Somebody!
I've got him.
Out the window. If the bed didn't work the first time, Mr. Westcott, I've ways and means of making it work the second, and perhaps it would be more pleasant to watch life ebb out in front of me.
No.
Place him carefully on the bed.
Let me go.
Good. This ought to prove most enjoyable, Mr. Westcott. It's a pity you haven't my detached viewpoint.
Let me go.
Put him in. Then lower the canopy.
No.
This way, Bert. Up this way. Hurry, Mr. Loria, I can hear the bed moving.
Cecilia, you fool! Look! Get Jack out of that bed!
Jack, boy, here, hold on to me. I'll drag you out.
Don't you put your hands on me, Loria. March into there. That'll take care of the bartender for a long time.
I'm all right, Burke. Don't worry about me. Oh, Cecilia.
I'll help her.
Let me go, Cecilia. Don't push me.
Help me, Loria. Help. No, you don't, fat man.
You little...
No, you don't. Your own device will be a Frankenstein. There. Try to get out of your own bed now.
Well, Inspector Duval, that's the story. Loriard and Burke were waiting outside all the time. They saw me at the window, and Cecilia let them in.
Close shave, eh?
A lucky escape. Loriard and I pulled him out of bed just in time, and Cecilia pushed the fat man under the canopy as it closed down.
Must have been a horrible sight, Burke.
Well, what about Cecilia, Inspector? What would they do to her?
Unfortunately, the police can't find her. And I've instructed them not to look too hard.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the story, a terribly strange bed. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you. Now.
Year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 117-year-old. Well, Satan, let's get down to our yarn spinning. Come on now, douse out them lights so we'll have it nice and dark. And draw up to the fire so that you can gaze into the embers. You'll need a fire to warm your blood as you listen to this pretty tale. You gaze into the embers deep, and soon you'll see a big railway depot in the town of London, England. You hear them funny little engines the English people got? Soon you'll see a funny little coach, like the ones they pulls behind them. And soon you'll hear our yarn about the puzzle. The puzzle!
Everything's stowed away, sir, and the guard has assured me, Mr. Holmes, that you'll have the compartment to yourself, sir, all the way to theory.
Oh, that's just bully. This chauffeur of yours is a born fixer, Cecil.
Yes.
You know, since I first came to England, I've learned to appreciate the privacy of your railway compartment system.
And today, I take it, you're especially appreciative. The chap who's on his way to meet the parents of his prospective bride for the first time will want privacy for the examination of his conscience.
Our Julia hasn't much respect for her stepmother's opinion. I really have only my future father-in-law to worry about. You know, it's funny you haven't heard of him. I'm told he's one of the most successful attorneys in London.
Well, his name's vaguely familiar. Omeroyd.
Yeah, Theodore Omeroyd. Firm of Omeroyd and Hardy.
Now, is there any other claim to fame?
Well, Julia tells me he's a puzzle expert.
Puzzle expert?
Yeah, you know, puzzles are his hobby.
Oh, you mean he solves those crossword thingamabobs and plays with those wire and steel, what do you call them, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
My word.
Well, let's be walking towards the train, Cecil.
Very well. Lead the way, Colin.
Yes, sir.
I'm dashed sorry you won't stand for the next train, Willis. We've only had these few minutes together since you arrived from Dover.
Oh, I can't stay over. But it was awfully good of you to meet me here for this brief get-together.
Oh, I had to hear more of the wonderful girl you've been writing me about. You met her in France?
Yeah.
Oh, deucedly romantic. You from USA and she from England go to France to find each other.
Well, the poet says, two shall be born a whole wide world apart.
Oh, the man is in love. He's even quoting poetry.
Yeah, I guess I have got it pretty badly.
Well, here's the train. Nearly ready to start.
I'm very anxious to rejoin her.
Why did she leave Paris just ahead of you?
Our stupid conventions. Julia Chaperone couldn't get away, and she maintained it wasn't proper for engaged people to travel unaccompanied.
Oh, I say.
I'm sorry I didn't tell the old dodo to go jump in the Seine with the Victorian notions. Julia shouldn't have made that trip alone. She was too badly upset.
Oh, upset?
Well, you see, she was called home by a telegram from her stepmother. It was one of those vaguely worded, "Your presence is required immediately" messages. Makes you imagine all sorts of calamities. Well, Julia decided something had happened to her father. She's very devoted to him. Well, to ease her mind, I called her home by long distance and was told there was no illness there or accident or death. They just wouldn't explain the reason for her summons, though. Well, that only made it more urgent. So when I put her on the train, she was still greatly worried.
Sounds rather mysterious.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but whatever the trouble is, it can be very serious. Illness, death, and accident have been definitely ruled out.
All aboard!
That means me. Which is my compartment, Collins?
Right here, sir. Number 3. This is my gentleman guard, which you promised to take care of.
Oh, yes. Sit right in, sir. You'll be alone in the compartment all the way, sir. I've arranged for that.
Oh, that's fine, guard. Here, thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, now, in perfect solitude, you can prepare yourself to meet your future father-in-law. Too bad you haven't made a study of puzzles, Willis. Then he'd accept you as a kindred soul.
I suppose I'll have to give that subject a lot of serious thought.
Yes. Toodaloo, old thing.
So long, Cecil. Goodbye, Collins.
Bye, Mr. Collins. Best of luck, Willis.
Thanks. I may need it. Well, I'm up.
A nice young chap, your friend.
What? Oh, I beg your pardon. But where... You weren't in this compartment a moment ago. How did you...
A puzzle, isn't it? You really must give serious thought to the subject of puzzles, Mr. Holmes.
You know my name?
Very well. Now, permit me to tell you mine. I am Theodore Omeroy.
You're Julia's father?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Now I recognize you from the photographs. Oh, this is a pleasure, sir.
Excuse me if I don't shake hands. I've recently met with a serious injury.
An injury?
A rather painful one. Although, as you see, I wear no bandages.
Was it merely your hand that was injured, sir? You were very pale, as though you had experienced a serious illness. You have been ill. Oh, that's the reason Mrs. Omeroyd sent that telegram to Julia.
It was because of me that telegram was sent. But let's not talk about that now, if you don't mind. I prefer a more pleasant subject. I'm very glad to know you, my boy.
And I to know you, sir. But how did you know me?
Well, that's an easy puzzle to solve. According to my daughter's letters, there can be but one Willis Holmes.
Well, I hope I can convince you of that, sir. But the guard said I was to be alone in this compartment. And when he closed the door, I was alone. How on earth did you...
I came aboard from the other side.
The other side?
Yes. You see how simple puzzles are when one is told the answers. My gracious. Here I've been talking of puzzles for a solid hour. I hope you'll forgive me. You see, to me, all life is an endless succession of intricate problems, which the successful man must solve for himself, and which the good man, the man who loves, must solve for others. I wanted you to know my philosophy. And now, I won't bore you any longer.
Oh, you haven't bored me at all, sir. I've been intensely interested.
Ticket, please, sir.
Oh, good Lord, conductor, not again.
Sorry to bother you, but it's rules, sir. All right, sir. And thank you.
Well, one puzzle I wish you'd solve for me, Mr. Omeroyd, is why that conductor never asked to see your ticket. He's looked at mine 4 times.
I ride free, my boy.
Are you a stockholder of this road?
No. I'm well acquainted with the chairman of its governing board, though. Mr. Travers. My firm handles his legal business. The last time I rode this train, I carried 50,000 pounds of his money. In currency.
In currency?
1,000-pound notes.
That's rather dangerous, isn't it? Men have been murdered for a great deal less.
It is a dangerous business. But when one is accustomed to handling large sums, one grows careless. We're pulling into Whittam. I leave you here, my boy.
Oh, aren't you going home to Fearing, Mr. Omeroyd?
Not now. First, I must return to Whittam. That's where Mr. Travers has his residence. You won't see me again until tomorrow. In the meantime, will you give a little serious thought to the subject of puzzles?
I certainly shall, Mr. Ormeroyd. But I'd value your expert opinion as to where and how I'd best begin.
Circumstances will indicate your course of thought.
Wait up! Wait up! All right, folks, wait up!
Oh, it's been wonderful meeting you like this. I was a little worried at the prospect of formally asking you to accept me as your son-in-law.
I accept you gladly. You'll look after Julia, won't you?
I love your daughter very dearly, sir.
And you will remember that he who loves must solve life's problems for others. I must leave you until tomorrow. Again, excuse my hand. The injury I mentioned. Dear me, where's my cigarette case?
Cigarette case? I haven't seen you use one, sir.
I'm sure I had it with me. I must have dropped it here.
Oh, well, I'll look for it. And...
Just take care of it if you find it. You and Julia, take good care of it.
Oh, I found it already. It's fallen behind these cushions. Oh, Mr. Ormeroyd. Oh, guard! Guard!
Aye, sir, yes, sir.
Which way did the gentleman go who was with me in this compartment?
A gentleman with you? In this compartment, sir?
Of course. He just stepped out. He was standing right beside the door. You must have seen him.
This door's been closed, sir, until you opened it yourself just now. You've been alone in this compartment all the way from London. The gentleman we've been expecting has arrived, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Mr. Willis Holmes.
Show him in, Barker, and then inform Miss Julia that he's here.
I'll fetch Julia if you wish, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Well, perhaps you'd better, Mr. Toms.
You're going to let Julia tell the young man our bad news?
Naturally. He's her affianced husband at present.
You think he'll break the engagement when he learns?
Well, then what would you do if you were in his place, Mr. Hardy?
Mr. Willis Holmes.
Oh, come in, Mr. Holmes. Julia will be here directly. I am Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, this is a great pleasure, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Julia has told me so many things about you, I feel I already know you.
I'll wager she never told you many nice things about me.
Agatha, control yourself. Really,
Allow me to present these gentlemen. Mr. Hardy, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, young man?
Mr. Hardy, you're Mr. Ormeroyd's partner, I imagine.
I'm the junior member of Ormeroyd and Hardy.
And this is Mr. Justice Rowley, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, Justice Rowley?
Justice is a difficult title, isn't it? In America, I believe you would call me judge, although I'm merely a provincial justice of the peace.
Julia will be down directly, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, this is Mr. Toms, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do?
Pleasure, old chap. Charms and all that, you know.
Mr. Toms is my husband's personal secretary. Won't you all sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Holmes looks rather uncomfortable. I don't imagine he expected to encounter such a large gathering.
Of course he's uncomfortable. Poor chap. Comes to pay a visit to Miss Ormeroyd's family and finds the house party in full swing about the place.
House party? Huh.
Agatha, you must control yourself. I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing you need to understand, old man. Not now. I'm told you're an American. How do you like England?
I have learned to like it very much, Mr. Toms, with some exceptions.
Oh, what are they?
Well, one is the type of guard employed on your railway train.
You don't approve of our railway guards?
Well, I've just had a very ridiculous experience with one. A chap either afflicted with blindness or a very faulty sense of humor. It's a rather silly story, but if you care to hear it,
Willis!
Julia!
Oh, Willis, I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Darling, what's the matter?
Julia, control yourself.
Things are already bad enough, Julia. If you wish to tell him now is our disgrace, at least wait until I can leave the room.
Disgrace? What do you mean? Julia, dear, I talked to your father on the train an hour ago, and he didn't mention any trouble here.
What did you say?
You talked to my father?
Yes, we traveled from London together as far as Witham.
I don't believe it. He wouldn't have dared.
Quiet. Willis, you're sure it was my father?
Of course I am. Why,
Did he say where he was going when he left you? Did he say when he'd be home?
Yes. He was on his way to a place called Witham. He said he'd be home tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, thank God. I knew everything would come out all right. That father would come back and explain.
Mr. Holmes was mistaken in the man he talked to.
Yes, Ormeroyd couldn't have travelled on that train as far as Witham.
The police would have arrested him before he got aboard.
Police?
Yes, and if the bobbies missed him, every guard and conductor on that road has his description.
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what any of you were talking about. Though I'd never met him before, I've seen his photographs. And I was neither mistaken nor the dupe of an imposter.
What did he say to you, Willis, besides the other things you've told us?
Well, he talked mostly about puzzles.
It was, Father. He's coming home to explain everything.
Won't someone please explain to me what all this is about?
Perhaps that's my painful duty, Mr. Holmes. Through powerful influence, we've thus far kept the story from the newspapers. But 2 weeks ago, Theodore Ormeroyd disappeared.
with £50,000 belonging to a client of our firm, a Mr. Travis of Whittam.
No indication has been found that Mr. Ormeroyd met with accident or foul play. Well, the inference is obvious.
And he left me, his wife, to face the scandal.
Travis is the man he was on his way to see today.
You have been imposed upon.
No, it was Father. I know he talked with Father.
So do I. And I hardly think, Justice Rowley, that a practical joker would have possessed this cigarette case with Mr. Ormeroyd's monogram upon it.
Father!
By Jove! It's Ormeroyd's.
Where did you get that silver case?
From the compartment where he left it, as he alighted from the train.
Everything will be explained. He said he'd be home tomorrow. Willis,
Yes.
maybe that's him now. Maybe it... Don't be ridiculous. Your father wouldn't ring his own doorbell.
If he comes here, the police will bring him as a prisoner.
Come in.
A police officer is here to see you, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, they've arrested him.
If they have, dear, they'll soon let him go.
Show the officer in.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked to come in on you like this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Justice Rowley.
What is it, man? Speak up.
It's bad news, sir. The constables at Whittam have found Mr. Ormeroyd, sir.
They've arrested him?
No, ma'am. They found him dead.
Dead?
Yes, ma'am. The doctors say he's been dead 2 weeks.
Dead 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. They'll bring his body home first thing tomorrow.
His body home tomorrow? Merciful God! What was it that rode with me in that compartment?
But, my dear Holmes, it's been established conclusively that my partner was lying dead in that pit where they found him, the very time you insist he was with you on that train.
Nevertheless, he, or his spirit, was with me, as I said. Oh, I know it sounds mad, impossible. I've always laughed at the tales of the supernatural, just as you're laughing at me now. But I saw Mr. Ormeroyd. He talked with me an hour, I tell you. Julia, you at least believe me.
I don't know. It's all so horrible. It's too fantastic for anyone to believe.
And even if you did see a ghost, Holmes, what purpose did the thing accomplish?
Sure, none, I guess. Still, I feel it had a purpose in coming to me. One I can't grasp.
Seems to me the traditional storybook phantom would have been of more practical service, Mr. Holmes. They always accuse their murderer.
And such an accusation seems the only means by which the killer can ever be brought to justice. We know now that poor Ormeroyd was struck down for that large sum of money he carried. But other than that obvious conclusion, we of the law haven't found a single clue.
The ghost should have known his murder had left no trail. But instead of dropping a helpful hint, Mr. Holmes says his spectre merely talked of puzzles.
That would have been my father's way.
Julia, you're not going to become a champion of this young man's mad delusion.
If your father's spirit could return to Earth, he'd appear to you or to me, rather than to your fiancé whom he'd never met in life. Father always said, the man who loved solved the problems of others.
That's what he said to me.
Oh, this is asinine.
You've had a dream, my boy. Better forget it.
No, for it wasn't a dream. It was real. And it had a purpose. Only I'm too blind to see it. I didn't dream this silver cigarette case. Isn't that tangible proof?
I'm afraid that now I must shatter your illusions. I was advised today that the coach in which you travelled from London, by a strange coincidence, was the one in which 2 weeks before Mr. Ormeroyd took his fatal journey to Whittam. Lying in idleness, the car had not been cleaned carefully. So you found that case where the unfortunate man had mislaid it.
Then he returned to put it in my hands. That was his purpose. I see it now. Somehow in this cigarette case is the solution of the puzzle.
Willis!
Since you regard the case in that light, perhaps you'd better give it into my keeping as a possible clue for the police.
No, I give it to no one. For now I know a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits.
A guilty conscience? Are you accusing...
I accuse no one yet.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean that now everyone in this room, at different times with a different excuse, has asked me for this case. Let me close this door, Julia. We can then talk in private.
Willis, what did you mean by the insinuation you made a moment ago?
Exactly what I said. That perhaps a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits. The killer of your father wants this cigarette case because he has some reason to be afraid of it.
Your father's partner, Hardy, came to me 2 days ago and requested it as a keepsake. The day before that, Tom's made the same request. Yesterday, your stepmother asked for it, and now Rowley would like to have it. Fortunately, some instinct made me refuse to give it up, even before I guessed it was the solution of my ghastly puzzle.
But your suspicions are terrible. In spite of the frightful way they'd acted, those people were my father's friends.
Your father was killed for a sum of money that only his friends or his confidants knew he carried on his person. If I can only solve the puzzle of the cigarette case, I'll learn which one is guilty. His last words to me were, take care of it. You and Julia. Take good care of it.
Your theory must be right. With Father, everything was the foundation of a puzzle. You think there may be a secret compartment in the case?
Yes, in which something is hidden. The metal is unnaturally thick on the sides and heavily embossed. There may be a shallow cavity between.
Look for a spring or lever hidden in that scrollwork.
Here I am.
Feel around the edges. Maybe something slides.
That's it, a sliding edge. Look, I found it, look.
The metal slides are hollow.
And there's a folded paper in the recess.
What's written on it?
It's dated June 12th, the day your father went to Whittam with that £50,000. It says, on the understanding that if I have not left England by tomorrow noon, Theodore Omeroyd, to whom I give this writing, will make its contents public. I hereby confess...
Confess? To what?
Oh, that can wait. Let me see whose name is signed here.
Ah! The lights!
Who turned out those lights?
Someone's with us in this room.
Let me go! No, you won't get this paper!
Ah! Help! Help! Someone's killed Willis! They're running out of the door! They're getting away! Help! 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 Willis! Is he going to be all right?
Of course, he's coming to now.
Nothing wrong but a bump on the head.
What happened in this room before you screamed, Julia?
Yes, for heaven's sake, what happened?
One of you know what happened as well as I do. For one of you came in that door while our backs were turned. One of you turned out these lights. One of you struck Willis, then seized the paper we'd found and ran. And the one of you who did it is the one who killed my father.
The girl's insane.
Mad.
How dare you accuse one of us?
Your father's friend.
Because one of you is guilty.
Oh, nonsense.
Julia.
Oh, Willis, darling, are you all right now?
Yes. Whoever hit me got away with the paper before we saw the name upon
Yes,
it.
they got away.
I failed your father.
Where you failed, I may succeed. If my father came to you, perhaps he'll come again to me. What are you doing, Julia? I have locked the one door leading from this room.
Why?
What is it?
She's turned off the lights.
Stop that!
Turn on those lights.
Oh, I say, you're going too far.
No. Only one of you need fear the dark and this locked room. But if my prayer is answered, that one must face the man he killed. Oh, Lord, I pray thee, send my father from the dead to bring justice.
Open the door. Turn on these lights.
Are you afraid?
No, I didn't kill him.
Father, come to me from the grave. This nonsense has gone far enough. Are you afraid? I have no cause to be afraid. Lord, send my father here to bring justice.
Oh, I'm not going to be made a fool of by a sick-brained girl. Think what you like. I'm going to leave this room.
Yes, we'll all leave.
Open that door. Come on, quickly.
Oh, turn off the light.
Stay where you are.
That voice, Mr. Omeroyd.
Theodore.
Good heavens.
Father, God has let you answer.
Some puzzles are too difficult for men to solve alone.
Let me out of this room.
Oh, don't be afraid. That's not Ormerod's voice. You see, Holmes and the girl are playing a trick upon us in the darkness.
No. There's something awful here.
A hazy light is growing in this room.
Ormeroyd's face is taking shape there.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
You help us with our puzzle, Rowley.
I'll do anything you say, only don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Keep away. I'll tell them. I'll confess. But keep away.
Rowley!
Yes, I killed him.
Tell them why.
He learned I'd taken bribes. He made me sign a confession that would send me to prison if I stayed in England. I waited for him on the road to Travis' house. I didn't know about the money he had with him. All I wanted was the paper that I didn't find. The paper in that cigarette case that I never found until tonight. Here it is. Use it to send me to the gallows, but don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Don't come near me with your cold, dead hands.
I have the paper. His confession. You and Tom's hold on to him. I'll phone for the police.
Oh, I won't try to get away. There's no escape from the dead. The dead.
Father! Father! Willis! His form is fading.
Goodbye, Julia. My task is over. We will not meet here again.
Father!
Julia, dear.
Take care of her, my boy. And remember, he who loves must solve the puzzles of life for others.
Well, that's the end of that scene. You folks come see us next time I has a birthday.
Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you now.
Another 22-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon by the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knees shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Gene. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other things than ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troop. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters where Captain Elton will be skinning the hide of it. And you, Gina Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Trooper Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. And good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, boy. Kathleen, morning, What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
It's Tom, oh, merciful God.
Sarge, what is it? What has happened?
Come, quick.
I'm here. What happened? Tom!
Yes, he's dead. Killed.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son.
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge.
Oh, God.
You know what I thought of Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it, too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside us, at my very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me.
But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir, but there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for two policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son.
Oh, here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year, we found Barclay dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee?
I left Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north.
And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir.
There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened.
It didn't happen! It's impossible! The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain Elton! Don't say that, don't!
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads, even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there, by the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got his a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. But if I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Come.
Miss Fallon is here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir. Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Quiet, here she is.
Captain Elton, why did you telephone me to come down here? Jean, Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it.
Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the Crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Tom. Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me. They accuse me.
Accuse?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Did you?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun. He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard?
You in that car! Drive on, no stopping here!
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen!
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now. Ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Now, look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand
He
why...
was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved, as we know he loved Tom? And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
No, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on, get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... Now, here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body and Uncle Pat kneeling beside us?
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. Really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until
after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
It's screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And, look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom.
as you trust me.
It's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. Do you want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Gene, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
She wasn't there a moment ago.
I'll soon find out.
Gene, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Gene. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the law.
Don't go any closer to her. Don't let her touch you, Gene. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go? She'll come back here, Gene. Come back, come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
I'm coming.
Gene, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Gene, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. Your gun, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Yes, shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I've shot you, Gene. I've shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, keep away. Keep away. Keep away.
Come on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go up to that operating room again, Captain Elton. Make sure that Gene's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's a doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Trooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Gene's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the Crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious. Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. The Trooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead. But with an awful purplish tinge as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him.
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital. And this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Move a chair aside so as I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes which had juried her peers.
The officers have lied!
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go! You cannot kill me!
She wriggles like an ear.
Wait
no more time. Forward to the beam.
No, I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, old dame, and been found guilty. And soon for your crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree.
Nay!
Hey! So all who pass may spit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last. All is ready, my lord sheriff. When you give the word. Quiet! Our Lord the King's High Sheriff speaks.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer ye to hang me for. As ye officers of blind law do visit death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Bring her up! Pull on the rope! Aye!
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Berkeley Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
He persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant stripes.
Sergeant stripes?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present. And this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on me birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
The Witch's Tale.
fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you.
I be today. Yes, sir. 103-year-old. Well, Satan, tonight we ain't going to tell no bedtime story for weaklings. Pass the word to douse all lights and we'll get at it. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting in the gloom's the way to hear our pretty tales. Or up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see the town of Nantes in France. The time is that of the reign of terror, and ruled in Nantes is a man named Carrier, who history calls the Butcher. Outside a handsome house, where soldiers of the Revolution are battering down a door, you'll see a mob of maddened men and women. And there our story, the altar of hate, begins. The altar of hate! Open the door!
Sergeant Pedron, drive them back and keep them at a distance. Citizen Carrier wishes to enter this rat's nest alone.
Back, citizens, back! You heard Captain Briscott's orders?
How these good citizens trust me. Well, no patriot in France has better serve Madame la Guillotine than you. Because of your fine work in Nantes, bodies of the dead so fill our river Loire, it overflows its banks.
After this stubborn door has yielded, you will witness even finer work, friend Brissac.
What will you do to them?
Wait and see. I have a very pretty plan.
The door is broken.
Do you see the dogs we searched for, Brissac?
They're the whole three.
Take them, hold them tight.
We have them. The 201s in their cab. Come, Citizen Carrier. They make no sure fight.
I'm coming. Well, Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse de Lorient, and the young Monsieur le Chevalier de Lorient.
We are your prisoners. There is no need to ask what you will do to us. We are ready.
You are brave, Monsieur le Comte. But will you not ask for mercy, at least for your wife and son?
Neither my husband nor myself will plead for our lives, monsieur.
Nor will I. I am not afraid to die.
Oh, my son, my child.
Helene, the lady weakened.
Mother, don't.
I can't help myself. When her child is threatened, every mother is a coward.
Stop!
No, Monsieur Carrier. I know I'm speaking to a man without a heart. Yet speak I must. We are ready to die. But our son is only a boy, a child. You can't kill him.
Helene!
Mother, I beg you.
Go on, madame. I am really most sympathetic.
Then spare my son. He is but 16, a child.
You have touched me deeply. I will grant your plea.
What? No, Carrier. All aristocrats must die.
Silence, Brissac. I command here.
No one can be spared.
We will kill you. In Nantes, I am revolutionary law. I will spare your son, madame, on one condition.
Anything you say.
Yes, anything.
So the father is not too proud to beg.
I will not let them beg. Father, Mother, we three die together.
No, Charles, not you.
You are the last of the DeLoreans. You must carry on our name.
Yes, my son must live.
Name your condition, Monsieur Carrier.
No. Yes.
Your son will be spared, citizens. if he will be your executioner.
What? You mean?
This boy shall live if he will operate the knife that drops your heads into the basket.
No! Monk!
You are worse than the butcher they call you. You are a fiend from hell.
Friend Carrier, a stroke of genius.
You thought I had forgotten my duty, Brizard. I said I had a plan for these aristocrats.
Only you could have thought of this. Listen, citizen soldiers, to this great patriot we follow.
Enough. And now, Aristos, your answer.
The answer is no. Do you think I would buy my life at the cost of taking those of my mother and father? Take us three to your guillotine and learn how aristocrats, both young and old, can die.
My son, you make me proud, but I am yet head of my house. Butcher Carrier, my son submits to your conditions.
Only you are not in earnest, father.
Thy father is in earnest, Charles, and I divine his reason. I add my voice to his. Thou must obey us.
Not if God commanded it.
Charles, thou, the last of our noble name, must live. Monsieur Carrier, we cannot escape. Will you withdraw with your men for a few minutes?
That you may persuade the young man privately, with pleasure. Citizen soldiers, we will all retire to the hallway.
Come, citizen soldiers. You're wasting time. I die with my parents.
I count on their ability to convince you, young man. They understand my motives as I understand theirs. Motives which assure them I will keep my promise that you'll be allowed to live.
I know you will keep your promise, Butcher Carrier. And why? Please leave us.
Certainly. I will await your decision. Out of hearing, but not out of sight.
Mother. Thou must accept that fiend's condition, Charles.
How can you bid me even think of such a crime against all nature?
Thou dost not understand, my son. The name of DeLorean must not die.
Dost think I would preserve it by depriving thee of life?
An ideal, a cause, is more important than the individual.
And we are already doomed to die, by thy hand or another's.
Thou, my son, must live.
Nay, at such a cost, I cannot.
Then art thou a coward, unfit to be our son.
Aye, to die is not difficult, but thou art afraid to live.
I cannot live
Thou
so.
must.
Listen, Charles. That beast, sated with murder, would now destroy souls as well as bodies, so that men may say of thee, there goes an aristocrat who bought his life with the blood of those who bore him. He will keep his word. And thou must prove such scum cannot destroy a soul. For thou and other young men like thee are the only hope of France. Thou must live, or we shall have died in vain.
Thou wilt be bravest of the brave in living, Charles. For thou wilt bear men scorned in honor.
I cannot, will not do this thing.
Charles.
No! You who wait at that door, take us to your guillotine. We die together.
Wait! I have a final argument in my command.
Mother! Drop that knife! The she-dog has a dagger! Knife from her hand! Stab yourself!
No, Mother.
She at me.
No. I am granting your desire. It was too much to ask a son that he should bring his mother's death. But now, that death accomplished, Charles, thou wilt fulfill my final wish and live.
Yes, thou wilt fulfill this man's condition on me, thy father. You still will keep your bargain, Butcher.
It will not make so good a show to have him drop only your head in the basket. Still, indirectly he will have caused his mother's death. The terms yet stand.
Promise you will live, Charles.
Oh, dear mother.
Promise. It is my dying wish.
The she-dog's dead.
I will join you soon, Elaine.
What says the she-dog's puppy? Will he join her too, or will he buy his life?
My mother's dead. My mother. And you who call yourself the government of France, have killed her. Yes. I will buy my life. I promise, Mother, to fulfill thy dying wish. I will be thy executioner, Father, that I may live to serve a holy hate, that I may avenge thy deaths 100-fold. Do you hear me, murderous beasts, you fiends of hell? I will live to serve a holy hate, to avenge 100-fold, to avenge 100-fold.
Take them away, Brissac, and inform the citizens outside that Madame la Guillotine will be well served tonight.
An aristocrat for victim and one for executioner.
Come, Charles.
Yes, Father. I swear on thy body, Mother, to avenge 100-fold.
That's only the beginning of this pretty story, Satan. Now it's 34 years later. The revolution's over. Butcher Carrier himself has lost his head upon the guillotine. A Bourbon king sits on the throne of France once more, and the boy who swore oath upon the body of his mother is now an old man of 50, who's lying on his deathbed. So our tale goes on. Our tale of the altar of hate. The altar of hate.
I know there is but a short time left for me, Monsieur le Curé, but I have no wish for your offices. I have a creed better suited to my needs.
I know your creed, Monsieur le Comte. It is a religion of hate.
Oh, go away. Call my son. He will be my confessor, the only one I wish.
Very well.
The doctors say I may die at any minute, and I have much to tell the boy.
I left him waiting outside. Henri, thy father bids thee enter.
Father, come close to my bed only, so I need not raise my voice.
Yes, Father.
I have little strength. Leave us alone, Monsieur le Curé.
You will not change your mind.
No, get out.
I go.
Well, my son, you, like all of France, know I was my father's executioner.
Like all of France, I know the reason for your deed, Father. All honor and applauded.
Only one living man beside myself knows the true reason for my deed and how I kept my promise.
Your promise?
To my dead mother and the scum who made her die. Ring that bell. Call old Gina to my bedside.
Yes, Father.
Gina served my parents. He has ever been my confident and trusted friend.
I've envied him. I never knew my mother, so thou art all I've ever had to love. I wish to be thy confidant.
You shall be now, my son, for you must carry on the work I may not finish.
But thou canst not leave me, Father.
I shall die when you have learned my wishes. My will shall make me live till then. Dina is at the door. Let him enter.
Come, Dina.
Monsieur le Comte, you wish something from your servant?
Yes, old friend, a last wish. A last command, that thou shalt serve my son as for 50 years thou hast served me.
I was born a servant of the DeLorean.
I, too, have served that name. Close the door. Lock it, Gina. Only, I have said you must carry on my work. If I did not know you for a faithful son, I even now would stay the hand of death that tightens on my burned-out heart. But you, I know, will fulfill my uncompleted promise.
I do not understand.
You will in a moment. You have believed I dropped the knife upon my father's head that I might live to perpetuate our ancient line. I did, but that was only a portion of my reason. The greater part was that I
avenge, that I serve her holy hate. Ina, open the secret panel that hides the shrine of my religion.
Yes, Monsieur le Comte.
Look, my son, at the altar I have builded. An altar built of human skulls? Yes, the skulls of those who in the name of liberty defiled the natural rights of all created men. The skulls of those who served Madame la Guillotine. The skulls of those who made my life a loathsome horror. An executioner they made of me. I have persisted in that calling. Before that shrine, you see a headsman's block. It is I who have lifted and let fall the bloody axe that leans upon it. I can look no more. You must do more than look. I vow to repay 100-fold. 2 skulls are missing from my altar. You mean I? You bear the name I have preserved. 90 heads only adorn that shrine. You must make 100 rest there. I cannot, will not. I command you, you will obey. No. Yes, promise, or I curse you with my dying breath. Father. Promise. Promise. I promise. Swear. I swear. Now I know thou art fit to bear my name. Father, I die content. I shall have avenged 100-fold. Father, I cannot let thee die deceived. I lied to thee. I cannot do thy awful bidding. I withdraw my promise. Father, answer me. I tell you, I withdraw my promise. I take back my oath.
Your father has ceased to breathe.
No. Oh, no.
One cannot withdraw a promise from the dead.
I tell you I will keep my promise, Gina. But I must have more time, just a little more time.
6 months have passed since your father breathed his last. Has not that been time enough?
Oh, will you never leave me alone? Morning, noon, and night you speak of nothing but that ghastly promise.
Your father rests uneasy in his grave because you make no move to keep your plighted word. The word of a DeLorean. His spirit comes to me and bids me tell you.
You only dream he comes to you.
Nay, I do not dream. His spectre walks these halls from dusk to dawn, bitter and accusing, because of your broken faith.
I never see it.
You will, if you do not keep your oath. Gaze upon his portrait hanging there. His spirit now looks at you from its painted eyes.
They do look alive. But that's imagination. My mind is becoming weakened by your ghoulish chatter. Oh, leave me alone. I must have more time.
How much more time?
How can I tell? A man does not commit cold-blooded murder as he takes an evening stroll.
Just vengeance is not murder.
Such vengeance is not just. Oh, I know the awful cause my father had for hatred. But no cause on earth can make such hatred right or good. It can't excuse the frightful altar that lies behind that panel.
That altar is a shrine of heaven.
It's a monument to hell. One man alone was responsible for my father's horrid memories. One man alone. Yet the head of Butcher Carrier did not fall by my father's hand. His head is not included in that edifice of skulls. No, they are the heads of the innocent.
Followers of Carrier. Dogs who shared his guilt.
You've told me that altar has claimed victims who, like me, were not yet born when the reign of terror ended.
But they were of the blood of those of the terror, of that vile brood.
How could I hate people I've never seen for a thing that happened before my time? I won't hate. Hatred burnt my father's life away. I saw him die of old age at 50, an age when other men are in their prime. I won't follow in his footsteps. I'll not hate. I'll not hate.
Then you have lied from the first. You never meant to fulfill your plighted word, the word of a DeLorean. The name that he preserved means nothing to you.
Gina, 2 heads are needed to complete that altar. Bring me 2 of Butcher Carrier's blood, and I will keep my promise.
You renew your compact with the dead before this portrait of your father?
Yes, I renew my compact on the conditions I've made.
I'm content. Within this hour, your father's shade will be at peace.
Within this hour?
Our holy altar will have its 100 skulls.
What do you mean?
That I have foreseen your conditions. That last night I went upon the hunt, and this morning I came home with game. It lies waiting now behind the panel.
Look!
Two bodies lie there by the headsman's block.
Two live bodies bound and gagged, ready for the axe which you will wield.
Your prisoners are women.
My prisoners are enemies. They are the sister and the niece of Butcher Carrier.
You devil! Cut those cords that bind them as I tear away the... Stop! No! This one is just a girl.
You're setting them free.
Yes, and I take back my promise now forevermore. I will not hate. I will not kill.
You cannot withdraw a promise to the dead. Gaze upon your father's portrait. Look into its eyes. They are warning you, Monsieur le Comte. Beware!
Mademoiselle, you truly forgive me for Guinard's dreadful treatment of you and of your mother?
Mother and I remain here in your house as guests. Does that not prove forgiveness? And we know the wrong my uncle brought upon your father. And it is for us to beg forgiveness, not for you.
Forgiveness? What a blessed word that is to one who has only heard of hate. Even love must lack such meaning.
I've never been in love.
Neither have I.
How old are you, Monsieur le Comte?
On my next birthday, I'll be 20.
I suppose we're really too young to know much about love.
I don't think we would be if we weren't country people. They say in the city that girls and men much younger than we are know all about it. Some are even married.
It must be nice.
To live in a city?
And to know about love.
It must be wonderful.
Oh, terribly wonderful, Monsieur le Comte.
I wish you wouldn't call me that anymore. No, my name is Henri.
Oh, but you're a noble, a Delorian. And I am a bourgeoise and a niece of Butcher Carrier.
What difference does that make? We've known each other now for 2 whole weeks. The happiest weeks I've ever known. And Marguerite?
What were you going to say?
I think that I've learned to love you.
Oh.
Yes, I know what love is now. And I love thee.
I love thee.
Oh, my dear one.
What was that?
My father's portrait.
As you took me in your arms, it fell crashing to the floor.
Its eyes. Its painted eyes. They glare at me with hate.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, my little Marguerite. God bless thee and thy husband.
May I call you Mother now, Madame? Since your daughter has just become my wife, I would like to. I never knew my mother.
You poor boy. I am thy mother now.
Good night, Monsieur le Curé.
Good night, Madame la Comtesse de Lorient. You are that now, you know. Good night to you, Henri, and God's blessing on your bridal night.
Thank you, Monsieur le Curé. Guinard, old servant, won't you cease to look at me with loathing? Won't you also bless our wedding?
When you took this woman to your wife today, you lost all claim upon my service. You are no longer a Delorian. You are of Butcher Carrier's breed. Keep your peace. Upon this bridal pair I lay my curse, and the dead has laid another, more weighty one upon them.
Henri!
Don't be afraid, Marguerite. Love cannot fear hate. Let me lift you in my arms and carry you into the house of Lorient.
Henri!
He stumbled. That is an awful omen.
It is nothing.
It meant nothing, Mother. Good night.
Good night.
Go to your wedding bed, cursed spawn of Butcher Carrier, in the house of one who served a holy hate.
I am afraid. Monsieur le Curé, call them back.
No one can call them back, for they are the dead as waiting to receive them.
Don't.
Cease your superstitious lies, Guinard. The dead are dead and harmless in their graves. And if they are not, the boy was right. Love has naught to fear from hate. So says your religion. The dead and I hold another different face. Those screams.
Open that door.
Come.
Marguerite! Marguerite, where are you?
Monsieur le Curé. Monsieur Henri, boy.
We do not answer.
You will find them in this room, I think. His father's room.
Marguerite, my baby, answer me.
That opening in the wall. That pile of grinning skulls. Look close. 2 freshly severed heads now lie upon it.
Oh, my daughter.
And now the altar is complete. Not even the grave could keep my master from fulfillment of his vow. He has avenged 100-fold, and hate has triumphed.
You folks come here next week on me birthday, and Satan and me will have another 30 yarn to spin ye.
am the master of the headless den.
I say, guard.
Just call me Swiss, sir. Spelled with an E at the end.
Yes, of course. You reminded me before.
What were you about to say, sir?
I was about to observe that this Tower of London is quite a historic place.
That it is, sir. Historic indeed.
And haunted, I have heard tell.
Oh, have you now, sir?
Oh, yes. Don't tell me you haven't heard stories about the Tower's ghosts.
Perhaps I have. Perhaps not.
Of course, I don't believe that sort of rubbish, you know.
Rubbish?
Certainly rubbish. Don't tell me, Mr. Swift, with an E, don't tell me you believe in such things as ghosts and haunts.
What I believe, sir, I believe.
Certainly not the legend of the gambling spook of Wycott Hall.
The ghost invariably appears whenever a gambling game is in progress at Wycott Hall here in the tower, and always wins the stakes.
Yes. Don't tell me you believe such a fantastic yarn as that. Or such an unbelievable story as the one about the pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
I imagine Brother Randolph would tell you there's nothing fantastic about the story at all.
Brother Randolph?
Yes, sir. He's the overseer of the rectory. He's seen the spectre many times.
Well, he's probably just superstitious.
Brother Randolph says the thing is always dressed in a long black cloak. Has the body of a human, but the face is that of some grotesque and repulsive animal.
It sounds like an old wives' tale.
Oh, mind you, sir, I'm not trying to convince you about such things. That's the entrance to the choir loft, the chapel over there.
Chapel. Didn't know there was one in here.
It's the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula.
Is it possible for me to go in there?
Begging your pardon, sir, that's what the climb up the stairs was for. We always like to show visitors the choir loft, the chapel.
Well, then, let's have a gander at the place, shall we?
Yes, it is, sir. Yeah, the key. We always keep this locked. More habit than anything else. Nobody ever climbs those steps unless they're showing them through the tower. Here we are, sir.
Yeah, I say. It's dark in there. How about a light, my man?
Oh, no, blimey. I completely forgot to turn the lights on the fuse box down below. If you don't mind waiting, sir.
Oh, no. Wait. I wouldn't ask anyone to climb those steps again. There's enough light coming through the stained glass panes. I say, would you lead the way?
Yes, of course. Watch your step, sir. Step up here. There you are, sir. You can observe the chapel below, sir.
Yes. Deserted looking, isn't it?
It isn't as deserted as you might think, sir.
What was that?
You see only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
I don't believe I understand.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
But it is empty down there.
Is it, sir?
I suppose you're trying to tell me this chapel is haunted, too.
Hasn't it a right to be, sir?
Right.
Yes, indeed. You see, sir, it's the burial place of the headless dead.
It's another of those idiotic legends.
Hardly a legend. You see those flagstones down there in front of the altar?
Faintly, yes.
Those stones form more than just the sanctuary floor, sir. They are also tombstones.
Why do you tell me such a thing as that, Mr. Swift?
Because it's truth.
You mean people are buried beneath those flagstones?
Including, I might add, 2 of England's queens.
Not actually.
Oh, yes, actually.
I've never heard that before.
Few people have, sir.
Then that's why you say the place down there isn't deserted.
In a manner of speaking, that's what I mean. Yes. Have you observed the huge pipe organ here in the loft, sir?
Oh, yes. I noticed when we came in. But getting back to what you were talking...
It's quite a famous instrument, I must say. Been played by dozens of famous people.
Oh, it has? Could I play it?
Well, it's against regulations, sir, but, well, if you play softly, sir.
Oh, now, I say, that's mighty good of you. I do have somewhat of a reputation for playing the organ.
You play well, sir. Quite well.
Thank you. A rather old instrument, isn't it? Beautiful tone, though. Beautiful.
Et verum erat in principio.
What's that?
Ac erat in principio apud verbum.
Keep playing, sir. Keep playing. What? Quickly, sir, before it's too late. Play.
In testimonium.
That voice. What is it?
No one knows. He always speaks like that in Latin. Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Et testimonium veriberet delumine.
Can you see who it is?
No one has ever seen who it is.
Is he gone?
Yes. You'll hear no more of him today.
But what's the explanation? Who is it? Why does he do that?
There is no explanation. I must admit, sir, I've often heard of the ghost of St. Peter's Chapel, but this is the first time I've actually heard him.
He always does that?
Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Will he return if I play again?
No. He always speaks just once. Then he's never heard again until another organist plays for the first time.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible.
I say, sir, it's about closing time. Do you mind if I leave you now?
Why, no, of course not.
You recall your way out of the tower, I trust. Look around a while longer if you wish, and I'll return later to lock this car loft.
But I don't know whether I want to remain here.
Oh, don't worry, sir. You're quite all right. Besides, you don't believe in such rubbish as ghosts.
Yes, but
I'm happy to show you around, sir. By the way, what did you say your name is?
Holman. Frederick J. Holman.
Well, then I'm very happy to have known you, Mr. Holman. Who knows? Perhaps your visit here will make you a changed man.
Now, whatever did he mean by that? I say, what's come over me? I feel so sleepy. Yes, sleepy. I'd best sit here in this pew. Strange. Never felt like this before. I'll sleep here a while, then go home. What's that? Went to sleep. Oh, I remember now. I slept here in this chapel pew. I say, the door's closed now. Mr. Swift evidently returned, locked me in. That's strange. Why didn't he awaken me? What's that? No, it can't be. Those stones at the foot of the altar. They're being pushed up by someone underneath. Hands and arms. Long, bony arms. Pushing up the flagstones. And over to the right. Two ghostly figures rising out of the tombs in the floor. No, it's not possible. It can't be. Figures. Dozens of them now. Leaving their tombs. Forming a procession down the middle aisle of the chapel. And each of them is headless. Carrying his head before him in his hands. Look at them. Marching. In a slow procession down the center aisle. Marching. 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 On soundless feet. That man in front. The one in ancient armor. He seems to be the leader of those fantastic creatures. Oh, is this a dream? Is this a nightmare?
No. It is not a dream.
How did you get up here? Just a moment ago, you were down below, leading the procession.
It is not our custom to hold our rights while an intruder is present.
But I was locked in here. I didn't intend to be here.
Now that you are here, you must make the most of it.
What do you mean?
You're now as one of us.
It was you who prayed when I played the organ earlier today.
Yes. I always pray when a stranger sits at the console. You see, it was I who first played this organ when it was installed. Don't you think I play well?
But why do you return when others play it?
Because no one could ever play it as well as I. Therefore, I pray for them.
You're dead. And yet... And yet... You're playing the instrument now.
Yes. I always provide the music for our nightly meetings.
I don't understand all this. Those others down there, they're ghastly creatures. Headless.
Yes. They were less fortunate than I. You see, I managed to keep my head.
They were executed?
How else would they have come to be headless? You see, we will become quite uncomfortable lying in our graves beneath the flagstone floor if we didn't arise occasionally and stretch ourselves.
Good heavens.
Look you, down below there. Will it amaze you for me to tell you that in that procession are some of history's most famous people?
Surely this isn't happening.
Indeed. Believe me, you're quite mistaken. Didn't you know that here in the chapel of St. Peter ad Ventula are buried such famous people as Sir Thomas More, Henry VIII's queens, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard?
I do remember that, but
as well as Lady Jane Grey and Dudley, her husband, and Sir Walter Raleigh and the Duke of Monmouth.
But they have all been dead for hundreds of years.
How true. How very true. Rick Holman, you will join us.
What?
I said, you will join in the procession with us.
No, not I.
It must be so. No one can look upon the procession of the headless dead unless he joined them to save himself.
Save myself? What do you mean?
You will discover what I mean if you refuse to take part in the ceremony.
But not now. Not tonight. Perhaps later. Yes, some other time.
It will be more satisfactory for you to join us tonight.
I can't tonight. Can't we make it some other night? Honestly, I fell asleep here. It's later than I thought.
It's exactly midnight.
I must return home. My family will be frantic. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll return to join you
tomorrow at midnight.
What?
Tomorrow at midnight. You will return to join in the procession.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. You can count on it.
Raise your right hand.
My right hand?
Yes, raise it. Now, repeat after me. I solemnly swear.
I solemnly swear.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
So help me, heaven.
So help me, heaven.
Now, you may go.
Yes, but the door to the choir loft is locked.
It is locked. But you will have no trouble going out through it. And remember, Frederick Holman, tomorrow night at midnight.
Frederick, dear, you're worried about something. I know you are. It was 1 o'clock when you came home last night. You've never done that before.
No, I know, Laura, my dear, I know.
You acted so strangely when you did get home. What's more, you didn't sleep. You tossed all night long.
Laura, I must tell you something.
Well, I certainly think I have some explanation coming.
Yes. Yes, you have. I don't know how you're going to accept this, but... Well, here goes. I went to visit the Tower of London yesterday. I saw the prison cells and the execution and torture chambers. Finally, the guard took me to the little chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. So I promised to return to the chapel tonight at midnight. They permitted me to leave the chapel.
Frederick, surely you were dreaming.
No, I'm sure it was no dream. It was all too realistic. I saw those people and heard them.
Oh, but things like that don't happen.
I'm very positive this happened, Laura.
Oh, nonsense. You were just affected by those ghost stories that guide told you about the tower.
Oh, dear, you're wrong. I'd never believed in such things before. No. Well.
But surely you don't intend to go back there tonight. Do you?
I don't know, Laura. I don't know. Hello. Hello, Laura. I say, Laura, are you there? Laura. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought for a moment we'd been disconnected. Yes, I can hear you now. What I called for, dear, was to say I'm dining at the club tonight. Yes, old Simon Joster is off to the Orient. We're having a dinner for him. Yes, I'll be home early. Huh? What's that? No, Laura. I've decided not to go to the tower tonight. I think you're probably right. It all must have been a dream.
Good evening, Mr. Holman. Your car, sir.
Oh, thank you, Henry.
Shall I drive you to the tower, sir?
Tower? What? Of course not, Henry. Drive me straight home. Whatever made you think I'd want to go to the tower at this time of night?
I don't rightly know, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Holman, I don't know what made me ask you that. Really, I don't.
Don't drive me home, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, what time do you have, Henry?
It's just a minute or two before midnight, sir.
Oh, very well. Take me home at once.
Did you say something, sir?
Did you hear something, Henry?
Hear something, sir?
Yes, that voice.
Voice, Mr. Holman.
Don't you hear that voice?
No, sir, I don't hear nothing, sir.
It's him. Listen to him.
You must be tired, sir. There's nobody.
That voice.
Really, sir.
Don't tell me you haven't heard the gambling spook of Waikato.
In principio est verdam.
No. No, it can't be.
Or the Randolph's pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
No one could ever play the organ as well as I.
That's what he said. The man in armor.
You see, only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
You see, I managed to keep my head.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
Then it wasn't a dream.
The flagstones of the sanctuary floor are also tombstones.
It's true. It wasn't a dream.
You must join our procession.
Henry.
The headless dead.
Join our procession.
The headless dead.
Join our procession.
The headless dead.
Henry, in the name of heaven, man, look where you're driving.
I can't stop, sir.
Look out, you're going to hit that bus. Mr. Holmes! Henry, look out!
Mr. Holman. Mr. Holman, are you all right, sir? We hit that truck and... Mr. Holman, we hit that truck broadside and... Mr. Holman. Look at him.
Greetings, Frederick Holman, and welcome. I am pleased that you have kept your appointment with us.
You have heard The Headless Dead, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris played Frederick Holman, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Mrs. Holman, Fred Wayne was Swift, Garland Moss was the leader of The Headless Dead, and Murillo Schofield was heard as the chauffeur. Next Friday night at this same time, we'll bring you a strange and weird tale of the unusual. Death is a savage deity, based upon Scott Bishop's novel of the same name. Listen for this breathtaking tale of witchcraft and black magic. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Do you know anyone who suffers from ophidiophobia? That's fear of snakes. It's a reasonably common fear. And like all the vast catalog of phobias listed in the last decade, playing upon it harmfully, facing the victim with that which he fears, might well have disastrous results. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Our story tonight is guaranteed to frighten you, to leave you 25 minutes from now cold with horror. Our author has been called the modern Edgar Allan Poe. Most of you are familiar with his works, both here on the Mystery Playhouse and on many of the suspense programs which you hear each week. His name is Cornell Woolrich. The story is called A Death is Caused. On the terrace of a smart cafe sit two smartly dressed young women. Only a certain languorous warmth in the air betrays the fact that the scene is a restaurant on a tropical island. Their conversation, one would imagine, would be the same small talk going on about them. Yet as we draw closer to their table, we hear the attractive brunette say,
"Then why don't you kill him, Pauline, if you hate him so much?"
Wives who kill their husbands are generally arrested, Marie.
Only if they do it in the usual foolish way. Now, if I'd married Donald and wanted to get rid of him...
You were in love with Donald before I married him, weren't you?
Oh, I might have married him if you hadn't. He's worth several million. That's a lot to pass up. But, as I was saying, if I wanted to get rid of him, I'd simply find his weakest point and turn it against him.
Weakest point?
Yes. Some fear of his. See? Well, everyone is afraid of some one thing. Fire, water, falling off a cliff. You must know his.
Yes, maybe I do.
Well?
Snakes.
Snakes? Oh, that's nothing, dear. Most people have an aversion to the slimy thing.
Oh, no. His goes deeper than that. We saw one once along a path. I thought he was going to have an attack of some sort. Later, he admitted he had a mortal fear of the things. Wouldn't even let me mention them again.
Well, that could be our point of attack. Now, if he were to think there were a deadly poisonous snake loose in the house with him...
Oh, but how could I get a poisonous snake into the house without risking my own life?
Well, it wouldn't really be poisonous, Pauline.
You'd make him believe it was.
And his imagination would do the rest. Finish your cocktail, dear.
You mean it would really be death by imagination?
Well, of course. Now, see here. You know that closet under the stairs in your house? Well, if Donald should be trapped in that closet and made to believe a snake is in there in the dark with him, if he thinks he can't get away from it or see it to kill it, no human could stand that, especially Donald with his phobia.
But it wouldn't seem like murder at all, would it?
Well, of course not, darling. Plant the snake in a box or a basket. Let him see it there first, and then take the snake out when he isn't looking and put the empty basket in the closet, tipped over, so he'll think the snake has crawled out. And there's your murder. Death by imagination, with no clues left behind.
Oh, but Marie, if it's dark in the closet, how could he see the overturned basket?
Most men carry matches. When you have a chance, take all but one out of his pocket. That should burn just long enough for him to see the basket, but not long enough for him to be able to search for the snake.
But he'd be terrified and scream. Wouldn't the neighbors hear him?
Not if he turned on the radio, loudly.
No. I could never handle a snake, Marie. You know how bad my heart is.
You'll find you can do a lot of things when you're driven to it. But just for fun, try it out first without the snake. Just pretend you've seen one in the house. Watch his reaction. You'll see that I'm right. Oh, dear. What strange byways one's conversation can stray into. Anyone overhearing us might think we were serious.
Yes,
I suppose so. Ooh, I simply must run along. Oh, by the way, speaking of snakes, I know of an amazing snake woman. An old native who catches them by the bushel to make cures and remedies. They call her Mama Fernanda, I believe. Mama Fernanda? Yes. Well, come along. I've got the tracks. This is my treat.
Pauline? Oh, here you are. On the sofa again.
Donald, something horrible happened today.
Well, quit swooning. Sit up and tell me about it.
Well, I went into the closet to get a vase for some flowers. The big closet under the staircase. You know how dark and damp it is in there.
Yes, Pauline, I know. Get to the point.
Well, I reached down in the dark. I knew right where I'd put the vase the last time. Then
Well?
I heard something. Something in the closet with me.
What was it?
A hissing sound.
What?
A hissing sound. I was paralyzed with fear, Donald, because just then my hand touched something cold and slimy.
I don't believe it.
It's true. There was a snake in that closet with me.
You imagined it?
Oh, no, Donald, because just then I saw it sliding across the floor out into the living room.
Did you get it? Was it killed?
Well, I couldn't risk my life. It might have been deadly poison.
You fool! Where did it go?
That's the horrible part of it. I don't know. It couldn't have gotten out.
It must have.
No, Donald. I saw it. That snake is still here, hiding somewhere in this house.
Oh, 10 o'clock. Well, I'm ready for bed. You've read enough for one evening. Turn out the lights.
Donald, I'm so nervous ever since that scare we had yesterday. Please, couldn't I have a glass of brandy before we go to bed?
I'm not going down in that basement tonight.
Well, then give me the key to the wine closet. I'll go myself.
Oh, never mind. I'll go if you must pamper yourself.
Donald! Wait.
What's the matter now?
I heard something just then. It came from over there in the dining room.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, you must have. Listen. It was that hissing sound again.
It couldn't be the snake. I had men searching this house all night last night.
Well, you know how lazy and careless those natives are. They could have missed seeing it.
I went with them.
I know it's still in this house. I didn't want to tell you, but I saw it again.
Where?
I had the radio on. The tubes must have made it warm underneath it. It crawled under there. I turned the radio off, and then, in a little while, I saw it crawling out. A big yellow thing wriggling across the floor.
Stop it, Pauline.
I ran out into the kitchen to get Pepita, and when she came in, it had gone. Hidden itself again. In this house somewhere.
I've got to get out of here.
I told Pepita what it was like. She said it was deadly, Donald. It could kill any of us in an instant. And now it's here. It's here, Donald, in this room. I heard it just a minute ago.
No, let me out of here. I've got to get out.
You were right, Marie. It works. It works beautifully. His mind, his imagination can kill him. When I set the stage. And it won't even be murder.
Senora has lost her way?
No, I don't think so. You are our Mama Fernanda.
Yes?
This is your hut.
Si, Senora. You come to see my little baby?
Yes. I want to borrow one of your snakes. But it must be the kind that's not dangerous. Its bite mustn't kill. You understand that?
Si, Senora. No poison. Harmless. I understand. Come in my hut. Oh, come, Senora, come. There is nothing to fear. I have all my babies in jars. You see, the basket.
Leave the door open, please. It's stifling in here.
As you wish, Senora. Come, see this basket here. This one is my pet.
You're sure it has no poison?
No poison, Senora. Look, I show you. I let him bite me on the arm.
Oh, no, please don't.
He is the ugliest one. That is why I put him in this pretty new basket with fresh leaves. I give you the basket too, Senora.
When I want to pick it up, must I use my hand?
Oh, no, Senora. I give you the stick with the fork on the end.
Uh-huh. Will you show me how to pick him up?
Oh, see? So, you put the stick flat on the ground like this, underneath him. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Always in the middle. Not too far at one end, not too far at the other. Then lift him straight. Oh, look. We have to wake him up.
Put him back in the basket.
Si, Senora.
Here is some money.
Gracias.
Is that enough?
Oh, si, Senora. More than enough for the basket, too.
We'll take it anyway. Good night. More coffee?
I have enough, thank you. Dining by candlelight has such charm. Don't you think so, Pauline? So conducive to domestic harmony. Where's Pepita?
I let her go. I let all the servants go. There's some sort of celebration the natives are having.
I haven't heard about it.
Sorry if that annoys you.
Everything about you annoys me.
Then why don't you let me go? Why do you keep me here, Donald?
The door is open. I've told you can go.
You know I can't just walk out into the street. I'm thousands of miles from home. I've no money to get back to the States.
Well, you'll just have to stay then, Pauline.
Donald, you don't love me. You keep me here to torture me. It's the only diversion you have.
Why shouldn't I? You married me for my money. I bought you. I shall amuse myself with you as I choose.
Very well. I'd better light fresh candles on the buffet. These are about finished.
Suit yourself.
The men still haven't found the snake, have they?
I told you not to speak of that again.
I wonder where it could be hiding.
Did you hear what I said? What's that you're taking out of the buffet cabinet?
I don't know what it is. Just a basket. One of the servants must have brought it in and left it here by mistake. Something they wanted to take to the celebration, probably, and forgot. Just occurred to me. Must be colorful on the table here, between the candles.
You're a fool, Pauline. Sit down.
I'm sorry about the dessert. Can't I get you some fruit?
Have we got any?
Well, there's probably some in this basket here.
You mean you haven't looked inside?
No. Why don't you?
Oh, by golly, I will. It's about time we found out what the servants might be carting away from here.
Oh, careful now. Don't spill your coffee. Well, is there any fruit inside?
Wait, I can't see. Oh, Pauline!
What is it?
The snake! It's in that basket.
In there?
I saw it with my own eyes. It opened its mouth and reared at me. Help me, Pauline.
All right, Donald. I'll take the basket out into the kitchen.
Be careful. Keep the lid on the basket. I saw it. I saw it. It nearly touched my hand.
There. Gone. I put it outside.
It's like when I was a kid one time. One got into my bed. I knew enough not to move. I lay there all night long with it twined around my leg, waiting for them to come into me the next morning. They managed to kill it without my being bitten, but I've never forgotten it. It scarred my mind for life.
Go in the bedroom and lie down.
Oh, this is the first one I've ever been that close to since then. My hand was only inches away.
Go on now. Get some rest.
Yes, I've got to lie down. Lock the screen doors. All of them. Tight. It may come back in again some way.
Yes, Donald. It may come back again some way. What was it? What was the first thing Marie said I must do?
Remember, Polly, take the snake out of the basket.
Yes, take the snake out of the basket. And I can put it in this canister here until afterwards.
Use the box stick, Senora, on the ground, underneath my baby. Then lift up straight. See, it curls himself around his cheek.
In you go. There.
Now put the empty basket in the closet under the stairs. Put the basket in one corner, tipped on one side, the lid in the other.
Now, what else? What? Oh, yes, the matches.
Did you leave him just one match in his pocket? You did? Good. Now hurry. Hurry into that closet.
Here's the hook. Just high enough. Now, if I can catch my dress on it. No, just a little higher. There. Now the lace is caught just back of my shoulder.
Now call him to help you. Go on, Polly. Call.
Donald! Donald, you must hear me.
Knock over the bench by the door. You can reach it without tearing your dress. Then you'll be sure to hear. Kick it over, Polly.
Donald! You must hear me.
What's all that racket?
Donald, it's me. Come here.
Oh, what the devil's going on in here? I thought you went to bed.
I've been trying to make you hear me.
What are you doing in that closet?
I came in to get something in the back of my dress. Somewhere got caught on a nail. I can't reach it.
Well, what are you going to do? Stay in there all night?
I'm afraid of ruining my dress. If I could only find where it's caught, I could work it off gently. Please help.
I suppose it's the only way I'll get any rest. Where's it caught?
Somewhere here in the back.
Well, move over a little. I'll have to step in around behind you.
Find it?
Yes, hold still.
Polly!
Now, to shoot the bolt.
Oh, let me out!
Donald, can you hear me?
Let me out!
Donald, listen to me. In the pocket of your suit, in the right-hand pocket, is a single match.
Oh.
Take it out. Light it a minute. I want you to see something.
What are you trying to do?
Donald, light the match. You'd better do as I tell you.
All right, it's lighted.
All right, now look over your shoulder. Look over into the corner. Now into the other corner, quick, while the match still lasts.
Polly!
Don't move. Stand still. You'll be all right. It's in there with you.
It's a snake!
Yes, Donald. I wanted to put it someplace where you wouldn't see it. Donald, listen. But the basket dropped out of my hands and rolled over. I think the snake got out.
The match went out. It's the only one I have.
Don't move. Don't move, whatever you do. Stand still, perfectly still. That's your only chance.
Polly, you here, let me out here. I'll go out of my mind.
Now.
Polly!
Now the radio. So the neighbors won't hear.
What are you doing? Polly!
He stopped calling. It's quiet now. Donald. Donald. Can you hear me?
And there's your murder. Death by imagination.
He doesn't answer. He's dead. He must be dead.
Now, get rid of the snake.
Yes. Yes, the snake. It's in the canister. Gone.
There's my baby. He got out. There he is, under the table.
Where's my stick? I've got to get it out of here.
Use the forked stick.
Yes.
It curls around it as you lift him up. See?
Bit me.
No poison, Senora. See, I will let it bite my arm.
Bit me. There's a horrible red mark.
Pauline! Pauline, where are you?
Marie! Oh, Pauline, I came to warn you. The snake, where is it? I don't know. It's gone. It fell off the stick onto the floor. Just now, I've got to find it. No, don't touch it. There's been a terrible mistake. Mistake? Yes, the snake woman. She's been trying to find you. She finally just called me. She gave you the wrong snake. It's deadly poison.
No!
Yes. She said its bite can kill a person in from 10 to 15 minutes. There's no cure. No serum in the world can counteract it. No. Marie, no. Oh, what's wrong, Pauline? It bit me. It bit me just now. Pauline. My hand, look. The red mark, it's already spread. Marie, get a doctor. Save me. You've got to save me. It's too late. Let me go. I'll go to the doctor myself. No, you'd never get there alive. Let me go. You'll die alone on the road. No, I'll get there. I will. I'll get there. You're dying, Pauline. Let me go, Marie. Let me go. Marie. Marie. Yes, Pauline. It's my heart. Smelling so. Get for me. Quickly. Nothing can save you now. Help me. You're dying, Pauline. The poison is killing you. Help me. You were my friend. Goodbye, Pauline. Operator, call Dr. Kenyon's office at once. Dr. Randolph Kenyon. Tell him to come to Donald Barron's house right away. Something terrible has happened. He may be able to save Mr. Barron. No, Pauline Barron was dead when I found her. Dr. Kenyon, how is Donald?
It'll take time, Miss Stewart, but he'll recover eventually.
Oh, thank goodness.
He's asking for you.
I'll look after him, Doctor. I'll see he gets the best of care now that she's gone.
It was fortunate for him he lost consciousness in that closet. It may have prevented him from going completely mad.
What do you suppose could have happened that night?
Well, Mr. Barron might have been locked in that closet by some accident. Who knows?
Then, before she could let him out again, the snake bit her?
Something like that, yes.
But I thought the medical examiner said Mrs. Barron died of a heart attack.
So she did. They found the snake, you know. She must have thought it was poisonous when it struck, and the shock killed her.
You know, definitely, then, that the snake was not poisonous. She just imagined?
Yes, it was perfectly harmless. You might say Mrs. Barron frightened herself to death. That it was...
Death by imagination?
Yes. Yes, that's it exactly.
How tragic. I wonder how she ever got the impression in the first place that the snake was poisonous.
That was A Death is Caused by Cornell Woolrich, heard on your Mystery Playhouse. And this is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
not just an ordinary cane, my dear.
Alec.
It's a sword cane, see? Calhoun used it when he killed his wife, right where you're standing.
Alec, you killed Sanders.
Exactly.
And now you're going to kill me.
Yes.
No. Keep away from me.
Sorry.
Keep away.
My
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The House Where Death Lived. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story is a ghostly nightmare by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. Its title, The House Where Death Lived. A large rambling house on top of a hill. A house whose windows are either shuttered or broken. A rusty iron fence surrounds it, and its grounds are waste and uncared for. A car grinds slowly up the hill, stops before the main gate, and two men get out. One of them is gray-haired but vigorous. The other wears a chauffeur's uniform. They push open the heavy gate, start up the gravel path.
Quite a joint. You could hardly expect it to be a show place after being empty for more than 10 years. It's open. Yes. Well, I'm glad we didn't have to force it. All right, Sanders. You can go back to the car and wait for me. I should be out in about a half an hour or so. You mean you're going in alone? Why, yes. Somehow I don't think you're exactly suited by temperament for psychic research. Okay, Doc. I'll be waiting for you back in the car. Right. Now, let's see. I suppose the best place to start would be...
Good evening.
What? Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I hope I haven't made a mistake. This is the Calhoun house, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, this is very embarrassing. I was down to see the trustees just this morning. They gave me permission to go through the place and told me that there was no one living here, that no one had lived here for many years.
Well, as you can see, that's not quite true. Not that it matters. I lead a rather lonely life, and I'm very glad you came. I'd be more than happy to show you around.
Well, you're very kind. My name is Goff, Dr. Alexander Goff.
Dr. Goff.
For the past few years, I've been specializing in psychic research.
Oh, yes.
You've heard of me?
I'm sorry, no. But I do know that scientists, specialists in psychical research, have been interested in the house for many years. There have been several books written about it.
I read about it in the series of studies that Kinsey did. He said it was one of the most fertile fields for manifestations he'd ever come across. It has a long history of apparitions and hauntings.
That's very true. And now, would you like to look around?
I'd like that very much.
Very well. I imagine the best place to begin is with the cellar. This way.
The cellar. That's where Mrs. Calhoun was killed, wasn't it?
Yes. I keep the door locked now for that and for several other reasons.
May I?
No, wait. Don't try to go down. Have you a match?
Why, yes. There aren't any stairs.
Exactly. That's how Mrs. Calhoun was killed. The stairs had become rotten, and Calhoun took them out, put in that ladder. Mrs. Calhoun didn't know it, and she tried to go down, fell, and broke her neck.
But she wasn't just killed. She was murdered, wasn't she?
Well, that's hard to say. I don't think even Calhoun could tell you whether it was deliberate or not. For a long time, people didn't even suspect what had happened. They thought that she'd run away, disappeared. However, after she was killed, Calhoun buried her down there in the cellar. You see, over there, near that big flagstone.
Oh, I see. Well, after that, there was something about a gardener, wasn't there?
Yes, Burroughs. He had helped Calhoun take out the stairs. Considerably later, he was working in the cellar and found some bones, and he put two and two together
and went to the police.
No, he did a lot better than that, from his own point of view. Shall we go back into the parlor?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll just shut this door again. There. Burroughs began blackmailing Calhoun. Calhoun paid for a while, and then one day he called Burroughs in here, into the parlor. He was sitting over there at that desk. He had his cane with him. The cane that's on the desk there now. You can look at it if you like.
Oh, thank you. I would like to look at it.
Twist the handle and pull on it.
A sword cane?
Yes. He killed Burroughs right here in this room. That stain on the carpet, there's his blood. This time he didn't even try to get away with it. He called in the police, and he was tried and sent to an institution.
Yes, but that's what I don't understand. If Calhoun had committed 2 murders, why wasn't he sent to jail or hanged?
Because no one knew whether he was sane or not. As a matter of fact, I don't think Calhoun knew himself. You see, when they asked him why he had killed his wife and Burroughs, he said he had to, that he'd been told to.
Told to? By whom?
Well, he wasn't sure. By voices. He said they told him that they lived here in this house before him, that they had killed, and that he would have to kill too.
Excellent. Just what I've been looking for and what I've hoped for. A house with a tradition of hauntings, where each generation is affected by that tradition and adds to it. What's the matter?
They've come for me. They're weighing me down, dragging me back.
They? Who? Oh, you're ill. Here, let me help you.
No, it's no use. You can't pick me up. It's too much on my hands. On my head.
Where is he? He was there, right there on the floor. I tried to pick him up and put him on the couch, but I couldn't lift him. Now he's gone.
Well, now, look, Doc, if he fell down, if he was as weak as you said it... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what did he look like?
Well, he was quite old, about 70, and very tall and thin. He had white hair and a white goatee.
Holy smokes.
What's the matter?
Well, I was waiting outside for you. The guy that lives just down the hill came by, and we kind of talked a little.
Yes?
I told him you were inside here, and you described Calhoun to me, the guy that used to live here. And the old gent you say you spoke to sounds just like him.
But it couldn't have been. Calhoun is still in an institution.
No, he's not. At least not exactly. That's how this guy happened to talk about it. You see, he just read in the paper that Calhoun had died yesterday.
Sanders?
Yeah?
That was Calhoun's ghost.
Oh, now look,
It was, I tell you. It has to be. This is what I've been looking for years. An apparition that manifests itself without a medium or any apparatus. It's exactly what I need for the last chapter of my book. And I'm going to stay here until he appears again. Calhoun? Calhoun? Where are you? Why don't you come back? I'm waiting for you. Oh, it's no use. 2 days now and not a sign of him. Maybe Sanders was right. Maybe I did imagine the whole thing. Either that. Wait a minute. He didn't die here. He died at the asylum. He'd lived here all his life, committed 2 murders here. Perhaps the aura, the forces here, were strong enough to evoke him once, but not to bring him back again. His wife and the gardener, they did die here. If I could establish contact, I might be able to evoke them. Or else if someone else died here, someone I knew and someone that knew me. Calhoun! Is that right? Is that what I have to do? What? Who's there?
Hey, Doc. Sanders.
Oh, just a second.
Oh, what a night. It's blowing like all get out.
What do you want, Sanders?
Well, the missus thought she'd get a little worried about you. Thought you might be running low on food.
Oh, no, I still have plenty. I haven't been eating much.
Any luck?
No, he hasn't materialized again, but I'm sure he will. I know he will.
If someone else died here, someone you knew, and someone that knew you.
Yes.
What's the matter, Doc? Hey, why are you staring at me that way? Doc!
I'm sorry, Sanders. Sanders, I was just thinking that if you stayed here with me, it might help.
But I thought you said I was all wrong for this kind of stuff. You know I don't believe in ghosts, anything like that.
I did say that, Sanders, but... Oh, this place is different. This is such a powerful, fertile field for psychic manifestations that I think if you did stay, we could cure your skepticism permanently.
Yeah? How?
Well, this is such a perfect night for an evocation. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Just a storm.
Listen hard. There it is again. It's down in the cellar.
Where's that?
It's back there.
Where?
Go ahead, run. You're quicker than I am, Sanders. Run, hurry.
Okay, but I still don't hear anything.
A man with an obsession in a haunted house. A man with a corpse on his hands as the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, to continue with our story. It's just a moment later, and Dr. Goff is still standing by the open cellar door. Lighting a candle, he peers down to where Sanders' body lies huddled on the flagstones below.
Sanders? Sanders? I think I'd better make sure. This ladder holds. Is this there? Well, now, let's see. He's dead, all right. Very dead. Neck broken in 2 places. I'm sorry, Sanders. Very sorry. But science is a hard mistress. I've been working on my book for 7 years. This is the first chance I've had to make detailed and objective observations on a specific set of phenomena. And when Calhoun didn't materialize again, I'm sure you understand. The only problem now is the police. They're apt to be very uncompromising about something like this. If there were only some way I know. The car. It's quite late and the storm blowing. There's not likely to be anyone around. Yeah. Oh, come on, Sanders. You and I are going to take a little trip. Oh, we're almost there, Sanders. Just a little farther. Here we are. Now, let's see. Well, you turned the car around before you came in, so it's headed downhill. Oh, splendid. Very considerate. Now, open the door and put you in. Oh, up. Just make sure you don't fall sideways. You stay behind the wheel. Yeah, that's it. Oh, is there anything else? Anything I've forgotten? I don't think so. Well, just take the brake off. And shut the door. wait. There's no telling how far she'll go, especially with the streets so bumpy. I only hope that she'll go far enough to pick up plenty of speed so that when she does... She's swinging. Swinging to the right. Yeah. And now I wait. Sanders? Sanders! Where are you? It's been 4 or 5 days now. Why haven't you come back? Haven't you wanted to? Or haven't you been able to find a way? This is where you died, remember? Down here in the cellar. Are you down there? Sanders? Are you down there? No. Not down there. Not anywhere. What's that? Yes? Oh, who's that? Who's there? What do you want, Jean?
I want to talk. Let me in, dear, please.
Just a second.
Alec. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, dear.
I asked you, what do you want? Why did you come here?
Why? It's been almost a week now since you've been home. Have you any idea how worried I've been? You didn't even phone me after Sanders was killed.
I'm sorry. I just never thought of phoning you. I had other things on my mind.
How did it happen, Alec?
You read the verdict of the inquest. You probably fell asleep at the wheel waiting for me. The brakes slipped. The car rolled down the hill and crashed.
Poor Sanders. Somehow I can't help feeling...
Feeling what?
I don't know. Perhaps it's this horrible old house. Everything about it. It's just plain evil. Oh, Alec, why don't you give it all up?
Give what up?
This obsession of yours. You started writing a book, doing psychical research to prove that there were no such things as apparitions or ghosts.
Suppose
now...
I found out that I was wrong.
What?
Yes, what would you say if I told you that I'd already seen one apparition here, and that I was expecting to see another one?
Alec, oh, no.
Oh, yes, gee. The first evening I came here, I saw Calhoun. I talked to him. He showed me around the house. And later on, I discovered that he had died the day before. I waited for him to come back again, but he never did. And I finally realized why. He couldn't come back because he hadn't died here. He had died at the sanitarium. But now, I'm waiting for Sanders to come back.
Sanders? But he didn't die here either. He died?
Yes, Jean.
I don't like it here, Alec. I'm afraid. I'm going.
No, Jean. Don't go. You can help me.
Huh?
Come on in here. Into the parlor.
But Alec...
Come on, Jean. Later I'll tell you a very interesting story about this room, about something that happened here a long time ago.
But All right, Alec.
That's a good girl. You know, Jean, I've just realized I've been very stupid. Calhoun couldn't come back again because he didn't die here. Sanders did die here, but he wasn't buried here. And now I'm beginning to think that a spirit can only materialize in the place where its body is.
But what's that got to do with me?
Dear, does anyone know that you came here tonight?
Why, no, but...
Good.
What do you mean? And what are you doing with that cane?
You remember I said I was going to tell you a story about something that had happened here in this room? Well, this cane played an important part in it. You see, it's not just an ordinary cane. This is a sword cane. It's what Calhoun used when he killed his wife, right where you're standing.
Alec, you killed Sanders.
Exactly.
And now you're going to kill me.
Yes, dear. I am going to kill you. And I'm going to bury you right here, down in the cellar where Calhoun buried his wife. Then at least you will be able to come back. No, don't try and run away. It won't do any good. You see, I locked the door.
No. away from me.
I'm sorry.
Keep away.
My
Help!
dear.
Help!
Now, smooth that gravel a little. She's covered well. There. That ought to do it.
Very nice, Doctor. Very nice indeed. You didn't do quite as neat a job as I did, but you did pretty.
Calhoun.
Yes, Doctor.
You're dead. But you did come back.
Yes, I came back to tell you how grateful I am to you.
Grateful? For what?
For having, shall we say, relieved me. You see, there's a curse on this house. When I was alive and lived here, even before I killed my wife and Burroughs, I saw the ghosts of those who had died before I was born. It was they who made me kill, because once I did kill, they were free.
I don't understand.
Don't you? As long as this house stands, someone must haunt it. Until I died, it was haunted by those whom I had killed. When I died, it became my job. I thought it would be years before I could find someone to take my place, and then you came along.
You mean...
Yes, Doctor, yes, the curse, the evil that was spawned here has been passed on to you. Now it's haunted by those whom you killed, and I am free and can rest in peace. But you must stay here and live with the evil you created until you die.
No, I won't stay.
Yes, you will, Doctor. Oh, I didn't believe it either. I thought I could leave whenever I wanted to, but I found that I couldn't. I had to stay until they took me away. When you try to leave, you'll find out why.
But I won't stay. I tell you I won't. Neither you nor they can make me stay. Nothing can make me stay. No. What's more, you're right about this place. It is evil. But I'm not going to let that evil continue. It must be destroyed, along with every stick and stone in this house.
And just how do you propose to do that?
I'll show you. With fire. This can of kerosene.
Oh,
that pile of lumber there.
It won't do any good. Take my word for it.
No, you watch. There. The whole cellar, the whole house will go now.
Yes, Doctor, but you won't go.
I won't. You watch me.
But you can't go without me, Doc.
What?
Don't you remember? You carried me out to the car. You've got to take me with you.
And,
Yes, Doctor, your chauffeur.
Let go of me, Sanders. Let go. I can't take you with me.
And you've got to take me, too, Allie.
No. Let go. Both of you.
You see, now you know why I couldn't go either. What dragged me back and weighed me down.
Please.
Now you know why you're going to have to stay here.
I won't stay. I tell you, I won't. Not even if I have to take both Sanders and Jean with me.
I'm afraid that won't do any good, Doctor. You see, the ladder isn't very strong.
It broke. I'm trapped here.
Goodbye, Doctor. If you don't mind, I'll leave you now for good.
No!
The flames roar higher and higher as Dr. Goff screams and staggers backward. Far away, a bell starts tolling for
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stretches out his bony hand and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
The part of Dr. Goff was played by Barry Kroger. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.